The Witcher Apprentice. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of leaves above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, while visible motes of dust danced in the beams of light. A narrow path, obscured beneath a tangle of green and yellow weeds, meandered out from the heart of the woods, its outline barely discernible. At the forest's edge, this path converged with a wider road, where the intersection formed a gentle slope. At the base of the slope, a toppled cart lay abandoned, with a draft horse sprawled nearby in front of the wagon, and a motionless man lying in a pool of blood just a few meters away. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The sharp and hurried sound of hooves drew near, sending the crows clustered on the branches into a flurry of chaotic cawing as they scattered in disarray. A magnificent steed thundered along the path, its hooves kicking up dirt that flew in all directions, while the disturbed dust shimmered in the golden rays of sunlight. Whoa! Upon spotting the unexpected scene by the roadside, a white-haired man, clad in dual swords, yanked on the reins with force, bringing his steed to an abrupt halt amidst a cacophony of neighing. The man was robust and imposing, his build powerful and muscular. His amber vertical pupils, reminiscent of serpents, radiated a chilling light, while a jagged scar across his left eye added a menacing edge to his demeanor. Around his neck hung a circular pendant, adorned with a silver chain, depicting a snarling wolf's head with bared fangs. "Geralt, what is amiss?" Seated before him was a girl in opulent attire, her silvery white hair cascading around her, as her long lashes fluttered, her sleepy, wide eyes gradually opened to the world. "Ciri, something has occurred ahead. I must investigate." After confirming that the girl had regained consciousness, he dismounted and, grasping the reins, made his way toward the overturned cart. As he approached, Geralt handed the reins to Ciri and moved to the side of the cart. He surveyed the area before his gaze fell upon the deeply etched wheel ruts in the road. The incident has only just transpired, and there are no other footprints in the vicinity. The wheel marks extend from the crest of the hill and then veer off, indicating that the cart lost control while descending. He crouched down, circling the pack horse, then leaned in for a closer examination. The pack horse bears a fatal injury to the neck, having been crushed by the yoke, resulting in its demise. The pupils are dilated, and there is froth at the mouth, suggesting it may have been startled. When the cart overturned, the driver was thrown from it, and, upon landing, he broke his neck. The cart struck the pack horse, providing some degree of cushioning. It is uncertain if anyone else was inside. Having inspected the pack horse and the body ahead, Geralt's attention shifted to the now deformed cart. With a loud thud, the twisted door of the cart was wrenched open, revealing the interior. A woman, approximately 30 years of age, has a broken neck. Death is confirmed. A boy, around 13, has suffered a head injury. His body still retains warmth, yet he no longer breathes. After a brief search of the cart, he found a small black pouch, which he casually tucked into his pocket. Having completed these grim tasks, he cast a regretful glance at the bodies within the cart and, without lingering, turned to approach the healthy horse. "Let us depart. The stench of death will soon attract carrion creatures." But it seems that the boy is not dead yet. He has long since breathed his last. His body is nearly cold. Yet, he has opened his eyes now. Ciri's green eyes sparkled with astonishment and excitement as she shouted, her hand eagerly pointing towards Geralt's back. "How can this be?" The white wolf Geralt, observing her expression, sensed the gravity of the situation and turned to look, his eyes widening in disbelief. Nestled amidst a cluster of stone walls, Kaer Morhen Castle lay. In ruin, the defensive walls had crumbled to mere footings, and the towers had partially collapsed, with wild grasses wildly sprouting through the cracks in the stone. The remnants of the towers and the heavy, robust cylindrical keep bore testament to the castle's former grandeur, seemingly narrating tales of its once magnificent past to the world. This fortress, situated in the blue mountains of Kedwen, had long been forgotten by mankind, serving as the home of the Witcher school. A fierce wind howled through the desolation, stirring the knee-high thickets into rippling waves. The luminous moonlight was occasionally veiled by swiftly passing clouds, casting fleeting glimmers upon the moat, causing the remnants of the walls to flicker with light and shadow. The majestic silhouette of the castle emerged in the interplay of black and white, appearing and disappearing like a phantom. An elderly man and a young girl traversed the moonlit path, passing through the dark iron gate and exiting the castle. They crossed the drawbridge and followed a narrow path descending the mountain. Master Vesemir, why choose the night for this? The young man, adorned with twin swords, donned a simple, gray hunting outfit. His short black hair framed a well-proportioned figure, standing tall with an air of confidence. His youthful visage radiated vitality, and his neat attire rendered him striking and dignified. Had it not been for his amber feline eyes, he would undoubtedly be a coveted confidant among noble women or the darling of the bar, captivating patrons in high-slit dresses. The gleaming twin swords and the amber cat-like eyes epitomized the quintessential Witcher. Witchers are professional monster hunters, transformed mutants who earn their livelihood by tracking and slaying beasts. Hack. As a monster hunter, we often must choose our timing and battleground based on the traits of the creatures we pursue. You will understand why shortly, remarked Vesemir, the eldest elder of the wolf school. Despite his graying hair and beard, he remained robust and vigorous, his spirit undiminished. The duo traversed the assassin's path, navigating through the ruins of a checkpoint, veering downhill after a distance of half a mile. Following the winding path along the western side of the castle, they soon arrived at a crossroads. If we continue down this road, we shall reach the fortress and the signal tower atop the hill, Vesemir said, his face reflecting a hint of nostalgia as he gestured toward an Early invisible path beside them. Hack remained silent, as someone with the memories of a past life. He was acutely aware of the surroundings near Kaer Morhen. Continuing onward, not venturing far, we soon beheld the ruins of the gate at the foot of the castle's western tower, reduced to mere rubble, akin to the remnants along the assassin's path. Upon reaching the next fork in the road, Vesemir pointed towards the dilapidated structures in the intersection and remarked, "The path adjacent leads to the Wolf's Head Cave, where once the Witcher apprentices undertook their trial grasses. Master, may I visit these sites one day? It has been nearly 9 years since Hark was rescued by Geralt and arrived at the castle alongside Princess Ciri. His days were filled with rigorous training and study, leaving him little time to explore the castle surroundings. These places have lain in ruins for quite some time and may not be safe, yet given your current prowess, it should pose little trouble." Vesemir cast a glance at him, nodded, and continued onward. "Really? I can roam freely?" At this, Hark's excitement surged. As the last apprentice of the old monster hunter, he had often been closely monitored, with even the slightest desire to sneak out fishing with Bert thwarted, leading to a rather stifling existence over the years. The prospect of unrestricted movement filled his heart with joy. Hark paused, taken aback by his master's words. "What, do you wish to go solo?" "No, I was merely inquiring," Hark quickly clarified, regretting his hasty words. Observing the slightly embarrassed expression of his beloved pupil, Vesemir was all too aware of the young man's inner musings. The typical training period for a demon hunter spans approximately 20 years, however. Your situation is exceptional, having completed all subjects in just 9 years. At this juncture, a sense of satisfaction washed over him, and his gaze towards Hark softened considerably. After a brief pause, the master of demon hunting continued with a tone laden with sincerity. "Yet, this is merely the beginning. The path to becoming a true demon hunter is long, and you must cultivate patience and composure. In our line of work, it is not a contest of who possesses greater strength, but rather who can endure the longest." Hark felt a shiver run down his spine at these words, instantly grasping his mentor's goodwill, which ignited a twinge of guilt within him. The pursuit of demonic entities is fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could spell disaster. Many demon hunters have met their demise merely upon stepping outside the castle walls. Vigilance and caution are fundamental tenets for survival in this profession. There is no such thing as an unequivocally weak demon. Varying circumstances, times, and locations can yield vastly different outcomes. Misfortune and mortality have always been stark realities of a demon hunter's existence. To survive for an extended period, one must never act recklessly. This is the realm of reality, not a game where one can merely reload save. The challenges of this world are not simply about observing the narrative, rather, they embody the ethos of living without regret, heightened by the increased difficulty posed by adversaries. Chapter 2. The Mirror Lake, surrounded by majestic mountains, blanketed in pristine snow, and graced by vast azure waters that ripple with the breeze. The Mirror Lake is a sight to behold. The silvery moonlight cascades across the water's surface, rendering the expansive lake akin to a luminous mirror. As the cold wind sweeps through, it stirs gentle ripples, causing the reflections of the full moon, towering mountains, and towering trees to waver and blur. The stillness of the mountains, the frigid lake, the shadowy woods, and my own insignificance, gazing upon the boundless expanse of nature before him. A profound sense of helplessness swells within Huck's heart. The rustling of swaying branches, accompanied by an array of peculiar sounds and unidentifiable howls emanating from the lakeside forest, sends a shiver down his spine, evoking an eerie chill. The Mirror Lake lies directly north of Kaer Morhen, accessible only by a rugged, narrow path. Along this path, Huck encounters numerous remnants of buildings, including a desolate stone quarry. At the end of the road, beside the lake, stands a dilapidated lakeside cabin with a leaky roof and shattered windows. This time-worn cabin, its exact date of construction lost to history, has now become a way station for Lambert, a demon hunter of the wolf school who comes here to fish. Without his upkeep, this place would likely have succumbed to ruin long ago. Adjacent to the cabin is a rickety dock with a battered walkway that creaks ominously in the wind, leading Huck to question its structural integrity. Will this vessel capsize mid-journey? As he watches his mentor untie a decrepit boat docked at the pier, Huck cannot help but swallow nervously. As long as they do not encounter tempestuous waves, they should be fine. Besides, you can swim, so what is there to fear? Suddenly, the small boat plunges down sharply, followed by a jolt, teetering precariously as if it might overturn at any moment. Upon seeing the teacher glance in his direction, Huck steeled himself and followed suit. Damn it! Is this truly the swift vessel that Lambert boasts about incessantly? The title of the most unreliable man in Kaer Morhen evidently holds merit. With each stroke of the oars, the small boat gradually departed from the dock, gliding into the shimmering expanse of the mirror-like lake. Vestermill hoisted the sail, and several tattered sails billowed high in the wind, emitting a mournful whistling sound. The mast swayed with the undulation of the sails as the little boat cleaved through the waves with a cacophony, darting forth into the lake like a swift arrow. Behind the helm, Huck felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that the dilapidated vessel might suddenly disintegrate in its reckless haste. As they reached the lake's heart, a thick mist began to rise, obscuring the distant horizon where mountains met the waters. Billowing clouds of fog ascended, enveloping a vast expanse of forest. Fortunately, the mist was not dense, and under the bright moonlight, visibility remained clear. Do you see that? There seems to be an observation tower over there. Vestermill pointed towards the western hillside. Indeed, Huck discerned a faint silhouette of a crumbling tower amidst the thin mist. To the west of Mirror Lake lay a valley, encircled by mountains on three sides, forming a natural hunting ground. The old hunter settled back down, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. During the heyday of Kaer Morhen, when the population was plentiful and the roads of Blue Mountain were narrow and challenging for transport, food scarcity had become a significant issue. To alleviate some of the food shortages, apprentices would frequently venture into this natural hunting ground. 3 observation towers were constructed around the hunting area, all positioned near the lakeside, with one at each cliff to the north and south, the largest situated centrally. During my apprenticeship, my companions and I encountered a horde of ghouls in the hunting grounds, only to be rescued by the vigilant monster hunters stationed at the southern watchtower. Perhaps reminded of the fallen comrades from days gone by, Vesemir's expression turned wistful. Master, there has always been a question I wish to ask. Oh? The seasoned monster hunter quickly composed himself, turning with a look of inquiry. Kaer Morhen, with its mountains and waters, boasts a bountiful hunting ground. Although access is inconvenient, it remains a rare sanctuary. As Hark steered the somewhat capsizing boat back to stability, he continued, in these tumultuous times of war and unrest, this place is a veritable paradise. Why not take advantage of it? If we were to take in some orphans and train a new generation of apprentices, the castle could gradually flourish once more. The small boat cut through the waves, and as they rounded a jutting cliff, they beheld a flat expanse of land rising above the lake's surface beneath the steep cliff. There stood a wooden cabin with a dilapidated easel outside, accompanied by a few chairs and a wooden crate. This must be Lambert's fishing spot, Hark mused, marveling at the sudden appearance of this substantial stretch of land in the heart of the mirror-like lake. Once, a sorcerer stationed at the fortress had a penchant for painting and constructed this small cabin, which had fallen into disrepair and served no purpose until Lambert took up fishing, dedicating an entire summer to refurbishing the cabin. Vesemir shook his head, exasperated by the antics of this idle fellow. The sail has been furled, and the two individuals row steadily forward. The riverbank narrows, gradually revealing the lush water plants that extend over the surface. The small boat glides into the verdant foliage and comes to rest beside a dilapidated pier. The weathered structure consists of a few uneven wooden planks precariously balanced on the posts, barely sufficient to secure the small vessel. Wading through the knee-deep lake water, they part the dense aquatic vegetation and make their way toward the shore. The fog thickens, obscuring anything beyond 10 meters, and Huck closely trails behind Westermere, daring not to stray even a step. The lake lapping against their calves is punctuated by mysterious sounds. Startled waterfowl take flight, flapping their wings, stirring up a cacophony of unknown creatures hidden within the mist. A child's sorrowful wail echoes through the haze, startling both men. Teacher, there are no children living near Mirror Lake. Something must be amiss. We should not concern ourselves with it. But what if there is an accident? Huck remains unconvinced. We ought to investigate. After a moment's hesitation, the demon hunter relents. He draws forth his silver sword, and with his left hand, swiftly sketches an intricate sigil. As the incantation takes effect, the leather gauntlets and buttons on his cloak shimmer from his wrist to his elbow. A golden radiance materializes, dimming after a brief moment, ultimately transforming into a magical shield that envelopes him, flickering in the grayish mist. Huck also unsheaths his silver sword and deftly traces a sigil with his left hand, then clenches his fingers, encasing himself in a Quen shield. The Witcher's sign, known as Quen, is a unique form of magic employed by monster hunters, distinguished by its lack of incantations, simplicity in gestural execution, and minimal requirement for magical components. The Quen sign, often referred to as the shield of the monster hunter, can only be cast upon oneself, providing the wielder with protection against harm as well as immunity to certain spell effects. This shield absorbs damage while allowing the caster to maintain full mobility, rendering it an exceptionally practical skill. Its duration is remarkably prolonged. As long as it remains unbroken or dispelled, it persists indefinitely. The Quen shield not only defends against physical assaults, but also proves effective against magical attacks. Vesemir instructs that at any sign of trouble, one should first invoke the shield. The caution of the seasoned Witcher is not unwarranted. In this perilous world, unexpected calamities and death lurk at every corner. Many experienced and formidable Witcher veterans have met their demise during seemingly trivial tasks. The real world diverges sharply from the realm of games, where accidents and unforeseen events are ever present. Even accomplished Witchers, like the renowned Geralt of Rivia, known as the White Wolf, must remain vigilant when confronting common monstrosities such as ghouls and drowners. Despite their prowess, they cannot entirely evade the myriad of unforeseen circumstances that may leave them marked with numerous scars. Ordinary Witchers, who do not hunt dragons, do not forge brotherly bonds with kings, nor engage romantically with sorceresses, must exercise even greater caution, remaining perpetually on guard. Chapter 3. The Little Fog Monster in the Forest. Amidst the biting winds, the only sounds accompanying the rustling branches are various indistinct noises. Despite the brilliance of the moonlight, thick fog obscures all, rendering visibility beyond 10 meters nearly impossible. The dense wild grass had reached waist height, and the rustling sounds from the thickets seemed to stalk him, as if something were lurking nearby. Intermittent, eerie cries echoed, sometimes near, sometimes far, drifting unpredictably in the sinister environment, sending chills down his spine. Although he had trained at night over the years, the thought of the monstrous entities he was about to confront filled him with trepidation. If 3 or 4 of those creatures were to appear simultaneously, even a seasoned demon hunter might struggle to protect himself. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret for insisting on coming here. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The cold metallic touch steadied his resolve, and the demands of his training surged in his mind. I cannot falter, he silently urged himself, knowing that to survive in this chaotic world, he must summon his strength. It was the Little Miss spirit, ready for battle. Hark noticed that the wind had ceased, yet the fog around him thickened. Strangely, the cries had vanished, and a faint light emerged from the mist. The glow was weak, reminiscent of fireflies, flickering in and out of sight. Nonetheless, amidst the dense white fog, this slight illumination stood out conspicuously. Where there was thick fog, there could be a little mist spirit. These spirits had the ability to create or summon dense fog. The thickening atmosphere, devoid of wind, signified the approach of the Little Miss spirit, poised for an attack. The fog served not only as a cloak for the little spirit but also as its weapon, manipulating the mist to isolate travelers, obscuring their paths and muffling sounds. The knowledge concerning the small mist demon swiftly traversed through his mind. The realization that he was about to confront a creature adept at rapid movement and capable of invisibility caused his heart to race. Such a creature proved to be a formidable adversary. Lambert had previously expressed his disdain for encountering such tenacious foes. "Do not be anxious," the master hunter reassured his apprentice, who stood 6 meters away, casting a glance at the faint glimmer of light. "Adhere to the training protocol." As he spoke, he took decisive action. Methodically retrieving a vial of crimson liquid from his satchel, he uncorked the bottle and hastily applied its contents onto his silver blade. "It will not approach immediately. Remain vigilant of the light and the surrounding sounds." The small mist demon possessed powerful arms and claws, yet the true peril lay in its mastery of deception, seduction, and the art of bewilderment. The sound of a child's cries, which they had just heard, was but a mimicry of a once unfortunate apprentice's voice, a sound the demon had previously encountered. These creatures often required no direct assault. They merely drove their prey to madness, luring them into the mire, and awaited their demise by drowning. Recalling the characteristics of the small mist demon, Huck understood that it would not strike until it was certain of a failed entrapment. Observing only a solitary glimmer, the young apprentice felt a surge of reassurance. Facing just one was not an insurmountable challenge. Taking a moment to steady his emotions, he tightened the crossed leather straps adorning his chest, adjusting the position of the steel sword on his back, and firmly grasped the hilt of his silver blade. The intricate and enigmatic runes upon the hilt began to radiate with light, and a silvery gleam flickered along the blade. The chilling touch of the metallic surface instantly calmed his restless heart, restoring a sense of composure. Taking a deep breath, Huck's heart was devoid of fear and trepidation. He calmly retrieved a vial of crimson sword oil from his waist pouch and began to evenly apply it to the surface of his silver sword. This particular oil, known as corpse-eater oil, augmented the weapon's efficacy against undead creatures. While a steel sword might struggle to inflict harm upon such monsters, the silver blade could effortlessly cleave through their iron-like hides. Gripping the hilt, he gently swayed the silver sword, ensuring the oil enveloped the blade uniformly. The red oil gradually obscured the silver sheen, and the cold-edged blade shimmered with a sanguine glow beneath the moonlight. Then came the moment of truth. This was his first encounter with a creature of such caliber, and he needed to consume the potion. Catching the small glass vial that Vesemir tossed to him, Huck felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. The master monster hunter had shown him great consideration, anticipating every possible scenario. The vial contained a black liquid known as black blood. Black blood, when injured by vampires or corpse eaters, the blood of a monster hunter can harm them. Toxicity, 15, duration, 300 seconds. After consuming this potion, his own blood would become a lethal poison to the wisp-like creature. Although the wisp did not feed on blood, the potion's counteractive properties would still hold some merit. Without hesitation, he uncorked the vial and swallowed the black blood in one swift motion. Closing his eyes, he reopened them to find his gaze transformed into an abyssal void. Moments later, amber vertical pupils reemerged. His facial muscles contorted in a peculiar manner, revealing dark veins that twisted across his visage like grotesque earthworms. This is the consequence of the potion's efficacy. The elixirs brewed by the Witchers, intended to enhance their abilities, are laced with potent toxins. Such concoctions are exclusively for Witchers, whose extraordinary metabolic capacity allows them to withstand these deadly poisons. Should an ordinary person consume these brews, they would meet an immediate demise. The Mist Wraith prefers to attack from behind while cloaked in invisibility. However, Quinn's shield can withstand its ambush, and upon detecting its presence, one may utilize the Ard sign to reveal it. As Huck finished his potion, Vesemir, imparting tactical advice, drew a crossbow from the sheath at his waist with his left hand. The wolf school traditionally had no custom of using crossbows, yet many old practices had transformed with Huck's arrival. He did not advance further, but instead began to slowly retreat towards Huck. For ahead lay either a swamp or a deep pit. The Witcher apprentice knelt, swiftly tracing the Ard sign with his left hand, pressing downwards as a circular binding sigil adorned with shimmering runes materialized beneath him. Ard sign summons a circular binding sigil that reduces the speed and reaction of intruders, excluding oneself and allies, revealing the Wraith's corporeal form. The Mist Wraith, capable of invisibility and remarkable speed, found the Ard's slowing effect to be only marginally effective. Nevertheless, even a slight reduction in the enemy's advantage is beneficial. With his sword held in a guard position before him, He stood firm, his gaze fixed on the glimmer within the dense fog. Sensing an anomaly, the light flickered momentarily before vanishing, only to reappear 3 meters away. With a swift twang, the bowstring sang, sending the crossbow bolt straight towards the luminous point. The creature had not anticipated a sudden assault, leaving it no time to evade. The sound of the arrow embedding itself in its body was distinctly audible, accompanied by a pained groan and a furious roar from the monster. Clearly agitated, the beast exhibited signs of frenzied rage, its form flickering momentarily before vanishing from sight once more. Huck, initially convinced that it would retaliate against the monster hunter who had wounded it, suddenly noticed a glimmering light emerging from his side. What a grotesque creature it was. Its physique resembled that of a hunchbacked elder, diminutive and emaciated, with skin stretched tightly over bones, folds of wrinkled flesh clustering together. The nose was merely an empty cavity, while 2 pointed ears stood erect, and a pair of ghastly white eyes fixed their unblinking gaze upon him. Its jaw was slender, and its mouth gaped wide, stretching to the roots of its ears, with a mass of sharp teeth festooned with remnants of decayed flesh, emanating a putrid stench that assaulted the nostrils. Long, slender claws sliced through the air, aiming for his neck. With no time to evade, Huck gritted his teeth, pivoting to dodge as he swung his silver sword with all his might, determinately cleaving towards the creature. A flash of golden light erupted as the monster's assault was deflected by a shield, which disintegrated into countless golden shards, vanishing into the ether. Though the shield shattered, it successfully thwarted this lethal strike. In the brief moment of the creature's stupor, Huck's silver sword struck its raised right claw. Years of training had honed his muscle reflexes, allowing the movement to flow seamlessly. The hurried swing lacked sufficient force and failed to strike a vital point, yet the silver blade was exceptionally sharp, leaving a deep gash along the monster's right wrist. A hissing sound, akin to acid being splashed, rose as the wound emitted wisps of white smoke, a testament to the sword oil's efficacy in hindering rapid healing. The searing pain from the corrosive oil made the little mist demon emit a piercing wail, its claws thrashing in fury, yearning to rend the loathsome human before it into shreds. With his nerves taut, Huck struggled to maintain his footing, barely catching his breath before being besieged by a tempest of frenzied assaults. The speed of the grotesque mist demon was astonishing, rendering Aiden's slowing effects utterly negligible. In its manic state, the creature transformed into an indistinct haze, almost impossible to discern. From within this nebulous form, long and razor-sharp claws emerged, glimmering with lethal brilliance, repeatedly slicing through the defenses of the young demon-hunting apprentice, tearing through his sturdy hunting attire and leaving clear scars upon his flesh. Exhausted from fending off the relentless onslaught, Huck had no time to examine his wounds, nor the opportunity to cast a protective sigil. He exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the terrifying creature's attacks, striving to avoid being disemboweled in the next heartbeat. Even so, he could only endeavor to maintain a state of minor injuries, preventing the enemy from capitalizing on his plight. The effects of the black blood potion became evident, as the mist demon's claws tore into his skin. The blood that splattered onto its own flesh seemed more dreadful than acid, though devoid of hissing steam. The demon's anguished cries and its instinctive retreat made it clear that it harbored a profound dread of the black blood. In an instant, the flurry of rapid assaults lasted but mere seconds, yet for Huck, those fleeting moments felt like an eternity. Just as he sensed that he could no longer keep pace with the assaulting mist, the pressure suddenly dissipated. Uncertain of the reason, the creature refrained from continuing its assault, instead retreating a step back, evading the range of his attack. Suddenly, a flicker of light illuminated the scene, and its form began to blur, poised to vanish into invisibility. A resounding explosion echoed in his ears as the master hunter, Vesemir, closed in, delivering an altered spell that thwarted the creature's intentions before it could disappear. Struck by the surging wave of force, the beast was hurled backward as if struck by a heavy hammer, letting out a mournful wail. Altered spell, utilizing telekinesis to unleash a powerful gust of wind, effectively dismantling obstacles, throwing enemies off balance, or propelling them away. The blade-like winds grazed Huck's cheek, inflicting sharp pain, and he staggered several steps before regaining his footing. The altered spell could be defended against using the Quinn shield, but one must first learn to deploy the protective barrier actively. The monster hunter swept past him like a gust of wind, making straight for the small fog spirit felled by the altered spell. Hark couldn't help but feel exasperated. Even in such dire circumstances, the instructor remained committed to teaching. What dedication! The small fog spirit, still dazed from its fall, barely had time to rise before a flash of silver severed its head. Chapter 4, Profession Panel. White mist rose from the lake, enveloping the forest in a dense shroud. With the small fog spirit gone, the surrounding fog had thinned considerably, granting a clearer view. The blade should follow the muscle fibers, avoiding the bones and tendons, precisely like this. Vesemir instructed Hark as they dissected the corpse of the small fog spirit, reflecting on his earlier missteps. You made several errors during this confrontation. He pointed to the chest of the small mist creature, signaling Hark to slow down. The first mistake: when faced with imminent danger that cannot be evaded or resisted, one must promptly utilize the ability of teleportation to escape. Your experience is insufficient to confront a creature of the mist caliber. What you must do is not engage, but rather distance yourself from peril. Allow me to handle it. Remember, safety is always paramount. Once your safety is assured, only then should you contemplate attacking the enemy. Often, injury sustained in battle can equate to death. Others lack your capabilities. In such extreme passive situations, they might resort to a direct confrontation. A typical demon hunting apprentice, when encountering such circumstances alone, faces the grim reality of either sacrificing their health for life or life for life. Surely, you do not wish for such an outcome, do you? The teleportation mentioned by Vesemir is a power bestowed by the mutation trials. It is generally inferred that this results from the infusion of Shiri blood into the mutagenic agents. Teleportation, the ability to instantaneously move to any location within 1 to 10 meters, unhindered by obstacles or line of sight. Teleportation can be cast underwater. However, if the destination is within a solid object, such as stone or wood, the spell will fail. The second mistake: in conditions of limited visibility, you did not adequately employ the sensory abilities of a demon hunter to locate the enemy. Observing Huck deftly dissecting and collecting materials from the monster, Vesemir nodded with satisfaction and continued, the fog demon is capable of invisibility. At this moment, since it is unseen, you must rely on your sensory abilities. Listen, smell, perceive. Huck listened intently, simultaneously reflecting on the numerous issues that this battle had unveiled, which fundamentally altered his previously complacent mindset. He felt an immense sense of relief that he had not perished during his initial foray into monster hunting. Had several more fog demons appeared, the situation could have been dire, were it not for the effects of the black blood, which instilled fear in the creatures. Even a single successful attack could have resulted in severe injury or death. Without the threat posed by the master monster hunter, the fog demons would have been emboldened, leaving Huck with little chance of survival. The erratic, lightning-fast barrage of attacks from the monsters still sent shivers down his spine. Those fleeting seconds had drained him of all his strength, and by the battle's conclusion, he could hardly grip his longsword. The thought left his face pale and his heart heavy with dread. Had he known better than to seek out danger, he might have spared himself that near brush with death. Fortunately, there was only one. As he lingered in his regret, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a blue substance, causing him to halt abruptly. To his astonishment, as he neared the end of his dissection, he discovered a blue mutation trigger from the fog demon. Mutation triggers are areas where the energy of a monster accumulates, serving as essential materials for monster hunters and potion brewing, and can manifest in any part of a creature's body. These are categorized into 3 types based on color: red, green, and blue. There are 2 categories of mutation-inducing agents: ordinary and special. The small mist demon mutation-inducing agent before him belongs to the latter and can be used to brew medicinal concoctions. In terms of quality, there are also 2 types: ordinary mutation-inducing agents and those that cause significant mutations. The latter can only be found on large or exceptionally powerful magical creatures. As his hand made contact with the inducing agent, a notification appeared. Discovered blue mist demon mutation-inducing agent loses potency in 56 minutes and 21 seconds. Would you like to absorb it immediately? Upon seeing the notification, Hark's heart raced once more, and he swallowed hard, turning to look at Vesemir. Teacher, should I absorb this mutation-inducing agent now? Without a moment's hesitation, Vesemir nodded in agreement. Absorb it. Let us see what enhancements it may yield this time. It was only a few days prior that Hark had discovered his ability to absorb mutation-inducing agents during a mission to cleanse a den of abominations, where he unexpectedly acquired a common red mutation-inducing agent. Upon receiving his teacher's nod, Hark immediately chose to absorb it. A warm current flowed from his palm, coursing through his limbs and body, inducing an exhilarating and euphoric sensation that left the demon hunter apprentice momentarily dazed. A tingling sensation began to spread across his chest and arms, indicating that the wounds he sustained were rapidly healing. The claws of magical creatures are teeming with various bacteria and viruses, which can be fatal to ordinary humans. However, they pose no threat to demon hunters. Thus he had only conducted a cursory treatment without much concern. Unexpectedly, during the absorption of energy, he also found his wounds healing, a delightful surprise indeed. As the influx of thermal energy ceased, the mutation-inducing substances, depleted of vitality, rapidly became brittle and pale. A gentle grasp would shatter them into a cloud of fine dust and debris. The successful extraction of the creature's abilities is as follows. 1. Misty Veil. 2. Swiftness. Please select one of the abilities for fusion. Misty Veil. When surrounded by mist, one can instantly enter a state of invisibility. This state persists even after leaving the mist, remaining active until an attack is executed, damage is sustained, or the individual voluntarily exits the state. While traversing through the mist in this state, movement speed is enhanced by 20, with a mana cost of 50 points. Swiftness doubles movement speed, with a mana cost of 50 points. Note: each unique mutation-inducing substance can only yield one skill, and once a skill is successfully extracted, the same substance will no longer trigger skill extraction effects. Please make your selection promptly. In 58 seconds, a random choice will be made automatically. The young demon hunter apprentice, upon seeing the reappearing prompt, became quite unsettled. Glancing at the swiftly diminishing time, he quickly reviewed the options and chose the Misty Veil ability. Selection confirmed. Mana 10, skill points 1, acquired skill, Misty Veil. Personal panel. Hark, upon receiving the notification, promptly whispered to himself and eagerly opened his personal panel. Name: Huck Driar. Age: 21. Occupation: apprentice demon hunter. Strength: 2, 3. Average person is 1. Constitution: 2. 2. Average person is 1. Toxicity: 15/100. Skill points: 1. Bloodline: Ancient Elven Elder Bloodline, extremely rare. Active skills: Misty Concealment, Teleportation, Enhanced Senses, Level 1. Meditation, Level 1. Combat skills: Swift Strike, Powerful Blow, Defense, Archery. Swift Strike Extended Skill, Muscle Memory, Level 1. Magic seals: Ard, Igni, Quinn, Axii. Alchemy: Potion Brewing, Ointment Mixing. Bomb Crafting, Mutation, Herbal Trials, Storage Space, 1 cubic meter. The system before him is Huck's fortuitous career panel as a demon hunter in this new world. Strength determines physical power, Constitution dictates bodily resilience, and magical energy forms the foundation for spellcasting. Combat skills primarily enhance his aptitude for learning. Swift Strike enhances proficiency in executing rapid melee attacks with a sword. Powerful Blow enhances proficiency in delivering mighty melee strikes with a sword. Defense enhances mastery of the Wolf School's defensive techniques. Archery enhances skill in wielding a light crossbow over the years. With the aid of combat skills, his swordsmanship and archery have seen remarkable progress, drawing the admiration of the sword master, Vesemir. It was precisely due to his exceptional swordsmanship that Hark survived the assault of the Fire Lizard Gang 2 years ago. Otherwise, it would have been a matter far beyond mere injury. To be frank, as a traveler from another realm, it is somewhat embarrassing to sustain severe wounds while being fully aware of an impending attack. At that time, no one believed in his foresight, compelling him to conceal the laboratory's data in advance, yet it was ultimately discovered regardless. In the struggle to seize the information, he was gravely injured by the professor. Had it not been for his ability to teleport, he might have met his demise 2 years prior. The primary purpose of alchemy is to enhance one's innate talents and capabilities in the field. Potion brewing enhances the talent for brewing potions for monster hunters and the effects of consuming these potions. Oil blending heightens the skill in formulating sword oils. Bomb manufacturing increases the proficiency in creating handheld explosives. Mutation allows absorption of mutagenic substances to augment physical prowess and acquire new abilities. Herb trials further modifies and strengthens the body, improving physical attributes or bestowing certain capabilities. Each combat skill, magical seal, and aspect of alchemy possesses corresponding extended skills, which require skill points to unlock. Skill points can be utilized to elevate skill levels, upgrade storage capacity, or illuminate and enhance extended skills. The muscle memory extension skill was activated using 1 skill point obtained from absorbing a common mutagenic substance. Muscle memory, level 1, a passive skill that increases reflex nerve speed by 20. So, what do you think? Upon witnessing Hark's completion of the absorption, Weissmuir could not restrain himself from inquiring, his face alight with anticipation. Hark chuckled softly, his form gradually becoming indistinct, soon fading into a spectral transparency, leaving no trace behind. Even more astonishingly, his clothing and the silver sword in his hand simultaneously vanished into the mist. The demon-hunting master stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, rubbing his eyes in incredulity. Have you turned invisible? I have acquired the invisibility of the little mist sprite, albeit only within the fog. Hark laughed heartily, revealing his form once more. Not only the teacher, but even he found this matter difficult to believe. Last time, the ordinary red mutation catalyst enhanced his strength. This time, he could gain an ability. Who would have thought that the blood of the ancients held such marvels? Excitement gleamed in Vesemir's eyes. He had not anticipated that his spontaneous decision to add Ciri's blood to the mutation potion would yield such extraordinary effects. Contemplating the potential of absorbing abilities, he exclaimed with fervor, as long as there are mutation catalysts, you could swiftly grow stronger. In theory, yes, but there are stipulations regarding the catalysts. The time limit cannot exceed 1 hour. This posed a slight complication. Upon hearing his apprentice's words, the demon-hunting master furrowed his brow. With a time constraint in place, the notion of enlisting others to gather mutation catalysts seemed futile. Chapter 5. The old spearhead noticing Vesemir's fervent excitement. Hark felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he had spoken some truths, he had not divulged everything. The secrets of the system that ensured his very existence were certainly not something he could share. Vesemir was aware of his storage space and teleportation abilities. As these two powers were frequently utilized and could not be concealed, he attributed them directly to the mutation trial. Now, the capability of absorption has been attributed to the mutation trial, leaving him uncertain whether the old demon hunter would harbor any suspicions. The ability to teleport is challenging to keep secret, yet the storage space and absorption capability must remain undisclosed. While Hark was still preoccupied with worry, Vesemir had already begun contemplating his safety. Observing his mentor's earnest demeanor, Hark maintained a facade of indifference, though internally he was elated. The reason he did not conceal his absorption ability was to align himself with a powerful ally. Otherwise, he would never have divulged such information. His own strength was insufficient, leading to a low efficiency in acquiring mutated objects and limited avenues for resources, thus necessitating reliance on the formidable individuals around him. Since he intended to secure such alliances, it would be difficult to justify losing the newly acquired mutation catalyst without proper explanation each time. At this moment, Vesemir regained his composure. Although a smile lingered on his face, his focus had returned to the matter at hand. Continuing along the river bend, they soon arrived at the entrance of a vast, ominous cavern. We must pass through here. Drink this vial of cat potion, Vesemir instructed. He peered into the mouth of the cave, and as Hark approached, he produced 2 vials of green elixir, handing one to Hark. Cat enables clear vision in complete darkness. Toxicity, 15, duration, 600 seconds. All potions brewed possess toxicity. When consumed by a demon hunter, these toxins accumulate within the body and can only be expelled through an exceptionally robust metabolism. The demon hunter's natural resistance to toxins is not limitless. If the toxicity within exceeds a certain threshold, it can lead to fatal poisoning. Among the various schools of thought, the bear school boasts a significantly higher resistance to toxins than its counterparts. The Witcher schools are divided into the wolf school, cat school, griffin school, bear school, viper school, and the enigmatic scorpion tail lion school. It is said that even Vesemir has only heard whispers of the scorpion tail lion school, which wields curved blades and round shields, and precise details remain unverified. Except for the bear school, the toxicity levels within the witchers of the other schools do not exceed 100. Upon receiving the potion and ingesting it, the previously dark cave was instantly illuminated. Proceed with caution, tread lightly. There are formidable entities within that must not be disturbed. Vesemir cautioned, then hunched low and stepped forward into the depths of the cave. Awakening the old spearhead would mean your own slumber would be even more profound. As they traversed the shadowy cavern, Hark couldn't help but recall the high-pitched tune sung by Lambert. They would gather, sharing tales of the past year's endeavors and achievements, reminiscing and conversing as if they were one family. Having been confined within the castle for training, Hark felt an unusual boredom and restlessness, thus finding their stories particularly captivating. Eagerly listening to all the narratives each year. Eskel, on the other hand, was a taciturn individual, as silent as a stone, making it challenging to elicit more than a few words from him. The only exception was the youngest, Lambert, whose arrogance was matched only by his penchant for mocking others. He was both blunt and boisterous, a chatterbox who could hardly remain still. Often, conversations would drift to their past trials, and the name of the old spearhead would frequently surface. Each mention of this name would provoke a mix of gritted teeth and palpable fear in the silver-tongued witchers. Lambert's friend had perished at his hands years ago. This formidable force, towering in stature, could extinguish the likes of Huck with a mere finger, and now loomed ahead in the cavern. The cave was far grander than Huck had envisioned, with its ceiling soaring at least 7 to 8 meters above the ground. The expansive, lofty chamber was adorned with stalactites of varying sizes, while countless vines cascaded from the ceiling to the floor. The two men had to cautiously part these curtains to advance further. The ground was strewn with the bones of various creatures, the crunching sound beneath their feet instilling a sense of dread, as they feared awakening the slumbering behemoth. Occasionally, sizable insects scuttled across their feet, sending chills down Huck's spine. Yet he refrained from making any sudden movements. They tiptoed, akin to cats, carefully lightening their steps as they crept along the wall. In the span of a few hundred meters, they took a full 20 minutes to traverse. They encountered several steep rocks, 3 to 4 meters high, which they successfully navigated through collaboration. When faced with a passageway mostly concealed by rubble, they dared not utilize Alder's abilities, opting instead for a slow and cautious climb. Proceeding one by one, the further they ventured, the more pungent the stench became. By the time they reached the depths of the cave, Huck felt as though he could scarcely breathe, the acrid odor threatening to overwhelm him. In stark contrast to the noxious scent, the intermittent, thunderous, snoring sent icy chills coursing through him. Who? Grumble, grumble. Following Wesemir up an obstructing stone, Huck beheld the terrifying, colossal creature. Beneath the stone lies a vast cavernous hall, where, beside a towering stone pillar at the center, rests a colossal humanoid creature. It lies on its side, its chest rising and falling with each breath, seemingly lost in a blissful dream. Upon closer inspection, the giant stands over 4 meters tall, with a robust physique, sinewy muscles prominently bulging. One of its hands is larger than a basin. Its upper body is bare, while a coarse black fabric bag envelopes its massive head, exposing only a single, closed eye at the center of its cheek. The lower half is adorned with a greasy black leather skirt, interwoven with filthy dark cloth strips, and its legs, as thick as tree trunks, are entwined with numerous vines. Huck's heart races, his body drenched in cold sweat, palms clammy. He contemplated wiping them, yet hesitated mid-motion, fearing that the sound might awaken this terrifying creature. The sight of the cyclopean giant astounds him. Nothing he had heard or read could compare to witnessing it in person. The notion of becoming a giant slayer, akin to the heroes in games, now appears utterly ludicrous. Observing the enormous log beside the giant, which could serve as a weapon, Huck could vividly envision the gruesome scene of being struck by it. Flesh and blood, a horrific tableau. Forget about any Quinn's shield. Even wielding a tower shield and donning heavy armor would be futile against the giant's casual blow. The stature of a giant slayer is indeed comparable to that of a dragon slayer, underscoring its remarkable prestige. Chapter 6. The elemental ring. Silently, we descended, gradually climbing from the stone platform on the right to the passage above, ensuring our movements were exceedingly cautious. After observing quietly for a moment and confirming that the giant remained in a deep slumber, Wesemir lowered his voice and gently instructed Huck at his side. Huck nodded and followed him as they slid down from the stone, moving cautiously along the rocky wall towards a nearby stone platform. The two crept forward like timid mice encountering a cat, gradually making their way beneath the platform before climbing up. After scaling 3 stone platforms, a passageway emerged before them. A few steps further revealed a glimmer of light. It was only upon exiting the cave and inhaling the fresh air that Huck fully relaxed. As the tension dissipated, he felt his legs weaken and promptly sat down on the ground. The Witcher Master appeared in significantly better condition. He cast a reassuring glance at Huck, who was drenched in cold sweat, feeling a surge of excitement within. Though there was a hint of impropriety in their actions under the current circumstances, who would concern themselves with rules? Moreover, throughout the journey through the cave, Huck had performed admirably. Wesemir believed that even without his presence, Huck would have navigated the passage successfully. After resting for a moment and regaining his composure, Huck stood up and began to take in the surroundings. Exiting the cave, They found themselves at the edge of a precipice. At the cliff's edge, remnants of a wooden railing remained, evidently erected in the past to prevent trial apprentices from accidentally falling. As Hark rose, Vesemir led him along a narrow path beside the rocky wall. Not far ahead, they encountered a ravine. Continuing along the ravine, a cave soon came into view. Put on the Quinn shield. There are 3 rock trolls atop the cliff ahead. We needn't concern ourselves with them. Let us move swiftly past. As he spoke, he swiftly completed the hand seals with his left hand and then clenched his palm, enveloping himself in a protective shield. Hark did not inquire further, as he was relatively familiar with the circumstances here. This familiarity stemmed from both his gaming experience and the insights he had gleaned from Lambert and others. Thus, he felt no undue anxiety. The rock trolls possessed a primitive, humanoid intelligence capable of rudimentary communication. Although their foolishness mirrored their grotesque appearance, as long as one refrained from provoking these creatures, they generally would not initiate an attack. When I say run, you must flee towards the cave without hesitation, he instructed. After Hark donned the Quinn shield, Vesemir continued forward. Noticing that his mentor neither applied oil to his sword nor consumed any potions, the apprentice understood that his teacher had no intention of engaging in combat. Hey, you two, halt at once. This is the domain of the troll Hark, and Haru's home. You're not allowed to. Before they could proceed much further, approximately 100 meters from the cave entrance, a stuttering, endearing voice echoed from the nearby cliff. And Hart's home. Another voice chimed in. Its halting speech reminiscent of a toddler learning to talk, eliciting amusement. However, upon raising their gaze to identify the source of the voices, any semblance of humor vanished. Perched atop the cliff, approximately 10 meters high, 3 humanoid beings resembling those burdened with tortoise shells peered down. They were robust, towering over 2 meters. Their bodies encased in a gray-brown, rock-like armor, save for their faces and abdomens. Uneven pebbles of varying sizes appeared to grow directly from their skin, lending them a formidable and bizarre appearance. The most astonishing feature is the back, resembling a turtle shell made of natural stone armor. Its thickness astonishingly capable of withstanding virtually any assault. The trolls possess 2 primary methods of attack. They excel at hurling stones with remarkable force and incredible accuracy. Additionally, their powerful fists demand caution, for no matter how robust the armor or breastplate, they can shatter it. Run! At the sound of Vesemir's shout, Hark jolted back to reality, immediately setting aside his thoughts and recklessly charging forward. The 2 of them swiftly dashed across the ravine, covering the 100 meters in mere moments. By the time the trolls realized what had happened, they had already plunged into the cave. Trickery, deceit, villains, all are villains. Ignoring the frantic shouts behind them, they burst out from the other side of the cave and soon arrived at a crossroads. A narrow path extending from the cave converged with another at a low point. Standing at the intersection, they surveyed the rising terrain on either side, one leading to a cliff and the other to a steep precipice. The distance was short enough to discern structures in the vicinity. To the cliffside, one could see the elemental ring stone platform constructed of rocks, while the steep wall revealed the remnants of an abandoned camp. The chaotic energy concentration of the elemental ring was exceedingly high. Sorcerers who once garrisoned here had established a camp within the cave and the mountainside to facilitate prolonged practice. Furthermore, this camp served to guard the elemental ring. Noticing Hark's gaze, Vesemir preemptively began to explain without waiting for him to inquire. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence. Following the monster hunter master, Hark ventured toward the renowned elemental ring. Ascending the staircase, partially obscured by earth, I traversed dozens of steps before arriving at the remnants of a stone platform, now reduced to mere ruins. The Ring of Elements was not the circular edifice that Hark had envisioned. Its core was, in fact, a singularly elongated monolith. The surface of the stone was intricately engraved with a multitude of ancient elvish characters, meticulously arranged in a unique circular formation that allowed the dense chaotic energy to converge at this nexus. Upon stepping onto the stone platform, Hark was immediately enveloped by an unprecedented sensation. His heightened perception as a demon hunter enabled him to distinctly feel the vibrant chaotic energy swirling around him, the searing fire element, the moist water element, the ethereal wind element, and the weighty earth element, all coalescing in his vicinity. Such a level of elemental perception was typically reserved for those adept in source magic. Following the mutation trial, Hark's elemental sensitivity had significantly amplified, allowing him to perceive the ambient elements and, consequently, to gain a modicum of control over the chaotic energies. This transformation facilitated his swift mastery of the arcane seals, completing the learning process in less than half the time others required. Of course, this was a deliberate delay on his part, as the system inherently provided the seal skills, rendering formal study unnecessary. Were he to consistently achieve such proficiency, he believed he could indeed become a sorcerer. Observing Hark's rapturous state, Weissmere felt compelled to interject. Chapter 7. Lilacs and Currents. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its orange glow suffused the sky. The ancient castle lay shrouded in the shadow of a cloud, with only the towering apex of its circular main tower still basking in the last rays of sunlight. A brisk cold wind swept through, causing the hawthorn tree amidst the nettles to sway from side to side. A few tufts of lanygo grass growing in the crevices of the crumbling wall began to dance in unison. In the training ground of the courtyard, an elderly hunter and a youthful apprentice were drenched in sweat, engaged in a vigorous display of skill. They executed slashes, thrusts, and rapid advances, their movements a blur. The glimmer of their swords flickered as two iron blades clashed with great force before swiftly separating once more. The sound of clanging swords echoed as they exchanged rapid strikes, the air crackling with sparks and energy. The unsharpened training swords, wielded with immense power, pierced through the air, striking the young demon hunter. However, the master of demon hunting bore no expression of triumph. He sensed an absence of resistance in his grip and immediately recognized that something was amiss. In the blink of an eye, the young hunter who should have been struck had vanished, only to reappear mysteriously to his left. With a resounding clash of metal, the two combatants parted ways. "All right, let us take a moment to rest." The perspiring elder gestured for Huck to cease his movements. "Indeed, your reflexes have shown remarkable improvement, a testament to your relentless training." The master of demon hunting offered a supportive pat on Huck's back, expressing admiration for his unwavering dedication. Huck felt a twinge of embarrassment. He could hardly confess to his mentor that he had merely allocated a newfound skill point to enhance his muscle memory. "By the way, let us test your newly acquired ability." Weissmere leaned the iron sword against the stone wall and turned to fetch fodder from the stable. "I believe this skill will prove advantageous in critical moments." "Indeed, it merely requires a conducive environment." Huck nodded, acknowledging that the necessity of lighting incense for each spell cast was rather cumbersome. "Therefore, I suggest you prepare a damp cloth to shield yourself from the smoke. A single cough would betray your presence." "This is indeed a viable option." Huck cheerfully produced a towel, approached a nearby bucket, soaked the cloth, and then bound it around his face, concealing his mouth and nose. "Very well," Weissmere said as he ignited the fodder, observing the wind's direction before taking several steps to place it on a platform upwind. He then pressed a handful of the damp fodder atop it. The poorly burning hay began to emit copious amounts of black smoke, which swiftly enveloped the entire courtyard. A wisp of smoke drifted in with the gentle breeze, and when the haze finally dissipated, the area was entirely deserted. Despite having witnessed the practical effects several times, Weissmere could not suppress his excitement. He had never imagined that a witcher could one day wield spells beyond the traditional sigils, akin to a sorcerer. Judging purely by the effectiveness, the monster hunter deemed it superior to the spells of sorcerers, for their magic was often accompanied by discernible fluctuations of power. While it could deceive ordinary individuals, it was utterly ineffective against perceptive witchers or other sorcerers. In contrast, Huck's invisibility left no trace. Of course, if he could entirely muffle his footsteps, it would be even better. This thought led Weissmere to reminisce about the elusive and swift movements of the feline witchers. With their agile grace paired with this cloak of invisibility, such an ability would be flawless. Upon hearing the faint, nearly imperceptible footsteps approaching the opposite stable, the old monster hunter chuckled, a look of eager anticipation illuminating his visage. Inside the stable, several robust steeds were pacing restlessly, agitated by the dense smoke. Suddenly, a chestnut stallion halted, shivering, its ears pricked as if it had sensed something terrifying. A sharp crack echoed as a figure began to emerge from behind the horse. "Aha!" exclaimed Huck, who, having just revealed himself from invisibility, was about to burst into laughter after playfully swatting the horse's hindquarters. However, before his mirth could escape fully, he was sent soaring from the stable with a piercing scream. Startled, the chestnut horse delivered a desperate kick, sending the young monster hunter flying. Observing Huck's disheveled state, the old hunter erupted into a fit of gleeful, malicious laughter. "Should you ever wish to sneak a glance at a maiden bathing, this skill will serve you well." Huck, disheartened and covered in dust, rose from the ground, brushing off the hoof prints emblazoned on his chest, wearing an expression of chagrin. "Young man, never let your guard down. Beware of falling into a trap." I understand, he replied. Come now, do not be so stingy. After all, you are officially a monster hunter now. Listening to his mentor's words, Huck sensed an odd sentiment in the air, akin to that of parents reluctantly bidding farewell to their children embarking on their journey to distant universities after the rigors of college entrance examinations. Beginning tomorrow, we shall embark on the task of clearing the remnants of the castle, with the primary responsibilities resting upon your capable shoulders. At this juncture, Vesemir abruptly halted, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed upwards. Huck followed suit, perplexed, only to witness a black crow flapping its wings vigorously as it soared overhead. The crow traversed the courtyard, moved through the outer yard, and then flew into the inner courtyard, swiftly disappearing into the main tower's third-floor balcony, vanishing from sight in an instant. Do you detect a scent? The old witcher furrowed his brow and twitched his nose a few times before contemplatively directing his gaze towards the main tower. It seems to be the fragrance of perfume, a blend of lilac and currant. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Huck felt a sudden jolt of realization. He had long pondered how the sorceress managed her correspondence, and now the answer was revealed. Yet, how did she ascertain the whereabouts of her beloved? Their simultaneous inquiries prompted a shared glance between the elder and the youth, leading them to erupt into hearty laughter. Come, my teacher, let us investigate. Appendix. A letter from Yennefer. Dear friend, I beg your pardon for my prolonged silence over the past few years. My time is limited. I possess crucial information that I must convey to you in person, and the sooner, the better. Please make haste to Willow Bay near Vegemara. Remember to ride a fine steed, for I would not wish to await your arrival for too long. Yours sincerely, Yennefer P.S. I have also brought along the unicorn. Chapter 8. The commission task. The resplendent morning sun cascaded down the undulating mountains, casting its golden glow upon the flowing rivers, the hills, and the meadows. Dandelions danced leisurely before my eyes, while clusters of white bougainvillea adorned the lush green lawn of Lanagring. Graceful butterflies flitted among the golden blossoms of the white flower. Clippity-clop. 3 sturdy steeds galloped along the main road. With a swift motion, Huck reined in his majestic horse, halting at a fork in the path. The young monster hunter was clad in a simple, gray hunting attire, which lent him an air of cleanliness and vigor. He dismounted and strode toward the gallows at the intersection. Constructed from a few branches, this makeshift gallows bore the swaying forms of 3 corpses. Among them were soldiers in blue and white uniforms of Temeria, alongside black-clad deserters from Nilfgaard. As the sounds of shouting and neighing filled the air, the 2 horses behind him came to a stop as well. It was forbidden to bury or assist in the burial of the hanged deserters and traitors. Those caught in the act would face immediate execution. The announcement from the governor of the Temerian province, General Melvin Rosen, echoed ominously. Upon hearing the proclamation, the expressions of the 2 monster hunters remained unchanged. Geralt, shading his eyes, gazed into the distance down the main road and remarked, Hark, do not dawdle. Ahead lies the pear orchard. The white-haired wolf, seated upon his horse, surveyed the surroundings with a furrowed brow, his amber vertical pupils reflecting a sense of urgency. The black-clad legions of the Nilfgaardian Empire have advanced to the Pontar River, and the northern kingdoms have succumbed to law south of the river, placing us at a distinct disadvantage. Vesemir glanced at the lifeless body hanging from the gallows, letting out a soft sigh as he contemplated the recent battlefield developments. His expression clouded with sorrow. The rapidly deteriorating situation in the north pained him deeply. Several months have passed since the Nilfgaardian Empire launched its Third Northern War, and the situation has become increasingly dire. Seizing the opportunity presented by the demise of the northern monarchs and the ensuing chaos, the Empire has once again invaded, swiftly annexing Lyria, Temeria, and Edirn within mere months. The north is left with only the Redanian Empire, led by Radovid V, standing defiantly across the Pontar River against the black-clad legions. Geralt's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation, both emotionally and politically. He yearned for the north to prevail. Master, did you not often say that witchers do not engage in politics? Must we choose a side? Huck asked, perplexed as he mounted his horse. Of course. We stand with the north. Vesemir shifted his stiff body in the saddle, his gaze directed towards the distant village of White Orchard. A thought crossed his mind, and the worry etched on his face began to dissipate, giving way to a hearty laugh as he exclaimed, Let us go. I can hardly wait to indulge in a glass of White Orchard's pepper vodka. With that, he pressed his cracked lips together, a smile gracing his features. White Orchard lies to the northeast of the former capital of Temeria, Vizima, situated south of the Pontar River, where the northern and Nilfgaardian legions stand in opposition. Three individuals embarked from the depths of the Blue Mountains, traversing the expanse of Kedwin and crossing the Pontar River to reach Temeria, all due to a sorceress named Yennefer. The sorceress had recently sent a letter requesting her former lover, Geralt, to meet her in Willow, near Vizima, as soon as possible. However, upon their arrival, they found that the village had been ravaged by the army, and Yennefer was nowhere to be seen. With no other recourse, the trio followed the clues in pursuit of her whereabouts, ultimately arriving at this juncture. This marked the first genuine departure of Huck from the Blue Mountains, as he began to engage with a world rife with conflict and calamity. Throughout their journey, the enchanting landscapes, rivers, and the rich tapestry of human culture captivated him. Oh, there was also a quest. Just after mounting his horse, Huck noticed another pole adorned with a piece of paper, prompting his curiosity to urge the horse forward a few paces, where he leaned down to read. Quest. Water Wraith. A few water wraiths have taken over our fishing dock. These creatures are exceedingly vicious and have already harmed several villagers. If you possess the courage and skill, assist us in eliminating them, and you shall receive a generous reward. Elder Frank of Toddy Village. If memory serves me right, it should not be far down this road. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Huck. Huck, you stay behind to handle this matter, and then meet us at the pear orchard. Moments later, two magnificent steeds galloped away. Turning a corner, Gerald inquired, Weissmere, are you truly at ease leaving Huck alone? What is there to be concerned about? The water spirit is not unfamiliar with the act of killing. Ever since the incident with Leo 2 years ago, your state of mind has been quite erratic. I had assumed that I would always accompany Huck? Vesemir interrupted the White Wolf, asserting that your concerns are not unfounded. He still lacks experience and requires guidance. In truth, I could seek out Yennefer alone. There is no need for your company. Who said I was going to accompany you? The old witcher regarded him with a perplexed expression, stating, I merely wish to indulge in a drink. Henceforth, he would embark on his first independent monster hunting mission. After traversing the main road for about a mile and rounding a small hill, he glimpsed a village emerging 100 meters away, comprising several dozen households. Though it was not yet lunchtime, tendrils of black smoke billowed from the area, and amidst the thick haze, vibrant flames danced atop the thatched roofs. Faintly, the anguish cries carried by the wind could be discerned, a blend of lamentation, entreaty, and sorrow. The war-torn kingdom of Temeria lay engulfed in death, calamity striking relentlessly. In comparison to invaders, bandits, and fleeing soldiers instilled far greater dread. Their brutality surpassed even that of the terrifying monsters and man-eating beasts that roamed the wilds. They attacked defenseless villages, committing acts of arson, murder, and pillage. Their deeds far more heinous than those of the black-clad barbarians from the south. The ultimate fate of most was either starvation, disease, or succumbing to the slaughterer's blade. Or worse, becoming the excrement of monsters and beasts. The inhabitants of this war-torn land, beset by countless tribulations, not only strive to evade the ravages of conflict and maintain their meager existence, but must also remain perpetually vigilant against the omnipresent monsters and beasts lurking just beyond their sight. It seems that my inaugural hunting expedition is destined to meet an untimely demise. Gazing at the village engulfed in flames 100 meters away, Huck sighed deeply within, urging his steed to gallop forward. Upon nearing the site, he realized he had arrived too late. The marauding soldiers had already departed, leaving behind a desolate wasteland strewn with rubble and a few lifeless bodies. The arrival of the demon hunter incited rage among the grieving villagers, who regarded him with contempt, as if he were one of the brigands responsible for their misfortunes. Though the glint of two long swords deterred them from making any rash movements, it could not quell their disdainful spitting upon the ground, as if such an act could drown the abomination before them. Chapter 9. Toddy Village. Huck did not linger in the burning village, nor did he venture inside. After verifying the signpost repeatedly and confirming that the inferno was not Toddy Village, he turned onto another path, gradually distancing himself from the fiery chaos. With no need for haste, he finally found time to leisurely appreciate the scenery along his route. It was now May, and compared to the Blue Mountains and Kaden, the climate of Temeria was considerably milder. Having crossed the Pontar River, the sight of snow-capped peaks was a distant memory. The temperate weather nurtured a wealth of flora and fauna, and the diverse array of flowers and trees transformed the world into a vibrant tapestry of color, teeming with life at every turn. Had it not been for the ravages of war, the northern realm of Temeria, one of the two great powers, would have flourished as a veritable paradise, adorned with vibrant blossoms and picturesque landscapes. basking in wealth and prosperity. However, the invasion by Nilfgaard obliterated all that was beautiful. The gnarled trees lining the roads were perpetually adorned with the bodies of the fallen, and along the way lay countless abandoned villages. A recent conflagration serving as a grim testament to the devastation. Huck journeyed approximately 1 mile along the main road until he reached the crest of a hill, where he beheld the destination he sought. Not far from the treeline, a village appeared. From a distance, he could observe villagers, armed with pitchforks, machetes, and wooden staffs, standing resolutely at their threshold, confronting a small group of individuals. Were they bandits? Mercenaries? Huck refrained from approaching immediately. Instead, he dismounted and meticulously organized his gear, preparing himself for the imminent possibility of conflict. His storage space could accommodate all inanimate objects. It was devoid of air, thus preventing heat loss and even serving to preserve items. To retrieve an object, one need only summon it with a thought, rendering the search unnecessary. In an effort to minimize encumbrance that might impede his combat effectiveness and to ensure swift accessibility, he had stored his dagger, hand crossbow, and most of his alchemical items within the storage space, in contrast to the magical spatial equipment commonly found on the Witcher continent, which typically existed in the form of pockets or pouches. The capabilities of this storage space were significantly more formidable. Retrieving items from conventional magical spaces often required extensive searching, consuming precious time that was unfeasible in the fast-paced chaos of battle. The storage space bore no such issues. With but a single thought, the weapon was at hand, allowing for an effortless ambush upon the unsuspecting foe. After meticulously checking his equipment once more, he led his horse towards the village entrance. As he approached within a mere dozen meters of the threshold, Huck employed his supersensory abilities to survey his surroundings. The physique of a demon hunter is markedly more robust, agile, and perceptive than that of an ordinary human, enabling feats of agility and reflexes beyond the reach of mere mortals. Following a mutation enhancement, the sensory capabilities of the demon hunter far exceed those of the average individual, boasting an amplification of several times, even a dozenfold. The supersensory skill intricately interlinks the demon hunter's 5 senses, allowing Huck to visualize scents and sounds, tracking traces imperceptible to the common eye. Under the influence of his supersensory abilities, the world transformed into a vibrant tapestry, with everything around him vividly manifesting. In the air, various residual gas traces floated like silken ribbons. Stones, trees, insects, and animals emanated faint glimmers of diverse hues, revealing their positions and outlines based on their varying temperatures. Ants scuttled atop blades of grass. Bees hovered over wild chrysanthemums. A bird nestled behind the lush foliage, and a long serpent slithered across the grassy expanse. The branches swayed, dead leaves cascaded, a brook gurgled down the slope, and the distant chorus of insects filled the air. After surveying the area and finding no other threats, Huck felt a sense of relief. Quinn, with a deft and swift motion, his left hand conjured a downward-facing triangular sigil, which he then promptly enveloped in a clenched fist, adorning himself with an ethereal magical shield. As a prudent and cautious novice demon hunter, he made it a habit to don such protective measures before each confrontation or whenever peril loomed, ensuring he would not fall victim to unforeseen threats. Following his encounter with the minor fog demon, he became acutely aware of his shortcomings in actual combat, prompting him to adopt an even more vigilant stance. Had he not succumbed to panic and instead utilized his heightened senses, he would undoubtedly have detected the presence of the fiend before it drew near. From that day forth, he embraced a vital lesson. Prior to engaging in battle, both the shield and the reconnaissance technique were indispensable. Toddy Village, a quaint settlement of merely 100 souls, primarily relied on fishing for sustenance. A well-trodden path, composed of gravel and meticulously compacted, meandered from the village entrance, intersecting with the main road leading to the white fruit orchard, and extending onward until it reached the Grand River where fishermen cast their nets. Following the villagers' diligent maintenance of the nearly flawless and smooth thoroughfare, Huck swiftly approached the village's entrance. Both parties in confrontation noted the advancing demon hunter and turned their gazes toward him. At this moment, Huck discerned that the intimidating figures at the village's mouth appeared to harbor no immediate intention to strike. The leader, a burly man with a thick beard, donned a light flaxen long-sleeve shirt beneath a brown leather vest, accompanied by a dark cloak and a soft brown hat. The others surrounding him were clad in a variety of garb, some in tattered leather armor, others in simple tunics, and a few in thick, multicolored cotton armor, each brandishing an assortment of weapons. Upon observing Hark's distinctive attire, they exhibited a slight astonishment, yet remained composed, in contrast to the villagers who erupted into a tumultuous uproar. A monster hunter? Look at his feline-like eyes. They match precisely what Claire described. What could be his purpose? Has he been sent by the Lord to deal with us? No. I believe he has come in regard to our commission. Indeed. Have we not posted commission notices in the vicinity? With the realization that the newcomer was not an agent of the Lord, the villagers gradually regained their composure, their faces devoid of fear. Standing before the villagers was a frail old man with a snowy beard, impeccably dressed, exuding an air of authority as he surveyed the crowd with keen and wise eyes. The bearded man scrutinized Hark as he approached, his gaze filled with vigilance. Only when Hark halted a few meters away did he finally relax. Could it be that he has truly come to accept a commission? Chapter 10. Tax collection at the entrance of Tardy Village. The bearded man was vociferously proclaiming, "The benevolent Lord has graciously granted you a 2-day extension. By the time the sun rises for the 3rd time from the east, you must deliver the requisite provisions without fail." As he spoke, he brandished the notice in his hand, waving it before the people's eyes. "Those who fail to comply will face the wrath of the Lord. My lord, we have already paid our tribute in grain to the Nilfgaardians. How could we possibly have any funds left for taxes?" Silence. Have you forgotten your standing? You, the Temorians, dare to provide sustenance to the invaders. I ought to see you all hanged. The burly man with a bushy beard, Sot, interrupted the elder's words. His face contorted with fury as he unleashed a torrent of curses. The Baron is valiantly leading the brave Temorian warriors in the forest, enduring hunger to combat the enemy. And now you cowardly wretches are asked to supply food. After venting his rage for a considerable time, he paused, noticing the downcast faces around him. With no one daring to speak, after surveying the crowd, Sot raised his left hand, extending 2 fingers, and shouted at the villagers, "You lazy, filthy, despicable swine, listen well. You have 2 days, only 2 days, to prepare provisions. Should anyone dare to inform the Black Cloaks, every single person in this village will be charged with treason." Upon hearing his menacing threat, the crowd erupted into a flurry of unrest. Some wore expressions of anxiety, others were already gripped by terror. And a few women began to weep. Did the Lord not prevent the Nilfgaardians? Is it our fault? Indeed, we have contributed as well. Per boat sacrificed himself on the battlefield. We must survive. The fishing docks are overrun by monsters, and no one has intervened. Every day they demand money and food. It is truly intolerable. What shall we do? If we give away all our provisions, what will we eat? The village chief contemplated the situation, his countenance darkened by the murmurs of the villagers. However, he refrained from erupting in anger, instead casting a fierce gaze over the assembly before letting out a cold huff and turning towards Hark. The Witcher initially assumed they were dealing with bandits or a chaotic skirmish, but upon recognizing the Lord's men, he quickly realized he was no longer involved. Nonetheless, a sense of curiosity lingered within him. With Temeria fully under Nilfgaard's dominion, what business did a lord have in collecting taxes? "Witcher, the Lord has a task for you. One that may pique your interest," boomed a burly man with a thick beard as he approached the Witcher, scrutinizing him for a moment before speaking loudly. "So, you wish for me to deal with a few water wraiths, is that correct?" Minutes later, Hark arrived at the village chief's brick and tile abode, settling himself in the living room. "Indeed, those creatures that have taken over our fishing dock," Frank said, a broad smile illuminating his face, his excitement palpable. After a long wait, they had finally welcomed a Witcher. Hark cast a glance at the elder, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, and found it somewhat amusing. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and continued, "I first need to hear the specifics regarding the monsters." I know, piped up a youthful, eager voice from behind the village chief. The speaker was a slender, dark-skinned boy with tousled blonde hair, his face alight with enthusiasm. "Hart, step outside," commanded the elder, his expression stern. Hart pouted slightly, casting one last glance at the Witcher before reluctantly exiting the room. Having accepted the task, the young monster hunter now turned his attention to the matter of remuneration, adhering to his principle of securing half the payment as a deposit up front. After listening to the elder's account of the creature, Hart grasped the general situation. The village was not far from the river, so he decided to leave his horse in the elder's yard. The villagers of Toddy gathered around the village chief's courtyard, hesitant to enter, but keeping a respectful distance. Upon the hunter's emergence, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, their gazes converging upon him with varied expressions. The golden-haired boy, who had been shooed away, was fervently discussing something with his companions. As soon as he spotted the hunter, he dashed over, Is it true that the monster hunter will secretly abduct children and transform them into monsters through some horrifying sacrilegious ritual? He inquired. No, that is false, Hark replied. Wow, your sword is so cool. May I touch it? No. I heard silver swords are made of pure silver. They must be quite valuable, right? Indeed. The boy's chatter was incessant, his curiosity insatiable. Unfazed by the hunter's fearsome reputation, he peppered Hark with questions as they walked the short distance toward the village entrance. The rain poured relentlessly, and the emperor in chill snored loudly. Having bumped his head before bedtime was of no concern. Yet waking up to a wet bed was another matter altogether. Noticing the hunter's silence, the boy, undeterred, began to entertain himself by singing a lively tune. What song are you singing? Who taught you to sing this melody? The Witcher was taken aback to hear Hart jesting about the Emperor of Nilfgaard. Chadi, who is that? The rain keeps falling. Silence. But, silence. I have already told you not to sing this song. Ouch, that hurts. The road intersects with the main avenue at the foot of the hill, then winds to the left, continuing towards the river. A small grove lies less than half a mile beyond the hill, where the trees are sparse but the underbrush is remarkably lush. The path meanders through the grove, overgrown with wild grasses, dandelions standing in clusters along the way, stretching forward with the road. Waist-high shrubs line both sides of the path, interspersed with clumps of verdant larna-green grass, and amidst the dense thickets, faint rustling sounds occasionally emerge. Upon exiting the grove, a rushing river unfolds before the eyes. In the distance, a dock can be seen by the riverbank, where numerous small boats are moored alongside the wooden pier, with a few quaint wooden cottages nestled near the shore. Looking towards the riverbank, there is no sign of the water wraiths, likely hidden beneath the mud due to the intense sunlight. With this thought, I tread lightly, slowly approaching the riverbank. Chapter 11. The Hunter and the Prey. At noon, the sun shines brightly. In Temeria, located in the northern reaches of the continent, the air is relatively dry, characterized by a warm aridity that does not compare to the oppressive heat of the southern Nilfgaardian Empire, where seeking refuge is futile. At noon, during the sweltering heat, one can find considerable relief simply by standing in the shade of a tree, away from the unforgiving sun. Outside a small grove, a few individuals hurriedly traverse the path beneath the blazing sun. Damn, this weather is unbearable, exclaimed a short man clad in thick cotton armor, clutching a short iron-tipped wooden staff while incessantly wiping the sweat from his brow. What an odd fellow to choose such a day, arriving neither too early nor too late, but precisely on the hottest day imaginable. Another lanky companion, grumbling incessantly, fanned himself with the hem of his garment. He was dressed the lightest among them, donning only a single shirt, yet still felt the oppressive heat. Silence. Let South just reach the grove ahead, urged a robust man with a scruffy beard, garbed in a brown leather armor, wearing a standard helmet from Temeria and wielding a longsword and a round shield. He strode ahead briskly, issuing reminders. Remember to stick to the plan. No one moves until Marlin's arrow is fired. Once the monster hunter is struck by the poisoned arrow, we shall easily subdue him. However, a voice piped up, but I've heard these creatures are immune to poison. Are you certain that arrows dipped in snake venom will be effective? Marlin, armed with a short bow and adorned in tattered leather armor, with a disheveled mane and a short sword and quiver hanging at his waist, questioned uncertainly. His arms were longer than average, and as the only ranged fighter in the group, he had once made his living as a hunter. As long as you hit the vital spot, what does it matter if he is resistant to poison? A glint of malice flickered in Soat's eyes as he continued with a fierce expression. This Witcher is so young. His strength cannot be remarkable. After battling so many monsters, how much energy could he possibly have left? Moreover, we will strike when he is unprepared. If he gets injured, can he escape like a mage by opening a portal? Ha, the boss speaks wisely. You need not fret unnecessarily. Once this is accomplished, I shall take my riches and depart from Temeria, heading to the free city of Novigrad. As they spoke, the group gradually approached the woods. At the leader Sodden's signal, they ceased their chatter and unsheathed their weapons. Following the path, they soon reached the other side of the forest, quietly gathering together and hiding in the grass by the roadside before peering out towards the docks. Oddly enough, the Witcher was nowhere to be seen. Sodden searched the vicinity of the docks, but found no trace of him, feeling a twinge of confusion. Has anyone seen where he might be? He must have hidden in the cabin. After Marlin conducted a thorough search around the docks without any success, he pondered and offered a plausible explanation. Just as he spoke, a peculiar noise drifted down from above. Curiously glancing upward, he spotted a round, brown canister plummeting from the sky. What could it be? As he focused intently, a flash of light caught his eye. The fuse atop the canister was rapidly shortening. A surge of alarm gripped him. Although he did not know precisely what it was, his instincts screamed that danger was imminent. Without a moment to spare for others, Marlin bolted outward like a startled rabbit. With a terrifying explosion, a visible shockwave instantaneously engulfed everything within a 3-meter radius. The intense pressure of the wind caused the surrounding shrubs and grasses to sway violently, creating a cacophony of rustling as they toppled outward, forming a circular scene of devastation. Yellow dust, propelled by the shockwave, swiftly enveloped the entire explosion area, thickening into a dense cloud that completely shrouded several individuals present. However, closing one's eyes offers no solace. The stinging sensation akin to chili peppers in the eyes provoked tears that streamed uncontrollably down the cheeks, forcing his eyes open amidst the pain. He was greeted by a sea of crimson, rendering him utterly blind. Oh heavens, I cannot see anything. At that moment, he was oblivious to his companions. Consumed by a singular thought, to flee, to escape as far as possible. A violent palpitation halted the seasoned hunter in his tracks, battling against the encroaching fear. He raised his longbow, knocking an arrow in place. His extensive hunting experience had imparted a crucial lesson. When targeted by a predator, mere flight only hastens one's demise, particularly when the beast is already near. A barely audible sound behind him caused his complexion to pale before he could react. A glimmer of light flashed at the corner of his eye. His vision began to swirl, and just before darkness enveloped him, he glimpsed a headless figure standing on the ground, bow and arrow in hand, alongside a young demon hunter who had appeared from seemingly nowhere. After disposing of the vigilant hunter, Huck crouched down and, utilizing the dense undergrowth for concealment, swiftly lunged towards an individual who was vociferously emerging from the fog of powder. This was the stout, short figure clad in quilted armor, who evidently recognized the peril he was in. Stumbling as he fled, he brandished a stout iron club. Get away. Freak. I know it's you, you abomination. The tirade abruptly halted as Huck's steel sword deftly evaded the thrashing club and pierced through the man's throat. Coldly extracting his long sword, Huck paid no heed to the short man, who clutched his wound, gasping and spewing blood, and instead pressed on towards the next foe. A monster hunter seldom resorts to violence against humans, but when he does, none are spared. Rooting out the threat completely is a principle Huck has set for himself. He knows well that such occurrences are not uncommon. Moreover, he feels no pangs of compassion for these ambushers. Their ruthless demeanor clearly indicates they have blood on their hands. The blinded mercenaries had entirely lost their capacity to resist. Even as they swung their weapons, they could do nothing to slow the inevitable approach of death. When the dust settled, Huck took stock of the remaining numbers and realized one was missing. The leader, Sot, had vanished without a trace. Scanning the grassy expanse, Huck could not find him. Had he fled amidst the chaos? Unlikely. He should be lying low, attempting to evade detection. With this thought, Huck chuckled softly to himself. No one would escape him today. Chapter 12. The Lament of the Monster Hunter. Thus, this operation was a clandestine endeavor by your little band. In the grove, Huck attained the answer he sought. You follow me solely to enlist my aid in vanquishing the monsters, hoping to reap the benefits for yourselves. The demon hunter gazed mockingly at the captive, continuing his inquiry. Is there any truth to your claim that the Lord is seeking professionals? Once arrogant and imperious, Sot now resembled a defeated dog, stripped of his former vitality. Crawling slowly on the ground, he could not escape, now dejectedly seated on the earth. Aside from the blood streaming from his ears and nose, his body bore numerous lacerations, inflicted by the shrapnel of the alchemical explosion. The most severe injuries were upon his face, covered in blood, eyes swollen, with several of his front teeth missing, rendering his speech peculiar due to the escaping air. It could not be blamed on the demon hunter's ruthless approach. Although the formidable Sot was caught off guard and completely blinded, he still fought fiercely, resisting wildly. To subdue him, Huck had to resort to considerable force. Yet, compared to those companions who had already breathed their last, his injuries were trivial. I speak the truth. Spare me. I swear by the goddess Maritalis that I shall not utter a word. The rent collector, having regained his sight, was met with a pile of corpses before him, draining him of all courage. I am a servant of the Lord. Killing me will bring trouble, he pleaded, his voice hoarse and desperate. As Huck listened to the man's frantic cries, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his features. Keenly perceptive, Sot noticed the subtle shift in the other man's expression, a flicker of joy igniting in his eyes as he sensed he was one step closer to salvation. However, there was another matter at hand. Why was there a silver sword in your possession? observing the silver sword, its hilt entwined with burlap, in the hands of the Witcher. A wave of panic washed over the rent collector's face. Struggling to maintain his composure, he attempted to feign innocence. It is merely a precaution against monsters. Hence, I brought a silver sword. He regretted not heeding the advice of Marlin and his companions to sell the silver sword and charms to enjoy a few more days of ease. Noticing the growing impatience in the young Witcher's demeanor, he dared not conceal further. Master Hunter, this is not my affair. Truly, it has nothing to do with me. Speak. Hark urged coldly, an icy dread filling his heart as he envisioned the unfolding scenario. This occurred long ago, back when King Furtest was still alive. One day, a farmer's son from the White Orchard went missing. The captain of the guard, Smith, was ordered to apprehend the Witcher who had been hunting nearby. Sot swallowed hard. Cautiously observing the Witcher's expression, and, seeing no change, continued. The soldiers prodded him with their longswords, interrogating him. When the prisoner suddenly turned the tide and began to fight back fiercely. In the ensuing chaos, 2 soldiers were injured, and in a fit of rage, Smith crushed the man's skull with a hammer. So, was it not the unfortunate Witcher who had taken the boy? A cold smirk curled at Hark's lips, as he had long foreseen this outcome and now seethed with wrath. Originally, he yearned to hear a different tale, one that recounted the sacrifice of a monster hunter in his valiant struggle against the beasts. Instead, he was confronted with the version he dreaded most, a narrative in which a hunter, striving to safeguard the villagers, was baselessly doubted by those he sought to protect, treated with utter indignity, and ultimately met his demise without honor. It was later revealed that the boy had been abducted by a water spirit. Observing the young monster hunter's fluctuating expression, the apprehensive rent collector cautiously articulated the answer. You mentioned that the captain of the guard was acting on orders. Who, then, issued those commands? It was Baron Ignatius Furiels, lord of the White Orchard and its surrounding lands. The Baron? The realm of Temeria has fallen. Does this Baron still summon you to collect rents? The collector stammered, bewildered. Hark let out a few derisive scoffs, a surge of fury igniting within him. The status of monster hunters in society had always been lamentably low. They were seen as mere pawns, summoned at will and dismissed just as readily, subjected to scorn and contempt by all. When threats from monsters loomed, people would recall the professionals, yet in ordinary times, they would eagerly spit upon them and trample them beneath their feet. This dismal reality was indeed influenced by the unscrupulous actions of the feline faction hunters, but more so stemmed from the deliberate slander, vilification, and denigration by certain malevolent forces. In this world, much like others, there existed a clear hierarchy of disdain, with monster hunters occupying the lowest echelon. This unfounded disdain becomes increasingly conspicuous among the lower strata of society, likely stemming from ignorance. The notion that the ignorant are fearless is not merely a saying. Those of noble birth, such as kings and aristocrats, exhibit a commendable reverence and respect for power. In contrast, individuals at the lower echelons often lack the necessary awe or trepidation, preferring to inflict harm upon those even lower than themselves to attain a semblance of non-existent superiority. Even a wandering beggar, when passing by a formidable monster hunter, may disdainfully spit upon the ground. In the realm of the game, Hark maintained a light-hearted perspective, feeling little of this sentiment. However, upon entering the reality of this world, he acutely perceived the pervasive malice directed towards monster hunters. Even a renowned master like the White Wolf, who can share jovial banter with kings and engage intimately with powerful sorceresses, must endure disdainful spittle and venomous curses. This peculiar phenomenon suggests that one cannot escape societal scorn without first insulting a monster hunter. In these moments, the fact that the insulted party is a formidable warrior is conveniently overlooked by all. What has led to this current state of affairs? Is it the monster hunter's detachment from worldly concerns, or has their unyielding concession ultimately led others to perceive them as weak and easily bullied? How many monster hunters, akin to this innocent fellow who met a tragic fate, have perished in reality, devoid of dignity? The cat medallion in his hand gleamed with a striking light, and Hark seemed to perceive a blinding red hue intertwined within. It was the color of blood that had seeped into the very fabric of existence, a stain that could never be washed away. Some of it belonged to monsters, while some was their own. A rustling sound of grass and foliage echoed through the air, heralding the stealthy departure of the rent collector as he parted the reeds. Raising his gaze, the young demon hunter chuckled at the sight of the man, flustered and stumbling as he fled into the distance. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt whistled through the air, striking the fleeing figure, Sot, in the back, causing him to emit a cry of despair before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 13. Water Ghosts and Subspecies. Toddy Village, predominantly reliant on fishing, is divided into two areas, the Riverside Village and the Forest Edge Village. The Riverside Village gradually expanded from a modest wooden cabin built to safeguard boats after the establishment of the dock. Due to its proximity to the water, the environment is exceedingly damp, deterring many from residing there long-term. Concerns over children falling into the water and the necessity of cultivating fields have led most women and children to inhabit the Forest Edge Village. The villagers constructed wooden shanties by the river, serving merely as temporary shelters for processing their catches and for nocturnal watch duties. Most of the fish and shrimp caught by the fishermen are directly transported via water routes to the Baigwa Garden for sale, typically without the involvement of merchant ships. However, it is not uncommon to spot merchant vessels at the docks. Occasionally, traders seeking fresh seafood would arrange to row to the dock themselves. Yet, in the event that the fishermen had retreated into the mountains and had not visited the dock for some time, the sight of a moored merchant ship would indeed be an oddity. Just a few hours prior, Huck might have found this perplexing, but now, he felt no curiosity at all. Hidden within a wooden cabin near the riverbank, Huck gazed at the merchant ship, considerably larger than the fishing vessels. This elucidates the rationale behind the assault orchestrated by the band known as SOT, possibly marking the most significant gain from this undertaking. After scavenging the corpses, he acquired 34 crowns, 165 orens, and 12 florins, in addition to a number of copper coins. Beyond currency, he also recovered 2 complete sets of leather armor, an iron helmet, a silver sword, a shield, and several inferior weapons. The worth of these items and coins far surpassed the value of the alchemical bomb known as the Burning Wind, whose primary constituents are saltpeter and powdered, sun-dried white lily petals. This proficiency in knowledge is precisely why Huck could effortlessly dispatch 5 mercenaries. Knowledge is power, a truth that transcends all boundaries. The corpses of the 5 assailants were used as bait, unceremoniously cast aside near the riverbank adjacent to his wooden abode. Following an observation period that spanned the morning, Huck had confirmed his target, a creature frequently discussed in the casual conversations of the townsfolk, the water spirit. Silence is paramount by the water's edge. It serves to neither startle the fish nor attract the water spirit. This adage is a cherished maxim among the fishermen of Braviken. Many on the continent harbor the belief that those who have drowned may resurrect as monstrous hunters of the living, driven by the anguish of their demise. These entities delight in dragging their prey beneath the water to drown them, subsequently tearing them apart with their claws, relishing the feast as if it were a mere soft biscuit. Such a creature is known as the water spirit. It is commonly believed that these spirits originate from the bodies of those who have drowned in shallow waters, such as lost travelers who fall into marshes or children who swim too far from shore. However, akin to most legends surrounding monsters, this assertion is fundamentally flawed. The physiological structure of water spirits differs significantly from that of humans. Their webbed feet, scales, gills, and dorsal fins indicate that they are an entirely distinct species. In the game, Huck proclaims himself a water spirit slayer, yet here, he remains exceedingly cautious. The prowess of water spirits is comparable to that of ordinary individuals, yet they possess numerous advantages that surpass those of the average person. A moment's inattention could render one susceptible to their lethal grasp. They are impervious to potent toxins and blood loss, swimming at remarkable speeds in water and running swiftly on land, making it unlikely for a common person to outrun them. Under normal circumstances, water spirits do not venture far from the riverbank, primarily due to their dependence on water and their poor eyesight, which renders them unable to see beyond 12 meters. A solitary water spirit could be confronted by a daring farmer, yet in reality, farmers are utterly incapable of dealing with them. This is largely due to their perilous tendency to gather in groups. Should one engage a child, the parents will arrive. If the parents are confronted, the grandparents will come, and should they be challenged, the ancestors will follow suit. As a proverb aptly states, when monsters are truly inept, their joy lies in numbers. Of course, water spirits also bear weaknesses, particularly their aversion to fire, which is where the Igni sign proves invaluable. Igni, a flame-based sign that emits a conical jet of fire from the palm, incinerating the target. At present, it is midday, and the sun shines brightly, prompting the water spirits to conceal themselves within the muddy depths until twilight or when the light is less intense. They favor carrion, and the corpses that have been sunbaked throughout the afternoon perfectly suit their tastes. Huck's actions were not driven by a desire to desecrate the corpse. Rather, They were a matter of resourcefulness, as he intended to obliterate the evidence anyway. It seemed more prudent to first utilize it as bait. His heightened senses revealed the presence of water spirits lurking in the mud along the shore, and he discerned their numbers, precisely 12. Such a quantity would deter even the most seasoned demon hunters from recklessly engaging without preparation. He procured a substantial wooden table from the cabin, turning it upside down to block the lower half of the door at approximately half a meter high. This elevation rendered the water spirits incapable of attacking his lower body, while the width of the door restricted their numbers, mitigating the risk of being overwhelmed. The cabin was situated perilously close to the riverbank, with the body resting just below the steps, easily within reach of the ravenous creatures. After securing all the windows and doors, Huck did not merely wait idly. He commenced a period of meditation and rest. This meditative state resembled a profound slumber, yet differed in that he retained a significant awareness of his surroundings, allowing him to awaken instantaneously upon sensing any warning signs. Huck referred to this as cultivating one's spirit in the midst of dreams, and his unique meditative skill enabled him to achieve the elusive ability to fall asleep in an instant. With this talent, he could enter a meditative state at any moment, in any environment. For others, however, the path to meditation was considerably more complex, requiring them to first block external distractions, then empty their minds, and finally reach a state of mental unity, achieving tranquility before attaining stillness. To swiftly enter a meditative state amidst noise, adversity, or danger necessitated exceptional self-discipline and extensive training. No one could fall asleep as swiftly as Huck, not even the renowned White Wolf or the seasoned Vesemir. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, with the sun's intensity waning, Huck paused to prepare for the hunt. Perhaps I shall wait until I spot the water wraith before applying the oil. While it was not particularly valuable, every bit saved counts. Besides the silver sword resting by the wooden table, another lay hidden in a storage space, belonging to that unfortunate Catskill witcher. Now equipped with 2 silver swords, one outside and one within his storage, he felt adequately prepared. Suddenly, the water's surface at the riverbank before the wooden cabin began to churn, rippling outward as a multitude of bubbling air pockets surged to the surface. They were coming. Huck swiftly uncorked the vial of sword oil, meticulously applying the crimson ghoul oil onto the silver blade. Once the oil was evenly spread, he concealed himself behind the wooden table, waiting in silence. With a cacophony of discordant sounds, 1, 2, 3, a total of 10 grotesque creatures emerged from the depths, bizarrely screeching as they clambered onto the shore. These abominations resembled corpses dredged from the bottom of a pond, their hues ranging from blue to green. Their pores oozed with slime and muck, and even from a distance, one could detect the putrid, acrid stench of decay emanating from their bodies. Their limbs were adorned with scales that glimmered in the fading light of the sunset, while webbed appendages sprouted between their toes and fingers. Gills adorned their faces, and fins protruded from their backs. Their chests and bellies were pallid, with sunken cheeks and milky eyes that stared vacantly at the corpses on the riverbank, revealing a greedy array of jagged, yellowed teeth. As the water spirits emerged from the depths, they eagerly rushed towards the already putrid corpse, their frenzied cries echoing in the air, revealing an unsettling excitement. Observing their wild tearing at the remains, Huck chose to remain still, biding his time. Finally, after a few minutes, the surface of the water erupted once more, and 2 distinct water spirits surfaced. It was only upon their ascent to the shore that Huck discerned their true forms. While they bore a resemblance to the ordinary water spirits, they were markedly different. These were subspecies, possessing a more terrifying and formidable presence. One was cloaked in darkness, with a stark white chest and abdomen, towering in stature, moving with a human-like grace, its red and black eyes gleaming with a voracious hunger. This was the mud demon. The other was even more robust than its common counterparts, exhibiting a swiftness in its movements, its body leaning forward as it ran, its pitch-black eyes radiating a menacing light. Poised as if to devour, its green hue was diminished, limbs and torso rendered ghostly white, with fish fins sprouting from the sides of its head and forearms. This was the drowned demon. It was no wonder that even seasoned mercenaries found these water spirits daunting, with such formidable entities present. Ordinary folk would surely be at a loss. Watching the 2 muscular subspecies rush towards the corpse, Huck finally comprehended why Sot and his companions had been unable to manage the dock's water spirits. A pang of regret washed over him for having set the bounty too low. A mere 100 crowns was barely sufficient for the standard fare. While these subspecies demanded a far greater price, he lamented the paltry sum he had accepted. Chapter 14. Combat in general. The varying strengths of creatures within the same species can often be discerned through their size and physical characteristics. Take the water ghost before us as an example. Its individual prowess is scarcely distinguishable from that of an ordinary human. However, its physique and characteristics transcend those of mere mortals, often rendering its strength comparable to that of a legitimate knight. This is merely a straightforward comparison of combat capabilities in the realm of actual battle. Outcomes are seldom dictated solely by raw power. In the wizarding continent, there exists no feeble creature that can be easily bullied. Even the weakest of water ghosts can pose a significant threat to formidable knights. Should a heavily armored knight venture to the riverbank and encounter a swarm of agile water ghosts, a hasty retreat is imperative. Otherwise, they may find themselves meeting a grim fate at the river's bottom. This scenario pertains to ordinary specimens. Against the two subspecies at hand, the outcome remains uncertain, even if an entire squad of knights were to engage. Despite the water ghost's inability to speak and its derogatory label likening it to a foolish shoe, it is erroneous to assume that all water ghosts are both dull and inept. The subspecies exhibit considerable intelligence, as evidenced by their strategy of sending a companion to scout the surroundings. Furthermore, creatures of this nature harbor deep-seated grudges. Once healed from injuries, they retaliate with even more ferocious assaults against humanity. A particularly lethal aspect is that numerous subspecies have evolved unique abilities. For instance, the mud ghost before us can expel a noxious, corrosive liquid. If it strikes the face, disfigurement is the least of one's worries, as it often results in a swift demise at the hands of its accompanying claws. Another subspecies, the drowned water ghost, possesses the ability to control other water ghosts. Such expertise is a hard-earned lesson, forged through blood. In the relentless pursuit of exterminating the monstrous entities, the lords, having endured substantial losses with little to show for their efforts, finally grasped the significance of the demon hunters. The presence of these two subspecies escalated the peril of Huck's mission exponentially, yet it was insufficient to dissuade him. High risks often yield high rewards, and formidable beasts typically herald extraordinary profits and unforeseen delights. When, after encasing himself in protective gear, Huck's gaze fell upon the two subspecies, the mud demon, which was nearest, and the drowned demon, positioned much farther away. Huck's primary target was to subdue the drowned demon, which commanded the others, followed by the mud demon. With these two fiends in play, he felt compelled to alter his strategy from a secure defensive stance within the wooden cabin to a more audacious offensive approach. With a swift motion, an arrow tipped with ghoul oil whistled through the air, embedding itself in the left eye of the drowned demon, which was ferociously tearing apart a corpse and devouring its meal. The towering creature momentarily halted, its ire directed towards the cabin as it unleashed a bone-chilling roar. Upon hearing this sound, all the water ghouls ceased their feasting, collectively turning their gaze towards the entrance of the cabin where the demon hunter stood. After a brief silence, the grotesque water ghouls simultaneously opened their mouths, emitting a cacophony of enraged roars. Their terrifying maws stretched almost to the roots of their ears, revealing blood-stained fangs, with remnants of flesh still clinging between their teeth. Then, as if commanded by an unseen force, all the creatures abandoned their prey and charged towards the cabin. The drowned demon had transformed the ghouls from mindless, solitary predators into a cohesive army. This creature not only possesses the capability to control the water ghosts, but has also mastered the art of ambush, devising simple yet effective tactics. The water ghosts swiftly surged towards the wooden cabin, and the foremost among them, unable to suppress its insatiable hunger for flesh, leaped forward, lunging at Huck, who was concealed behind a wooden table. Huck, with a deft retreat of his right leg and a slight backward movement of his body, gripped the hilt with his right hand while his left grasped the unsharpened blade near the guard. With a powerful thrust, he directed the blade towards the oncoming water ghost. The sharp silver sword pierced through the creature as if it were mere tattered fabric, emitting a thud as it penetrated the water ghost's gaping maw, effortlessly piercing its skull. Accompanied by a muffled gasp, a dark figure at the doorway expelled a corrosive liquid. This black substance emanated an odor of decay and putrefaction, accompanied by a noxious stench, releasing waves of steam that enveloped Huck's upper body. The proximity and swiftness of the attack left the demon hunter no time to evade. He could already detect the foul aroma reminiscent of meat left to rot for days. Observing the liquid strike his adversary, the mud ghost's red-black eyes flickered with a spark of excitement, only to be swiftly replaced by a moment of confusion. The enemy, who had seemed inevitable to hit, suddenly vanished from sight, and the anticipated spray of liquid sailed over the wooden table, crashing onto the floor with a sizzling sound. The drowned water ghost, hiding behind, witnessed its companion's success, and the remaining one-eyed creature glowed with a bloodthirsty red light. Yet, what transpired next caused a momentary malfunction in its brain, leaving it perplexed as to how its prey had vanished. In that fleeting moment of the creature's bewilderment, a figure suddenly materialized from the previously empty space behind it. Utilizing teleportation, Huck deftly evaded the corrosive spray, simultaneously vanquishing the drowned specter, thereby rendering the water phantoms devoid of their wits. As the subspecies monsters lingered behind, the water phantoms congregated at the entrance, still convinced that their adversary remained within the confines of the cabin. Two of the phantoms scrambled atop a table, attempting to breach the wooden sanctuary, utterly oblivious to the anomaly behind them. Initially, Huck had no intention of risking a second skill activation before his magical energy was replenished. However, the sanguine scent emanating from his fallen comrade alerted the keen-nosed mud ghoul to a disturbance. Beside the corpse, a shadow seemed to stand momentarily. Yet, this apparition vanished almost instantaneously. The fleeting moment was too brief for it to discern who had slain its companion. Huck, having teleported behind the creature, pierced its heart with precision, swiftly withdrew his silver blade, and with a fluid motion, decapitated the beast, its head rolling onto the ground. Chapter 15. Common mutagenic inducers. The silver steel dual swords wielded by the demon hunters are not mere conventional one-handed blades. They are specialized long swords referred to as hybrid swords or half-hand swords. These long swords possess the unique capability of both slashing and thrusting, opting for thrusting as the primary offensive method when confronting heavily armored foes. In the absence of protection, slashing techniques are employed. The overall length of these long swords typically ranges from 1 to 1.3 meters, with the grip constituting 1/3 of the blade length, and a weighted ball at the pommel, allowing for both one-handed and two-handed usage. The blade is ideally suited for cleaving the vulnerable points of adversaries, situated approximately 20 to 30 centimeters below the tip. The most suitable weapon length corresponds to half the height of the wielder, with Huck standing at 1.8 meters. The optimal weapon length should be 1.2 meters. Thus, the most advantageous striking distance is established at 1 meter, a combat range that the young demon hunter must diligently maintain. Although the water specters possess scales, their hardness is insufficient to withstand weaponry. After utilizing a swift teleportation to eliminate 2 subspecies, the remaining 8 water specters, provoked by the scent of blood, immediately sensed the anomaly and charged forward. Seizing this moment, Huck swiftly consumed a swallow elixir to enhance his recovery and a thunder elixir to bolster his strength by 30. As the effects of the potions began to take hold, grotesque, worm-like black veins protruded upon the surface of the demon hunter's skin. The elixirs serve as toxic enhancements for the demon hunter, with only those possessing an exceptionally high metabolism capable of utilizing them. Once prepared, the young demon hunter took a step back, raising his sword overhead in a roof-style grip, awaiting the approach of his foes. The water specters, now devoid of reason, were entirely driven by primal bloodlust, shrieking and surging forward in a chaotic frenzy. The foremost specter quickly closed the distance to within a meter. Its milky eyes stared nervously at the prey, revealing a mouth filled with jagged, yellowed fangs, from which foul saliva dripped. As the enemy entered the attack range, Huck summoned his strength, bringing the silver sword down with a slicing sound. The sharp silver blade transformed into a streak of silver light, tinged with a hint of red, carving a swift arc as it struck the neck of the water specter with the speed of lightning. A monstrous head, still greedily gnashing its teeth, flew through the air, while the headless corpse propelled itself forward with momentum. Another water ghost, leaping over the fallen companion's body, attempted to launch an attack, but was swiftly cleaved open across the abdomen and chest, its innards spilling forth in a torrent, saturating the ground. The creature, not yet lifeless, dragged its intestines along the ground, brandishing its claws, eager to strike at the prey before it. With the strength of 2 ordinary men and an infusion of 30% from thunderous magic, its streamlined muscles concealed a terrifying explosive power. As long as it was not surrounded, in a one-on-one confrontation, a common water ghost was merely a feeble opponent. Ignite. Having regained sufficient magical energy, Huck swiftly traced a spell with his left hand, then spread his fingers wide, pushing outward. A torrent of flames erupted forth, engulfing the 3 water ghosts charging towards him, instantly igniting their bodies. Amidst their anguished cries, the assault of the water ghosts was abruptly interrupted by the ferocious flames, which sent them reeling in despair, desperately trying to extinguish the raging fire that danced upon their forms. The acrid scent of charred flesh mingled with the foul stench of decay surged into the air, causing the demon hunter to grimace in distaste. Suppressing his nausea, he stepped forward with agility, driving his silver sword into the skull of the nearest water ghost, thus ending its suffering. Retracting the blade, he swiftly raised it high and brought it down, cleaving through the shoulder of another water ghost that had circled around, splitting it in 2. After dispatching the last of the wailing creatures writhing on the ground, Huck, in a heightened state of perception, surveyed his surroundings once more before finally allowing himself to relax. Surveying the chaotic battleground, a swell of pride surged within Huck, for he was no longer the mere shadow trailing behind Vesemir, responsible solely for the aftermath. He drew a dagger and began methodically dissecting the corpse of the water wraith. The creature's remains were replete with valuable alchemical components. For instance, the wraith's brain was essential for concocting the swallow potion, renowned for its restorative properties. Additionally, the wraith's tongue served as a common ingredient in alchemy. He reserved the 2 subspecies for last, as these more formidable monsters often harbored unexpected treasures. True to his expectations, Huck discovered a red mutagenic catalyst upon the mud wraith's body. In Kaer Morhen, Vesemir had employed this substance, blending it with various herbs and mushrooms to create a potion that enhanced his physical prowess. However, for Huck, it held yet another purpose. Discover red mutagenic catalyst, inactive after 56 minutes and 21 seconds. Will you absorb it immediately? Upon reading the prompt, Huck did not hesitate and opted to absorb it forthwith. The energy-depleted red mutagen quickly turned brittle and pale, transforming into a swirling cloud of powder and dust. Strength 0. 1. Skill points 1. Observing the notification, he promptly summoned his character panel to check his status. Indeed, his strength had risen to 2. 4. And his skill points had increased to 1. A symbol now appeared next to his leveled skills, indicating an opportunity for advancement. By selecting it with his consciousness and confirming, he could upgrade his abilities. The symbols next to combat skills, signs, and alchemy were not for direct upgrades, but instead revealed a skill tree upon selection. The skill tree sequentially connects 4 extended skills, with only the first row appearing in white, indicating it is eligible for enhancement, while the others remain a muted gray. Skill points can be allocated to elevate the skill level or to illuminate the extended skills, albeit only the white ones. Behind the storage space, there exists a similar option for upgrading. He did not hastily make a selection. Instead, he closed the panel. Upgrading a spell mark, skill, or illuminating an extended skill requires 1 skill point, while enhancing the storage space demands 10. Currently, his muscle memory has reached level 2, and he hesitates on whether to further advance it or to acquire a new skill altogether. Perhaps it would be wise to wait and observe. Mutation-inducing substances are typically found only on formidable magical creatures. They are rarely discovered on weaker entities like water ghosts. Hence, skill points are a precious commodity, necessitating careful planning. After dealing with the mud goblin, he approached the corpse of the drowned water ghost, hoping this subspecies might surprise him. Chapter 16. Unexpected Wealth detected a green, ordinary mutation-inducing substance, active for 54 minutes and 23 seconds. Would you like to absorb it immediately? Huck was not disappointed. Another subspecies of water ghost provided a green mutation-inducing substance. Upon completion of the absorption, a notification appeared. Constitution 0, 1, Skill Point 1, red enhances strength, green boosts constitution, and blue augments magical power. Huck finally comprehended the effects of all absorption, in addition to the fixed skill point. Different colored mutation-inducing substances correspondingly increase one of the 3 attributes. Strength mainly determines the explosive power during an attack, which can be understood as the magnitude of damage inflicted. The attributes of one's physique profoundly influence various aspects of the body, such as vitality, resilience, speed, and resistance, even encompassing a gradual enhancement of strength. The significance of magical power is equally apparent, as it determines the frequency with which one can cast spells. Drawing out his dagger, Huck commenced the grim task of collecting the ears of water wraiths. needing to sever the left ears of all the creatures as evidence of his quest's completion. Upon finishing this grim task, he gathered all the corpses into a heap and, facing the mound, invoked the Igni sign. Flames surged forth, swiftly engulfing the flesh and bone, dancing wildly upon the charred remains, while thick black smoke billowed upward, filling the air with a pungent odor of burning. Stepping back to evade the searing flames, Huck exhaled a sigh of relief as he beheld the swiftly blackening heap of corpses. Thus, no one would know the fate of those brigands or mercenaries. Recalling the intelligence relayed by Sot, Huck turned his gaze towards the merchant vessel moored at the dock, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor. Sot was not a subordinate of the Baron prior to the conflict, but rather a smuggler by trade. To facilitate his dealings, he had forged numerous connections, Captain Smith being one of them, which elucidated how he had acquired his silver sword. During the invasion of Nilfgaard, he and his cohorts had taken advantage of the chaos, plundering many fleeing Temerians, including noble merchants. Amidst the turmoil, with defeated soldiers and brigands rampant, no one paid heed to their plight. Following the fall of Temeria, Sot and his companions planned to escape to Novigrad with the spoils of their pillaging. After emerging from their hideout to the secluded dock in Toddy village, they had just finished loading their goods, brimming with joy at the prospect of starting anew, when they were suddenly beset by an attack. Unbeknownst to him, a specter of water emerged, encircling the bandits, leaving only Sot to escape with his life, thanks to the silver sword he wielded. In the midst of chaos, he encountered a party preparing to pledge allegiance to the Baron. With nowhere else to turn, he joined their ranks. In pursuit of riches, he willingly undertook the task of tax collection in the village of Toddy. This serendipitous encounter with Huck and Toddy was thus orchestrated. The monsters showed no interest in gold or silver, ensuring that the treasures aboard the ship remained intact. Gazing upon a chest brimming with gold coins and a bag filled with precious silverware, Huck erupted into hearty laughter. The coins primarily consisted of Temerian orens, along with a portion of Novigradian crowns and a smattering of Nilfgaardian florins. Following the fall of Temeria, the value of the orens had plummeted significantly, with reports indicating that the exchange rate against the crown had dwindled to 6:1. The florin held slightly more value, achieving a rate of 6:10 against the crown. A cursory estimation suggested that this trove of coins amounted to approximately 1,200 crowns, and with the addition of the silverware, the total haul reached at least 1,500 crowns. For Huck, this was an extraordinary fortune. Currently, the crown issued by the free city of Novigrad was the most robust currency in the north, with 1 crown redeemable for 100 copper coins, and 1 copper coin equivalent to 1 yuan in the currency he was familiar with. A common soldier in Nilfgaard earned roughly 16 crowns per month, representing the standard income of an ordinary person. If one were to factor in the expected remuneration from this transaction, it would equate to more than 8 years' worth of income for an average household. Indeed, fortune favors the bold, and wealth arrives swiftly. Today, the profits from my venture surpassed their annual income. The young demon hunter, in high spirits, stowed away his spoils into his storage space and began to hum a cheerful tune. Two tigers, running fast, one without a head, one without a rear. How peculiar, how peculiar. The villagers of Toddy, upon seeing the gruesome string of blue ears he held, erupted in joyous cheers, and the entire village came alive with excitement. Innocent children laughed and played, trailing behind the hunter, while the villagers stood on either side, eagerly pointing and discussing the peculiar prize in his hands, their faces alight with enthusiasm. Several young men, filled with vigor, shouted and pushed towards the riverbank, armed with hoes, machetes, pitchforks, and various other implements, eager to witness the scene for themselves. Upon reaching the residence of the village chief, old Frank greeted him with a warm smile at the door and ushered him inside. "Elder, here are the task items. Please have a look." Once seated on the carpet, Huck promptly handed over the items. Frank hastily received them, scrutinizing them closely. Once he confirmed their authenticity, he quickly passed them to a burly middle-aged man beside him. "Ryan, take these outside for the villagers to see and inform them that the monster has been dealt with. They can commence work tomorrow." "Absolutely," replied the jovial man, grinning as he took the long string of water demon ears and strode briskly out. As he emerged, the villagers gathered around, and soon a gasp of astonishment escaped the crowd. "Step back and do not disturb the guests," Frank called out cheerfully to the commotion outside. The crowd promptly dispersed, and the noise gradually subsided. "This is the remaining payment of 50 crowns. Please accept it." The elder poured a cup of tea and respectfully placed it before the witcher, then immediately set a small pouch of gold coins on the table. After picking up the pouch and weighing it in his hands, the witcher opened it to confirm its contents before stowing it away. By the way, elder, how many fishing boats are there at your dock? Huck inquired after taking a sip of the marigold-infused tea, suddenly recalling something. 18 fishing boats. Why? Has one been damaged? Upon hearing the witcher's question, Frank grew anxious. The fishing boats were vital to the village's livelihood. Losing one or two could be manageable, but any more would pose a significant problem. No, they are all fine. However, there is a merchant ship docked as well. Since the merchant ship is not yours, according to regulations, it falls under my claim. After confirming this, Huck began to assert his interests. Upon hearing these words, Frank felt a wave of regret wash over him. He had forgotten about this detail. Villagers had previously visited the dock and reported the matter, yet it had slipped his mind. Now, it was too late to change his stance. Glancing at the witcher's cold gaze, he wisely chose to remain silent. I have little use for this ship. I wonder if the elder might be interested in purchasing it? The elder's eyes darted, immediately revealing a troubled expression. Today, you witnessed it as well. We have just delivered provisions to the man in black. And now the Lord has come to collect taxes. I fear we may lack the funds to purchase a ship. This is a brand new, pristine merchant vessel, at least twice the size of your fishing boats. If it were to be converted into a fishing boat, Frank squinted his eyes, chuckling as he refilled his teacup. Hunter of monsters, at what price do you intend to sell it? 100 crowns. For merely 100 crowns, this immaculate merchant ship shall be yours. Upon hearing the offer, the old man opposite him darkened in countenance, causing Huck's heart to skip a beat. Is the price too steep? 100 crowns is merely the price of a horse. Could a ship truly be worth less than a horse? 50 crowns, Frank stated, extending his right hand with all 5 fingers displayed. Goodness, such tactics are hardly fair. To have the price upon first meeting. Do merchants here also have a custom of doubling their initial offers? 80 crowns, it cannot be less. 55. That is my utmost limit of 55 crowns. The two engaged in a protracted negotiation, ultimately settling at a price of 65 crowns. Observing the old man's beaming expression, Huck felt he might have been taken advantage of. Chapter 17. The Baron of the White Fruit Orchard. After concluding their business and exchanging the payment, the atmosphere in the room instantly became relaxed. Huck had initially intended to depart immediately, but unable to resist Frank's warm hospitality, he decided to stay for dinner before taking his leave. The young monster hunter was genuinely curious. He could not comprehend why this village harbored such a favorable attitude towards hunters, especially in stark contrast to other villages merely a few miles away. Huck, genuinely eager to understand the reasons, naturally broached the topic during their casual conversation. Upon hearing this, Frank erupted into hearty laughter. After symbolically inquiring, and upon learning that the monster hunter abstained from smoking, he nonchalantly ignited a mysterious blend of tobacco. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment, and then exhaled a plume of smoke with satisfaction, feeling utterly at ease. The grayish-white smoke wafted gently, ethereal and gradually dissipating, filling the room with a delicate aroma that, infused with a hint of mint, was not at all harsh but rather invigorating. Noticing Huck's curious gaze fixed upon the pipe, Frank promptly elucidated. This consists of dried and crushed celery leaves, ground into powder, mixed with a touch of nutmeg, resulting in a smoke that provides an excellent stimulating effect. The monster hunter nodded, reflecting that this old fellow certainly knew how to indulge himself. Earlier, you asked why our attitude differs from that of others? After much deliberation, the elder finally found a descriptor that would not provoke ire. He glanced up, noticing the young monster hunter's smile, which reassured him to continue. However, over the past 2 years, our perspective has shifted. Why? Huck's demeanor turned earnest, his curiosity piqued by the reason for this change. This transformation is attributed to Tomira, a herbalist from the Maritalis Temple, who has healed numerous patients over the years. Herbalist? Huck set down his teacup, a look of puzzlement crossing his features as he regarded the elder. What does she have to do with this? To be precise, it is her and Claire's merit. Frank seemed oblivious to his inquiry, taking a drag from his cigarette and languidly exhaling the smoke before continuing his monologue. In our village, she has cured many patients. During her treatment, she shared numerous tales from her experiences, including some concerning the witchers, which led to a renewed understanding of them among the villagers. Claire hails from Ossenford, where she studied medicine. She arrived here a year ago and quickly formed a close bond with Tomira, becoming fast friends. She was a vibrant young lady, adept in song and dance, as well as possessing remarkable medical skills, bringing much joy to everyone. Huck refrained from interrupting Frank, sensing an underlying discord. The elder's smile seemed to harbor a subtle sorrow. I recall vividly that Claire introduced a song that narrated the love story between a witcher and a female sorceress. The melody was truly enchanting, perhaps the most moving song I have ever heard in my life. The song was beautiful, and the singer even more so. Her voice, akin to that of a nightingale, captivated all present. Lost in thought, the elder's smile gradually faded, his expression becoming somewhat strained. Subsequently, the Lord forbade them from remaining in the white fruit orchard, prompting the two to come to our village. Frank took another drag from his cigarette, the smoke escaping in a heavy cloud, his gaze growing somewhat flickering. During their time in the village, Claire urged everyone not to uncritically believe in rumors, recounting many tales of witchers who sacrificed themselves to protect civilians from the menace of monsters. Huck was somewhat astonished, unable to fathom that a physician and a herbalist would advocate for the witcher. Moreover, they had indeed succeeded in completely altering the villagers' perceptions. This was a truly exhilarating development. So, where are these two remarkable ladies now? The witcher gazed intently at the elder, stating, "If I have the time, I shall pay them a visit." Well, they are no longer in the village. I fear they are not here any longer. A note of regret tinged his voice. He glanced at the dimming sky, rising to his feet. "It is getting late, I think. Don't rush, don't rush. It's merely a quarter-hour ride to the white fruit orchard." As he noticed the witcher preparing to leave, Frank promptly stood up as well. "Dinner will be ready shortly. Please, do sit." As he spoke, he moved to the door, urging the outside with a beckoning gesture. Seeing the elder's warm hospitality, Huck felt it was inappropriate to insist further and settled back down. Before long, dinner was served. A delightful spread of stewed vegetables, roasted chicken legs, roasted pork, bread, dried fish, and onion soup awaited them. The variety was abundant, and the flavors were delightful, most notably a bottle of fresh raspberry juice that was exquisite. After a week of rough living, Huck had not had the pleasure of a proper meal, and he was thoroughly satisfied by the sumptuous dinner before him. By the way, Elder Frank, has Tea Tamoria ceased to exist? As he savored the aromatic chicken leg, his lips greasy, the witcher suddenly recalled the morning's events. Why are there still tax collectors? Although the battlefield has succumbed to defeat, the resistance remains steadfast, primarily due to the presence of Baron Variels. Thus, White Orchard continues to belong to Timoria. Baron Variels? Is he the Lord of White Orchard you just mentioned? Huck, intrigued by the elder's unwavering confidence and assertive words, couldn't help but wonder where this conviction stemmed from. Indeed, the Lord is a formidable figure, reputed to have wreaked havoc on the battlefield, instilling fear in the hearts of the Black Cloaks. Yet, why was there still a defeat? Huck set down the chicken bone he had been holding, finding amusement in the elder's narrative, akin to a storyteller. It is not his fault. The Black Cloaks numbered in the thousands, vastly outnumbering us, leaving him to, yes, to be precise, only he managed to retreat, while the others perished, including many young men from the village. Frank cast a sorrowful glance at him, silently taking a few puffs. Then, who are these tax collectors? As the words escaped his lips, Huck suddenly recalled Soat's experiences, causing a flicker of realization within him. These individuals are merely the remnants of defeated soldiers and deserters, some of whom are even brigands and thugs. Overall, their quality is mixed. Nevertheless, as long as the Baron remains, there is still hope. You have great faith in the Baron. Huck regarded the elder with curiosity, pondering the true nature of this man. He was once a benevolent lord, generous and approachable, with low tax rates. Why say once? Frank's expression grew grave upon hearing the inquiry. He grasped his pipe and took 2 hearty puffs, only to discover that the tobacco had been entirely consumed, prompting him to set it down once more. This year, the Lord had undergone significant changes. He had become irrational, utterly deranged, a madman. Before the old man could finish his words, a harsh voice interjected. Footsteps echoed from the doorway as a woman entered briskly. Chapter 18. The herbalist Tomira. Frank gazed in astonishment at the woman who had just entered. With her long black hair, slightly plump round face, and adorned with a simple coral necklace, she wore a dark red ensemble and bore an unmistakable aroma of herbs. Her countenance was marked by fury as she stood at the threshold. Hark observed her with curiosity, pondering whether this was indeed the renowned herbalist from the ginkgo orchard. "Frank, you didn't inform me that a monster hunter was coming to the village. Was I not just about to send someone to notify you?" The old man replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. Huck felt a twinge of surprise. He anticipated that this old fellow was capable of blushing. Goodness. If I had arrived a few minutes later, it seems we would have missed the entire affair. Tomira glared at him furiously. Then her gaze shifted to the monster hunter. You appear rather youthful. Witnessing the woman's hesitation and disappointment, Huck was left uncertain whether to feel pleased or apologetic. To his astonishment, this herbalist possessed a tendency towards age discrimination. Noticing the hint of displeasure on the demon hunter's face, the woman immediately recognized her own demeanor and hastily apologized. I am truly sorry. That was not my intention. Huck, with a faint smile, chose not to linger on such trivialities and directly inquired. You must have urgent business for me, am I correct? Indeed, I require your assistance with a matter. The herbalist observed Huck's disregard for her earlier rudeness and felt a slight sense of relief. What is it? Huck harbored a favorable impression of this woman who spoke on behalf of the demon hunter, and he was more than willing to lend a hand if he could. It concerns a friend of mine who participated in the battle some time ago and has since gone silent. I would like you to assist me in locating him on the battlefield. Are you referring to the skirmish that took place 2 days ago in the clearing among the trees on the hillside northeast of the White Fruit Orchard? Upon hearing her words, Huck's interest was piqued. He had indeed been to that battlefield. On his way there, he had witnessed numerous ghoulish creatures racing in the same direction, and the horrific scene still haunted his memory. Yes, that is the very spot. I sought the help of the hunters in the village, but they warned me of the many ghouls that roam the battlefield, expressing their reluctance to approach. Therefore, the woman hesitated, perhaps feeling she was imposing too greatly. Are you suggesting I venture there now? Huck furrowed his brow. The sun had already set, and nighttime was when the ghouls were most active. To go now would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. I have been anxious for 2 days now, worrying that Morris may not survive tonight. Observing the eager expression on Tomira's face, Frank sighed, attempting to dispel her unrealistic notions. No, he is still alive. Morris is a seasoned veteran who knows how to endure on the battlefield. Yes, he must still be alive. Tomira, irritated, interrupted the elder, growing increasingly convinced of her own thoughts. At this moment, Lady Hack felt compelled to speak. Regardless of his fate, I cannot go searching for him tonight. The young demon hunter rose to his feet, spreading his hands wide. You have seen for yourself. I am quite young, lacking in experience, and my strength is limited. Noticing that the woman intended to speak again, Hack added, the battlefield is strewn with corpses, attracting a multitude of ghouls, whose powers are amplified at night. This is not something I can handle alone. But you are a demon hunter, specialized in dealing with monsters, Nanak remarked. You are formidable. Seeing the demon hunter's reluctance, Tomira grew anxious. As for the remuneration, worry not. I will ensure your satisfaction. Though my finances are modest, I have cultivated many herbs, which I can offer if needed. My lady, this is not merely a matter of compensation. How about this? I have a mentor in the White Orchard. I can consult him for advice and then provide you with a response. Oh, I see, Tomira replied, somewhat disheartened. Yet it was clear that the other party would not take risks on her behalf. She reluctantly inquired, then when can we take action? If the teacher consents. Then perhaps as soon as tomorrow morning. Huck, feeling reluctant to refuse outright, understands that hope is but a faint glimmer. Should he decline, there would be no need for them to wait. Very well, I shall await you in the village tomorrow morning. Tomira, seemingly oblivious to the subtle denial in the demon hunter's words, remained filled with hope. Good night, Mr. Demon Hunter. I must attend to those children now, so I shall take my leave. We shall meet tomorrow morning. After confirming their arrangement, the woman nodded at Huck and hurriedly turned to exit. Wait, does the Morris you seek have a little dog named something like Hulong? At last, Huck could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, what little dog? Morris detests dogs and does not own one. Tomira turned her head, puzzled by the demon hunter's sudden question. Ah, never mind then. Good night, Tomira. Good night. The woman turned once more and departed, her footsteps gradually fading into silence. Did you just say she is not in the village? Once Tomira had walked far away, Huck turned to Frank, his expression one of confusion. That old man is rather devious. He is certainly concealing something. Frank let out a wry smile, picking up the pipe beside him, glancing at the spent tobacco before setting it down once more. Children? Huck recalled Tomira mentioning children earlier and could not help but ask curiously, are they her children or those of the village? It was neither of them. It was the elder, an orphan she had taken in, who sat down, gazing out of the window, his expression somewhat peculiar. She had established an orphanage. currently sheltering 21 children. 21? Upon hearing this number, Huck inhaled sharply. The profession of a herbalist does not yield substantial profits, while it ensures a modest livelihood. Shouldering the responsibility of 21 children's sustenance seems utterly implausible. Could she truly manage alone? She cannot manage alone, Frank shook his head. Morris is the one assisting her with the children. Monster Hunter, I sincerely wish you could aid her. The old man's expression was particularly earnest at that moment. Morris is a good man. He was conscripted to the battlefield to protect the children, and I hope he remains unharmed. He sighed, his demeanor tinged with resignation as he continued. However, as you can see, Tomira is utterly destitute, and the village is in no position to gather the bounty for a commission. So, you intend to keep my existence a secret from her? Huck glanced at the elder, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to leave. I have no alternative. The village cannot sustain so many children. Frank's voice trailed off behind him. The onlookers had dispersed, leaving only a few children frolicking at the doorstep. Looking up at the night sky, he saw no trace of the moon or stars. The darkness enveloped him like ink, devoid of any glimmer of light. Chapter 19. The White Fruit Orchard. The White Fruit Orchard lies to the northeast of Vejima, and it takes merely half a day to ride to the southern bank of the Ponta River. As dusk fell, the Nilfgaardian soldiers stationed at the Sorrowful Bridge checkpoint, spanning the river to the east of the village, idly gazed at the setting sun while engaging in casual banter. Have you heard? Sergeant Jared has perished. Jared? The iron-willed instructor Jared? I thought no northerner could best him. He was not slain by northerners. It is said he succumbed to illness, aside from a fever. He developed some dark boils under his arms. But let us keep this under wraps. The officials are quite sensitive about such matters. The folks back home speak the truth. The North has nothing to offer but swamps and monsters, along with a myriad of strange ailments. The last time my nails turned black and my fingers swelled, I considered visiting the army medic. Guess what happened? What? You should have gone sooner. I arrived before dawn the next day, only to find the number of patients had swelled to over 200. Captain Peter is recruiting local herbalists and physicians, but I hear many are reluctant to serve the Empire. My longsword is itching for action. Well, I shan't provoke these individuals. Otherwise, I might end up losing more than just a few fingers, perhaps even my wrist. Ah, someone approaches, riding a horse and cloaked. Upon spotting the galloping steed, the soldiers at the checkpoint tensed. The archer atop the wooden watchtower drew his bowstring, his vigilant gaze fixed on the advancing stranger, the gleaming arrowhead trailing the figure slowly. Soldiers on either side of the wooden bridge gripped their swords tightly, while a non-commissioned officer obstructed the path of the newcomer. Stop, stranger. Take another step, and the crossbow bolt will pierce your neck. The brown steed slowed its pace, and upon reaching the stone bridge, the rider dismounted with agility. As he removed his cloak, the soldier noticed he bore two swords. In the current circumstances, it was commonplace for anyone venturing outside to be armed. However, no one would carry swords on their back like arrows, let alone two. The robust, bearded Nilfgaardian scrutinized the young man before him, observing the dark, congealed bloodstains on his thick hunting attire, along with the conspicuous mending on his chest and arms. The stitches were crooked and unkempt, creating a wrinkled appearance that suggested a sewing proficiency far inferior to his own, indeed, beneath his standards. Are you a witcher? He inquired, surprised by the youthfulness in the stranger's distinctly amber eyes. Yes, I am here in search of my companions. Huck replied courteously, articulating his purpose. You might want to check the White Pear Inn in the village center. It is the only place to stay. Having confirmed the stranger's identity, the soldier stepped aside. Thank you. Huck nodded, leading his horse into the village. Stay out of trouble, and if there is any trouble, shout for help. We have our people outside. The soldier called after the witcher as he watched his retreating figure. The tautly wounded Nilfgaardian soldier relaxed, and a tall, lanky man leaning on his halberd grumbled. When did these freaks come to be referred to as us? A few days ago, the Emperor's envoy had just departed. His Majesty, the Great and Shill, has summoned the monster hunter. Captain Peter specifically instructed not to trouble them. What, do you have any objections? The junior officer cast a cold glance at him, his tone laced with sarcasm and his expression icy. No, that is not my intention. The tall, lanky man shivered at the remark, hastily defending himself. Next time you complain, you'll be assigned to a smaller unit to confront the griffin beasts, and then you shall pray for the presence of a monster hunter by your side. Huck was oblivious to the ensuing events. He had already arrived at the village entrance. Come, don't miss out. Fresh plums, grapes, freshly caught cod, large, flavorful, with tender flesh. Exquisite honey, spices from Sarracania, cloves, garlic, nutmeg, and an array of seasonings, all mustn't be missed. Silver-scaled breastplate, a complete set of hardware, blue quality. The sun had set, leaving only a trace of crimson on the horizon. Yet the reality was quite different. While wisps of smoke curled from the village, the number of people at the entrance was far from scant. To the right of the village road flowed a river that circled the village, while the left side had transformed into a bustling market, dotted with numerous tents. Various goods were displayed in front of some tents, and many vendors stood energetically shouting before them. The market was alive with people coming and going, many of whom were not from the village, leading pack horses laden with bulging saddlebags. Witnessing the vibrant scene before him, the young monster hunter was filled with surprise. Huck paused momentarily at the intersection, his keen gaze surveying the marketplace, yet he failed to spot the merchant with the pot-lid hairstyle whom he was seeking. A hint of perplexity flickered in his mind, but he dismissed it and proceeded to lead his horse toward the village. The White Ginkgo Inn was not far from the village entrance, its sign standing out prominently. Children were engaged in a game of stone sifting at the door, while several women washed their clothes by the water channel at the roadside. Upon seeing him enter the courtyard with his horse, a man wearing a leather hat promptly approached, taking the reins. After instructing him to feed the horse with quality fodder and replenish its water, Huck turned his attention to the stable. Inside, only Weissmir's black horse was munching on hay. Gerald's mare, named Roach, was absent. Through the window, he could see the inn brightly lit, and he lingered at the entrance for a moment, listening to the raucous voices emanating from within. Witchers generally preferred to avoid overly boisterous places, for a crowd often meant trouble. The cacophony before him caused him to hesitate. After a moment's contemplation, he donned his cloak once more and then pushed open the grand door. Elsa, the innkeeper adorned in a green blouse and brown skirt, lifted her gaze to scrutinize the newcomer. "What can I get for you?" she inquired. "Beer," responded the cloaked stranger, his voice sounding notably youthful. With the influx of various merchants and villagers into the village lately, she had grown accustomed to such interactions and paid little heed to the unfamiliar face. Wiping her hands on her canvas apron, Elsa grabbed a ceramic cup from the counter and filled it with a generous measure of beer from the nearby barrel. The stranger did not, like other patrons, seek a table to sit at. Instead, he remained standing beside the counter, fixated on the proprietor as he spoke. "I am in search of 2 witchers." Elsa gazed at the customer in astonishment from the shadow of his hood. She discerned his amber eyes gleaming with an eerie light. The broad hood obscured most of his visage, leaving only a smooth and delicate chin visible. Although his features were concealed, those eyes, shimmering ominously from within the darkness, instilled a sense of dread akin to that of a venomous serpent. Another witcher? After years of encountering none, now a multitude arrives? Elsa's mind swirled with uncertainty, yet a flicker of hope ignited within her. She had overheard intoxicated Nilfgaardians speaking of their efforts against the fearsome griffin. Perhaps the witchers had come for that very purpose. Turning the corner, leftward, and proceeding straight to the end, he should be there. As the innkeeper indicated the direction, she could not resist inquiring as he lifted his beer mug, preparing to depart. "Witcher, may I ask if you have come to hunt the griffin?" Huck stared, momentarily taken aback, as he regarded the innkeeper with bewilderment. "Why concern yourself with such a question?" That wretched creature had previously feasted solely on cattle and sheep, yet it had now begun to assault passers-by by the roadside. If this continued, no one would dare come here. Poor Bram lost his life today. Heavens, his 2 children are still so young. "Are you referring to your merchant relative, Bram?" "Indeed. I had advised him not to venture outside these past few days, yet he resolutely refused, insisting that a fortunate person is always protected by fate." The subsequent words of the female shopkeeper were lost on Hark, as his mind buzzed with disquiet and dread. Following the incident with the fire lizard, he had believed that his arrival would not alter the course of the narrative. Yet, he abruptly discovered that familiar characters were experiencing a strikingly different fate. Did this not imply that the seemingly predetermined destiny of the protagonist could also be subject to change? Chapter 20. Shall we play Gwent? The Baigwa Yuan Inn, though modest in scale, cannot be deemed luxurious. However, it is impeccably clean and exudes an inviting warmth. The interior is adorned with vibrant, colorful wind chimes made from shells, and the wooden walls are embellished with charming rural murals. The flora and fauna depicted in the murals harmonize beautifully with the verdant landscapes beyond, creating a delightful fusion of pastoral charm and leisure retreat. The inn's thoughtfully arranged layout and meticulous decor reflect the proprietor's earnest dedication to her establishment. Candles have been lit within, casting flickering shadows as patrons gather around wooden tables, some engaged in jovial laughter while others partake in hearty libations, creating a lively atmosphere. Huck, with a beer mug in hand, made his way towards the left side of the counter. As he passed the corner of the room, he caught sight of several young individuals gathered around a table, engrossed in a game of quick blades. Curiosity piqued, he paused to observe. A man clad in a white shirt and a dark, fitted jacket, topped with a round cap, placed his left hand on the table while wielding a dagger in his right. Look here, look here. The moment of thrilling anticipation was about to unfold. He boastfully raised his right hand, swirling a dagger above his head in a few circles, and shouted loudly. After a brief pause, he surveyed his surroundings. Noticing the gazes of those around him converging upon him, a wave of pride washing over his face. Look closely, it's time for the Swift Blades performance, he declared, spreading the fingers of his left hand flat upon the table, while the tip of his right-hand dagger began to thrust between the gaps of his fingers. Thud, 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 the pace quickened, until the dagger's tip appeared to blur into an illusion. The heart raced, as this daring game of facing danger instantly became the center of attention. Glancing at the two beautiful young women seated across from the swift blade, their expressions tense and their eyes fixed upon him, Huck chuckled softly and continued onward. The young man had potential. As he conquered peril and sought fame, he might also win the affections of the ladies. After passing several rows of wooden tables, the monster hunter spotted Vesemir, quietly pouring himself a drink in a corner. Unlike the raucousness of the other tables, his corner was remarkably serene. Others seemed to deliberately maintain their distance, not wishing to disturb the monster hunter. Huck removed his cloak and approached with a grin, just as a sudden twitch caught his eye. He was taken aback to see a bald man in a traveler's coat seated in another corner, gazing at him with curiosity. Noticing the man's gaze, he returned a friendly smile. It was Gwent, and Huck's heart sank upon recognizing him. Why was this fellow still here? Wasn't he supposed to be waiting for the White Wolf? Had the two not yet had the chance to converse? Although filled with doubt, the young demon hunter wished to avoid any association with the fiend, feigning ignorance of the entity's identity as he turned his face away. Vesemir, why are you alone? Where's Geralt? Setting down his mug, Huck took a seat opposite the elder, immediately noticing the bandage on his left arm. You are injured? Have you completed the task? Indeed, I vanquished several drowners, including 2 subtypes. On the way, I encountered a griffin attacking passers-by, and suffered a minor scratch. Nothing to worry about. Huck pressed on. I heard that the proprietor's relative was just attacked. Did you save him? We could not save him. The poor soul had his skull crushed, brain matter splattered everywhere. It was a gruesome sight. Vesemir recalled the horrific scene, sighing as he poured another glass of vodka. And Geralt? He has gone to track the griffin's trail. Isn't he in a hurry to find Yennefer? Does he have time for this? Seeing the beast inflict harm stirred a sense of anger within him. You know how he is. Sometimes he inexplicably possesses a strong sense of justice. Well, yet another incongruity with the narrative. Huck lamented inwardly, raising his beer mug and taking a hearty swig. I'm done with this, absolutely done. Suddenly, a man's voice erupted from behind, filled with extreme frustration, annoyance, and despair. Huck set down his ceramic cup and turned towards the source of the sound, catching sight of a man adorned in a round-topped, wide-brimmed hat, scruffy beard, and scholarly attire, rising in indignation. He was unaware of what had provoked him, his face contorted in a mask of fury. Kilt. Huck recognized the identity of this tragic character. It was only a matter of time before he would become a restless spirit beneath the gallows tree. This kilt was not only unfortunate but also demonstrated his consistent ineptitude in card play, compounded by his poor sportsmanship. To lose a few hands and become incensed? A melodious voice broke the tension, emanating from the individual seated opposite the scholar, clearly a woman. You are cheating, aren't you? It must be so, vile woman. You are surely deceitful. Are you certain you wish to defame me in such a manner? The woman's tone turned icy as she rose, shedding her cloak, and gazed intently at the scholar before her. I don't want to play anymore. Whatever Kilt had witnessed caused him to retreat several steps in alarm. And then, as if confronted by a specter, he fled toward the exit, colliding with a woman in his frantic escape. Through the window, Huck observed the scholar's face drain of color, trembling uncontrollably, clearly in a state of shock. She used an illusion. She is a sorceress, suddenly murmured Vesemir, seated opposite. As if he had made a discovery, the young demon hunter felt a stir of curiosity and turned his gaze toward the woman who had frightened the scholar away. From behind, she appeared tall and graceful, her voluptuous figure accentuated by her voluminous red hair gathered at the nape of her neck. Her slender silhouette, paired with her enchanting voice, evoked an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Who would have thought that in such a remote locale, there existed someone so knowledgeable? The woman turned as she spoke, and despite being backlit, the Witcher's exceptional vision allowed Hark to discern her features and attire clearly. Her appearance was somewhat ordinary, lacking the stunning beauty Hark had anticipated. Her skin boasted a healthy wheat hue, and her pair of lively, somewhat frosty blue eyes were particularly striking. She wore a fitted light green jacket, cinched at her slender waist with a belt that held a petite pouch and a small satchel. Adorning the belt was a yellow satin ribbon that encircled her waist. Upon noticing the two men, her eyes sparkled, and she approached with a charming smile that illuminated her face. As she drew near, the Witcher caught a faint, delicate fragrance that lingered around her, seemingly her natural scent. The aroma was sweet and floral, reminiscent of licorice yet subtle. Violets? Gentlemen, shall we play Gwent? Her melodious voice rang in their ears, momentarily startling both Witchers. Chapter 21. The Demoness First Encounter. My name is Emily Savini, a traveling mage. May I take a seat, gentlemen? The woman stood gracefully beside the table, her face adorned with a warm smile as she awaited their invitation. Her voice was clear and sweet, soft and melodious like a gentle spring. Her figure was slender and well-proportioned, evoking ripples of intrigue in those who beheld her. Her eyes were deep and clear, reminiscent of tranquil waters, pure and vibrant. Her lips were full and alluring, glistening with a seductive sheen, while the unique shade of purplish red bestowed an air of nobility and mystery. The elegant violets exuded a rich, sweet fragrance. Her fiery red hair shimmered brilliantly, flowing like flames. Though she lacked an exquisite appearance, the woman's extraordinary demeanor and enchanting figure left an indelible impression, stirring the heart. In the presence of such a lady, a gentleman would typically extend a courteous invitation for her to take a seat before introducing himself. However, she found herself confronted not by a gentleman, but by two rather unconventional men. "Madam, I apologize, but the space here is quite limited, and we cannot accommodate anyone else," remarked Vesemir with an impassive tone and a cold expression, his gaze fixed warily upon Emily, having no intention of inviting her to sit. "I know you, Master Vesemir. You are the mentor of the White Wolf, Geralt." Emily remained unfazed by his rudeness, flashing a charming smile at Hark and naturally taking a seat beside him. The young monster hunter had no choice but to shift further in to provide her with more space. The old Witcher's attention was piqued as he noted that she had directly addressed him by name, prompting him to scrutinize her more closely. "You know Geralt?" Upon hearing Vesemir's inquiry, Emily laughed lightly, her long lashes fluttering with the sound, and her blue eyes sparkled like stars. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Emily seemed undeterred by the elder's hostility, playfully brushing aside a few strands of hair from her forehead and winking mischievously. "As for who I am, didn't I already tell you?" The woman gazed at Vesemir, her tone laced with playful mockery. "I am Emily, a traveling mage, and I have come for him." Upon noticing the scrutinizing look she cast upon her apprentice, the face of the monster hunter darkened instantly. "I care not who you are or what your intentions may be, but I warn you to keep your distance from him." "Vesemir, do not be alarmed." As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Hark felt compelled to interject. "I believe she harbors no ill will. What do you understand?" The monster hunter shot Hark a glare, deeming him too youthful to comprehend the dangers of the world. All right, Vesemir, there is no need for hostility towards me. He speaks the truth. I bear no malice." Emily raised her left hand and gently waved it, and suddenly, a beautifully crafted, translucent wine bottle appeared upon the previously empty table. The bottle was filled with golden liquid, shimmering under the dim candlelight, casting a lovely golden hue. Elverless wine? Vesemir immediately recognized the exquisite drink, a fine red wine hailing from the renowned vineyards of Tosent. "Good eye." Emily flashed a warm smile at the monster hunter, her fingers waving once more. Instantly, 3 tulip-shaped crystal goblets with slender stems materialized on the table. Then, her gaze danced over the wine bottle. With a soft thud, the corks slowly climbed out, eventually falling away from the bottle's mouth. The bottle, filled with Elverlose wine, gracefully levitated into the air, as if cradled by an unseen hand, pouring the fragrant golden liquid into the 3 goblets. Huck gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. It was his inaugural encounter with magic being employed in such an exquisite manner, evoking a sense of wonder and elegance. "The wine has already been aerated. You might as well indulge," the woman said, her smile gentle as she slid 2 cups filled with the liquid towards the 2 individuals. "Might I also partake in this exquisite wine?" Upon hearing the languid male voice resonate from the table, Emily looked up in surprise, only to find herself confronted by a tall, bald man clad in yellow travel attire, his face a mask of feigned amusement. Her gaze flickered momentarily. The sorceress never anticipated that anyone could so easily pierce through the illusion she had conjured. My apologies, but there are only 3 cups. The astonishment in the woman's eyes quickly faded, replaced by a soft, enchanting smile, belying her words of refusal. Not to worry, I come equipped with my own cup. Just then, Ganti brazenly plopped himself down beside Weissmere, placing his empty ceramic cup on the table before unceremoniously seizing the wine bottle to fill his cup to the brim. The ceramic vessel resembled a large beer stein. With a single pour, he emptied more than half the bottle of Eversole wine. Huck stared in disbelief at the bald man's audacious maneuver, feeling a profound sense of admiration swell within him. Who are you? Emily's tone shifted to one of palpable danger. Her luscious purple lips pursed, and her azure eyes ignited with a brewing tempest. I am Ganti Odom, a wandering vagabond. My wares primarily consist of mirrors. Hence I am often referred to as the Mirror Master or the Mirror Boy. The Master of Mirrors savored a generous sip of the exquisite wine in his cup, then let out a contented sigh. Ah, what a splendid vintage. It eludes me why so many prefer to sip delicately. It hardly satisfies the thirst. Setting down his goblet, he smiled and surveyed the 3 companions before him, then turned his gaze toward the sorceress, continuing in a leisurely tone, Madam, as long as it brings you joy. You may address me however you wish. I shall not. Very well. Impressive. Ha. From a distance, jubilant cheers erupted from the spot where the knife-throwing game had been played. The raucous applause interrupted the Master of Mirrors' self-indulgent performance, and a flicker of anger momentarily flashed in the demon's eyes. You are called Ganti Odom, Master of Mirrors? For reasons unknown, the fury on Emily's face swiftly dissipated, replaced by a grave expression. I have heard of you and know who you are. What is it that you seek? Upon hearing the sorceress's words, Ganti chuckled, gazing at her with a playful demeanor. Like you, I have come to befriend the youthful demon hunter. There is nothing. Haha, did you see that? Anyone who wishes to challenge me, do not hesitate. I shall accept all. The triumphant laughter of the knife-throwing lad once again interrupted the demon's discourse, and the expression on the Master of Mirrors grew dark. With a snap of his fingers, Ganti rendered Hark utterly immobile. Goodness, must it be so extreme? Hark, who had been in a state of bewilderment since the woman's arrival, now lamented his predicament, utterly clueless as to the intentions of the 2 before him. He attempted to move, only to discover that even a mere finger was beyond his reach. In this manner, we shall be undisturbed. Upon hearing Grant's words, the demon hunter was suddenly taken aback. I could still perceive the sounds surrounding us. Moreover, my eyes retained the ability to move, allowing me to observe my surroundings. Casting my gaze across the way, I noticed the monster-hunting master maintaining his seated posture, utterly motionless, resembling a vividly lifelike statue. Was I the only one capable of movement? Gazing at my stone-like mentor, doubt crept into Hack's mind as his eyes shifted to the profile of Vesemir. The bald, long-faced Grant, having caught his glance, approached with an obnoxious grin, his eyes alight with surprise and curiosity. You are indeed exceptional. I find you quite intriguing. I caution you. Do not set your sights upon him. A woman's voice resounded in my ear, sharp and evidently suppressing her anger, as she gestured with her right hand, causing a flash of magical light. At that moment, Hack sensed that he could move once more. Ah, this is something I had not anticipated. We shall meet again, Hack. Perhaps wishing to avoid further confrontation with the woman, the demon lifted the ceramic cup before him and drained its contents in one swift motion, wiping his mouth before rising. Madam, I appreciate your generous hospitality. I hope for another opportunity to meet. I would prefer that we never cross paths again. The woman's cold sarcasm did not affect Grant, who elegantly shrugged, nodded to the 2, and strode towards the door. Hack turned his head, his gaze following Grant's retreating figure. The entire inn, aside from the 3 of them, remained frozen, as if a pause button had been pressed, preserving the actions of the previous moment. Inform Gerald that the person he seeks has visited the Nilfgaardian camp, where he may uncover valuable clues. Upon hearing this, Hack felt an unsettling sense that the demon seemed to lose interest in Gerald. Ganti swiftly approached the crowd, his smile vanished, and a cruel smirk twisted at the corners of his mouth. Next time, do remember not to disturb my conversation with esteemed guests. As he spoke, the demon cast a glance at the figure of the cutthroat, who was maintaining the form of a hearty laugh. He laid the left hand of the cutthroat upon the table, seized the right hand that clutched a dagger, and plunged it downward. The sharp blade pierced through the palm of the left hand, embedding it firmly into the wooden table. Having completed this act, Ganny continued his stride towards the exit, snapping his fingers as he departed. A harrowing scream of agony erupted, drowning out all noise within the wooden abode. This was soon followed by the piercing shrieks of women and the startled cries of the surrounding crowd. What had transpired? Everything was just fine moments ago. My heavens, there is so much blood. Who did this? Who stabbed me? Chapter 22. The Return of the White Wolf. What have I missed? Vizimir, just emerging from a state of suspension, gazed in astonishment at the empty seat beside him, then glanced towards the chaotic, frenzied crowd before him. Emily cast a glance at the monster-hunting master, but chose to ignore him, instead turning to Huck with a serious demeanor, saying, "This man is exceedingly dangerous. I cannot fathom the depths of his power." The nonchalance that had graced her countenance earlier had vanished, replaced by a palpable tension and lingering fear. "From now on, keep your distance from him." The sorceress thoughtfully lifted her goblet, taking a delicate sip. "Remember, under no circumstances should you engage in any dealings with him." "Do you know him?" Hart questioned anxiously beside the woman. "I do not, but I have encountered some references to him in ancient texts." "Ancient texts?" Both the old and the young exclaimed in unison, one in astonishment, the other in delight. "Yes, I recall a nursery rhyme contained within, the son of the demon, with a silver tongue and a handsome visage. He will grant your every desire, be it gold, silver, or honey. Yet when it comes time for him to collect his dues, his eyes ignite with flames." "You mean to say that man just now is a high-ranking demon?" Weissmuir was clearly taken aback. He had not wished to believe it, but in light of the earlier events and their solemn expressions, he found himself compelled to accept it. As a demon hunter nearing 3 centuries of age, he had heard whispers of high-ranking demons and was privy to knowledge that eluded many ordinary folk. Although he was unaware of what transpired during the time freeze, the sudden disappearance of a living being before his eyes left him profoundly shaken. "Yes, he is known by many names. Here, he is called Gonth Odin, or the Master of Mirrors." "Why do you insist that Hart keep his distance? Could it be?" "No, it's impossible." The old hunter gazed at Hart in shock, his expression tinged with urgency. "Since you are aware of him, do you possess any means to confront this demon?" "I am not well acquainted with him." The agitated woman waved her right hand, and the wine glass on the table vanished instantaneously. "The inn had only 2 guest rooms, both of which I reserved. I will occupy one, while the 3 of you will share the other. Thus, I shall retire first." Under the bewildered gaze of the duo, the woman gracefully rose and swiftly made her way to the inn's backyard. Watching Emily disappear beyond the door, the two turned to each other, exchanging puzzled glances before shaking their heads in unison. After a moment, Weissmuir lifted his glass and drained its contents, suddenly finding the local vodka rather insipid. He set down the glass and frowned, expressing his thoughts. Are all sorceresses of such character? So self-absorbed, eccentric, and enigmatic, yet fond of issuing commands? Yet, I find Triss quite agreeable. Master Hark interrupted Weissmuir's lament, gazing at him with a perplexed expression. What do you think this woman truly desires? Hark appeared somewhat innocent. He too was baffled. If that individual were indeed a high demon, we must have a serious discussion with the sorceress. Weissmuir stroked his chin, squinting. She seemed to possess considerable knowledge. I suspect she was not mistaken. That person is indeed a high demon. After some contemplation, Hark resolved to remind Weissmuir to remain vigilant. The old demon hunter's countenance grew grave. Ever since Hark accurately predicted the invasion of the Fire Lizard Gang, he had come to believe in his apprentice's innate abilities. Later, the scenes that Hark occasionally glimpsed in his dreams indeed materialized in reality, which only fortified his unwavering belief. Upon hearing Hark mention that he had encountered this man in his dreams, a wave of tension washed over him. Thus, it became imperative to converse with the sorceress. Regardless of the demon's intentions or plans for you, we must prepare ourselves. After listening to the herbalist Tamira's commission and understanding her current predicament, coupled with Hark's contemplations, Vesemir fell into silence. Hark anxiously fixed his gaze upon his mentor, awaiting his decision. Merely contemplating matters proved futile. Action was essential for hope to blossom. Once a beginning was made, the potential for favorable outcomes emerged. After considerable deliberation, Vesemir remained indecisive, leaving Hark with no recourse but to hope that Geralt would endorse his ideas. The weary White Wolf, upon taking a seat, promptly began to gulp down beer. He clarified that the Griffin's nest was situated on a high knoll far from the village. Setting down his empty ceramic cup, he wiped the foam from his lips and recounted the pursuit. I followed the trail of blood, heading in the direction the griffin had soared away. The bloodstains were intermittent along the way, eventually vanishing entirely. Fortunately, I was well acquainted with its habits. For safety, they typically build their nests in secluded areas, distant from villages, where human presence is scarce and the terrain difficult to traverse. Such topography is not hard to find nearby. Ultimately, I discovered its nest concealed in the jungle, 2 hours' journey from the village on a high knoll. Vesemir scrutinized him for a moment before inquiring, "Griffins usually appear in pairs, so you did not engage them?" "No. It is not in the nest. To be precise, the male griffin is absent from its lair, while the female griffin has perished." Geralt shook his head and picked up a shard of a panel, placing it in his mouth. "How could this be? Who could possibly slay a griffin?" Huck inquired, astonished. "Is there another hunter involved?" "The griffin is not a weak creature like a water wraith or a wretched spirit. It is highly improbable for an ordinary person to hunt them. It is not merely a griffin. The corpse of the female griffin possesses sturdy quills and dense feathers. It is a subspecies known as the royal griffin." Geralt corrected Hark's statement and, with a grave expression, continued, "Her beak is worn, and her plumage has turned grayish-white, indicating she is approximately 10 to 12 years old. Griffins mate for life from a young age, so the other must be of a similar age." As for the cause of death, the white wolf pondered before articulating his assessment. "She bears multiple deep wounds. Yet there are no traces of blood on her claws or beak, suggesting she did not resist and was slain in her slumber. This elucidates why she frequently attacked travelers on the road. It is the male griffin seeking vengeance." Upon hearing this, Vesemir sighed, remarking that some individuals are prone to acting with unwarranted arrogance, disregarding the insights of professionals. "I believe it is not a matter of disbelief, but rather an inability to find professionals," Hark interjected, unable to contain himself. "The number of monsters has not diminished. Yet the number of witchers has dwindled to a mere handful." "What do you mean by a mere handful? Who is a mere kitten?" Geralt felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his metaphor. He harbored a deep-seated aversion towards the creature known as the cat. Who could be responsible for this, he pondered. Vesemir, aware that Hark spoke the truth, had no intention of lingering on this sorrowful topic. He turned to the White Wolf and inquired, "I have heard that the Nilfgaardians have long sought to eliminate the griffin. Perhaps it was they." The White Wolf hesitated momentarily before articulating his deduction, piecing together the information he had gathered. "Indeed, someone has seen Yennefer in contact with an officer within the camp. Perhaps there lies a lead to her whereabouts." The mention of Nilfgaard recalled Hark to the words of the Master of Mirrors. Had this been a few days prior, he would have confidently declared to the White Wolf that Yennefer was likely in the palace of Vizima. However, he now felt uncertain, as numerous individuals and events appeared to have shifted, veering away from their original paths. "Really?" Geralt's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "I shall inquire immediately." "Wait," Vesemir interjected, gently restraining him and gesturing towards the window. "It is well past midnight. Let us defer this until tomorrow." Glancing at the pitch-black night outside, the White Wolf nodded reluctantly and retook his seat. "By the way, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you." Vesemir set down his cup of wine, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Are you familiar with a sorceress named Emily Savini, characterized by her crimson hair and azure eyes?" "Emily?" Hark replied, "I do not recall anyone by that name. I know several red-haired sorceresses, but none bear that title." "Then it may be an alias. Or perhaps she is not well known," Vesemir concluded. The old witcher stroked his grizzled beard and expressed his thoughts, observing the furrowed brows of the two men. Geralt could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. Chapter 23, Not a Sparrow. Golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a slender, radiant beam upon the wooden floor. Outside the slightly ajar door, the voice of the tavern's landlady could be heard shooing away drunken patrons. A cool breeze wafted in, rustling the curtains, while above, the sound of branches crackling echoed. Hark was stirred awake by the cacophony, abruptly opening his eyes and sitting up. Glancing around the room, he noted that both Vesemir and Geralt had vanished, having endured days of rough living. He chose not to follow their example of substituting sleep with meditation. For him, meditation, while beneficial, could never replace the sheer delight of sleep, an indulgence akin to the exquisite joy a dog feels when savoring meat or a cat when relishing fish. Rising, he approached the window, drew back the curtains, and opened the window. The morning's damp, sticky breeze enveloped him, carrying the fragrant scent of moist earth. The golden sun ascended above the treetops, scattering its brilliance, transforming the verdant grass, towering trees, and flowing river into a splendid tapestry of gold. In the morning breeze, the river rippled with gentle waves, its foam lapping against the banks. The water wheel of the mill across the river turned slowly, propelled by the current, sending up sprays of pure white water amidst its creaking sounds. Diligent maidens washed their garments by the riverside, their laughter and cheerful voices drifting with the wind. As he beheld the breathtaking countryside, the young witcher found himself momentarily entranced. As he passed through the courtyard gate, he immediately spotted two witchers seated by the window. They were engaged in conversation while savoring their breakfast. Upon noticing his arrival, Vesemir waved him over, taking a seat at the table. The seasoned monster hunter poured him a glass of fresh milk. Huck accepted the milk, took a sip, and then picked up a slice of bread, spreading honey upon it. "Huck, there is something we need to discuss with you," Geralt said. Swallowing the morsel of roasted meat in his mouth and brushing off the crumbs from his attire as he turned to face him. "What is it?" Huck glanced at the white wolf, slightly puzzled, as he rarely initiated conversation with him. "I recalled something concerning Emily," he continued. "Oh, Triss once mentioned that aside from the magical academies of Aretuza and Banard, sorcerers have a third path of study. These mages, not trained in formal institutions, are referred to as wild mages, and they identify themselves as itinerant sorcerers or battle mages. Itinerant sorcerers feel no allegiance to the academies, most harbor no desire for power, and they shun the confines of rooms devoted to arcane study. Instead, they prefer to experience life through travel and hone their skills through combat. Such mages are rare. I have only heard of them and have yet to encounter one, which is why it slipped my mind for a moment. Is Emily one of these itinerant sorcerers?" "She likely is. Why is she seeking me?" "This brings us to the second matter we wanted to discuss with you," Vesemir interjected. "She is looking for you at the behest of her teacher." "Her teacher?" "Ida, I mean, the sorceress of the Blue Mountains, the elven sage of Ain Sidhi, and the court advisor of the Valley of Flowers." As the old monster hunter recited this lengthy list of titles, Huck nearly spat out his milk. Cough, cough, no way. Both Triss and Yennefer had mentioned that this elven sorceress possessed formidable power and the ability to glimpse the future. Geralt, with a solemn expression, added, "She is enigmatic and rarely interacts with others. How can you be certain that this Emily is not deceiving you? How could an elven sorceress have a human student?" "She showed us an ornament." "What kind of ornament?" Geralt cast a glance at him, pondering for a moment before recounting all he could remember as accurately as possible. Ida Imi never adorned herself with precious metals or gems. Rather, she favored pearls, corals, and amber. The piece she always wore, never parting with it, was an amber pendant containing a creature known as the Silver Shark. This creature, entirely silvery and resembling a tiger shark, was said to be native to her homeland. Just moments ago, Emily had revealed this pendant to us. Huck was momentarily stunned. At this point, he had no reason to doubt. Ida glimpsed the future. Your fates are intertwined. Weissmere blinked, his expression ambiguous. "And you believed her?" Huck exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide. "Whether one believes it or not holds little significance. What truly matters is how to deal with the formidable Geralt. The extensive knowledge possessed by Ada Emian is immensely beneficial." After a moment of hesitation, Vesemir continued, "Thus, we have reached an agreement." "What agreement?" A sense of foreboding washed over Huck upon witnessing the expression on his mentor's face. He feared he might be sold off. "Emily will remain by your side to assist you, and in return, you are required to cooperate with some of Ada Emian's experiments, providing her with a suitable amount of blood for her research each month." "What? Why was this not discussed with my consent? More experiments and bloodletting? I refuse to become a mere guinea pig for dissection and analysis." "Who told you to rise so late?" Vesemir shot him a glare before continuing, "Rest assured, we have not sold you off. You can refuse her unreasonable requests." In truth, I hold a differing opinion from Vesemir. I believe she conceals much and is not to be trusted. Hence, I do not support having an unidentified sorceress in close proximity. After a prolonged silence, the White Wolf ultimately chose to voice his thoughts, perhaps to alert Huck. "White Wolf, we have already deliberated on this," Vesemir interrupted Geralt, decisively concluding, "This matter is settled. There shall be no further discussion." Seeing his resolute stance, the two disciples felt it futile to argue further. "As for the third matter, I concur with your proposal." Upon hearing Vesemir's final response, Huck was nearly overwhelmed with joy, turning excitedly to glance at Geralt. "I never anticipated that you would acquiesce to this matter. I had always assumed you were skeptical about the revival of the school. My agreement does not imply that I harbor optimism." With a wry glance at him, I continued. However, you are correct. It is indeed time for change. At the very least, it cannot worsen. Geralt lingered in the barracks to gather information while the two of us, no, the three of us, sought out the herbalist Tomira. Perhaps it was the resolution that left me feeling unburdened, instilling vigor and hope. The old monster hunter appeared rejuvenated, radiating vitality, as though he had shed decades. After our meal, once the three of us had prepared ourselves and stepped into the courtyard, Huck noticed Emily, who was gracefully awaiting us in the yard. Since the teacher had consented, he saw no reason to raise further objections. It was rare for the old monster hunter to be in such high spirits, and besides, having more sorceresses around did not seem like a detriment. Leading their horses, the group exited the courtyard, and at the village's edge, Geralt parted ways with them. Galloping towards the northwest, toward the castle of Virelay. Are you truly following us? Huck inquired curiously, glancing at the sorceress clad in a short cloak and dressed in green. Her demeanor sharp. Where is your horse? I have no need for a horse. Emily retorted with a sidelong glance, gently stroking the mane of the chestnut mare. Softly addressing the creature, isn't that right, little mare? The chestnut seemed to comprehend her words and responded with a whinny. Mount up, let us be off. Vesemir cast a glance at the sorceress, understanding that these women possessed many tricks, requiring no concern on his part. Huck, having pondered this matter, agreed with a nod and leaped onto his steed. With a firm kick of his heels, he galloped behind the old demon hunter along the main road. After covering several dozen meters, curiosity compelled him to glance back, eager to see how Emily was managing to keep pace. The road was shrouded in swirling dust. The surface desolate, devoid of any sign of a woman. What could possibly be happening? Staring at the empty thoroughfare, Huck wore a bewildered expression. Hey, what are you staring at? A melodious voice chimed above him, as a striking golden bird alighted on his shoulder, fluttering its wings. Have you transformed into a sparrow? The demon hunter incredulously turned to the little bird on his shoulder, his face a mask of astonishment. Fool, I am a golden oriole, not a sparrow. The bird opened its tiny beak, expressing its displeasure with a series of chirps. Chapter 24. The explosive fireball. Upon reaching Toddy village, the sun had ascended to its zenith, casting a golden glow upon the road where numerous villagers hurriedly made their way to the docks. At the village entrance, a few children wielded wooden sticks, engrossed in a game of slaying monsters. Noticing their arrival, a young boy immediately abandoned his companions and rushed over. Mr. Hunter, do you remember me? Upon observing the hopeful face of the boy beside him, Huck smiled. Was this not the inquisitive heart? Of course I remember. Is Tamala in the village? Yes, but she is quite busy at the moment. Two ominous figures in black are seeking her. Upon hearing the boy's words, the demon hunters exchanged glances, a foreboding sensation rising within them. Upon arriving at the village entrance, the two dismounted and, guiding their steeds, made their way into the village, trailed closely by several young children. Before long, they encountered two never-scarred soldiers approaching on horseback, their demeanor suggesting they were messengers in a state of haste. Upon reaching the elder's abode, they beheld the herbalist anxiously pacing at the door, accompanied by Elder Frank standing by his side. You have finally arrived, exclaimed Tomira, her excitement palpable as she rushed forward upon seeing them, while Frank appeared visibly taken aback. This is my mentor, the Witcher Master Vesemir. The duo tethered their horses in the courtyard and followed the herbalist and the elder into the dwelling. As they entered, Huck promptly introduced them. Master Vesemir, Master Huck. Shall we proceed at once? Tomira's expression was one of urgency. Her first words were a plea to hasten their departure, revealing her concern for her friend. Do not fret, Tomira, the seasoned Witcher finally spoke. It is still early. We must wait until the sun reaches its zenith at noon. Why? She implored. Morris needs us now. Perhaps he is injured and in need of healing. We should go at once. First, I must inform you that the chances of your friend's survival are exceedingly slim. You must brace yourself for that reality. Vesemir spoke deliberately as he settled into a chair and leisurely sipped from the tea before him. No, he must still be alive. The conflict had transpired several days prior, and considering that her friend was on the weaker side, the odds of survival were dismally low, indeed. Huck cast a glance at her, noticing her agitation, and decided to administer another dose of reassurance. If that were truly the case, I must at least locate his remains. I cannot bear the thought of Maurice and the dark-clad men decaying together under the sun. Very well, let us discuss compensation. You know that Witchers never work for free. Before we proceed, however, I would like to inquire about the Nephilim's intentions in seeking your assistance. Upon being questioned, the herbalist's expression darkened, and after a moment's hesitation, she divulged the truth. The dark-clad men currently have an overwhelming number of injured, and medical personnel are in dire shortage. Thus, they are demanding all nearby herbalists and physicians to report to the military camp. I have already declined several times due to my responsibilities towards my many children. But this time, they have issued an ultimatum, insisting that I must arrive at the camp by sunset tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Hark's eyes brightened. Indeed, the Nephilim were proving to be reliable allies, presenting an unexpected opportunity. I heard from the village chief that you are in financial straits. So perhaps we could negotiate a more favorable arrangement for compensation. As noon approached, the sun blazed overhead. The area of conflict lay to the northeast of the crossroads, near the main road. This site had once served as a camp for the Temerian army, from which the dark-clad men had emerged from the woods to engage in brutal combat on the clearing before the encampment. The ground was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like a river, and the scene was a harrowing spectacle. Blue, white, and black lay intertwined, quietly resting in the mud, scorched by the relentless sun, emitting a foul stench, indistinguishable from one another, regardless of their social standing. Why had the battlefield not been cleared in a timely manner? The corpses lay unburied, a situation that could easily incite the spread of infectious diseases or even a plague. Gazing at the battlefield, where bodies were stacked upon one another, Weissmir furrowed his brow. Tormala, pale-faced, stood atop a ridge, her eyes fixed on the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood below, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Despite having encountered numerous corpses before, the hellish scene before her left her trembling, her heart racing. It was only through sheer willpower that she managed to remain standing. I know a mage, she said, who claims that ghoul-like creatures can perform acts of kindness, assisting in the removal of corpses to prevent the outbreak of disease. In this instance, there appears to be some truth to that. Weissmir squinted at the ghouls meandering across the battlefield. Perhaps you should inform him that ghouls also prey upon the living. Hark chuckled softly, his gaze upon the battlefield growing somber. He felt no need to share such information, for the esteemed mage would never abandon his cherished laboratory. The seasoned monster hunter glanced skyward at the blazing sun, producing a vial of crimson ghoul oil as he began preparations. He was surprised to see so many ghouls even under the intense midday sun. Suddenly, Emily's voice broke through the tension from behind. After having seen no sign of life since entering the village, the sorceress finally made her appearance. The sunlight merely weakened the ghouls but could not quell their insatiable hunger for flesh. Drawing forth his silver sword, Hark turned to the enchanting woman and inquired, "Can you provide us with magical support?" Of course, Emily nodded. After evenly applying the ghoul oil to his silver sword, Hark retrieved 2 vials of potions. The seasoned witcher nodded at Hark and the sorceress, then strode towards the battlefield. "Stay here until we have cleared the area, then you may join us." Hark cautioned the herbalist before following Weissmir, with Emily trailing closely behind. As they neared the battlefield's edge, Hark consumed 2 vials of potions. And as their effects began to take hold, dark veins crept across his visage. The azure potion was known as Patry, while the emerald potion was Thunder. Patry, 25 toxicity. Enhances 15 spell effect, duration of 300 seconds. Ghouls were scattered throughout the battlefield, numbering at least 20. Fortunately, the expanse was vast, allowing for a dispersed arrangement of foes, thus avoiding an overwhelming confrontation. The plan was to swiftly eliminate those in front, then clear the surroundings before advancing towards the center. Observing a few ghouls not far off, Weissmir slowed his pace, waiting for the 2 to draw near before quietly relaying their strategy. The 2 witchers, in seamless coordination, simultaneously traced the Quen sign, then clasped their fingers to summon a protective shield. They then drew their crossbows, each selecting a target in preparation to lure the creatures. Before they could act, an arcane incantation, as elusive and elegant as poetry, was swiftly completed, and a wave of heat surged from behind them. A fireball, the size of a human head, shot through the gap between them, hurtling towards 4 ghouls engrossed in their meal. The whistling of the fireball alerted the creatures. As they lifted their heads, the projectile erupted. The first ghoul, caught in the blast, was instantly engulfed in flames, the explosive fire consuming everything in proximity, igniting all that it touched. Within mere meters, regardless of life or death, everything within the blast radius ignited, with even the earthen ground leaping forth with orange flames. Witnessing the terrifying power of the inferno, the 2 demon hunters inhaled sharply, raised their crossbows, and charged forward. Chapter 25. Tactics. As night descended, one must beware of ghouls, who feast indiscriminately. Encountering them may lead to one's own demise. This cautionary rhyme, known widely across the globe, speaks of the ghoul, a creature that instills dread in warriors and silences the cries of infants. On the battlefield, ghouls ignited by fireballs were met with 2 precise strikes of the Igni sign. The monsters exhibited formidable vitality, aside from the first one, which was incinerated instantly by the fireball. The remaining 3, though charred and reeking of burnt flesh, remained unharmed and agile. Severely wounded, one of the creatures attempted to flee. The demon hunters, however, would not squander the opportunity to strike down a wounded foe. With a silent agreement, they each took a side, their silver swords piercing through the 2 demoralized monsters in an instant. The ease with which they began to prevail contrasted starkly with the arduous struggle that lay ahead. The thunderous explosion of the fireball stirred all the ghouls on the battlefield, and amidst a cacophony of terrifying howls, they surged forth from every direction. After swiftly delivering a final blow to the last remaining ghoul, the 2 demon hunters turned and fled, dashing out of the battlefield with remarkable speed. Emily stood in astonishment as the previously valiant men rushed past her, moving at least twice as fast as their earlier charge. "What are you waiting for? Run!" As Huck dashed past the enchantress, he let out a resounding shout, propelling himself forward without pause. "You scoundrels!" the sorceress exclaimed, her silver teeth clenched. Her delicate face flushed with indignation. As she beheld the menacing creatures swiftly converging from all corners of the battlefield, she gasped and transformed into a golden little bird, flapping her wings as she ascended into the sky. The ghouls pursued relentlessly, and one, drawing near, quickly closed the distance behind her. "Ignore it. Keep running." A powerful gust of wind collided with the pursuing fiends, striking them like a heavy hammer and causing the frenzied ghoul to stumble and fall. Having evaded the ghouls, the 2 raced up the hillside, continuing their reckless dash forward. Once they observed that there were no more pursuers in sight, they finally halted, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. "You 2 rascals, how could you leave me behind? Wasn't I the one who told you to run?" Huck cast a puzzled glance at the tiny golden sparrow in front of him, its little eyes wide with fury as it flapped its wings. "I clearly told you to run. How can you claim I abandoned you?" But I was right behind you, and you just ran off," the sparrow protested. "You can transform into a bird. You were never in danger. Were we supposed to wait for you to finish transforming before we took off? Regardless, you are at fault." Unable to counter the argument, the golden oriole alighted on the demon hunter's shoulder and pecked at his arm with vigor. Huck winced in pain, gritting his teeth as he fought the urge to swat it away. Stay calm. It would be a sin to accidentally crush you." All right. I admit my fault. I failed to communicate with you beforehand. Could you refrain from spitting at me any further?" "Humph." A bit embarrassed by the reprimand, the goldfinch flapped its wings and soared into the nearby forest, vanishing from sight. "Hey, where are you going?" "None of your concern." A sultry voice echoed from within the woods, prompting Huck to helplessly glance at Vesemir. "What now? It's just as well without her, lest we attract a horde." "What did you say?" An irate voice erupted behind the old witcher, startling him. "Teleportation?" Huck pondered. When did teleportation become a commonplace skill? Is everyone capable of it? "When I mention using a loud spell, it would be prudent to inform everyone in advance." The old witcher, unaccustomed to indulging others, voiced his displeasure outright. "I have an idea." Noticing the increasingly perilous expression on the sorceress's face, Huck hastily attempted to mediate. "Emily's magic is formidable. Why not strike from a distance each time? Eliminate one foe and retreat? It's efficient and safe." "Absolutely not." 2 voices rang out in unison, belonging to the sorceress and the old witcher, both dismissing the suggestion simultaneously. Emily, looking displeased, exclaimed, "Why must I do all the work? I'm here to assist, not to play the lead role. This is a rare opportunity for real combat. If you don't engage, how will you improve?" While Vesemir's reasoning differed, he remarkably aligned with the sorceress's stance. Upon witnessing the earlier scene, the herbalist had swiftly retreated to a more distant hillside. The death of his companion was quickly forgotten by the ghouls, who, driven by instinct, scoured the surroundings in a frenzied feast. "Annie," in ancient tongue, as the incantation echoed, a fireball surged toward one of the ghouls. This fireball was considerably smaller, merely the size of a fist, and its flight was nearly silent. Even from over a meter away, the ghoul sensed impending danger and abandoned its meal, turning to flee. Although it moved swiftly, it could not outpace the fireball. Despite its attempts to change direction, the searing orb relentlessly pursued, guided by the sorceress's mental prowess. The fireball veered around obstacles before striking its target, incinerating it instantly. Thanks to deliberate control, The explosion was confined in both size and sound. Hark was deeply impressed by the sorceress's formidable mental discipline, finally grasping the insignificance of his own meager magical talent. Nearby, 3 startled ghouls roared and charged toward the group. Observing only 3, the trio did not flee. Instead, the 2 demon hunters stepped forward, raising their crossbows in unison. As A.N.E. echoed once more. The bolts flew alongside the second fireball, striking the central ghoul squarely in the face, reducing it to charred remains. The other 2 were each pierced by a bolt, their wrath directed at the humans who had inflicted pain upon them. Vesemir handled the situation with remarkable ease. He confronted an alderman, knocking the approaching ghoul to the ground before nimbly stepping forward to plunge his silver sword into the creature's skull, delivering a fatal blow. In stark contrast to their nonchalant dispatching of foes, Hark found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Chapter 26. Swift Assault. Ghouls bear a resemblance to humans, possessing limbs and feet, yet they, like other beasts, traverse on all fours. Their faces may appear human, but devoid of any semblance of reason. They are driven solely by an insatiable hunger for flesh. The sight before Hark was a chilling affirmation of what he had read. It was both vivid and horrifying. The monster before him resembled a hunchbacked aberration, its skin a ghastly pallor akin to that of a corpse, exuding the putrid stench of decaying flesh. Its pitch-black pupils, devoid of any impurities, radiated a malevolent and predatory glint. Muscles bulged grotesquely across its limbs and back as it hunched forward. Its hind legs bent in a manner reminiscent of canine posture. Its forepaws bore 4 elongated digits, each tipped with long, obsidian claws resembling wicked hooks. Like many carrion-eating creatures, the ghoul's claws harbored a myriad of toxins, bacteria, and viruses. A scratch from them could induce fever, weakness, festering wounds, or even death. More terrifying than its chilling gaze and fearsome claws was its gaping maw, dark and cavernous, stretching to the roots of its ears. Yellowed, decayed teeth were haphazardly arranged within the cavern, reminiscent of maggots writhing in filth, evoking a sense of revulsion and dread. A crossbow bolt was lodged in the creature's chest, yet it seemed wholly unaffected by this injury, showing no sign of harm whatsoever. After a brief confrontation, the creature could no longer suppress its insatiable hunger for flesh. It crouched slightly on its hind legs, exerting a sudden burst of force and lunging forward. Hark sidestepped the assault, his silver sword slicing through the air, leaving a long crimson gash upon the monster's hide. The misshapen ghoul crashed heavily to the ground, and before it could regain its balance, it roared and charged again. The fiery blaze of orange flame seared its body, eliciting a pained howl from the creature as it began to roll on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing it. The intensity of the Igni spell was far less potent than that of the sorceress's fireball, and after a few rolls, only a few embers remained on its form. Seizing the opportunity while the ghoul writhed in agony, Hark stepped to the left and swung his silver sword once more, inflicting another wound upon its body. However, just as he sought to press the advantage, the ghoul nimbly retreated several paces, evading the subsequent flurry of strikes. During the skirmish, Hark attempted to cast the Ard sign, yet his insufficient level of mastery resulted in only a stagger from the ghoul, although he managed to inflict a minor injury. Such trivial wounds had no effect on the ghoul's remarkable recovery abilities. The struggle between man and monster persisted without either being able to gain the upper hand. The ghoul's body was riddled with wounds, yet they were all superficial. It consistently evaded lethal blows with its agile movements. Whenever it suffered significant damage, it would skillfully dodge and retreat, rendering the monster hunter's follow-up attacks futile. Once its vitality restored rapidly, it would once again pounce with vigor. Throughout this entanglement, the hunter was inevitably wounded as well, narrowly escaping disembowelment from the creature's sharp claws on several occasions. Faced with a stalemate, the young demon hunter could not help but feel a surge of impatience. The relentless perils he encountered began to instill a sense of dread within him. The creature's agility rendered his seemingly assured attacks futile, only for it to counterattack unexpectedly. His wounds multiplied, and his stamina waned. Gritting his teeth, Hark realized that he could no longer afford to wait. Seizing a moment of respite from the ghoul's onslaught, he swiftly summoned his interface, allocating his remaining 2 skill points entirely to muscle memory. Muscle memory, level 4 passive skill, enhances reflex nerve speed by 80. The swordsmanship of demon hunters is primarily classified into light strikes and heavy blows. The former emphasizes unparalleled speed, advocating that each attack retains some reserve of strength. Characterized by swift swordplay, fluid movements, and an elusive nature, making it unpredictable and ever-changing. Its relentless barrage dazzles the opponent, rendering them defenseless. The quintessential embodiment of this style is the cat school, whose practitioners don light armor, renowned for their agile and unpredictable sword techniques. In contrast, the latter seeks precision and lethality, aspiring to defeat the enemy with a single, decisive blow. The principle here is to attack without reservation, channeling all strength into a fierce and unyielding assault. This style is marked by stillness amid motion, employing direct and straightforward techniques aimed at vital points, making it difficult to alter one's attack mid-strike, often determining victory or death in a single swing. The most prominent representatives of this school are the bear school, who typically wear heavy armor, ensuring they can deliver that lethal strike with certainty. The wolf school takes a more moderate approach, incorporating elements of both swordsmanship styles without striving for extremities. Muscle memory enhances neural reflexes, significantly improving the capacity for swift, light strikes aimed at achieving peak speed, while also benefiting more forceful blows. Once muscle memory reaches a level of 4, Huck's movements become markedly swifter, allowing him to extricate himself from a position of passive suffering. As time progresses, the scales of victory begin to tilt in favor of the monster hunter. Having discerned the creature's habitual movements and offensive patterns, he has established an invincible stance. Though his body bears numerous wounds, they are all superficial, healing at a visibly rapid pace. After prolonged combat yielding no results, and realizing the increasing tenacity of his human adversary, the monster's actions grow frantic and impulsive. In a fit of desperation, it recklessly seeks to rend its foe asunder. In stark contrast, the monster hunter finds himself increasingly at ease, skillfully balancing offense and defense. At times, he launches a flurry of rapid assaults, leaving several scars upon the beast. At other moments, he sheathes his weapon, utilizing agile and intricate footwork to evade the creature's frenzied attacks with effortless grace, sustaining not a scratch. Watching from the sidelines, Emily initially experiences profound anxiety, several times attempting to intervene, only to be restrained by the seasoned hunter. Perhaps it is the accumulation of quantitative change leading to qualitative transformation. At a pivotal moment during the battle, the young hunter suddenly grasps the essence of combat, swiftly turning the tide. In one heartbeat, he is desperately parrying, and in the next, he transitions to a commanding offensive, deftly manipulating his adversary. Observing his apprentice's rapid growth in the heat of battle, Vesemir's face radiates satisfaction. Though he remains silent, his exhilarated expression reveals the depth of his emotions. Is this truly your purpose and intended effect? Emily covered her mouth, gazing at the elder with sheer delight. Only through countless life and death battles can one truly grasp the essence of combat. This holds true for both him and you alike. The elated demon hunter, feigning an air of superiority, took the opportunity to impart a few words of wisdom to the sorceress. He felt a swell of joy, reflecting that such opportunities are indeed rare. However, I still perceive you as quite feeble. While it takes you an exhausting eternity to accomplish what I can achieve with a single fireball in mere seconds. Upon hearing the sorceress's teasing remarks, Vesemir's expression darkened, and he exclaimed loudly, "Enough of this play. Let us deal with it." At the teacher's command, Huck tightened his grip on the sword, ceasing his evasive maneuvers, and charged forward. Seeing the human cease to evade, the ghoul felt a rush of exhilaration and lunged forward with all its might. Its sharp claws were mere moments away from ensnaring its prey, and it reveled in the thrill, only to be taken aback in the next instant as the human vanished from sight. Huck, having teleported to the side, did not hold back. His silver sword transformed into a cascade of brilliance, aimed directly at the creature's neck. Although the ghoul narrowly avoided a fatal blow, it was still gravely wounded. And sensing imminent danger, it attempted to flee. The monster stood no chance against the relentless hunter, who immediately launched a new flurry of swift attacks. With unparalleled speed and agile movements, his strikes resembled a tempest, and the gleaming sword light poured forth like liquid mercury, swiftly engulfing the startled ghoul. As the silvery radiance faded, the once ferocious beast lay defeated and battered upon the ground, reduced to a lifeless corpse. Chapter 27. The Undying War God. The afternoon sun remained fiercely intense, yet the occasional cloud cast shadows, allowing those on the battlefield a momentary respite from the heat. The mountain winds were vigorous, causing the towering trees along the path to sway and emit a mournful sound. After 2 hours of fierce combat, the battlefield was finally cleared of the ghastly undead creatures. Observing the settled outcome, Tomira approached, and the four of them gazed upon the mountain of corpses with a sense of helplessness. Locating Morris among the thousands of bodies would likely require considerable time. Vesemir, with a pained expression, surveyed the battlefield before shifting his gaze to the sorceress. Emily, what should we do now? The sorceress had previously mentioned her ability to locate individuals. Now, they could only place their hopes upon her. I can find him through a locating spell, but I will require a sample of his blood. The sorceress furrowed her brows as she surveyed the grim scene. Then turned to the herbalist. Please describe Morris's physical characteristics. Morris is tall and robust, standing approximately 6 feet 6 inches. He is bald, wielding a greatsword exceeding 5 feet in length, with blue cloth wrapped around its hilt. Such a weapon should be easily recognizable. Vesemir nodded. Few in the army possess the skill to wield such a weapon. Let us proceed from this point. With their search direction established and areas agreed upon, they set forth into action. Tomira, do not stray too far from us, especially avoid the forests near the battlefield. The ancient incantation, Dubhen Herren Mglm Deal, Mork H. Mfeen Isen, resonated with a melodic cadence, its lyrical tones reminiscent of an enchanting poem. As the final note escaped her lips, a formidable gathering of earthy elements coalesced around the sorceress. Emily closed her eyes, her form momentarily pausing, and the harrowing scenes of battle from days past unfolded before her. The cacophony of battle cries, anguished wails, clashing weapons, and arrows slicing through the air inundated her senses. A knight of Temoria cleaved through an enemy's skull with a fierce shout, yet before he could revel in his triumph, a flying axe struck his face. Soldiers, entangled in fierce combat, were impaled by spears from behind. A galloping warhorse collided violently with a sharpened stake, emitting a pained whinny, while its rider, caught unawares, was pierced by several lances, resembling a hapless hedgehog. A tempest of arrows rained down from the treeline, cleansing the area with their descent. The sorceress moved like a specter upon the battlefield, weaving through the chaos of swords and shadows, meticulously searching for the bald, muscular man named Morris among the soldiers clad in blue and white uniforms. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, and the tumultuous clamor of voices, the spectacle before her was both vividly real and hauntingly illusory. She was but a fleeting observer, hastening through, witnessing it all without the power to alter a single moment. After a considerable time, the flickering lights and sounds swiftly faded away, and the surrounding earth elements dissipated without a trace. Emily opened her eyes and rose to her feet. Yet before she could steady herself, a wave of dizziness washed over her, distorting her vision. A strong hand promptly supported her, accompanied by a man's concerned voice. Are you all right? I'm fine. The sorceress attempted to break free from the man's grasp, but her legs felt weak, and ultimately, she found herself relying on the demon hunter to maintain her balance. What is wrong with you? The sorceress, drained of her magical energy, cast a weary glance at Huck, signaling him to help her sit down beside him. I used earth divination and did not see Morris, but I can sense he is nearby, likely still alive. Seated on a wooden crate, she took a moment to catch her breath before continuing, her face pale. I need his blood to pinpoint his location accurately. As long as he is alive, we will certainly find him. Huck looked at her with concern. You should rest for a while. We should have results soon. The sorceress nodded in silence, closing her eyes to meditate and recover. After a prolonged battle, coupled with the subsequent divination, her magical energy was entirely depleted, rendering her exceptionally weak. Observing the defenseless woman before him, Huck felt a pang of unease. He was reluctant to leave her alone in such a perilous place. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to stay, temporarily assuming the role of her protector. After a considerable time, the woman opened her eyes and glanced at the demon hunter. With a gentle tone, she said, All right, I'm fine now. You should go and search. Seeing her complexion regain its rosy hue, Huck knew that the sorceress had recovered significantly. He nodded and hastened towards the battlefield. The ground was littered with countless corpses, and after 2 days of relentless exposure to the sun, the bodies had begun to decay, infested with maggots. The stench was overwhelming, a nauseating blend of putrid flesh and various other foul odors assaulting the senses. Even with a damp cloth covering his mouth and nose, the oppressive odor was nearly suffocating, making each breath feel like a torment. The Witcher's heightened senses became a curse as he navigated through the morass of blood and entrails, driving him to the brink of madness. Huck, come here. At the call of his mentor, the Witcher sprinted toward Vesemir, who stood at the center of the battlefield. The sight before him was utterly shocking. The closer he approached the master of monster hunting, the more incredulous he felt. An intense battle had erupted near the heart of the fray, with the fallen predominantly clad in the black armor of Nilfgaardians. The cause of death was brutally simple. most having been slain by a colossal sword. The sight of shattered weapons and dismembered bodies, some cleaved in two, painted a vivid picture of the carnage that had transpired. As he drew nearer to the center, the density of corpses increased, revealing many heavily armored knights among them. The thick, sturdy plates of armor seemed to offer little protection. And upon witnessing the split steel, Hart gasped in shock. There was no residual magic in the air. The slayer was not a monster but a wielder of a great sword, who had wreaked havoc before successfully breaking through and fleeing into the forest. Upon reaching Vesemir's side, the old witcher articulated his assessment, surveying the surroundings. The corpses piled in a crescent shape like small hills sent a chill through Hark's heart. How fierce must one be to cleave through foes amidst a sea of warriors as though slicing vegetables? Could this individual truly be Morris? Is he capable of such ferocity? No, it cannot be Morris. I know him well. Although he is indeed a formidable warrior, he could never reach such a level. I have heard whispers of a tale that may pertain to this matter. Are you referring to the butcher of the battlefield? At some point, the sorceress had approached from behind, her countenance marred by disdain as she surveyed the scene. Her unconventional entrances had become commonplace, and no one found it odd anymore. What butcher of the battlefield? The term is used by the Nilfgaardians, while the Temerians prefer to call him the Undying Warlord. He is none other than Baron Ignatius Varley, the former master of the White Orchard. As the herbalist spoke this name, his tone grew heavy with palpable loathing and hatred. Chapter 28. The Seal of Yaxipha. Indeed, ideals may be grand, yet reality often proves stark. Having dissected the last ghoul, Hark sighed in disappointment. At last, the great sword, its hilt wrapped in blue cloth, had been located, embedded in the chest of a Nilfgaardian soldier. Morris was not present. The likelihood that he still lived was high. With the blue cloth now stained crimson, Emily could perform the locating spell, provided she could restore some of her magical energy. Seizing the opportunity, the young witcher eagerly set about dissecting each ghoul's corpse. A total of 21 creatures were vanquished, 10 of which were reduced to charred remains by the sorceress's fireballs, leaving nothing behind. The remaining corpses, upon dissection, yielded a plethora of alchemical materials, including venom extracts, monster pelts, monster eyes, ghoul blood, beast ears, and creature hearts. Regrettably, the one item that Hart coveted most, the mutagenic catalysts, eluded him entirely. Even more infuriating was the fact that the sorceress insisted on claiming half of the alchemical materials for herself. Upon hearing the hunter's disappointed sighs, Emily, who had just emerged from her meditation, chuckled, her face adorned with a teasing smirk. I once believed that witchers were all brutish. Yet here you are, a peculiar exception who feigns sophistication. Aspirations may be grand, but reality often proves to be stark. How poetic. The hunter, whose spirits had plummeted, chose to ignore her. He had hoped to extract some mutagenic catalysts from the ghouls to replenish his depleted skill points, but the outcome had left him utterly disheartened. The stark contrast between expectation and reality weighed heavily upon him. It was quite common for ordinary low-tier monsters to be devoid of mutagenic catalysts. Observing his despondent demeanor, Vesemir attempted to offer some consolation. However, the old witcher's words of comfort only added to Hark's discontent. He had already risked his life to slay these so-called ordinary low-tier monsters. What would he do if he encountered a more formidable foe without the support of his comrades? His sign's potency required enhancement, his swordsmanship was significant yet also needed upgrading, and the aspiration to concoct high-tier alchemical substances necessitated further advancement. All of this was mere talk without skill points. The scarcity of mutagenic catalyst was a grievous concern. The locating spell proved remarkably successful, enabling the group to swiftly ascertain their position. They ventured into the forest to the north of the battlefield, delving deeper into the woods until they stumbled upon an abandoned wooden cabin, obscured by overgrown weeds and dead branches. The demon hunters discovered numerous signs outside the cabin, indicating that a formidable figure had sought refuge within. With heightened senses, they could distinctly hear the heavy breathing from inside, suggesting that the occupant was aware of the commotion outside. To avoid any misunderstandings, the herbalist called out from outside, "Morris, are you in there?" Upon hearing the call, the breathing momentarily ceased before growing even more labored. After a brief pause, a weak yet surprised voice emerged. "Tamala, is that you? My heavens, I thought I would never see you again." Accompanied by the voice, the door stirred as if preparing to open, only to halt abruptly. The voice returned, laced with anxiety and caution. "Who are the people with you? Who accompanies you?" "They are my friends. I have entrusted them to find you," Tamala replied. After considering her words, Morris hesitated, yet ultimately chose to place his trust in the herbalist. With a creaking sound that gnawed at the ears, the long-neglected door swung open, revealing a bald giant who stumbled into view. As he stood in the doorway, towering and imposing, Hart couldn't help but silently scoff, thinking that he resembled a diminished version of Hexer. The robust man appeared alarmingly feeble, his body radiating an excessive heat, and a deep wound marred his abdomen, festered and inflamed due to a lack of timely treatment. Moreover, with the recent scarcity of food and water, coupled with the constant anxiety and inability to rest properly, Morris's physical strength had reached its limits. If he were to endure even half a day longer, it seemed that even divine intervention would be futile. The burly man, having relaxed, rolled his eyes and collapsed without uttering a word. Had it not been for Hark's quick reflexes, this unfortunate soul might have struck his head against the threshold, meeting his demise on the spot. The herbalist immediately commenced emergency measures, while a compassionate sorceress, with her dwindling magical energy, lent her assistance. In this critical moment, Morris's life was ultimately preserved through the united efforts of the two women, allowing him to stabilize temporarily. Nevertheless, he had yet to surpass the perilous phase. He required rest in a tranquil environment, along with meticulous care. After assessing the patient's condition, Emily promptly arrived at a conclusion. The sorceresses possessed the ability to heal through magic and demonstrated profound medical expertise, surpassing that of ordinary physicians or herbalists. I can temporarily stabilize his condition with magic. Yet without absolute rest, he remains in grave danger. What then shall we do? Tomira, perceiving the gravity of the situation, surveyed the surroundings and cast her gaze upon the dilapidated wooden cabin. The cabin's doors and windows were in disrepair. Situated perilously close to the battlefield and nestled within the forest, posing significant risks. Weissmuir detected the woman's thoughts and quickly urged her to abandon the notion. We must depart from this place before nightfall. Since we are already bound for Blue Mountain with the children, it would be prudent to take him along as well, ensuring that someone will be available to care for him. Upon hearing Emily's words, Hark felt a stirring in his heart, and his gaze involuntarily turned towards Weissmuir. The old witcher was momentarily taken aback, but then a radiant smile spread across his face. Witnessing his genuine joy brought a sense of melancholy to Hark. Had he not arrived here, in the course of history as it was meant to unfold, this man, who had dedicated his life to revitalizing the school of the wolf, would have seen no glimmer of hope until his final breath. None of his 3 disciples supported his vision, let alone offered assistance. Yet today, he finally had the opportunity to fulfill his long-held desires. However, he had yet to inform the children, who were utterly unprepared. Prepared? What more preparation could there be? Emily coldly interrupted the herbalist, asserting that the Nilfgaardians would take him to the military camp the following day. What would happen to those children if he left? Would they once again become orphans? For reasons unknown, the sorceress seemed transformed, her words sharp and confrontational. Moreover, if he departed, who would care for Morris? After saving him, would he simply be left to fend for himself? Weissmuir had already stated that he would not compel them to become witchers. Seeing Tomira in a state of utter despair, Hark understood her concerns and interjected. Society's scorn and disdain for witchers had led many to harbor unconscious biases against this profession. Initially, he had thought that this woman, willing to speak up for witchers, would be different. It now appeared he had been mistaken. In Kaer Morhen, where mountains meet water and resources abound, far removed from the ravages of war, there exists a sanctuary under the guidance of seasoned demon hunters, a haven that offers the perfect refuge for these homeless children. Should you wish to accompany us? I am aware of your reluctance to join the military. Observing the woman, I discerned her lingering indecision, which ignited a flicker of irritation within the hunter. Furthermore, this was a prior agreement and a reward for the mission at hand. You would not wish to retract your commitment, would you? I shall find a way to compensate you. Tomira, gritting her teeth, ultimately chose to decline. I have heard of your endeavors conducting experiments on children, with scarcely one intent surviving. I cannot. The whispers of rumor are more fearsome than a tiger. Witnessing the woman's resolute expression, Hark realized that further persuasion was futile. She had no intention of honoring the agreement. Her previous pretense was merely a ruse to secure free labor from them. With this thought, anger surged within him. No one shall toy with a demon hunter, not in his presence, especially when the revitalization of their order is at stake. This endeavor cannot be abandoned midway. Resolved, he raised his left hand and conjured an intricate sigil in the air before the herbalist. As the sigil took effect, The leather gauntlet emanated a radiant white light, shimmering with intensity. With a gentle push of his left hand, mysterious runes erupted from his palm, embedding themselves into the astonished and terrified eyes of the woman. Chapter 29. Utopian ointment, are you ready to leave with the children and us? Indeed, I am prepared. Tamira found herself momentarily disoriented, but upon hearing Hark's voice, she was reminded of her purpose. After succumbing to the enchantment of the Yakisi seal, she had forgotten her previous intentions, believing that adhering to the Demon Hunter's counsel was her wisest course of action. Yakisi, a mental-type seal that employs the power of the mind to bewitch, hypnotize, and impose psychological suggestions, thus manipulating the thoughts and actions of the target. Let us seek the children now, she declared. Very well, the herbalist responded, nodding with a look of satisfaction and joy, even exhibiting a hint of urgency. The old demon hunter observed Hark's every action without uttering a word, trusting that the young hunter was fully aware of his own decisions. Over time, many of the young hunter's perspectives and theories had subtly influenced him. Emily's expression, however, remained inscrutable, revealing nothing of her preferences. The sole change was the intensity of her gaze directed at Hark, which had grown more fervent, suggesting an increased interest in him. Noticing that neither of them voiced any objections, Hark finally felt a sense of relief. His greatest concern was Weissmere, who had always adhered to the chivalric code, valuing tradition and principles, and was inflexible in his beliefs. In Lambert's words, he was conservative and obstinate. If Weissmere were to oppose them, their plans would undoubtedly come to a halt. Morris is unable to move. I must first escort him, Hark stated. Emily glanced at him momentarily and quickly instructed, I will meet you at Tamira's cottage. With that, she crouched down, attempting to assist the bald giant to his feet. Morris, towering and robust, resembled a great black bear, his exaggerated weight proving quite a challenge for the slender sorceress. Hark swiftly stepped forward, assisting in lifting the unconscious bald man. The incantation, resonating like a melodious poem in the ancient tongue of Sidiem, accompanied by intricate gestures, summoned forth a swift accumulation of magical energy, causing the air before them to shimmer with ripples. Moments later, a circular portal pulsating with potent magical essence took form before their eyes. Or perhaps, I might accompany you. The hunter, observing the sorceress drenched in sweat, struggling to lift the bald man, kindly offered. That's not possible. I can only transport 2 individuals. It's fine. It won't take long. I can manage. Emily gritted her teeth, her crimson lips pressed tightly together, mustering all her strength to transfer the weight of Morris, who leaned heavily against Hark. Why not employ a lifting spell or something of the sort? The hunter suggested, noting the woman's flushed face, glistening with fragrant perspiration, her makeup smudged by the sweat. Shut up. Don't speak to me. If I had any magic left to spare, do you think I would need your advice? Emily shot him a disdainful glance, dismissing him entirely as she strained to drag the robust bald man into the portal. In a swift motion, the pair vanished into the portal, which subsequently exhausted its energy and dissipated into the air. Let us proceed to Tamala's cottage. The remaining trio promptly mounted their steeds, veering onto the main road, racing towards the herbalist's secluded abode on the outskirts. The herbalist's wooden cabin lay to the west of Toddy village, nestled near the edge of the woods. To the right of the wooden cottage lies a herb garden encircled by a rustic fence, brimming with an array of medicinal plants. The garden predominantly features familiar varieties, such as black cohosh, vervain, crow's eye, and Dutch parsley, among others. Upon stepping through the threshold, one is immediately enveloped by a rich and potent aroma of herbs. A glance around the interior reveals shelves, corners, and tables cluttered with countless bottles and jars. A sickbed rests against the wall, accompanied by a workbench standing at a height of 1.2 meters. A young girl clad in a flowing blue dress is diligently standing before the workbench, where only her head is visible, as she struggles to knead a green substance resembling dough. Beads of perspiration adorn her brow, suggesting she has been laboring for quite some time, so engrossed in her task that she remains oblivious to the entrance of visitors. Vera, what are you doing? Upon suddenly noticing the 2 figures behind her, she momentarily freezes. The pair are none other than the monster hunter, Hark, and his mentor, Vesemir. Tamira promptly introduces them, gesturing toward the young girl. This is my assistant, Vera. The monster hunter flashes a warm smile at Vera and kindly inquires, where are the others? They're resting in the backyard. They were too hungry to carry on. The innocent Vera blinks and looks up at Tamira, continuing, I wanted to see if I could make some Udo paste, so everyone would have something to eat. Udo paste? Vesemir muses, casting his gaze towards the verdant, dough-like mass on the workbench, His curiosity piqued as he approaches it. He picks up a small piece, rolls it between his fingers, and then brings it to his nose for a cautious sniff. The elder spoke of yam powder, parsley, and even hallucinogenic mushrooms alongside narcotic powder. At this, he cast a surprised glance at Tomira. Hallucinogenic mushrooms and narcotic powder? Upon hearing the old monster hunter's words, Huck was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that the legendary Fusho Gao? Tomira's expression darkened considerably. She ignored the old hunter and turned to the young girl, inquiring, "Vera, why did you decide to make Utopia paste? The book states that consuming it will suppress one's hunger. Did I not warn you that it is poisonous?" Seeing her anger, Vera felt a twinge of fear, her beautiful brown eyes brimming with tears. "But we have nothing to eat, and you are not here. I had no choice but to seek out Grandpa Frank. Yet I could not find him. Others called me a little beggar. Nobody brought food?" "No." Vera shook her head. "Those scoundrels." Tomira seethed. Her teeth clenched in anger. She crouched down to wipe away Vera's tears and produced a piece of bread to offer her. "Wonderful. Food," Vera exclaimed, eagerly taking the bread and preparing to head to the backyard. Observing the scene, both the old and young monster hunters were slightly moved. Huck approached, gently patting the girl's head, saying kindly, "Do not rush. Uncle has plenty of food here, enough for each of you to be satisfied." As he spoke, he reached into his waist pouch, retrieving items one by one. Sandwiches, roasted pork, bread, dried fish, potato chunks, juice, and even steaming roasted chicken accompanied by aromatic herb toast graced the table in abundance. Soon, a dazzling array of food and drink filled the surface, releasing enticing aromas that made mouths water and fingers itch with anticipation. It was only after Huck had extracted every morsel from the storage that he paused. Vera ceased her tears, initially captivated by the seemingly endless bounty of the demon hunter-esque supplies. Her gaze was then ensnared by the diverse and fragrant delicacies before her, each appearing irresistibly crispy and delectable. "Is this for us?" the little girl asked, her face still adorned with traces of tears, yet now illuminated by a smile. "Indeed. It's for you. Call the others to join." "Oh my, how wonderful." "Yay," Vera exclaimed as she turned to dash toward the backyard. However, she halted after taking a single step, glancing at Tomira, who nodded in approval, before joyously racing to the rear. Chapter 30. Portals and teleportation circles. The cabin was filled with laughter and cheer, transforming into a sea of joy. A short boy clutched a chicken leg, his face smeared with grease, chuckling heartily with each bite. Vera meticulously divided an apple tart into 3 portions, distributing it to the 2 drooling girls beside her. A tousled-haired boy was spreading honey upon the herb toast, while the youngest child licked a sweet brioche bread with delight. Each child, though slender and ragged, wore radiant smiles that illuminated their small faces with pure happiness. The mingling aromas of food and herbs created a peculiar scent, yet no one seemed to mind. The children's eyes sparkled only with the sight of the delectable and exquisite dishes before them. The monster hunters sat in a corner, gazing at the laughing children, filled with a sense of comfort intertwined with a tinge of sorrow. Tomira had never witnessed such joy in the children before, her eyes brimming with tears of happiness. They spoke not a word, merely observing the children's revelry, sharing in that blissful moment. "By the way, the elder mentioned you had a companion named Claire. Why have I not seen her?" Huck suddenly recalled his conversation with Frank and, intrigued, inquired about the girl he had yet to encounter. "She is no longer here." At the mention of her friend, Tomira's expression instantly darkened. From her sorrowful demeanor, Huck could distinctly sense her longing for her companion. Curiosity about what had transpired with Tomira's friend stirred within him. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his questions, the door swung open, and a figure appeared at the threshold, a gentle breeze carrying the delightful scent of violet perfume into the wooden cabin. The tall sorceress stood quietly at the entrance, the setting sun's rays filtering through the gap beside her, casting 2 elongated crimson streaks upon the floor. Her cerulean eyes swept across the jubilant children before landing on Huck. "Well, you seem rather idle," Emily quipped as she maneuvered through the children to stand beside the monster hunter, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Humph. What would you do without me?" the sorceress huffed, casting him a proud glare. "Gather all the children in the yard. We shall depart at once." The woman, decisive and resolute, issued a command and strode purposefully towards the backyard. "Tomira, it is time." The herbalist wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, forcing herself to temporarily set aside her longing for her dear friend. She nodded at the demon hunter, and then rose to her feet. "Children, would you like to have such delicious food every day?" Upon hearing that they could indulge in delightful treats daily, the children's faces lit up with joy, and they all sprang into action. Long accustomed to the brink of hunger, the children could hardly resist the prospect of such delectable fare. Vela distributed the uneaten food into each child's hands before they formed a line and made their way to the backyard. A few adults followed closely behind the children, passing through the gate and entering the yard. The backyard was spacious, enclosed by sturdy wooden fences, with a wooden cottage on either side, presumably the residence of Morris and the children. In the center of the yard, the sorceress was preparing for the task at hand. Due to the large number of participants, she opted for a teleportation array instead of a portal. The portal is a remarkably practical form of magic, yet it demands an exceptionally high level of mastery. Most mages spend their entire lives without ever mastering this spell. Teleportation magic requires precise positioning. Even the slightest discrepancy in spatial coordinates during the transfer could lead to drastically different outcomes. One might intend to arrive on solid ground only to find themselves plunged into the ocean or, in some unfortunate cases, into molten lava. Consequently, no mage would dare to attempt a blind teleportation. They always transport themselves to locations they have previously visited or to places with clearly defined spatial coordinates. The portal is simultaneously an exceedingly taxing spell, demanding immense mental fortitude. Even the most skilled sorceresses can only transport a single individual at a time. This limitation ensures that her psyche remains intact throughout the teleportation process, averting any unforeseen repercussions. The defining characteristics of this magic are its swiftness, convenience, and adaptability. Yet it is incapable of large-scale transportation. For extensive transfers, one must rely on teleportation arrays. These arrays facilitate point-to-point travel to designated locations, thus earning the title of fixed teleportation. They are categorized into two types: unidirectional and bidirectional teleportation arrays. The unidirectional array allows for transportation solely based on the spatial coordinates of the destination. In contrast, the bidirectional array enables point-to-point travel between two teleportation arrays, offering enhanced stability and reduced magical expenditure. Emily is currently setting up a temporary bidirectional teleportation array, a makeshift solution. The departure point is a temporary array, while the destination is a permanently established one. Initially, she anticipated the need to inscribe a rune circle upon the ground, only to discover that the sorceress had no intention of undertaking such a laborious task. She produced a pearl the size of an egg, placing it upon the ground before reciting an incantation. The pearl began to emit a radiant glow, and soon a circular white rune array materialized out of thin air, expanding outward. As the radius of the array reached approximately 3 meters, it ceased to grow larger, gradually retracting its luminescence until the light became more substantial and stabilized. The yard fell silent, with all onlookers gazing in awe at the enchanting spectacle before them. The smallest boy, captivated by the exquisite runes and circles, yearned to reach out and touch them, but was promptly restrained by Vera. The others obediently remained behind her, appearing remarkably well-behaved. Observing the petite girl standing at the forefront of the group, exuding an aura of authority, Hark felt an inexplicable stirring within. "All right, everyone, please step inside." The sorceress, having completed her preparations, cast her azure gaze in their direction. Vera turned to look at Tamira, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation, she stepped towards the teleportation array. As she moved, the other children surged forward like a tide. "Everyone, stand in the circle. Steady yourselves, and do not move." With the diligent efforts of the demon hunters and herbalists, amidst the cheerful commotion of excited and curious children, they ultimately formed an orderly line as instructed. Once the three had also entered the circle, the sorceress grasped the pearl in her hand, and with a flicker of light and shadow, the individuals within the teleportation array vanished in an instant. The light and shadow lingered for a brief moment before abruptly contracting into a singular point of illumination, which then disappeared into the night sky. Chapter 31. The treehouse on Cloud Peak. The world faded of color, and the body plummeted rapidly, with darkness intermittently giving way to a dazzling display of stars. Suddenly, the entire realm began to spin, and just as Hark felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, he abruptly found his feet planted firmly on solid ground. The room was expansive, bright, and spacious. The wooden floor appeared to be a natural formation, seamlessly integrated, with visible rings densely etched upon its surface. The walls are adorned with exquisite murals, depicting mountains and waters, birds and beasts, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship and aesthetic beauty. The tables and benches are not lavishly carved furniture, but rather artisanal creations fashioned from tree stumps of varying sizes. Referring to them as crafts is not mere flattery. At first glance, these stumps may appear somewhat coarse and rudimentary. However, upon closer inspection, one discovers that the shape of each piece of furniture, the texture of every surface, and the intricate patterns throughout are masterfully crafted, preserving their original form while embodying elegance. Bright yellow window curtains hang at the window's edge, allowing dappled sunlight to filter through the intricately carved wooden window. On either side of the window stand two delicate, tall-legged square tables, each adorned with a pot of violets. A spiraling wooden staircase leads to the upper levels of the structure. Is this a treehouse? A closer look reveals that the entire room is circular, distinctly situated within the trunk of a grand tree. Suddenly, the teasing voice of a sorceress echoes around him. Huh. Huck, taken aback, remembers that he is not the only one transported here. Others, like him, are still in a state of shock, utterly astonished by the recent events. Very few in this world can enjoy the luxury of teleportation. Most of those present, had it not been for this unforeseen occurrence, may never have even heard of such a phenomenon in their lifetime. The sounds of the two awaken the others, and the room quickly fills with lively chatter. Wow, this place is beautiful. Sister, Vela, what is this place? Are there any delicious foods here? What is that glowing object? Oh, these blue flowers are so beautiful. May I pick one? The children exclaimed with excitement, yet none dared to move, their gazes fixed upon Vera, seemingly awaiting her command. Vera swiftly grasped the hand of the youngest child, whose nose was running as he eagerly dashed toward the table, towering over him, with his sights set on the two exquisite pots of violets. Sister, I want flowers, protested the little boy, his face contorted with displeasure as he struggled to free himself from her grip. No one is to touch anything in this room, or I shall become quite cross. Vera lifted the little boy into her arms and, with a serious demeanor, surveyed the restless children. Emily, what is this place? Vesemir emerged from the crowd, stepping towards the window, peering outside, and then instantly froze in disbelief. How is this possible? His expression morphed rapidly, from shock to fear, and then to anger. The old hunter silently approached the door, pushing it gently, only to find it unyielding. The room's decor was naturally simple, elegant yet unadorned, a stark contrast to the opulent taste of the sorceress that Huck had in mind. Just as he prepared to scrutinize his surroundings, he noticed the peculiar expression on Vesemir's face, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Open the door. The old hunter's visage darkened as he turned to face the sorceress, his tone icy. As you wish. Emily appeared oblivious to the old man's unusual demeanor, smiling gently as she waved her right hand. A radiant burst of magical light flickered across the door, as golden threads of energy swiftly danced upon its surface, illuminating several enigmatic runes. The door shimmered momentarily before silently disintegrating into countless green fragments, vanishing into the void. Tamira, oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding her, remained focused on the children, anxious that they might inadvertently damage someone else's belongings. Upon witnessing the door swing open, she immediately called for everyone to exit. Let us go, everyone out. No one is permitted to touch anything. The eldest among them, taking the lead while cradling a reluctant child, moved toward the exit. Noticing the old monster hunter's unusual demeanor, Huck swiftly sensed something amiss and promptly followed. Once they stepped outside, Huck was astonished to see Vesemir standing motionless on the grass, along with the castle of Kaer Morhen right before them. Good heavens! They were indeed outside the castle. The familiar main tower, towering turrets, and the battered walls adorned with pendulums and wooden stakes. This was unmistakably the outer side of the courtyard's sidewall, the very platform that jutted out from the cliff, the spot where they bid farewell to Vesemir in the game. This immense platform, protruding from the sheer cliff, was referred to by Lambert and his companions as the Cloud Pinnacle. Surprised? Astonished? Following closely behind, Emily observed the monster hunter's incredulous expression and felt a surge of triumph. Come on. Confess. What are you planning by secretly constructing a treehouse near our castle? Noticing the darkening expression of the old monster hunter, Huck interjected with his inquiry before he could erupt. Of course, it is only natural to observe you closely. Upon hearing the words of the sorceress, Huck stood in a daze, realizing that this treehouse had evidently been constructed for several years, unbeknownst to them. Each time a child emerged, the surface of the banyan tree shimmered with ripples akin to water, precisely at the location of the door. Individuals stepped forth from this invisible barrier, seemingly oblivious to its presence. As he watched the children joyfully frolicking on the grass, the clouds of gloom on the face of the old demon hunter gradually dissipated. "Hark! Now scale the wall and unlock the tower door from within," Wisemere instructed succinctly before striding toward the exuberant children. After taking a few steps, he paused and glanced back at Emily, yet chose to remain silent. Observing the old demon hunter's nonchalant demeanor, Hark felt utterly bewildered. Shouldn't this question be directed to the sorceress beside him? How could he possibly know? Hark empathized with the old demon hunter's predicament. It was akin to a man who habitually indulged in a carefree existence at home, believing himself unobserved, only to discover one day that a beautiful woman across the street was spying on him daily through a telescope. This was utterly intolerable. It is difficult for any rational person to accept such a reality. Not only does it evoke a sense of insecurity, but where is the sanctity of privacy? Is there no sense of justice left? Humph. The sorceress let out a cold huff, a faint smirk gracing her lips, seemingly mocking the elder's hypocrisy and pretense. Huck cast a wry smile at the woman beside him, who held her head high like a proud peacock. And then he obediently made his way toward the courtyard wall halfway up the mountain. "Wow, this place is stunning." Vera's voice echoed with excitement, joy, and profound curiosity. "How strange. Where has the door gone?" "I'll tell you. We did not exit from here." "Then where did we come from?" "I believe it must be from the cave." "Look, there it is." "You're foolish. That's merely a mouse hole." Behind them, Vera exclaimed in surprise, accompanied by the bickering of boys and girls, leaving Huck momentarily speechless. Chapter 32. Do not waste money. The cloud terrace jutted out as a flat expanse halfway up the mountain. Perfectly positioned just outside the guard wall of the inner courtyard and aligned with the balcony of the main tower. The stone parapet rose nearly 10 meters high, and after a section had collapsed, straight wooden stakes sealed the gap, now adorned with a pendulum, transforming it into a pendulum machine. Huck had trained here extensively with Ciri in the earlier days and later with Leo. The cloud terrace, protruding from the mountain, was flanked by steep cliffs above and below, with access only possible through the tower adjacent to the mountain at the end of the inner courtyard's guard wall. In moments of leisure, he and Ciri often relished this spot for play. However, after Ciri's departure, he seldom returned. Yet, he vividly recalled the grand banyan tree, which Vizirimer had once remarked was older than the castle itself. Reflecting on the time spent with Ciri, circling the banyan tree while the inhabitants sketched and wrote within, sent a chill through Huck's spine. He had an intuition that this wooden cabin had likely existed since he and Ciri arrived at the castle. Considering Ada Imene's ability to reconstruct the maliciously damaged Valley of Flowers into a breathtaking spectacle in such a short time, it should be a trivial task for her to build a treehouse. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, he gazed at the row of wooden stakes before him. The towering 10-meter city wall could not be scaled easily. He had to devise a way using these stakes. "Do you need assistance?" The sweet voice of the sorceress rang out beside him. She had silently approached at some point. "No need." The Witcher firmly declined, then agilely climbed the stakes, moving with the grace of a nimble monkey as he swiftly ascended to the wall. "It seems your skills have not diminished," came the sorceress's voice, laced with mild sarcasm from behind him. Moments later, everyone entered the castle through the wooden door of the tower in a steady stream, including the bald giant Morris, who was being carried on a stretcher by two elegantly armored elven maidens. Hark had encountered elves before, but the two before him were distinctly different from those he had previously known. Like other elves, they were strikingly beautiful and tall, truly the epitome of allure. However, unlike the elves he was accustomed to, their demeanor exuded pride, confidence, and a deep-seated tranquility that seemed to emanate from their very souls. In Novigrad, elves were synonymous with the impoverished, bandits, and vagabonds. In some circles, the term elven maiden was used to refer to morally lax prostitutes and women. Should an object be damaged, excessively intricate, or devoid of utility, it may be referred to as elvish. Apart from the realm of Dol Britannia, often regarded as the last bastion of elven purity, other places witness elves enduring hardships, perpetually anxious about their impending fate. In the eyes of the elves, the predominant emotion is one of hatred, a profound disdain and fear directed towards the beings they call Duin or humans. However, such sentiments are absent in the gazes of the two rangers, who merely display a dispassionate indifference towards humanity. Beyond their different temperaments, expressions, and postures, their prowess is unparalleled by ordinary elves. The two move with remarkable agility, swift as the wind, their slender arms possessing undeniable strength, with evident muscle contours visible. The two men struggled to carry the weight of Morris, yet in their hands, he feels as light as a feather, as if no effort were expended at all. They are elven rangers, specifically assigned by their mentor to guard the treehouse. Noticing the inquisitive gaze of the demon hunter, Emily took the initiative to provide an introduction. After the elven rangers had carried Morris into the tower and set down the stretcher, they exited and saluted the sorceress with a hand over their hearts before silently departing. Huck was taken aback by the respect the elves showed Emily. To his knowledge, elves had always been averse to humans, let alone respectful. As everyone passed through the tower, Huck turned to Emily and said, "Shall we not enter?" "No, let me take you on a tour. Such an opportunity is rare and must not be squandered." Huck firmly grasped the woman who attempted to leave, resolutely pulling her towards the tower. Emily, tightly grasped by the snow-white hands, blushed deeply. She symbolically struggled a few times before half-heartedly following along. "Let go of me. I will enter with you," she insisted. As they approached the tower's entrance, the faint voice of the sorceress drifted back, compelling the demon hunter to release his grip. Several minutes later, in the castle's grand hall, a few adults gathered around the library's conference table. Tamala had regained consciousness, but was troubled by the manipulation of her thoughts by Hark, her expression darkening. Yet, as the demon hunter anticipated, she accepted the outcome without voicing any desire to leave. With a thud, Hark placed 2 large bags on the table, the metallic clinking within resonating clearly. These contained 1432 crowns along with some silver and gold items, designated for the sustenance and clothing of the children in the first session of the Demon Hunter training program. I find that name unsuitable. Many of them possess mediocre abilities and will not become demon hunters. Wisemere was the first to voice his dissent. Perhaps we should call it the Kaer Morhen Future Stars Training Program, Session 1. Hark glanced at the old demon hunting master in surprise, not expecting such eloquence. That name is rather good. Emily chuckled, taking delight in Hark's moment of embarrassment. Very well, let it be that name. The young demon hunter did not dwell on this trivial matter, shifting his gaze to the herbalist. "Tamala, since you have nowhere else to go at the moment, why not stay here to help care for them? You can also keep an eye on Morris. Rest assured, we shall not compel anyone to undergo the trial of the verdant grass. This is my solemn promise." Furthermore, the right garden within the inner courtyard was originally a herb garden, which you are welcome to utilize. Tomira remained silent, but nodded in acknowledgement. She found herself quite pleased with the grandeur of the castle before her. Although isolated and devoid of human presence, it offered sufficient security conducive to the children's upbringing. The enchanting scenery surrounding the castle also captivated her. Perhaps this was the tranquil haven she had long sought, a sanctuary of peace and serenity, untouched by the strife of the world. For the time being, the children will be gathered in the hall, and I shall arrange for their bedding shortly. Noticing that Hark had successfully calmed Tamira, Wisemere spoke again. "Now, I kindly ask you to assist Emily in caring for the children. I wish to speak with Hark privately." The herbalist had no objections, nodding in agreement before rising to attend to the children. The sorceress, however, appeared somewhat reluctant, yet upon seeing Hark's persistent winks, she chose not to protest and begrudgingly followed suit. Once the two had distanced themselves, Wisemere turned his gaze towards Hark. "Hark, you are astute, decisive in your actions, and possess remarkable foresight. Yet, your understanding of human nature remains insufficient. Remember that your relationship with the sorceress is merely one of collaboration. While cooperation is essential, vigilance is equally necessary. I did not anticipate that Ida had been observing you for such a long time, even going so far as to build a treehouse near the castle. Be exceedingly cautious with these sorceresses. One must never let down their guard. Do not harbor ill intentions, yet remain wary of others. This I comprehend." "Good. If you understand, then you shall handle their affairs on your own. I have faith in your abilities." Upon hearing that Vesemir was no longer entangled in his thoughts, Hack's heart leaped with joy. However, another concern arose as the tone of the high demon, Gant, grew grave. "In the past few days, I have perused the tomes within the castle, hoping to uncover some useful intelligence." "Do not worry too much, Master," Hack reassured. Emily mentioned that Ada Eminem has already discovered some leads. Observing the old monster hunter's deep-seated worry, Hack felt compelled to fabricate a semblance of comfort. "That is good. In my absence, heed Gerald's counsel and refrain from acting impulsively. By the way, cultivating apprentices and restoring the castle requires a substantial amount of gold. So do remember to inform Gerald not to squander funds." Chapter 33. A letter. As midnight approached, a gentle rain began to fall beneath the white fruit orchard, prompting passers-by to hasten their steps. At the entrance of the Wailing Bridge, 2 Nilfgaardian soldiers stood sentinel, gripping their poleaxes. Despite the bread, hot soup, and the warmth of a bonfire, along with a watchtower shielding them from the elements, the two could only endure hunger in the downpour. Through the open window, the steam rose, revealing a hearty vegetable and meat stew simmering within. Perhaps there were beans as well, left by a merchant who passed through that morning. The thought of the savory broth, enhanced with a touch of nutmeg, garlic, and marjoram, made his mouth water and his eyes gleam with anticipation, uncertain whether these rascals will leave us any provisions. The soldier with a beard swatted the rain from his cloak and cursed his drenched armor. It rains incessantly in the north. No wonder the marshes are so prevalent. It's utterly wretched. There's no need for haste. As long as we drain the marshy waters, in a few years, this place will resemble our homeland. Contemplating the idyllic vision, the two exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed through the night. A faint murmur occasionally swallowed by the wind and rain, requiring keen ears to discern. Before long, the hoofbeats grew closer, becoming distinctly audible. The guard soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes fixed intently in the direction of the sound. Two robust steeds galloped toward them, swiftly arriving at the forefront. The riders removed their hoods, and upon recognizing their faces, the soldiers sheathed their weapons. The male and female riders did not dismount, but rode past them, gradually ascending the stone bridge. "Hark, do you know why this bridge is called the Bridge of Lamentation?" The melodious voice of the red-haired woman floated through the rain, prompting the stout soldier to perk up his ears. Is there a tale behind it? Legend has it that a lovesick maiden stood vigil on the bridge, awaiting her beloved's return, ultimately transforming into a stone sculpture. A sculpture? The soldier recalled the white stone pillars they had used as benches, seemingly remnants of some statue. Indeed, it appeared to be fragments of a once grand effigy. As night descends upon the bridge, I gaze at the moon as it retreats to the west. With lowered brows, I ponder alone, when shall my beloved return? Is this yet another peculiar poem birthed from your dreams? Recently, I have taken to meditative repose, rarely indulging in dreams. You ought to rest in a more conventional manner. Dreaming more would be beneficial, and I can assist you with that. The two drift further apart, gradually vanishing into the night's embrace. This woman, not only does she possess a curvaceous figure, but her voice is also delightful. She is utterly captivating. TSK. The two exchanged a lewd glance, performed an unspoken gesture understood by all men, and then chuckled mischievously. In the courtyard of the white-gourd garden, Huck and his companion dismounted from their horses, handing the reins to the stable boy before striding toward the entrance. "Mr. Monster Hunter, a letter awaits you." A child, who had been waiting beneath the eaves, dashed over, presenting a letter sealed with wax. "Who sent you to deliver this?" Huck inquired. "It was that gentleman over there." The boy pointed towards a narrow alley across the way. Following the direction of the boy's finger, Huck caught sight of a man clad in a gray cloak turning into the shadows at the alley's end, soon disappearing around the corner. "This is your tip." Huck nodded, offering a handful of coins. The boy gleefully accepted the money, expressing his gratitude before darting off into the rain. The monster hunter smiled awkwardly, feeling somewhat perplexed, but recognizing this was not the place to peruse the letter. He casually tucked it into his pocket. Upon entering the inn, they immediately spotted the white wolf seated at a table directly facing the entrance. "I am weary. I shall take a bath first. Please come to my room shortly." Glancing at the white wolf beside the table, Emily had no intention of approaching. She merely issued a command before making her way to the backyard. Acknowledging her, Hark moved towards the table and seated himself opposite Gerald. "A pint of dark beer." He called out to the barmaid, "Elsa." "Yes, along with that group of little ones." The thought of the old Witcher's childlike grin made Hark smirk involuntarily. He had always taken great pleasure in mentoring apprentices, though he could not fathom why. Gerald raised his ceramic cup, taking a sip of beer before continuing. "I do not share that enthusiasm. You were quite diligent in guiding Ciri." Hark countered. "That is different." The white wolf set down his cup, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Hark. "You must have noticed that I have never taught you anything over the years, correct? It seems you do not hold me in high regard." "No, it's just that I disapprove of your closeness with Ciri." "Why so?" Gerald revealed his thoughts candidly, explaining that since Yennefer longed for a child but they were unable to conceive, they wished to spare Ciri the same heartache. Realizing this, Hark paused, finally understanding why the white wolf had opposed Ciri continuing her training with him after the grass trial. Soon after, he had taken her away from the castle. To gain something of great power, one must inevitably sacrifice something of equal worth. The price paid by the sorceress for beauty and power is the loss of her fertility. Much like the fate of the Witcher, and many others sacrifice even more, such as the white-haired visage of the White Wolf. Ciri and I are merely acquaintances, sharing similar ages that allow for camaraderie. No, you may harbor such thoughts, yet I am aware that Ciri is profoundly concerned about the blood that flows within you. She holds a genuine interest in you. Interest? She merely wishes to discern the transformations wrought by elder blood upon me. Many a journey begins with mere curiosity. A truth I comprehend well. You certainly possess considerable experience. Huck inwardly scoffed, reluctant to delve further into this matter. Very well. I promised to maintain a respectful distance from Ciri. That would be for the best. At that moment, Elsa approached with a dark beer in hand, placing a ceramic cup before Huck along with a small platter of cookies and fruits. Once the innkeeper departed, Huck inquired curiously. I noticed your gaze upon Emily was rather peculiar. I sensed an odd familiarity in her demeanor and actions, yet I am certain I have never encountered her before, leaving me somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing this, the young Witcher became intrigued. Upon further reflection, could she be from a sorceress gathering, or perhaps a former brotherhood of sorcerers? No. Geralt shook his head. A woman who has left a lasting impression upon me will never be mistaken or forgotten, no matter the passage of time. Chapter 34. Fortunately, it's not a fireball outside. The storm raged, while inside, the flickering light danced. The river surged under the relentless wind, waves crashing against the shore in a continuous rhythm. The willows outside swayed in the gusts, their slender branches occasionally sweeping across the rooftop, producing a series of crackling sounds. Huck stood before the window, gazing at the myriad shadows swaying in the night, relishing the refreshing caress of the gentle breeze and light rain. On the other side of the window stood Geralt, the White Wolf, holding the letter delivered by the boy. Between them lay a complete set of weapon repair tools, including a whetstone, an oil flask, and a cloth for polishing. Flanking the repair tools, 2 long swords rested against the wall in front of each of them. Daily maintenance of their weapons was a ritual for the Wolf School. As Vesemir would say, one may forego food and sleep, but one's weapons must gleam with polish, devoid of any rust. Any leads from the military camp today? Huck inquired of Geralt as he perused the letter. The commander of the Nilfgaardian forces indeed possessed information regarding Yennefer, yet he demanded the completion of 2 tasks in exchange for such knowledge. 2? Why not just 1? Huck exclaimed, bewildered. Has the main storyline even changed? Will game experience become utterly obsolete? What do you mean, 1? Geralt lifted his gaze, regarding Huck with a puzzled expression. Occasionally, Huck would utter nonsensical remarks that left others baffled. I believe it's rather excessive. 1 task would suffice, yet he insists on 2. Realizing his outburst, Huck hastily sought to amend his words. It is not unreasonable, for all commissioned tasks come with remuneration. Slaying monsters is the vocation of a Witcher, and Geralt does not harbor much aversion to it. How do you intend to handle this letter? To the esteemed Witcher, I, Baron Ignatius Virulrus, the guardian of the White Orchard and the undying warlord of Temeria, cordially invite you to a discourse at the forest encampment. I have a significant task to entrust to you, and I understand your principles. This matter pertains solely to the malevolent spirits threatening the village. I sincerely hope you can arrive at the crossroads northeast of White Orchard Village tomorrow at noon, where my men will await you and escort you to my camp. Given that we are still in wartime, I kindly request that you keep this matter confidential, especially from the spies of Nilfgaard, who must remain unaware. Yours sincerely, Ignatius Virulrus, Lord of White Orchard. I find this baron quite intriguing, having heard numerous rumors about him recently. Do you wish to meet him? Geralt, while meticulously polishing the gleaming blade of his steel sword with an oiled cloth, frowned at this remark. It seemed perilous. He mentioned a commission, and I intend to see it through. Huck remained insistent. Then I shall accompany you. No, it is raining today, if all goes as expected. There will be fog on the mountain tomorrow, making it more convenient for me to venture alone. The White Wolf recalled Huck's newly acquired ability to blend into the mist, and he nodded in agreement. If the situation turns awry, I will retreat. There shall be no danger. Upon encountering Geralt, Huck let out a sigh of relief. The elusive mouseberry, essential for crafting bait, was notoriously difficult to procure and would likely demand significant time and effort. One of the tasks commissioned by the Nilfgaardians involved slaying a griffin that had been terrorizing the village. This formidable beast, capable of flight and possessing unpredictable movements, necessitated the creation of bait for its capture. The mouseberry, which thrives solely underwater, emits a foul odor the moment it is removed from its aquatic habitat, rendering it an indispensable yet elusive ingredient for the bait. Very well then, Huck declared, I shall search the nearby waterways tomorrow in hopes of locating the mouseberry. Geralt was well aware of Hark's cautious demeanor, a trait he deeply admired. Thus he held no significant concerns for Hark's safety, regardless of the circumstances. They had agreed to reconvene at the inn that evening. The White Wolf gazed intently at Hark, conveying a silent understanding. "Do you comprehend my meaning?" he inquired. "Indeed. Should a task arise, exercise prudence and refrain from rash actions. That is all I wish to hear," Geralt nodded. "I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiments. Previously, the traditional methods employed to train witchers were an immense waste of resources." He chuckled self-deprecatingly, mocking both himself and the inflexible, antiquated scholars of the past. Investing vast resources and dedicating over 2 decades only to lose 60% of those trained to the specter of death, allowing them to perish at the hands of mere wraiths due to their lack of experience, was a travesty cloaked in the guise of survival of the fittest, a colossal farce in hindsight. Thus, I fervently hope such occurrences do not repeat, and I trust you will not repeat the same missteps. Rest assured, I value my life greatly. Huck pondered for a moment, uncertainly inquiring, "Should I bring Emily along tomorrow?" Upon hearing that name, the White Wolf furrowed his brow, expressing his distrust towards her. "This woman cannot be trusted. I remain skeptical of her motives." "Why do you say that?" "The primary distinction between an academy mage and a wild mage lies not only in knowledge but also in experience. Generally, academy mages, having undergone extensive and systematic training, possess a wealth of knowledge, whereas their wild counterparts are considerably lacking in this regard. Moreover, concerning experience, academy mages typically do not worry about safety. They excel in casting powerful, wide-ranging spells. In contrast, wild mages often confront smaller-scale battles, frequently necessitating cooperation with others. They favor low-cost, rapid casting spells that are controllable, versatile, and possess strong manipulation capabilities. It is not without reason that these individuals refer to themselves as battle mages. They generally excel in small-scale combat while effectively collaborating with their adventurous companions. Do you comprehend my point? Yet there are exceptions, are there not? Emily has been following Ada, and it is only natural for her to learn much along the way. She claims to have traveled for years. Yet does her combat experience reflect that of a seasoned adventurer? Perhaps she has not spoken the entire truth, or at least not fully disclosed it, hence. So, are you preparing to burn bridges? Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind, breaking the silence of the previously empty space. It was none other than Emily herself. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed by, illuminating the surroundings, and as the radiance faded, the sharp blade of a steel sword was poised at the throat of the sorceress. The velocity was so extreme that it surpassed the limits of human perception. It was only when the lethal tip pierced her delicate skin that the sound of the sword slicing through the air was heard. Fear enveloped her like frigid earth, smearing across the sorceress's face and creeping into her limbs, choking her throat. "You have been eavesdropping on our conversation." The Butcher of Braviken finally revealed his menacing fangs. "This is hardly the conduct befitting a lady." The amber vertical pupils constricted into mere slits, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Each word was delivered in a monotonous, mechanical tone, devoid of any emotion, plunging all who heard it into an abyss of ice. The sorceress had no doubt that a single misstep in her response could lead to her demise beneath that blade. "You would do well not to attempt teleportation," Geralt stated coldly, "for I assure you, the only thing that will successfully teleport is your corpse." Sweat trickled down the sorceress's forehead, winding its way past her long eyelashes and slowly descending into her beautiful blue eyes, yet she dared not blink, controlled by fear. The woman was terrified that if she closed her eyes, she would never have the chance to reopen them. Hark, witnessing the White Wolf unleash his full power for the first time, was stupefied. He had never imagined a sword could move with such swiftness. No, Geralt. Put down the sword. This is all my fault. I forgot the time I promised to meet Emily. Hark quickly intervened, genuinely frightened that Geralt might indeed strike. The White Wolf paid him no mind, his sharp, icy gaze fixed unwaveringly on the woman before him. His powerful arms stood firm as a mountain, the glinting steel sword betraying not a quiver. This was a warning. Regardless of your intentions, you would do well to remember what transpired today. As the murderous aura dissipated, the sorceress finally liberated herself from the sensation of imminent death. Her body began to tremble violently, the cause unknown, fear or fury. "How dare you?" With an enraged roar, Emily vanished from sight, only to reappear several meters away. "You shall pay for your reckless audacity." Energy surged around her, the azure depths of her beautiful eyes roiling like a tempest, deadly sparks of electricity dancing wildly within the ocean of her gaze. Seeing the rampaging sorceress and the white wolf, who had once again raised his sword, a knot of dread tightened in Huck's throat. He realized that if he did not intervene, the next moment would surely spell disaster. After a day of interaction, he held a basic trust in the sorceress. Both individuals before him were of great importance, and he wished for neither to come to harm. There was no other option. Gritting his teeth, Huck activated his teleportation skill. In the blink of an eye, the sorceress found herself face to face with a figure, and before she could react, her lips were abruptly silenced by his. Moist, full, with a hint of briny flavor. Oh my God, this man, he dared to kiss me. The woman's mind went blank, experiencing a brief shutdown, all her rage vanishing in an instant. Novelty, embarrassment, and then a more uncontrollable fury surged within her. You scoundrel! The surging air burst forth from his hands, colliding heavily with the man, sending him flying like a rag doll. Suspended in midair, Huck felt as though he had been struck by a mighty hammer to the chest. He had gambled correctly. Thankfully, it wasn't a fireball, he thought in the final moment before closing his eyes. Chapter 35. East of the East. Enough of the pretense. That woman has already departed. Lying in bed with his eyes tightly shut, Huck suddenly opened them and sprang upright like a startled fish. Not far from the window, Geralt was still polishing his steel sword, regarding him with a bemused expression. Alas, I have no choice. If you two were to clash and cause destruction, we wouldn't be able to afford the damages, the young monster hunter said, scratching his head and reluctantly getting out of bed. You certainly have a knack for finding solutions. The white wolf replied, setting down the sword, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Go and speak with her. She must have much to discuss with you now. Huck nodded and began to stride towards the exit. I still do not trust her, but I trust you. If you choose to keep her near, I shall not oppose. As he reached the doorway, the voice of the middle-aged man echoed behind him. By the way, you might want to wipe that purple lipstick off your lips first. Arriving at the adjacent door, Huck hesitated, uncertain whether this was indeed the ideal moment. What if he entered only to be met with a magical missile? Without Quinn's shield, it could be perilous. With that thought in mind, he resolved to cast a protective shield upon himself before proceeding. If you add another shield, I will turn you into charred remains. The furious voice of the woman resonated through the room, causing Huck to halt his half-formed motion. The magical elements he had gathered swiftly dissipating into the air. Cough. Emily, I sincerely apologize. It was a desperate situation. Silence. If things escalate, the consequences would be dire. I had no choice but to divert your attention. Silence. You. I command you to be quiet. Hurry inside. The door remains ajar. All right then. The demon hunter's heart raced, pounding wildly, more anxious than facing a parent. At that moment, he would rather confront ferocious beasts than meet this volatile sorceress. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and pushed open the door, stepping inside. The scene within the room was entirely unexpected, only heightening his unease. The sorceress appeared utterly calm, exhibiting no signs of distress. She was seated at a wooden round table, engaged in some task. As he approached, the demon hunter discerned that the table was adorned with a wooden rack of test tubes, several glass vials neatly arranged within. Noticing the transparent rubber tubing and a long needle in Emily's hands, he immediately comprehended that it was a blood extraction apparatus. Come, take a seat, and roll up your left sleeve. The woman, her expression impassive, gestured towards a nearby chair, indicating for the demon hunter to sit. Emily, actually. I was compelled by circumstances earlier. Silence. Let us not revisit this matter. Come here. It is time to fulfill your promise. Promise? A sudden realization struck Huck, bringing to mind the agreement he had made with the sorceress. Her assistance was not to be rendered without compensation. He was obliged to provide a specified quantity of his blood for her research at regular intervals. The agreed amount was set at 200 milliliters per month. Casting a glance at the numerous vials densely arranged on the rack, the Witcher felt a twinge of apprehension. Isn't it a bit excessive to prepare so many vials? We agreed on 200 milliliters, and it cannot exceed that. Rest assured, it will neither be more nor less. Enough of this chatter, the sorceress replied, clenching her fist. She secured a strap around his upper arm, and, wielding a lengthy needle, began to search for a vein. You wouldn't let personal grievances influence this, would you? Intentionally, certainly not. Ah, my apologies, I seem to have missed the mark, she said. Please, allow me to focus. Ah, I've done it again. I sincerely apologize. Stop. You shouldn't aim for my thigh either. After several painstaking minutes, Huck finally completed the blood draw, exhaling a sigh of relief. Emily untied the strap, a teasing smile gracing her lips. My apologies, it was my first time drawing blood. I'm a bit out of practice. Glancing at the multitude of needle marks on his forearm, the Witcher found himself at a loss for words. The sorceress uttered enchanting words in the ancient tongue, her sensual purple lips weaving a poetic incantation. A mist enveloped his forearm, and moments later, once the mist had fully dissipated, his skin appeared flawless once more, devoid of any trace. As he gingerly touched his unblemished skin, surprise painted his expression. Observing her carefully sealing the vial of his blood, he could not help but inquire, "What purpose do you have for my blood?" "Certainly, it is the pursuit of knowledge." The woman cast a sidelong glance at him, carefully placing the blood-filled test tube into a delicate silver box. The box was compartmentalized, each section lined with straw, perfectly accommodating a single test tube. She closed the lid and secured it with a small silver lock before stowing it in a pouch hanging from her waist. Observing the ease with which the box, several times larger than the pouch, was tucked away, Huck immediately discerned that it was a spatial pouch. "Very well, inquire away. What is it that you wish to know?" The busy sorceress turned her gaze toward Huck, determined to clarify matters today, for she wished to eliminate any misunderstandings. "I am genuinely curious about what you know concerning me." "What do I know?" The sorceress smiled, a glimmer of pride flickering in her blue eyes. "Everything about you is quite clear to me. For instance, your lineage and your secrets." "My secrets?" Huck's heart raced, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. The mutation reagent of elder blood, teleportation, spatial encapsulation. The innate ability to absorb mutations and acquire powers, along with the newly acquired ability to become invisible. Hearing her enumerate his hidden truths with such familiarity, Huck's expression shifted. "You may wonder why I possess this knowledge," the woman preemptively explained before he could voice his question. "My teacher is Ada Iman. She often envisions scenes from the future, which include your circumstances. Our fates are indeed intertwined." After hearing her explanation, Huck remained skeptical. What does this entanglement entail? The Sword of Destiny possesses 2 blades, each with 2 edges, and one of these blades represents you and me. This phrase sounds remarkably familiar. Huck paused, then recalled that Ada had expressed something similar to Geralt in the game. Does this imply that the other blade's edges symbolize Ciri and the White Wolf? Could my arrival truly create such a significant butterfly effect? Aside from what you previously mentioned, what else has your teacher Ada foreseen regarding me? What? Emily cast a suspicious glance at the visibly anxious man. "Do you harbor any secretive matters?" "No, I merely wish to gather more information to understand your intentions." "Well, since we've reached this point, I might as well share the whole story with you, lest you muscle-bound individuals concoct wild speculations." As she spoke, the woman's enchanting blue eyes glanced towards the adjacent direction. "The mutagenic potion that Triss concocted for you, correct?" "Yes. Is that also something your teacher foresaw?" "Do not interrupt. Allow me to continue." "Very well." The sorceress did not immediately proceed. Instead, she languidly waved her hand, and a bottle of wine materialized on the table. The exquisitely crafted wine bottle glimmers with a translucent brilliance, its slender neck adorned with a delicate purplish red seal, while a floral motif resembling a crimson rose graces the bottle's body. The liquid within boasts a deep hue, captivatingly presenting an alluring purplish red under the flickering candlelight. "Is it not Avalus wine?" Observing the bewildered expression on the monster hunter's face, the sorceress gently massaged her forehead and took the initiative to introduce. "Furthermore, its intense smoky aroma is the greatest surprise for first-time tasters." Chapter 36. Commission Task. Exterminate the spirit amidst the dancing lights. The beauty is akin to a painting. In a plush armchair, the sorceress, with her hair cascading gracefully, languidly stretched her limbs, fully revealing her voluptuous form to the gaze of the monster hunter. Clad in a low-cut yellow gown, she cinched a green satin ribbon around her waist, her fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders. The high curvature of her bosom revealed a glimpse of alabaster skin, with 2 peaks creating a deep valley between them. The room was suffused with the aroma of fine wine, mingling with the fragrant scent of fruits, rich and intoxicating. The treasure of Talcent, the pride of Rivero Castle. The beloved of Duchess Edmarda, a rare collection from the cellars of the Bayaquilan Palace. The sorceress murmured to herself as she gently swirled the purplish-red liquid in her crystal goblet, the unique bouquet of wine, a harmonious blend of rich, fruity, and floral notes. Wafting into her senses, a delicate sip left a lingering fragrance on her palate, enchanting enough to evoke a sigh or yawn that echoed with its residual charm. Glimpsing her slightly flushed cheeks and her utterly intoxicated demeanor, alongside the lingering purple lip print on the rim of her glass, the hunter found himself momentarily entranced. Hastily diverting his gaze, he lifted his own goblet to eye level, the purplish-red liquid sparkling under the candlelight with a crystalline sheen, gently swaying the glass. The enchanting aroma wafts towards me as the liquid ripples. A sip reveals a smooth texture that glides down my throat, tinged with a hint of tartness, a touch of sweetness, and a rich bouquet of floral and fruity notes. What a fine wine! Hearing his admiration, Emily chuckled softly, a look of pride gracing her features. Setting down her goblet, Huck turned his gaze towards the woman. It was time to continue their previous discussion. Indeed, the demon hunters are rather dull, utterly lacking in charm. The woman shot him a playful glare before placing her elegant crystal glass aside. Let us begin from the time before your trial. She mused for a moment before speaking eloquently. Triss, uncertain about the mutated reagent that would merge with Ciri's blood, sought the aid of my mentor. He improved the formula, incorporating various materials to mitigate the effects of elder blood, ensuring that you would not be incinerated by its terrifying energy. In truth, it was I and my mentor who saved your life. Subsequently, my mentor developed an interest in you, wishing to continue studying your condition, coupled with glimpses of the future. He sent me to find you, both to unravel the mysteries of fate and to monitor your situation closely. So, you require my blood? Yes. It is best that you have a sample each time you gain a new ability. I have no desire to become someone else's test subject. You seek to enhance the demon hunter's trial reagents, do you not? I could ask my mentor to assist you. Really? Huck straightened suddenly, gazing at Emily with astonishment. Indeed. It is true. Why would I deceive you? A deal. The Witcher reached out and grasped the woman's delicate hand, shaking it with exuberance. Release me at once, she retorted, unable to suppress her mockery upon witnessing his exuberance and flushed visage. Huck, having relieved himself of a burden, felt slightly dizzy and chose to remain silent. Collapsing onto the bed to succumb to slumber, the White Wolf glanced at the snoring Huck, shook his head, and pondered privately whether he should present him with the tome titled The Sorceress's Companion, a guide to happiness for his study. On the following morning, Huck awoke fully refreshed, only to discover that Geralt was absent from the room. He hastily rose, performed a brief ablution, and made his way to the tavern ahead. Upon arriving at the wooden table where Geralt usually sat, he had scarcely seated himself when Elsa brought forth the breakfast she had prepared for him. The White Wolf clapped his hands, pushing the empty plate aside, and suddenly addressed the young Witcher, who was voraciously devouring his meal. You need to accompany me to Hoof Heights first. We must ascertain the situation with the local Striga. Huh? Huck looked up in surprise, swallowing the morsel of bread he had been chewing before asking. Did you not say we should first deal with the Griffin? The two tasks mandated by Neverska Commander Peter Sargon involved eliminating the Griffin and vanquishing the Striga at Hoof Heights. The Neverskin had dispatched a small squad, delivering Captain Peter's message, who expressed his desire for me to prioritize the Striga task. Is there a particular reason for this? Huck pondered for a moment, convinced that matters could not be so straightforward. The man in black would not merely snap his fingers and declare that the task must be completed first. I did not inquire further as Geralt rose, tightening the belt that crossed his chest and adjusting the position of the twin swords resting upon his back. He then affixed the satchel that lay upon the table to his belt. My sole concern lay with the creatures. I held no interest in matters unrelated to the task at hand. After meticulously inspecting his equipment to ensure everything was in order, he lifted his gaze to Huck and stated, I shall wait for you in the courtyard. With that, the White Wolf turned and strode towards the entrance, intending to prepare the horses in the forecourt. As he nibbled on bread, Huck glanced out the window, observing a dozen soldiers clad in black armor waiting in the yard, seemingly ready to embark for the Hovid Highlands. The squad leader, adorned with a horned helmet, stood at the inn's entrance, engaged in conversation with a few companions. As he spoke, his scrutinizing gaze assessed each villager passing through the doorway, those who had intended to enter the inn. Upon noticing the soldiers and feeling the weight of the squad leader's stare, hastily halted and turned away. The innkeeper, Elsa, wore a troubled expression as she stood behind the counter, peering through the wooden window at the figures in black, seemingly anxious about the potential impact on her establishment's business. Wiping his mouth, Huck rose from his seat. After a brief inspection of his gear, he made his way towards the entrance. Mr. Witcher, are those soldiers here for you? The innkeeper inquired suddenly as he passed the counter, having observed the brief exchange between the man in black and the White Wolf, and subtly suspecting the answer. Indeed, there is a commission task that requires their collaboration. Ah, that is reassuring, Elsa exhaled with relief, as long as they are not here to cause trouble. Are you heading out to confront that griffin? The proprietress inquired hopefully as Huck approached the door. Chapter 37. Daytime Spirits. The White Fruit Orchard is renowned for its exquisite fruits. The river that encircles the village flows through a myriad of orchards, nurturing a diverse array of high-quality produce. In the White Fruit Orchard, the most prevalent sight is that of fruit trees. Departing from the riverside of the Lament Bridge, under the guidance of a certain Henrik, a never-scarred soldier, the monster-slaying team ventured south along a narrow path. As they proceeded, they were enveloped by the melodious songs of birds and the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms, with verdant trees providing ample shade, creating a picturesque ambience. Flanking the path, an assortment of fruit trees stood in orderly rows, with pear trees dominating the landscape, their branches laden with clusters of white blooms. Some trees were already heavy with ripe fruits, and the sweet scent wafted along the pathway, occasionally interrupted by the sight of various birds perched upon branches, singing joyfully. The sun had just emerged from behind the mountain peak, casting its golden rays through the dense foliage, leaving behind an array of dappled patterns upon the ground. Despite the recent rain rendering the earth still damp and somewhat challenging to navigate, the refreshing aroma of the moist soil and the fragrant green grass invigorated the spirit. Huck and his companion chose not to ride, but rather led their horses closely behind the leading soldier Henrik, while a dozen fully armed soldiers followed in a trailing line. Along the way, the soldiers maintained a silent march, their low spirits unmistakable. To acquire further information, the Witchers resolved to utilize their travel time for conversation. The White Wolf handed the reins to Huck and hastily caught up with the robust Nilfgaardian sergeant. Sergeant, regarding the situation in the Hove Highlands, Captain Peter inquired. You seem well informed. Could you elaborate? The monster hunting task had evidently instilled apprehension in Henry, who bore an anxious demeanor, his face taut and reminiscent of one resigned to a noble demise. Upon hearing the Witcher's inquiry, the burly man offered a rueful smile. The Hove had once been a mill, now abandoned due to its haunting. When the war over the White Orchard had just concluded, the 17th Regiment had ventured to investigate the mill, reportedly encountering a female specter, resulting in significant casualties. Since then, access to the area had been strictly prohibited. In my pursuit of griffin tracks, I once led a team past that hillock. I recall it was midday, the sun blazing, and we were fatigued and parched. Thus we sought respite in the nearby woods. Among us was a veteran soldier, audacious and fierce in battle, known for his fiery temperament and fearless bravado. Not long after we had been jesting, anticipating a bit of amusement, sounds of terror erupted from above. Henry's voice grew increasingly frantic, tinged with tremors, revealing the profound impact of that moment upon him. The warrior, typically one to hurl insults and charge forth with reckless abandon, was now fleeing in a panic. Initially, we presumed he was feigning, but it soon became evident that something was amiss. He rolled and crawled away in sheer terror, oblivious to the loss of his helmet and longsword, ultimately tumbling down the hillside. The private turned to glance at the White Wolf, his face ashen, his body trembling slightly. It is hard to fathom that a battle-hardened veteran could be reduced to such a pitiable state. Then, I witnessed an unforgettable scene. A white figure emerged from behind him, as if she had risen from the grave, clad in a tattered and filthy white dress. Her skin had begun to peel away from her bones, and remnants of flesh clung to her cheeks, while her blood-red tongue hung out grotesquely. Even more horrifying was her wailing. I had never heard a sound so filled with anguish that it sent chills down my spine and left me weak. She continued to wail, as though subjected to unspeakable torment at every moment. By her appearance as a woman, she could be a vampiric specter, yet her incessant wailing suggested she was more likely a daytime spirit or a twilight apparition. Private Henry, was the woman floating in the air? Or was she walking on the ground? Huck pondered for a moment and, seeking confirmation, inquired further. She hovered in midair, her feet not touching the ground, and moved with astonishing speed, reaching us in the blink of an eye. No ordinary person could hope to outrun her. Did you attempt to attack her? And how did you manage to escape? The Nilfgaardian's face once again reflected terror as he recounted the events. Both Bot and York had loosed crossbow bolts at her, while I hurled a throwing axe. Yet, it was all in vain. Every assault passed through her ethereal form, inflicting not a single wound. His eyes were filled with despair, his voice urgent and trembling. We could not touch her, nor could we harm her. We were utterly powerless against her. She resembled a phantom enveloped in mist. Visible yet intangible, She was also a vengeful spirit, drifting past anyone who would then collapse in agony. She could even conjure spells, raising a cloud of dust that disoriented us, obscuring our surroundings. Once the dust settled, I realized that only 2 or 3 of us remained standing. In less than a minute, an entire squad had been nearly annihilated. As he spoke, the face of the Nilfgaardian reflected terror tinged with sorrow, his eyes betraying a hint of shame, which quickly morphed into a sense of relief. Upon witnessing the chaos, my immediate instinct was to flee, shouting in alarm. At that moment, for people still lived or were at least standing, we scattered in panic, oblivious to our fallen comrades pleading for help on the ground. My sole thought was to escape, to distance myself from that malevolent spirit. I believe that day marked the fastest I have ever run in my life. Yet soon, I heard the wails rising behind me. Suddenly, I felt the temperature around me begin to rise, becoming increasingly unbearable. Then I saw the terrifying white figure racing towards me with alarming speed. Wherever she passed, the grass ignited instantaneously, as if she were a moving furnace. In sheer terror, I stumbled and fell to the ground, gazing at the approaching specter, compelled to retreat desperately on hands and knees. Just when I thought I was doomed, the horrifying woman abruptly came to a halt. Before me, she halted, less than 10 feet away, and unleashed a furious wail directed at me. It appeared she was desperately trying to rush forward, yet was firmly restrained by an unseen force, unable to advance even a fraction. Only after the spectral figure vanished did I awaken to the astonishing realization that I had survived. The Nilfgaardian, bearing a visage of someone who had narrowly escaped calamity, still seemed incredulous about the ordeal. The wild grass, scorched, would stir up dust blinding under the fierce sunlight, transforming into an ethereal presence. After assimilating the information, Huck had ascertained what lay ahead, a daytime specter, most likely bound by some force, unable to stray far from hovel. Chapter 38. The examination of the white wolf. The weather in the north is notoriously fickle. Just moments ago, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. Yet now a thick fog has descended. I detest this wretched place. Home is far superior. Mountains, waters, and people all delightful. Yet, there are treasures here. The fruits of the white fruit orchard are exquisite, sweet, large, and succulent. Furthermore, the premier timber from the cunning fox forest is of exceptional quality. It is said that nobles from the city of Jinta traverse mountains and rivers specifically to procure it. Surely not. That is too distant. What do you know? This is about taste. Besides, traveling by water is quite swift. A group of us meandered along a narrow path in the woods, flanked by towering trees. Yet these were no longer fruit trees, indicating that we had ventured far from the white fruit orchard. Upon learning that they need not accompany the Witcher to the high ground for a perilous endeavor, the previously sullen Nilfgaardians immediately perked up. The squad leader, Henry, wore a smile that radiated warmth, displaying an unusual eagerness towards the Witchers. Here is where I nearly fell victim to the malevolent spirit. Oh, that daytime wraith, he recounted. Halting beside a large rock, his gaze lingering apprehensively on the nearby black carpet. The vivid memories of that moment still haunted him. I fell right here, then began to retreat. See, this is the small indentation made by my heel. As he vividly illustrated the scene, the soldiers gathered behind him bore expressions of luck and relief. Huck and his companion were resolute in preventing them from following, not out of benevolence, but rather due to the stark reality that ordinary individuals stood little chance against such monstrosities. Their presence would not only be futile, but potentially detrimental. Gazing ahead, the scorched earth resembled a black carpet sprawled across the verdant meadow, stretching towards the mill perched atop the hill. You shall await here, once we have cleared the area. You may ascend, Geralt instructed the Nilfgaardians before proceeding forward alongside Huck. The two gradually distanced themselves, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the black-clad soldiers. It seemed that not all rumors held truth. Perhaps Witchers were not as malevolent as they were often portrayed. A stout, short Nilfgaardian leaned on his halberd, surveying the shadowy woods around him, filled with a sense of foreboding. He hoped they would accomplish their mission. Otherwise, this matter would inevitably fall back into their hands. The Witcher is an expert in the art of monster hunting, indeed. Henry cast a glance at the edifice atop the hill, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. His comrades lay not far ahead, yet he dared not approach to retrieve their remains. A chilling howl echoed through the shadowy forest, tightening his chest with apprehension. As he beheld the pairs of glimmering green eyes emerging from the dense thicket, the sergeant bellowed, "Wolf pack, prepare for battle." Upon hearing the command, The Nilfgaardians swiftly encircled themselves, forming a protective barrier. They harbored no fear as long as they faced creatures that could be slain. Meanwhile, two witchers cautiously ascended the hill, discovering the lifeless bodies of numerous Nilfgaardian soldiers along the way. They examined each corpse, noting that every one had nearly withered into a desiccated husk, bearing signs of scorching. Each death was instantaneous, as razor-sharp claws had rent through armor, garments, and flesh, claiming their lives. The sun had fully retreated, and a white mist began to rise from the forest, gradually enveloping the world around them. Observing the grim weather, Geralt crouched down, sifting through the charred grass with his hands. After a moment of meticulous inspection, he stood and directed his gaze toward the structure on the hill. Do you recall the entries in Professor Halbert Jorson's Encyclopedia of Monsters regarding the Wraiths of Daylight? He had no intention of advancing immediately. Instead, he sought to further investigate the matter at hand. Halbert Jorson was not only a mage, but also a historian and an esteemed expert in the study of monsters. The Encyclopedia of Monsters, authored by him, encompasses information on nearly every type of creature inhabiting the realm of sorcery. The day spirits, resembling women scorched by the sun and clad in flowing white robes, are predominantly the transformed souls of young women who met violent ends prior to their marriages, forever burdened by their rage and anguish as they wander the fields. These spirits are often bound to this world by objects of profound emotional significance. Should one encounter a wedding ring or a torn veil in the fields, it is imperative to refrain from picking them up and to flee swiftly. Day spirits typically haunt rural areas, lingering near the sites of their demise. How should one confront such malevolent entities? Geralt interrupted the loquacious young witcher, posing the essential query. Without hesitation, Huck provided the response, employing specter oil to enhance the damage dealt by silver swords. To counter their ability to shift between corporeal and incorporeal forms, one might utilize moon dust or the Ard sign, while the Quen shield can protect against ambushes following their blinding dust attacks. Rapidly dispatching their phantoms with a crossbow or swift blade would inhibit their capacity to siphon life energy and swiftly mend their wounds. Moreover, the intensity of light amplifies the day spirit's power. Thus, it is advisable to avoid combat with them under the sun. To vanquish a spirit, one need only eradicate its ethereal form. If its spirit remains elusive, incinerating its remains can compel it to manifest. At this juncture, Huck paused momentarily, contemplating before continuing. According to the intelligence provided by the sergeant, this daytime specter is likely ensnared in this location by a certain object, referred to as Chun. In such a scenario, to vanquish her, it is imperative to locate this Chun and incinerate it alongside the remnants of the corpse, thereby obliterating the compelled manifestation of the spirit. The daytime specter only appears in proximity to either the corpse remains or the Chun. Thus, our initial course of action should be to search the Hoover structure for these two entities. Listening to the young monster hunter articulate his thoughts with unhurried eloquence, Geralt chuckled. Vesemir is an excellent mentor, and you are a commendable pupil. As long as you maintain sufficient caution and meticulousness, you shall undoubtedly become an exceptional monster hunter. This fellow, though he had saved Geralt, had always maintained a distant demeanor, scarcely exchanging a few words over the years. Now, however, his attitude seemed to have shifted. Could it be due to Geralt's declaration of keeping a distance from Ciri that day? Geralt remained unaware of the young hunter's inner musings, as the latter gazed eagerly towards the hilltop, exclaiming, "What shall we do now? I think it is time to prepare for a grand endeavor." Just as the young hunter's words left his lips, a piercing wail echoed from the hillside. Chapter 39. Subspecies and Variants. The most prominent structure on Hoover Heights is the towering windmill, its blades extending 20 meters. As the mist thickened, this colossal edifice loomed through the swirling white fog like a majestic giant standing sentinel upon the hilltop. The four wind turbines slowly rotate in the breeze, their creaking sounds echoing as they rub against their arms. Even from the foot of the hill, the noise is distinctly audible. As the witchers draw nearer, the wails from the highland grow increasingly anguished. The main gate remains relatively intact, yet the two wooden doors hang askew, resembling tattered rags clinging to the doorposts. The entire village is encircled by a palisade of sharpened logs. After enduring prolonged exposure to wind and rain, the unmaintained wall has developed several breaches. Though its overall structure remains largely intact, is this mill perhaps a tad too grand? Two witchers have arrived at the foot of the highland. Gazing at the village that occupies the entire elevation, Geralt furrows his brow, Such a level of fortification seems quite unusual. Huck shares the same sentiment. Aside from the absence of a watchtower, it resembles a diminutive fortress. Setting aside these observations, our primary objective is to locate the midday wraith, the White Wolf. Wielding a silver sword, while listening to the occasional piercing cries that fill the air. Ordinarily, midday wraiths manifest only under the intense rays of the afternoon sun. It is peculiar that she lingers here in such weather. Huck glances at the village, shrouded in white mist atop the highland, and poses a question. Normally, as you mentioned. Geralt nods in agreement. Yet there are exceptions. Some midday wraiths, after being bound to a location for an extended period, develop a territorial instinct. This particular wraith has evidently claimed the entire Hovel Heights as her domain. Should anyone approach, she will emerge and slay any living being that enters the village. Thus, it is highly probable that this midday wraith is a variant. Variants and subspecies are terms used to describe evolutionary forms that are significantly more formidable than ordinary monsters. Subspecies are evolutionary forms that are familiar to humanity, numerous in quantity, high in probability, and exhibit stable evolutionary trajectories. In contrast, variants are unpredictable, unique, and rare evolutionary forms, whose abilities remain unknown. To draw an analogy, ordinary monsters are akin to regular soldiers. Subspecies correspond to elite troops, while variants belong to special forces. Suddenly, the howls of wolves echoed from the rear, accompanied by human cries. The cacophony of wolf howls and human shouts soon intertwined, mingled with the mournful cries of beasts and the agonized screams of humans, as a faint scent of blood wafted through the air. Utilizing his heightened senses, the young monster hunter could perceive the battle unfolding in the forest several dozen meters away with remarkable clarity. Disregarding the commotion, Geralt seemed to discern his thoughts and decisively dismissed any hesitation, observing the White Wolf preparing for the impending skirmish. Huck also shifted his focus away from the distant conflict and unsheathed his silver sword. He retrieved a vial of blue-green sword oil from his storage space and began to apply it evenly on the blade. This was Spectre oil, specifically designed to counter various malevolent spirits. Spectre oil increases damage to malevolent spirits by 10. The blue-green oil gradually obscured the silver sheen of the sword, and with a few shakes of the blade, the eerie green gleam could be distinctly seen shimmering within the silvery light. "Do you possess moon dust?" Geralt inquired after applying the sword oil and glancing over. "No," Huck replied, shaking his head. "Moon dust is a type of alchemical bomb that contains silver powder. When this bomb detonates, it generates a thick cloud of dust, the particles of which, infused with silver, can render certain magical creatures within the explosion's radius unable to utilize their abilities. Should the dust be of a superior grade, known as moon dust, its adherence effect is significantly enhanced. Once affected, the creature remains incapacitated for the remainder of its existence. The primary targets of moon dust are spirit beings and certain entities adept at concealing their forms. The bomb's dust can prevent creatures from shape-shifting and can also force invisible entities to reveal themselves. For those capable of transforming into an ethereal state, like the daytime spirit before them, it can inhibit their ability to shift into that spectral form, compelling them to revert to their corporeal state. Well, I suppose I won't need to rely on Jarrow's nod of approval. It hardly matters. I retrieved the potion of Patrick and the thunder elixir, pouring them into my mouth and swallowing them down in a gulp. Distorted black veins spread across the faces of the two demon hunters. They approached the entrance but did not immediately step into the village. Instead, they lingered at the threshold, peering inside. Through the grand doorway, they beheld a woman clad in a white robe, her appearance marred as if by fire, circling a well. She seemed to hover weightlessly, her feet never touching the ground. The daytime spirit drifted with remarkable speed, her hair, akin to overgrown weeds, and tattered white gown billowing freely in the wind, occasionally emitting a piercing, mournful wail. The scene was surreal, a misty landscape, a desolate village, a dilapidated well, and a terrifying spirit, combined with the eerie creaks of an ancient windmill and the haunting cries, conjured an atmosphere reminiscent of an A-level horror film, vividly unfolding before Huck's eyes. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the reality of the sight prompted him to swallow hard, his scalp prickling and his heartbeat quickening. The scorched traces on the grass encircle the well, indicating that this area is the primary domain of the diurnal specters. Geralt scrutinized the situation within, seemingly perplexed. The diurnal spirits had already detected our presence, yet refrained from attacking. Thus, as long as we did not trespass into the village, we would remain unharmed. Numerous corpses of Nilfgaardians lay near the entrance, presumably belonging to the 17th Regiment, who met their demise for having stepped into the village. As he spoke, he abruptly advanced, crossing the threshold. The mournful wailing paused momentarily before surging to a crescendo, and a white figure darted towards him like a gust of wind. Upon witnessing the fierce advance of the specter, the white wolf remained unperturbed. Just as the entity closed within 2 meters, he swiftly retreated, stepping back through the gate. Once outside her territory, the specter would abandon her pursuit. Yet, what compelled her to emerge from the heights and assault the patrol? Upon discerning the peculiar behavioral patterns of the diurnal spirit, Geralt appeared even more bewildered. The Nilfgaardians must have provoked her. This diurnal specter intrigues me, thought Huck, gradually overcoming his initial trepidation. As we approached the heights, she emerged, relentlessly driving us away with her anguished cries. It seemed she was intent on preventing our entry into the village, either to protect something or to avoid inflicting harm upon us. The notion that a specter would refrain from harming humans struck Huck as amusing. Yet he undeniably detected something unusual in her piercing wails, not mere folly. Perhaps she is indeed safeguarding something, and to uncover what that is, one must first vanquish her. Geralt evidently does not consider the latter scenario to be plausible. His gaze shifts toward Huck. It is your turn now. Your task is to defeat her. What? Are you suggesting that I confront her alone? Naturally, if I were to join you, how would you gain any experience? Staring at Geralt's nonchalant expression, Huck was momentarily taken aback. This was rather different from the anticipated scenario of clinging to someone for support. Surely the White Wolf does not intend for me to face certain death? Geralt, I must confess that I harbor a profound dislike for Ciri. When I encounter her again, I shall resolutely maintain a distance of over 1 meter. The White Wolf cast him a curious glance, but remained silent. Observing the other's indifference, Huck grew anxious, rapidly contemplating if he had offended the silver-haired monster hunter in any other manner. Geralt, nearly driven to tears from frustration, delivered a swift kick to Huck's rear. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry and get inside, but do not stray too far from the entrance. Rest assured, I shall intervene if necessary. With a kick propelling him through the doorway, Huck's face drained of color as he spotted the wailing specter swiftly approaching. Cursing inwardly, he lamented the betrayal of the promised support. In the end, he was left to fend for himself. With no retreat possible, he resolved to fight with all his might. His left hand swiftly formed the arcane sigil, fingers clenched, and a golden light flickered, enveloping him in an ethereal magical shield. At that moment, the specter lunged towards him, her long, gaunt arms rising abruptly amidst her mournful cries. On the emaciated fingers, the nails grew rapidly, soon extending beyond 30 centimeters. Huck's heightened senses captured her every movement, and as she drifted to a distance of about 1 meter, he swiftly brandished his silver sword, striking down with great force. The lightning-fast silver blade transformed into a radiant flash, slicing diagonally into the daytime demon spirit, cleaving her in two from shoulder to waist. Witnessing the successful strike, the demon hunter felt a surge of exhilaration, dispelling any prior trepidation. He let out a thunderous roar. The silver sword danced in the air, its gleaming light twinkling like stars, coalescing into a dazzling array that instantaneously fragmented the monstrous figure before him into countless shards. You fool, use Aiden, reveal her true form. Realizing the gravity of the situation as he felt no resistance against his sword, Huck was suddenly jolted awake by Geralt's voice outside the door, inwardly cursing his own foolishness. The daytime demon spirit, engulfed by the sword's radiance, appeared indistinct. Only when the brilliance subsided did he discover she remained unscathed. The dazzling sword light did nothing to diminish her speed. Her phantom form glided past the barrier of light, swiftly approaching the demon hunter. As he stood in shock, attempting to retreat, the apparition abruptly solidified. The daytime demon spirit materialized from the void, her mouth agape, unleashing a blood-red tongue, while her hollow eyes glowed with an eerie green light, as if mocking him with laughter. Her long, sharp claws sliced through the air, but the young demon hunter, relying on his remarkable reflexes, narrowly evaded the lethal strike by twisting away at the last moment. However, the threat was far from over. With a chilling wail, the daytime demon spirit's claw missed its mark, and as Huck prepared to retreat, he was suddenly halted by the sound. He was acutely aware that disaster loomed. Just as he prepared to react, he was horrified to discover that a razor-sharp claw was already poised at his face. The lethal talon gleamed ominously, striking with an unstoppable force, shredding the fleeting image before him into fragments. Witnessing the inevitable blow miss its mark, the creature emitted an anguished wail, pivoting to survey the surroundings. Within a mere 8 meters, an apparition materialized in what had previously been an empty space. It was none other than the demon hunter who had vanished moments ago. Utilizing the Aiden spell to reveal herself while simultaneously decelerating, he remained vigilant to evade her phantasmal dual strikes. The White Wolf appeared oblivious to the perilous situation that had befallen Huck, continuing to methodically advise on strategy. Huck exhaled, inwardly acknowledging the close call. He had narrowly evaded the assault through teleportation, and his shield remained intact, granting him a precious opportunity for retaliation. Observing the prey elude her attack, the creature howled once more, her form becoming ethereal and indistinct. As the daytime specter charged forward with alarming speed, Huck compelled himself to maintain composure. He knelt and awaited the opportune moment. 1 second, 2 seconds. The rejuvenated demon hunter deftly executed the Aiden sigil with his left hand, swiftly pressing down. A circle of luminous runes suddenly appeared beneath him, coalescing into a circular binding array. The daytime specter seemed oblivious to the formation before her, her hollow gaze fixated on the demon hunter, intent on tearing him to shreds. After casting the Aiden sigil, Huck gripped the hilt of his sword, drawing the silver blade back against the ground, adopting a plow-like stance as he awaited the specter's entry into the array. The spirit of the demon arrived swiftly. Just as he had completed his preparations, she glided in. At the very moment the creature entered the magical array, the runes flickered with a radiant brilliance. The daytime spirit hesitated, her velocity suddenly diminished, and her previously vague form quickly solidified, revealing herself before the monster hunter's gaze. Now was the moment. Die! Huck roared, channeling his strength into his arms. The silver sword, pivoting at his waist, transformed into a cascade of silvery light, sweeping from below and arcing overhead, hurtling toward the unsuspecting daytime spirit. With every ounce of his power, the sword struck with astounding force, crashing into the spirit's form. The blade sizzled as it made contact, bubbling and emitting puffs of smoke accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. A fierce wind swirled, lifting dust and transforming it into a dense fog that enveloped the entire battlefield. Remember to shield yourself. Use the monster hunter's instincts to evade attacks. Outside, Gerald's calm voice echoed, seemingly unperturbed by Huck's peril. Observing the sudden gust, the young hunter was compelled to halt his pursuit, swiftly raising his left hand to shield his face from the encroaching smoke. Utilizing his heightened senses, Huck effortlessly tracked the spirit's movements. It appeared that the daytime spirit, having sustained severe injuries, did not intend to strike while her foe was blinded. Instead, she retreated from the array and began to circle the hunter. Her long hair danced. Her white dress billowed, her body swayed, and her arms moved gracefully. The hunter was left with the illusion that this woman-shaped spirit was performing a dance in the wind. With a gentle leap, she executed a beautiful aerial spin, and as she descended, she had transformed into 2 figures. In the dance hall, 2 figures swiftly parted, continuing their dance while circling around, then simultaneously executing a graceful aerial spin, only to descend as 4. As the mist gradually dissipated, the 4 figures did not cease their dance. Instead, they continued to twirl at an astonishing speed. A wave of fatigue washed over the demon hunter, who suddenly felt his body grow heavy, as if something was seeping away, rapidly flowing into the 4 entranced dancers. Fool! They are merely her doppelgangers. You must eliminate them quickly, lest she absorbs your vitality to mend her wounds. Just as the demon hunter felt his consciousness wavering, a furious roar jolted him back to reality. Prior to the confrontation, Huck believed himself well acquainted with the daytime succubus, both in theoretical understanding and psychological preparation. He had faced such creatures multiple times within the confines of the game. Yet, when confronted with the harshness of reality, he realized how superficial his comprehension truly was. Metaphysical misconceptions repeatedly led him into a passive stance. What was depicted in books and portrayed in games starkly contrasted with the reality before him. Take, for instance, the act of life absorption in the game. Being drained of life energy had little impact on the character, whereas in reality, it induced profound fatigue, mental confusion, and sluggish reactions. Even more terrifying was the unsettling urge to dance alongside the succubus, a compelling impulse that utterly extinguished any sense of resistance. This stands in stark contrast to the envisioned scenario. It is no wonder that Vesemir and Geralt must confront the uncharted creatures alone, facing them from beginning to end. Suppressing the desire that danced within him, his gaze fixed upon an apparition. With a surge of anger and fear, Huck drew forth his crossbow and loosed an arrow at the silhouette of a dancer. Chapter 41. The rumor among the townsfolk suggests that when malevolent spirits draw near, one experiences an inexplicable chill, even in the midst of a scorching summer day. Clearly, like many other tales, this too is a fabrication, or perhaps more accurately, a misrepresentation. During the day, the temperature of the specters is exceedingly high. When they linger in a certain spot, they can incinerate the surrounding foliage. Huck was acutely aware of this. Surrounded by 4 specters, his forehead beaded with sweat, his body aflame with heat, half from anxiety, half from genuine warmth. Fortunately, the crossbow bolt effortlessly dispatched one of the phantoms. A feat so unexpected that even the monster hunter was taken aback. It was then that he realized the duplicates moved with a marked slowness. They neither transformed into ethereal forms nor evaded his attacks, nor did they mount any offense. They merely spiraled around him at a fixed, languid pace, seemingly lost in their dance. From a distance, it appeared as though several long-haired maidens in flowing white dresses were joyously dancing, enveloped in a swirling mist that imparted an enchanting ambience reminiscent of a fairyland. Naturally, for the monster hunter, who had discerned their true visages and felt as if he were being scorched by a furnace, such illusions were far from his reality. The visage of the daytime demon was exceedingly horrifying, verging on repulsive. He wished not to gaze upon it for even a moment longer. Upon discerning the weakness of the doppelganger phantoms, the demon hunter hesitated no longer. With swift strides, he pursued one, deftly brandishing his silver sword, cleaving the foe into a flurry of fragments that scattered through the air. Without pausing, he pivoted against the direction of the phantom's rotation, charging headlong towards another doppelganger. With a sharp crack, the final phantom was pierced by the silver blade, akin to a balloon punctured by a pin, disintegrating into countless shards that vanished into the ether. As the last of the phantasms succumbed to oblivion, Huck distinctly sensed the dissipating sensation of life force draining away had vanished. With a chilling and terrible wail, the invisible daytime demon re-emerged, lunging furiously at the demon hunter, only to miss her mark. The demon's injuries had significantly mended in the brief span of mere seconds. The life force absorbed by the doppelgangers had been wholly transferred back to the original entity, healing much of her damage. Bewildered and scanning her surroundings, she found no trace of the tenacious and irksome human. He had utterly vanished. The demon, frustrated in her hunt, emitted an enraged wail, her fury seeking an outlet as she turned toward the entrance. Her hollow, sunken eyes flared with a green luminescence, ready to unleash her wrath upon the human who had so incessantly prattled moments before. At the entrance, the doorframe was askew. The door itself toppled, as a mist wafted through, causing tufts of horsetail to sway gently in the breeze, leaving no hint of human presence. After vanquishing the last phantom, Huck immediately employed his fog concealment skill to obscure his form, sidestepping a few paces to evade the subsequent attack from the emerging demon. The target lost. The bewildered spirit was merely a few steps away from him. Upon realizing the absence of her foe, she swiftly transformed into a spectral form once again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Observing the demon hunter reappear 2 meters away due to his spell, she let out a wailing cry and charged towards him. However, the magic circle impeded her speed. Just as she approached within 2 meters, a torrent of flames surged forth. The flames of Igni engulfed the spirit, the fiery orange blaze dancing upon her form. Although it did not emit the scent of charred flesh, the torment of her ethereal body burning was evident in her frenzied writhing. At that moment, trapped within the magic circle, she was powerless to shift back to her spectral state, left to endure the merciless flames consuming her corporeal form. The daytime banshee, known for her fiery temperament, suffered not substantial physical harm from the flames, yet the agony drove her into a state of panic, presenting the hunter with an exquisite opportunity. The demon hunter did not prolong her suffering. With swift and ferocious strikes, his silver blade descended upon her once more, delivering a devastating blow that inflicted maximum damage. Alas, this time the spirit could not evade her fate. With a desperate wail, she flickered a few times before vanishing without a trace. Habitually relying on his heightened senses to perceive his surroundings, he confirmed his safety before collapsing onto the ground. Finally, it was over. Geralt silently entered through the door, patting Huck's shoulder with a sense of satisfaction, exclaiming loudly, "Well done, well done. Are you not afraid of my failure?" The young demon hunter cast a resentful glance at this irresponsible temporary instructor, feeling a surge of indignation within. The Witcher shall not meet his demise upon a bed, inevitably. He will perish on the battlefield. What difference does it make whether it is sooner or later? Indeed, your reasoning is quite compelling, leaving me momentarily speechless. Observing Hark's discontented expression, Gerald reassuringly patted his shoulder, conveying silently that he would not allow him to meet his end. At worst, he might suffer grievous injuries. Perhaps losing an arm or a leg. Hark, eager to divert the conversation, inquired about the subsequent plans. What shall we do now? He posed. This question is one you ought to answer. What course of action should we take next? The ground, scorched and charred, lay in darkness. The grass reduced to ash above the roots. Apart from the blackened remnants in soil, nothing else remained. The absence of debris signifies that the daytime specter has not truly perished. The remains of these entities differ from those of other creatures. Upon their demise, they swiftly combust into ashes, leaving behind a heap of luminescent green matter, known as wraith dust. If fortune smiles upon us, we may also acquire crystal-like mutagenic substances. The absence of wraith dust indicates that this variant specter, which can only instill dread through its wailing, is not yet dead. Hart clapped his hands and rose, surveying the desolate village, yet failing to locate the chun that binds her here. Until we vanquish it, we shall not be able to defeat her. Chun holds profound emotional significance for the specter, embodying its obsessions. Such items are typically personal belongings or cherished possessions from the specter's former life. Under normal circumstances, this item should be located near the site of its demise. Hark, somewhat troubled, surveyed the mist-shrouded village. The treasure could be something diminutive, perhaps a ring or a hairpin. After pondering for a moment, he turned to the White Wolf and said, "My suggestion is to immediately search this mill for her remains and the item that imprisoned her. It would be ideal to find these artifacts. If not, we must strive to obtain something that can confirm the identity of the daytime spirit, to unravel the true events that transpired here. Once we ascertain the facts, the matter will be much simpler." Upon hearing the young demon hunter's deductions and plans, Gerald chuckled, his smile imbued with satisfaction. Then, what are we waiting for? Chapter 42. The water nymph of the well. The air was thick with mist, and the wind whispered softly. Weeds flourished amidst the dilapidation, and the crumbling walls of Havgoth Heights exuded an eerie desolation. This sense of foreboding did not stem from mere abandonment or decay, but rather from the sight of scattered bones revealed as the wind rustled the grass. In the village of the mill, the structures, aside from the prominent windmill, were overshadowed by the imposing barn and the stone well at the village's heart. The two grand barns flanking the windmill stood as the most robust constructions in all of Havgoth Heights, aside from the windmill itself. In a settlement where most houses bore thatched roofs, these towering wooden edifices were particularly conspicuous. After enduring years of exposure to the elements and nearly a year of neglect, most wooden homes exhibited significant wear. Only these two buildings appeared unscathed. The stone-walled well featured a half-meter-high fence, with a pavilion constructed above the well's mouth for protection against the rain. Surrounding the gazebo lies a harrowing array of skeletal remains. The number of bones exceeds what the monster hunters could have fathomed. Most appear to belong to mill workers, bound at the arms and kneeling in submission, having succumbed to the merciless edge of blades, a grim execution. After a brief survey of the scene, Gerald reached a disheartening conclusion. What transpired here? Gazing upon the multitude of corpses, Hark felt an overwhelming shock. The blue and white uniforms, standard armor, unmistakably belonged to the soldiers of Temeria. The shields bore the emblem of lilies and white berries, identifying them as the retinue of Baron Whiteberry. The weapons matched the size and shape of the wounds inflicted upon the workers, indicating that the soldiers had slain these laborers. The soldiers' corpses exhibited elongated wounds, predominantly inflicted from behind, suggesting they were struck down in their flight. In stark contrast to the workers' remains, the soldiers had withered into mere husks, bearing signs of burns. After examining the bodies, Gerald rose and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Thus, the soldiers killed the workers, only to be slain by the noon wraith." Gerald noted that there was another corpse hanging in the well. While the White Wolf scrutinized the surrounding remains, Hark approached the well's edge. As he peered down, he immediately sensed something amiss. The corpse was swiftly hoisted up and laid beside the well. The decaying body had almost entirely turned to bone, with only a scant amount of desiccated flesh clinging to a few bones, offering little assistance in identifying its owner. Draped over the skeleton was a tattered travel cloak, and on the chest, a serpent-shaped insignia was pinned. The cervical bone was fractured. She had been hanged. The frontal bone was small, and the pelvic bone was large, indicating she was a woman. Judging by her teeth, she appeared to be around 20 years of age. As the scene unfolded, the expression on White Wolf's face grew increasingly grave. He rose to his feet and gazed at Huck. Understanding his implication, Huck quickly organized his thoughts and spoke. Based on the conditions of the scene, it appears that the tragic incident was perpetrated by the Baroness guards, though it remains unclear whether it was under the Baroness orders. Among the corpses discovered, there is only this one female, suggesting that the woman who was hanged must be the daytime specter. What we urgently need to ascertain is the identity of this woman. Only by clarifying her identity can we hope to uncover what transpired. With that, he crouched down once more to examine the body. Healers often carry bags or pouches, yet the woman's corpse bore none, indicating it might be found in a nearby room. Rising to his feet, Huck directed his gaze towards the rope used to hang the body. Through his heightened senses, he discerned traces of blood dragged along the rope, despite the passage of time. It remained faintly distinguishable. Scanning his surroundings, the demon hunter's eyes fell upon a row of wooden houses directly facing the entrance, where the residents dwelled. Following the barely visible blood trail on the ground, he approached the central wooden house, where he made yet another discovery. At the threshold, there were blood handprints. The palms small, indicative of a womaness. Inside the house, there were signs of dragging, with blood splattered on the floor, the stool, and the walls, suggesting that the woman had endured a brutal beating before being dragged away. Upon entering the inner chamber, Huck discovered the object of his search, a woman's satchel. The satchel lay upon the bed, accompanied by neatly packed garments and a travel bag. The bag was encrusted with a thick layer of dust. When lifted and given a slight shake, it instantly released a cloud of particles into the air. After brushing off the accumulated dust, he opened the travel bag to find it filled with ointments and various vials. Setting the travel bag aside, Huck surveyed the room's furnishings before remarking, "There is neither a workstation for brewing herbal remedies nor a sickbed or apothecary, which is unlike the residence of a physician." Glancing at the travel bag and the packed clothing on the floor, he continued, "She has already prepared her belongings. It seems she is ready to embark on a journey." Having assessed the room's condition, the monster hunter unfastened the green satchel. Inside, there was little beyond a few coins and a rolled parchment. He extracted the parchment and, upon unfurling it, began to read. Letter of appointment. This document certifies the hiring of Miss Claire as the physician at the Novigrad White Coat Clinic. Due to a significant influx of patients, her prompt arrival is imperative. Executive Director of the White Coat Clinic, Lacey Bass. Upon seeing the name inscribed within the letter, Huck was taken aback. Connecting the dots from Tomira's sorrowful mention of her friend, he began to comprehend the herbalist's profound loathing for the Baron. Perhaps she was aware of the unfolding events. "Do you know her?" Noticing the young monster hunter's expression, the White Wolf immediately sensed the anomaly. "I may have an idea of whom to inquire." The ultimate victor was undoubtedly the fully armed and valiant Nilfgaardian soldier. After leaving behind 3 or 4 corpses, the wolf pack retreated. The gray wolves appeared somewhat emaciated, suggesting they had not fed in quite some time, which elucidates their audacious decision to attack a significantly larger group of humans. Among the soldiers, a few sustained minor injuries, while the majority remained unscathed, save for one exception. This young soldier bore several deep bite wounds on his arm, a consequence of a sudden assault by a lurking wolf during an ill-fated pursuit. The wolf, a subspecies known as the seat wolf, was nearly the size of a calf and displayed greater cunning and ferocity. This ferocious beast had been lying in wait within the dense underbrush until the ambitious young man, eager to prove himself, strayed from his comrades and charged toward the roadside, prompting the wolf's attack. The soldier's armor saved him, although the sharp teeth penetrated the protective gear. They did not sever any vital tendons, ensuring his arm remained intact. In a moment of haste, Henry hurled his spear, narrowly grazing the body of the wolf. While he did not inflict harm upon the creature, he succeeded in driving it away. The soldier paid a price for his recklessness, yet it was a price manageable enough to afford him the opportunity for growth. After examining the young soldier's wounds and confirming the bandaging posed no serious threat, Henry lifted his gaze and spotted the demon hunter descending from the high ground. The sergeant's heart swelled with joy as he hastened to greet him. Chapter 43, on the self-cultivation of actors. Golden sunlight cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the entire valley and beneath the lush canopy of the forest. A magnificent city came into view. The majestic city walls, embraced by azure waters, encircle the entire metropolis, while towering spires rise above the fortifications. Within the city, Exquisite elven-style architecture is meticulously arranged, surrounding a magnificent and resplendent palace at its heart. Bathed in the morning light, the elven palace radiates a brilliant golden glow. A sight to behold. Dol Britannia, nestled at the eastern edge of Aden and at the foot of the Blue Mountains, borders Aden and Levia. Centuries ago, this land belonged to the elves, until humans arrived and usurped it, forcing the resident elves into the mountains. When the human inhabitants of Dol Britannia learned they must vacate their homeland and return the valley to its rightful denizens, their anger and dissatisfaction turned the valley into a desolate wasteland. The soil, enriched by the ashes of previous devastation, yielded astonishing harvests each year, and the ruins were swiftly replaced by new palaces. Today, Dol Britannia stands as the sole elven nation in the north and remains a sanctuary for elves. Apart from the Blue Mountains, with over 2,000 elves residing here, Queen Francesca, acclaimed as the most beautiful woman in the world, strolls by the lakeside beneath the palace, leisurely savoring a rare moment of tranquility. Adorned in a red lace gown, her dark golden hair is elegantly styled into two lovely chignons, and in her delicate, pale hands, she holds a withered flower. Gazing at the dried petals, a shadow of sorrow flickers in her enchanting blue eyes. The rich magic converged upon her delicate hands, as the withered flowers were imbued with vitality once more, blooming anew like fresh buds, transforming into a resplendent white rose with plump petals. How exquisite! An enchanting elven officer beside her exclaimed with genuine admiration, for she had never before witnessed such sorcery. The queen smiled softly, plucking the rose from her grasp and offering it to her, before continuing onward. In my childhood, my fondest pastime was to gather flowers with my mother. After her passing, I kept one as a memento in her honor. One day, that flower began to wither. Yet, when I held it in my hands, an inexplicable warmth enveloped my heart. Then, astonishingly, the flower bloomed once more. Francesca spoke, gently caressing another withered bloom in the garden beside her. The faded petals instantly revived at a visibly remarkable pace. For many years, I cast this spell repeatedly, until my father discovered my secret. He sought to rally the entire village against me, but his efforts were in vain. Gage subdued him, and I severed his throat. At this juncture, a cryptic smile graced the queen's lips as she gazed upon the now pallid-faced officer, continuing, shortly thereafter, a statue was erected in the village to honor me. Oh, where is she? In the rear garden of the Hall of Sages. Before long, as the queen traversed the grand and exquisitely adorned Hall of Sages, she beheld Ada Ramin, crouched amidst the vibrant blossoms in the garden. You have arrived. What are you doing? Francesca inquired, quickening her pace. With no one else around, she felt free to abandon her dignified facade. The queen observed her friend, who was holding a test tube and pouring its crimson contents onto the earth. Rather than pressing for answers, she stood by, curiosity etched on her face, watching in silence. Ida carefully stored away the half-filled test tube and extended her alabaster hand, casting a spell upon the blood-soaked soil. Moments later, several weeds sprouted vigorously from the ground, their leaves stained with the now darkened blood. Yet, it was insufficient. The elven sage stood in disappointment, her exquisitely beautiful face clouded with dismay. What blood is this? Francesca asked again, having grasped her friendess intent upon hearing the incantation. The sage sought to cultivate a plant from this blood containing the faint essence of elder lineage. Ida glanced at her, her azure eyes reflecting contemplation. It appeared that only pure elder blood could give rise to the children of the sun. As she spoke, the sage gathered her lovely red hair and secured it with a green silk ribbon at the back of her head. That of the demon hunter? The queen furrowed her brow. When will you conclude this endeavor? Endeavor? Ida replied, a hint of frost creeping into her tone. Do you think I am merely playing a game? I did not mean that, the queen hastily clarified, sensing her friend's irritation. I simply fail to understand why you devote so much time to this matter. Because this matter pertains to my fate and our future. The elven sage sighed and refrained from further comment. She grasped the amber pendant that hung before her chest, cast a glance at Francesca, and then swiftly passed by her, making her way toward the laboratory adjacent to the sage hall. What exactly did you see? I perceived everything yet nothing at all. All visions were shrouded in ambiguity. Hence I must seek the answers myself. Wait for me, the queen implored, quickening her pace to keep up with the elven sage. What has transpired over at Blue Mountain? Ida halted, turning with a look of confusion. What matter? The elves of the valley are reluctant, but the others should not pose much of an issue. They are impoverished and yearn for a better existence. The elven sage recalled this and continued after a moment of contemplation. The brethren of the valley have grown accustomed to a life devoid of conflict and are unwilling to venture beyond Blue Mountain. The elves of the valley heed your words. Persuading them to descend is merely a matter of your pronouncement, Francesca replied, a hint of urgency in her tone. The dwindling population of Flower Valley desperately sought more elves to join, and the formidable residents of Blue Mountain and the valley were her prime targets for recruitment. Yet, I am also unwilling, Ida replied, casting a calm glance her way, as if merely stating an ordinary fact. Very well. Then I shall first dispatch individuals to gather our kin scattered throughout other regions of the Blue Mountain Range. The queen, well acquainted with her friend's disposition, recognized that further conversation would be futile and chose to temporarily accept the reality of the situation. The elven sage, eager to conduct her experiments, unceremoniously issued a dismissal, and without further ado, made her way to the laboratory. Francesca, vexed, followed closely behind and entered the room. Ada, noticing her entrance, paid her no mind and continued her solitary endeavors. Observing the elven sage engrossed in her tasks at the workbench, utterly devoid of any inclination to converse, the queen felt a twinge of resignation. Yet, unwilling to depart just yet, she retreated to a nearby lounge area and settled into an armchair. Her gaze fell upon a book resting on the wooden table, and Francesca, intrigued, picked it up. "You are reading such a book?" the queen exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening as she recognized the title inscribed boldly on the brown cover. On the actor's Self-Cultivation by Steven Singer. Chapter 44. Improving the formula. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with fluffy white clouds. In the distance, the mountains rolled majestically, cloaked in pristine snow. A flock of birds, startled by an unseen disturbance, took flight from the woods, circling the castle before soaring towards the mountains and vanishing from sight. Standing in the right garden of the courtyard of Kaer Morhen, Tomira gazed at the breathtaking view of the Blue Mountains, momentarily lost in reverie. The events of yesterday felt dreamlike, and everything before her exuded an air of unreality. The summons from the Nilfgaardians, the future of the children, the safety of Morris, the wrath of the Witcher. In the face of the Witcher's fury yesterday, she had already braced herself for the worst. At that moment, her only hope was that her own troubles would not burden Morris. Furthermore, she wished that the village chief, Frank, would take good care of the children. However, the course of events had completely diverged from her expectations. Whether she liked it or not, she, Morris, and the children found themselves in this desolate castle. Morris had awakened and his condition had stabilized. The children had also grown fond of this place, where they were provided with food and drink, and each had their own separate bed. Weissmere mentioned that he would descend in the next couple of days to procure some food and daily necessities, while also preparing 2 new outfits for each child. It seemed that everything was progressing in a favorable direction, at least better than when they were at the pear orchard. "Sister Tomira, look." Vera's voice interrupted her reverie. The little girl, adorned with a crown woven from wildflowers and vines, spun around with an expression of pride. "It's beautiful," the woman exclaimed with a smile, only to notice the other 2 girls rushing over. "Sister Tomira, does my crown look nice? And mine. They all look wonderful." The herbalist was uplifted by the children's joy, setting aside her worries to join in their play. After a delightful bout of laughter and frolic, she finally settled, breathless, with the 3 girls in a nearby shelter. The right garden was essentially a herb garden, featuring not only flower beds but also a greenhouse, with a comprehensive variety of herbs, including several precious species. Adjacent to the greenhouse was a long table used for preparation, with 2 long tables connected end to end. Sheltered above, surrounded by benches, the table was adorned with an array of bottles and jars, alongside clean herbal preparation vessels, devoid of dust. It was evident that the Witchers frequently employed these tools. "Vera, do you enjoy being here?" Tomala suddenly inquired of the girl beside her, who was intently grinding a dried raven's eye in a mortar. "I like it," the little girl replied without looking up, vigorously wielding the pestle. "Master Vesemir treats us well, and there are many delicious things." Before she could finish her sentence, another girl interjected. "Excuse me, where's Master Vesemir?" Just as Tomala was about to ask a few more questions, a melodious female voice interrupted her. Startled, she looked up to discover a woman had appeared before her, dressed in a flowing gown of soft yellow, cinched at the waist with a green satin ribbon. She exuded an aura of simplicity and grace. Her long red hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her blue eyes sparkled like autumn waters, vibrant and gentle. Her skin resembled polished jade, flawless and luminous, with a delicate, smooth visage that was classically exquisite. Her full, purple lips were alluringly ripe. Standing there, she illuminated the dilapidated courtyard. Upon noticing the woman's pointed ears, Tamala instantly recognized her identity. She was an elf, one of remarkable beauty. "Who are you?" "I am Ida Iman, here specifically to visit Master Vesemir. Might you escort me to him? Are you looking for me?" Just then, Vesemir stepped out of the castle gate, catching sight of the scene before him. "You are Ida Iman?" Vesemir scrutinized Ada with a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Upon reflection, he noted that Emily bore many resemblances to her mentor. Perhaps this was the reason behind the former's decision to take her as an apprentice. He felt a twinge of guilt for intruding and politely inquired if they might find a more suitable place to converse. Ada turned to the master of monster hunters, her face adorned with a smile. "Of course, please follow me," she replied. Vesemir nodded respectfully and led the way. Although the old monster hunter did not possess profound knowledge of the elven sage before him, he had heard numerous tales about her. Ada was shrouded in mystery, seldom appearing in the world, and thus her grand deeds were few. Nonetheless, her formidable power and vast knowledge were well known to all. Vesemir recalled hearing the elder monster hunters recount her story, particularly one phrase she had uttered, which had become widely celebrated. "I am a sage. My strength stems from my knowledge, not from a desire to impart it to others." He vividly remembered the first time he heard this phrase from the lips of seasoned hunters when he was still an apprentice who had yet to pass the grass trial. The elven sage was also known as Ein Savini, the Omniscient. A lecturer from the Aretuza Academy once remarked to illustrate the sage's might. "What distinguishes a sage from a sorcerer? My dear, it is akin to the difference between a volcano and a campfire. In elven society, sages hold a unique status. They are exalted, erudite, and it is said, possess the ability to foresee the future from the moment of their birth. The renowned elven prophetess Slini, strictly speaking, is also a sage. For a formidable individual who surpasses him in strength, knowledge, and age, the old monster hunter is willing to extend ample respect. He takes the initiative to lead the way, pushing open the grand doors of the castle hall. Ada nods with a smile, expressing her gratitude for the gentlemanly demeanor of the elder. Her steps light as she ascends the stairs and gracefully crosses the threshold, heading towards the library. Upon entering, the elven maiden glances around with keen interest at the bustling hall. The boys are busy tidying up the area, their boisterous voices echoing throughout. The once desolate hall transforms into a lively space, animated by the presence of these spirited children. First and foremost, I must apologize for building a treehouse outside the castle without your consent. As the elven sage approaches the vicinity of the library, she suddenly turns to the old monster hunter beside her to convey her apology. Taken aback by her sincere contrition, Vesemir is momentarily at a loss, caught off guard by this unexpected late apology. Is it not said that these ancient elves are particularly sensitive to their pride? In light of the current circumstances, should I respond with indifference or express my displeasure? Observing the elder's stiff expression, Ada bursts into laughter once more. To demonstrate my remorse, I prepared a gift before my arrival. After gesturing for the elven sage to take a seat, Vesemir also settles down opposite her. Intrigued by the mention of a gift, he gazes curiously in her direction. Ada smiles as she opens her hands, and a rolled parchment made of sheepskin appears seemingly out of thin air. Vesemir, puzzled, accepts the parchment, unties the slender cord binding it, and then unfurls it. After merely casting a glance, he joyfully lifted his head. Is this the improved formula for the demon hunting physique enhancement potion? Indeed, I have optimized the original recipe, allowing the medicinal properties to manifest more fully while eliminating the potion's side effects. Are you implying that the concoction brewed from this formula is devoid of any adverse effects? It can be said that the ability to adapt to the effects of this potion is the crux of the entire trial. Those who can acclimate to the potion's efficacy will experience a significant enhancement in their physical condition, while those who cannot may face dire consequences. His initial intention was to enhance the potion's medicinal absorption while simultaneously reducing its hazards, yet he never anticipated that it could completely eradicate its dangers. The residual side effects are negligible and can be disregarded. One merely needs to adjust the dosage according to age. Of course, this potion is particularly effective for children, while its impact on adults is minimal. Wonderful. The old demon hunter gazed adoringly at the potion's formula, unable to part with it. The improvement of the potion's recipe had been a notion of his for over a century, and he never imagined it would finally come to fruition today. Furthermore, I have another idea. Perhaps I could also experiment with enhancements to the grass trial and mutation trial formulas. Observing the elder's exuberant demeanor, Ida stifled a smile and added more firewood to the flames. What? Weissmere was now utterly unsettled, his expression filled with anxiety as he turned to the elven sage. Are you speaking the truth? Certainly, Ada nodded affirmatively, then retracted her smile and continued with a grave expression. There is but a minor condition. I wish to obtain the exclusive rights to the entire cloud platform. Chapter 45. The guard captain and the steward. The crossroads lie on the eastern hills of the White Orchard, where the main road diverges into two paths, one leading to Novigrad and the other to Vengerberg. Besides the main thoroughfare, numerous smaller paths converge here, connecting to various villages. Dense forests flank both sides of the road, rendering it nearly impossible to detect anyone hiding nearby. As noon approaches, the sky remains overcast, thick white mist swirling among the trees. The ruins of a dilapidated castle at the mountain's base gradually become shrouded in fog, the red brick walls of the crumbling edifice flickering in and out of visibility, slowly vanishing from sight. Perhaps it is the weather, or perhaps the aftermath of war, but the once bustling highway now lies desolate. A gust of wind sweeps through, causing the branches to sway and rustle, while the mist on the road dissipates somewhat, revealing a solitary figure. The silhouette draws closer, becoming increasingly discernible in appearance. He bears twin swords upon his back and possesses amber feline eyes, a young witcher. Huck arrives at the crossroads, while Geralt ventures forth in search of the buckthorn. Their fruitless search atop the Hovel Highlands for the tree that confines the daytime spectre signifies that her complete eradication remains unattainable. Nevertheless, the arduous morning has not been without merit, as they have still garnered a wealth of clues. The name of the daytime spectre is Claire, and her transformation into a spectre is likely linked to the master of the White Orchard. Claire is a close friend of Tamira, and perhaps she is privy to the happenings. However, the situation has become complicated. Tamira has ventured to Kaer Morhen, and without the sorceress's portal, they have no means to directly consult the herbalist. Unfortunately, the sorceress is also absent. What shall you do in my absence? Emily's oft-repeated phrase now rings true, for without her, Huck finds himself utterly helpless. Fortunately, another lead exists. The Baron associated with this matter is scheduled to meet him. The young demon hunter is filled with curiosity about this controversial noble, prompting his visit. He had just ascended the hillside when, scarcely having caught his breath, he heard a rustling from the bushes by the roadside. Huck was not surprised. His heightened senses had long alerted him to the presence of several concealed figures among the foliage. A blond man, clad in a tattered and soiled blue and white uniform, along with battered armor marked by numerous dents and scratches, emerged from the dense underbrush and approached the demon hunter directly. Two men followed closely behind him, their flamboyant attire and mismatched armor revealing a haphazard assembly. Are you the demon hunter, Huck? The blond man inquired, scrutinizing Huck for a moment before speaking. That is I. Did you come alone? Huck retorted with a shrug, a rhetorical question in response. His horse remained at the farmstead below, confirming his solitary ascent. We must take custody of your weapon, and you will need to wear a blindfold too. Where are you taking me? My weapon is never far from my side. Should the need arise to surrender it, I regret to inform you that I can be of no assistance regarding your request. Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened, his eyes momentarily clouded with a shadow of menace. Do you comprehend whom you are addressing? Huck, with a slight smile, halted his steps and turned to inquire, then, with whom am I conversing? The golden-haired man, witnessing the demon hunter's apparent submission, displayed a triumphant grin. He puffed out his chest, adopting an air of superiority, and declared haughtily, Before you stands Sir Smith Kirk, captain of the White Orchard Guard. Speaking on behalf of Baron Ignatius Vilrees, the Lord of White Orchard and its surrounding lands. So, what now? The demon hunter regarded the knight with an amused expression. Had this been before the fall of Temeria, he might have felt some trepidation, but now, to defy an order would be to challenge the Lord's authority, and punishment would inevitably follow. Observing the demon hunter's nonchalance, Smith's gaze turned icy. His hand brushed against the hilt of his sword, while the two men behind him unsheathed their weapons with resolve. I warn you, mutant, it would be wise to comply. I have slain many like you. Huck paused, momentarily taken aback by the man's menacing words, a flash of realization igniting in his mind, as the words of the fallen soul, Soth, echoed within him. Captain Smith, the owner of the silver sword in my storage space, met his demise at the hands of this very man. If given the opportunity, I would not hesitate to avenge my fellow companions. However, unless absolutely necessary, it is best to refrain from such actions. It seems that inquiring with the Baron has proven fruitless. Huck sighed inwardly, resolute in his conviction that he would never entrust his fate to a group of desperate individuals. Who knows what might transpire once I surrender my weapons and don a blindfold? The monster hunter cast a cold glance at the tense trio, choosing silence as he turned to depart. How brazen! Smith, having been publicly humiliated, could no longer contain his fury, drawing his long sword with the intent to charge forward. Stand down. The voice belonged to a man draped in a gray cloak. Upon his arrival, Smith instantly realized that he would have to postpone any plans to chastise the insufferable mutant. As the man approached, Huck recognized him as the one who had mysteriously sent a message to him that day. My apologies for my tardiness. Please do not be upset, Mr. Monster Hunter. The man hurried to the group, removing his hood to reveal a gaunt, horse-like visage. I am company. Laming, the Baron's steward, here to escort you to meet the Lord. Co sported a pair of prominent mustachios, and despite the high-quality fabric of his attire showing signs of wear, he maintained a neat appearance. Clearly a man who takes pride in his presentation. Polite and well-dressed, he embodied the essence of his position as steward. I shall reiterate. I will neither relinquish my weapons nor blindfold myself. Huck emphatically reiterated his stance, all the while suppressing a mocking smirk within. Beneath the veil of heightened sensitivity, he had long been aware of the presence of that individual lurking behind the tree, observing the unfolding events, only to emerge when he was truly about to depart. Both the jovial and the stern had performed commendably. It mattered little. The gentleman's lack of understanding of your situation led to such demands. Judging by your accent, you likely hail from Kedwin. The Nilfgaardians are our mutual adversaries, and I trust you comprehend Captain Smith's caution. Pray, do not take offense at the gentleman's earlier rudeness, for the Baron eagerly awaits your presence. Upon witnessing the butler's respectful gesture to invite him in, Huck hesitated momentarily, but ultimately proceeded forward. Chapter 46. The camp in the woods. The weather in the north is capricious. Just moments ago, it was overcast, yet now the sun has broken through the clouds. The forest remains shrouded in a thick mist, wisps of vapor swirling throughout the woodland. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy above, casting dappled patches upon the ground. As the light pierces the white fog, it creates beams reminiscent of flashlight rays, with visible motes of dust dancing within, rising and falling in a whimsical ballet. Within the woods, a few individuals are struggling to navigate their way. While the direction is clear, the path is arduous, for there is no established route. Huck initially presumed they would lead him along some clandestine trail, but the reality proved otherwise. Perhaps for the sake of secrecy, Smith and his companions guided the monster hunter along the undulating edge of a ravine, stretching nearly 100 meters to the north. They too appeared somewhat unfamiliar with this path, as if their journey were a spur-of-the-moment decision. The two in front continuously wielded their machetes, hacking away at branches to carve a passage through the thicket. The sun in the sky radiated countless beams of light, and the humid forest gradually became stifling. After a short while, everyone was already panting heavily. I inquired, why must we traverse through the woods? Is there truly not a single path? Although I fared significantly better than the others, even the Witcher began to perspire. The oppressive heat, coupled with the rising steam from the ground, made breathing laborious, and a sense of irritation began to brew within me. If you are willing to cooperate, we need not endure such hardships, I remarked. Since the Baron wishes to discuss matters, why not find a place at the foot of the mountain? Have you truly been so frightened? Huck scoffed. If cooperation entails disarmament and blindfolding, then there is indeed nothing to discuss. How dare you slander my lord? Smith bellowed, turning around with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The two path-clearing men immediately turned to stand behind him, brandishing their machetes and glaring fiercely at the Witcher. What an explosive temper this fellow has. Has he consumed too much gunpowder? The young Witcher halted, coldly regarding the irate captain of the guard, remaining silent. Smith's left hand gripped the scabbard while his right hand tightly clutched the hilt, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, revealing the intensity of his grip. Just when Huck thought Smith was about to explode, he released his weapon and coldly stated, "The foot of the mountain is swarming with Nilfgaardian spies. The Baron cannot afford to take such risks." The captain of the guard waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to continue clearing the path, while he stepped forward to confront the Witcher. "Freak, tread carefully with your words. I have slain several mutants like you, and would not hesitate to eliminate another. Is that so? I have also slain many who spoke as you do. I would not mind adding another to my tally. Gazing at the unyielding demon hunter before him, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Smith's eyes. Yet he refrained from unleashing his wrath on the spot, and chose instead to turn away. Go on, demon hunter. I hope your swordsmanship is as exceptional as your sharp tongue. On the journey ahead, silence enveloped them, none dared to break it, and their pace quickened considerably. Huck sensed the perilous nature of their undertaking but had no intention of turning back. Instead, he diligently committed to memory every notable landmark along the way. Fortunately, the path was not difficult to navigate. They walked closely alongside the canyon's edge, free from the worry of losing their way. An hour later, Huck heard the gentle sound of flowing water. Indeed, not far ahead, he beheld a river coursing through the canyon's depths. Continuing onward, they soon encountered a wooden bridge, which spanned the chasm, above the rushing river and before a waterfall that plummeted nearly 20 meters. On the opposite side of the bridge stood a pair of double wooden doors, flanked by wooden walls reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters. Constructed haphazardly from a series of upright logs. Both the doors and the walls bore the marks of a hurried assembly. This bridge was known as the Bridge of Merriment. As they traversed the wooden structure, Smith suddenly spoke. After the castle was breached, the Baron retreated to the mountains. To defend against the armies of Temeria to the north of the crossroads, the men in black erected wooden walls and a gate on the opposite side of the bridge. He reflected with a sense of nostalgia as he patted one of the wooden bridge's supports. Continuing, he broke through the Niflgaardian blockade, annihilated the guards at the bridge's entrance, and then rushed to the battlefield. Regrettably, there were an overwhelming number of dark-clad figures. Despite the Baron leading his troops to the rescue, the army of Temeria ultimately faced total annihilation, with only the Lord managing to break free from the encirclement. Thus, he stands as a valiant and intrepid hero, and I shall not permit anyone to tarnish his honor. Observing Smith's menacing gaze, Huck chose to disregard him. He had come to realize that this individual was merely a fervent, albeit exceedingly irate, admirer of the Baron, which explained his propensity for explosive reactions to mere statements. The most prudent approach to dealing with such a person is to refrain from engaging in a battle of wits, should one not intend to truly confront him. This is akin to driving without provoking an individual suffering from road rage. Behind the wooden barricade, the roadsides were littered with the remnants of Nilfgaardian encampments, reduced to ashes, with tattered tents and banners bearing the Golden Sun insignia still visible. The ruins were stained with dark blood, scattered broken arrows lay about, and a few shattered spears stood embedded in the ground, yet there were no corpses. It seemed that after vanquishing the Temerian camp located to the northeast of the crossroads, this area had lost its strategic significance and was abandoned by the dark-clad marauders. Shortly after departing from the Bridge of Mirth, they began their ascent, continuing northward. Huck found himself intrigued by Smith's ability to navigate through such dense woodlands without needing to pause and ascertain if they were on the correct path. Soon, the Witcher discerned an anomaly. The landmark the captain had been observing was, in fact, a cliff resembling an eagle's head atop a mountain. Thus, they traversed the landscape, not knowing how many cliffs they had scaled or streams they had crossed, until they finally beheld the tents concealed within the jungle. Upon reaching the base of the hill, several armed bandits suddenly emerged from the dense forest. The leader, wielding a mace and clad in leather armor with a helmet, cast a gaze that traversed past Smith and the others, momentarily resting on Huck. He then gestured with his hand, prompting his companions to disperse and vanish once more into the thicket. Through heightened perception, the demon hunter discerned that the presence of foes extended far beyond those immediately visible. Concealed sentinels lurked within the foliage and among the thick branches. Clearly, this resistance group possessed a formidable strategy for deployment. As they ascended the hill, they soon realized it was merely a forward outpost. The tents were haphazardly strewn with sleeping mats, some of which were occupied by individuals resting. Venturing further into a sheltered hollow, shielded from the wind and light, they encountered a gathering of people cooking game over a campfire. Upon noticing the newcomers, the vividly dressed bandits scrutinized them, their faces reflecting surprise upon recognizing the demon hunters trailing behind. Following a makeshift staircase crafted from logs embedded in the earth, they climbed over a small ridge, revealing a vast encampment nestled within the forest. Observing this concealed stronghold, which would remain undetected without a close approach, Huck narrowed his eyes. Chapter 47. The Baroness mission. The woodland encampment was situated on an elevated terrain, flanked by cliffs on 3 sides, with the northern precipice known as Eagle's Beak, while only the southern slope provided a passage. Ascending the slope led to a ridge that completely obscured the camp from view, surrounded by dense trees. It was virtually impossible to discern this hidden sanctuary without drawing near. The campsite was quite substantial, with a grand main tent not far from the precipice, surrounded by numerous other tents of varying sizes. These additional tents were rather rudimentary, lacking walls and merely providing a covering above, rendering the interiors completely visible. Some of the tents were crammed with goods that appeared to be plundered treasures, including exquisite vessels, luggage, and high-end clothing. Others served as armories, chaotically filled with an assortment of weapons and shields, some of which had already tumbled outside. The remaining tents were strewn with sleeping mats, where many individuals lay in slumber, while others gathered to jest and banter. To the side of the camp stood an iron cage, housing several hybrid dogs larger than Tibetan mastiffs. Their muzzles fitted with leather muzzles, as they lunged menacingly against the bars, writhing in a frenzied attempt to escape. Upon entering the camp with Huck, Smith instructed him to wait outside while he proceeded to report within. During this interval, the demon hunter remained vigilant, swiftly surveying the entire campsite, particularly attentive to the accessible areas. In a heightened state of awareness, Huck effortlessly overheard the surrounding conversations, most of which lacked substance. Yet the discourse of a few individuals nearby piqued his interest. Indeed, things had been increasingly favorable lately. Scarcely anyone dared to oppose us. Yes, thus far. The harvest had been quite satisfactory. Although the villagers lamented their poverty, they could still be squeezed for a drop or two of profit. Indeed, there are occasionally a sack of grains and a few crowns. The primary risk is minimal, the labor is light, far superior to military service. That is true, provided the Baron does not succumb to folly and launch an attack on the Nilfgaardians. The risks are virtually non-existent. The only pressing issue now is the dwindling food supply, and it remains uncertain whether the Baron possesses any solutions. It is quite challenging. This year, due to the war, the white fruit orchard missed its planting season, resulting in an almost total harvest failure. When the Baron fled the castle, he incinerated all the provisions, leaving not a single grain for the men in black. Now the Nilfgaardians are relentlessly requisitioning food from the countryside, leaving the villagers' homes nearly barren. The Witcher had intended to eavesdrop a bit longer, but he soon noticed Smith beckoning him from the entrance of the tent. Following the guard captain, Huck stepped into the main tent. Upon reaching the threshold, he was greeted by the pungent aroma of alcohol wafting from within. He was somewhat taken aback. Was there truly drinking occurring in the camp during daylight? As he lifted the heavy curtain, Huck tread upon the crimson carpet and entered. The moment he crossed the threshold, the overwhelming smell of liquor assailed him, mingled with the rancid odor of food and the acrid scent of sweat, creating an unpleasant amalgamation that was quite nauseating. Behind him, Smith also stepped inside and let the curtain fall, plunging the tent into a significantly dimmer light. Fortunately, the Witcher's heightened senses mitigated the impact of the stench. After entering, the guard captain halted at the entrance, resting a hand on the hilt of his sword, maliciously obstructing the tent's entrance. The most captivating sight within the tent was a long table situated at its center. In this moment, only the central candlestick flickered, casting a faint glow throughout the tent. At the far end of the long table sat a tall man, reclining in a high-backed chair, leisurely savoring his wine from a goblet, utterly oblivious to the presence of newcomers. Before him lay a spread of fruits, roasted meats, and a barrel of wine, suggesting he had been indulging for quite some time. Presumably, this man was the renowned Baron Ignatius Vilrise of the Ginkgo Grove. Standing behind the Baron was a slender, tall figure, the butler known as Cola Mine. Ignatius appeared lost in the depths of his libation, forgetting entirely about his guests, remaining silent while he continued to drink with a languorous delight. The others in the tent maintained their silence, enveloping the space in an eerie stillness. Aside from the Baron's audible sipping and the occasional clink of his goblet against the table, no other sounds permeated the air. Huck, too, was unhurried. In the absence of conversation from others, he refrained from speaking and instead leisurely surveyed the tent's arrangement. To the left of the tent stood a military cot, one end adorned with a wooden frame supporting a silver basin, accompanied by a standing silver candlestick. Adjacent to the candlestick was a weapon rack, prominently displaying an oversized two-handed sword. At the other end of the cot, near the entrance, rested a writing desk with a stool beside it. On the right side of the tent was a wooden wine rack, neatly lined with 3 rows of barrels, totaling 9. Beneath the rack lay a heap of gold and silver vessels, alongside several iron-bound wooden chests. Several oil paintings leaned against the wine rack, the foremost depicting a castle. It was evident that the artist possessed considerable skill, capturing the castle's grandeur with remarkable finesse. This was the castle of Varellus, a once beautiful and majestic edifice that now teetered on the brink of ruin. Noticing the Witcher's gaze, the Baron could no longer contain himself. As he spoke, he set down his wine glass, rose to his feet, and strode swiftly to the painting. At that moment, Huck could finally discern the entirety of the Lord's imposing figure. He was tall, seemingly more robust than Morris, with bulging muscles that conveyed a sense of formidable strength. His rugged visage featured a prominent nose and a broad face adorned with a thick beard, while his brown eyes held a cold glint. His countenance was dark, and his expression bore an unsettling ferocity that sent shivers down one's spine. The Varellus family had ruled over Bygwoyen for over a century, and this castle had withstood many trials without ever faltering, yet it had inexplicably fallen into my hands. Speaking of those painful memories, the Baron's voice dipped into a somber tone as he leaned forward, gently caressing the castle depicted in the painting with deep emotion. Ignatius reflected for a long while before suddenly rising, his gaze piercing as he fixed the Witcher with a question. You are indeed correct. Let us now discuss the matter of the commission. Witcher, please, do not stand on ceremony. Have a seat. After Ignatius settled himself, he gestured to the adjacent chair, inviting Huck to sit. Upon hearing these words, Huck felt a weight in his heart and looked at the Baron, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" The Baron narrowed his eyes, his voice suddenly turning icy. "I have heard that you have already visited the Nilfgaardians." Chapter 48. First ask my sword within the confines of the tent. An air of tension lingered. "You are aware of our principles. We are solely responsible for eradicating monsters and do not meddle in political affairs. I understand, and thus do not intend to cast blame upon you. However, as a man of the North, I hope you will exert some effort for your homeland." Upon hearing this, the Witcher smirked inwardly, for he did not believe the matter to be quite so simple. The Lord would do well to speak plainly, yet before that, I must assert that we do not accept tasks unrelated to monsters. Rest assured, I shall not impose any difficulties upon you. My request is rather straightforward. I need you, discreetly, to assist us in eliminating the harpy at the mill without alerting the Nilfgaardians. Upon hearing this, Huck immediately grasped the intentions of his counterpart. It appeared the Baron was quite interested in those two granaries. "You are astute. Indeed, I, like the Nilfgaardians, covet the grain housed within the granaries." The Witcher swiftly deduced the rationale, which took the Baron aback, though not entirely by surprise. "Resolving the harpy issue is no trifling matter. I require insight into what transpired at the mill. I trust the Baron can satiate my curiosity, yes?" The young Witcher seemed less concerned about who would lay claim to the grain, exhibiting a greater fixation on the task at hand, which provided Ignatius with a measure of reassurance. "No problem," he nodded decisively, raising his gaze to the entrance and addressing, "Sir, please enlighten the Witcher regarding the events of that day." "Very well, my lord." The captain of the guard responded respectfully and quickly approached, taking a seat on the bench opposite Huck. "So, would you like to know?" Once settled, Smith directed his gaze towards the demon hunter. "Begin with the reason for your visit to the mill and recount the subsequent events in detail. Otherwise, I shall be unable to ascertain how to vanquish the banshee." After a moment of contemplation, Smith commenced his narrative. "That night, we received credible intelligence that a witch named Claire was preparing to conduct a malevolent summoning ritual at Hoover. This ritual would invoke demons from another realm, and should these bloodthirsty fiends be unleashed upon the orchard, the ramifications would be dire." Observing the earnest demeanor of his counterpart, Huck nearly found himself convinced. Upon arrival, we discovered that the situation had escalated to a critical juncture. The witch had ensnared the mill workers, leading them into moral decay, and they were on the verge of completing the ritual. Under the sagacious leadership of the Lord, we interrupted the witch's summoning ceremony and successfully averted a catastrophe. Huck, feeling exasperated, rubbed his forehead and glanced at the Baron, who remained expressionless and seemingly lost in thought, revealing no signs of distress. Reluctantly, he turned his gaze back to the captain of the guard, striving to press on. For instance, items such as rings, jewelry, or bracelets, anything that the witch might hold dear or regard with significance. Smith shook his head firmly, his demeanor unequivocal. "I did not observe anything of the sort." "Very well." The Witcher sighed and turned his gaze towards the Baron, who was also present at the time. "Have you made any discoveries?" Ignatius appeared lost in thought, seemingly in a stupor, before finally realizing that the Witcher was addressing him. "There's nothing noteworthy. The night has provided ample detail." Hark noticed that the Baron's expression grew peculiar as he spoke, as if stirred by an unwelcome memory, his demeanor tinged with sadness. Simultaneously, his hand unconsciously clasped a pendant that dangled from his chest, gently caressing it. The pendant was a silver-white lily, intricately carved, but curiously incomplete, with only the right half of the flower present. "Do you know anyone else who shares a closer relationship with this Claire?" "Not a clue," both replied, shaking their heads simultaneously. Hark scarcely needed to ponder before discerning that Smith's account bore inconsistencies. However, with the other party uncooperative, he felt powerless. Observing the knight's earnest fabrications left him in a state of exasperation. "Mr. Witcher, to avert any unforeseen complications, I suggest you temporarily reside with us and compose a letter to the White Wolf, requesting his cooperation in completing our task. Upon its conclusion, you may take your leave, along with a reward of 1,000 crowns. What do you think?" Before Hark could finish, a voice interrupted him. It was none other than the butler, who had been silently standing behind the Baron. Indeed, these individuals harbored ill intentions. Sensing the impending deception, the Witcher turned to the man, feigning curiosity as he inquired, "Why? After all, we are still in conflict, and we must prevent you from alerting the Nilfgaardians. This serves as a precaution. I trust you understand." Sedenko wore a smile, his demeanor amiable, showing no trace of someone poised to coerce others. "Are you preparing to imprison me?" Hark suddenly burst into laughter, turning to Ignatius, "My Lord Baron, is this your intent?" "Indeed, it is my intent. You shall not depart until your companion has fulfilled his task." With the cards laid bare, the Baron ceased his veiled speech, regarding the Witcher with a sinister glare as he continued, "Now, relinquish your weapons and comply without resistance. It appears you have long since orchestrated this." Hark interrupted the Baron with a scoff. "You did not summon me to deal with the Banshee, but rather to manipulate me to coerce Geralt, did you? I had warned you to tread carefully." Smith grinned maliciously as he rose, drawing his longsword. "Now, surrender your weapons." "To hell with you." The Witcher sprang to his feet, seizing a nearby wooden chair and hurling it at the guard captain, who was preparing to leap onto the table. The captain deftly sidestepped the chair, then pushed off the table's surface, vaulting onto it. The chair missed its target, crashing against the wooden frame and sending a silver basin tumbling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity created by the chair's diversion, Hark swiftly retreated a few paces and unsheathed his steel sword. "If you wish me to yield, you might first inquire whether my sword agrees." As a confrontation loomed, the steward instinctively retreated a few paces, discreetly seeking refuge behind the Baron. The door flap was suddenly lifted, and several bandits stormed in, brandishing their weapons. Smith pointed at the demon hunter, barking orders, "Seize him." In that instant, he leaped forward, brandishing his long sword high, descending upon Hark with the force of a mountain. Chapter 49. Instant explosive in the forest encampment. The slumbering bandits were abruptly roused by the sudden outburst of angry shouts and cries, only to discover that the entire camp had erupted into chaos. An imposing figure, his head shaved and face adorned with a wild beard, bolted upright, hastily seizing a weapon from beside him. One after another, individuals awoke, mirroring his initial urgency to arm themselves, soon followed by a perplexed glance around. Upon realizing they were not under attack, the bearded bandit felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet he quickly noticed that everyone was congregating towards the main camp entrance. The clamor was emanating from the main tent, suggesting a fierce conflict had erupted within. Like the others, the bearded bandit remained unfazed. He was well aware of the Baron's formidable combat prowess and doubted anyone could overpower their leader. As he stepped out of the tent, a chorus of gasps arose from the crowd gathered in front of the distant tents. A figure, wrapped in the door flap, tumbled out and landed before them. Judging by the attire, it appeared to be one of the Baron's guards. Following closely, a shadowy figure draped in a gray cloak burst from the tent, single-handedly hoisting a guard as a shield, and upon exiting, he forcefully hurled the captive towards the obstructing throng. As the guards came crashing down, the crowd instinctively dispersed. Seizing this opportunity, a figure darted through the yet-to-be-formed encirclement, moving with the swiftness of a gust of wind, and swiftly approached. His movements were agile, and he traversed the obstacles with remarkable finesse, deftly incapacitating any companions who obstructed his path without delivering a final blow, as if driven by an urgent desire to flee. Arrows were incessantly loosed from crossbows, yet he ran as though he possessed eyes on the back of his head, effortlessly evading each ranged assault. When evasion proved impossible, He would deftly sweep his steel sword to deflect the incoming axes, maintaining his rapid pace. The bearded warrior, a seasoned veteran, took less than 2 seconds to ascertain that he was no match for this individual. In an instant, the adversary was upon him. The bearded man let out a bellow, raising his shield in front of him, before charging forward with great force. The target nimbly sidestepped the impact, a move he had anticipated. As the stranger shifted, the bearded warrior unleashed a strike with his battle axe. This well-prepared blow, propelled by the force of the wind, aimed directly at the unsteady enemy who had evaded the collision. This shield and axe combination was the bearded warrior's signature technique, consistently yielding surprising victories against foes. However, this time he had evidently met his match. It seemed as though the enemy had foreseen his intentions, suddenly swinging his steel sword to collide with the shaft of the battle axe. The powerful axe was not easily defensible. The opponent chose to dissipate the force, skillfully striking the wooden handle from the side, causing its trajectory to veer off course. With an extraordinarily agile maneuver, the adversary evaded what had seemed to be an inevitable strike from the bearded warrior. The robber's desperate assault failed to land its target, causing him to stagger momentarily. As he regained his footing, he realized that the figure had already dashed past him with a rush of wind. The encounter lasted but a fleeting instant. He scarcely glimpsed his adversary's visage, only recalling a pair of amber eyes that gleamed with a chilling light and exuded an aura of lethal intent. The burly man swiftly turned, only to be astounded to find the individual racing towards a nearby iron cage, which appeared to have no escape, save for a steep precipice. What was he intending? Soon enough, the answer unveiled itself. The man halted before the cage, extending his left hand, and in an instant, terrifying flames erupted forth. The searing fire surged upwards, engulfing the rabid mongrel dogs that had been barking furiously at the cage's bars. Magic! The burly man stood aghast, watching the horrific flames consume the wretched beasts, which thrashed momentarily before collapsing to the ground, howling and convulsing. By the grace of the goddess Maritalis, I am losing my mind. This fellow wields magic, and yet he exerts such effort not to flee, risking his life merely to incinerate a few dogs. The advancing robbers, upon witnessing the gruesome fate of the mongrels, abruptly halted, their expression shifting to one of uncertainty. What are you waiting for? Charge forth and eliminate him. A furious roar erupted from behind the throng. It was the captain of the guards, Smith, who roughly shoved aside several men, striding confidently through the parted crowd. As the night passed by, the burly man realized with a shock that his left ear had vanished, and blood was oozing from the wound. Upon witnessing Huck thrust a blade through the gap in the fence, mercilessly slaying the last of the wounded mutts, he felt a pang of confusion. He could not fathom why the adversary, having escaped from the tent, chose instead to come back and kill dogs rather than flee swiftly. However, such musings were irrelevant. Behind him lay a precipice, and before him, no path remained. He was undoubtedly trapped. Hey, you imbecile named Smith, did you not wish to test the prowess of my sword? Are you bold enough for a duel? You seek your own demise. Do not move, he is mine. At the sound of the shout, the archers who had been poised to fire exchanged glances, releasing their fingers from the triggers of their crossbows. The knight's eyes burned with a fierce intensity, tears streaming as he blinked repeatedly to alleviate the sting. The captain of the guard seized a round shield from a nearby brigand, brandishing his long sword as he advanced. As he observed the enemy taking the bait, Huck felt a surge of elation, gripping his steel sword tightly, preparing for the imminent confrontation. The monster hunter had long anticipated the current predicament and devised a strategy in advance. Perhaps at first, when ordered to disarm and blindfolded, he had harbored doubts. However, upon being led directly to the brigand's lair, he recognized that their intentions were likely malevolent. A rational individual would never willingly expose their hideout to strangers, unless they were entirely unconcerned about the possibility of betrayal. The events unfolding within the tent confirmed his suspicions, yet fortunately, the monster hunter had been forearmed. His willingness to embrace danger was driven by 3 underlying motivations, the first being a genuine curiosity regarding the Baron, whose reputation was a blend of praise and scorn. Secondly, he sought to extract information from the Baron regarding any clues related to the imprisoned succubus. Thirdly, he possessed ample confidence in his ability to extricate himself from the situation. Within the confines of the tent, he employed the chairs to hinder his adversaries, and after retreating to draw his steel sword, he promptly donned the Quinn shield. As he observed the bandits rushing through the entrance, alongside the imposing Baron wielding a great sword, Huck remained utterly unperturbed. At the moment Smith leaped, he hurled an alchemical bomb with great force. This incendiary device, already ignited, was cast into the storage space just as the fuse neared the seal. He had previously conducted this experiment, discovering that an ignited object entering the storage space would neither extinguish nor continue to burn, akin to a phenomenon of suspended time. This peculiar characteristic rendered his envisioned instantaneous explosive device feasible. The primary effect of the incendiary bomb relied on the blinding powder derived from the white bellflower, alongside its shrapnel possessing a degree of lethality. However, it posed no threat to him, shielded as he was. The explosive pressure, the scattering debris, and the pervasive powder enveloped the tent in chaos. Blinded and suddenly confronted with turmoil, Smith's mind was thrown into disarray, resulting in his attacks missing their mark predictably. After evading the assault, Huck swiftly executed a strike. The knight, despite the excruciating pain in his eyes and the loss of sight, instinctively tilted his head just enough to evade a fatal blow. The steel sword grazed past his head, severing an ear but inflicting no further damage. Noticing the Baron, still capable of pinpointing his position amidst the dust, charging toward him, the monster hunter dared not linger, plunging headlong into the fray of chaos. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in hand, slashing the throat of one man. After deftly evading the wild thrust of a spear, the assailant delivered a swift kick, sending the attacker sprawling out of the tent. The dagger then plunged into the chest of another, propelling him forward as he was thrust out of the tent alongside his assailant. This seamless execution of movements caught the remaining individuals inside the tent, engulfed in the chaos of bomb dust, completely off guard. At that moment, the demon hunter smiled faintly upon witnessing the furious charge of Sir Smith, realizing that the Baron had also managed to squeeze into the fray. "Immortal, are you? Sir Smith, stand down." The command, delivered with an air of unyielding authority, halted the furious captain of the guard mid-charge, as if he had been ensnared by an invisible force. This abrupt transition from extreme motion to utter stillness transpired in mere moments, forcing the knight to endure significant strain on his legs as he struggled to regain his balance. Observing this, Huck narrowed his eyes, recognizing that the knight's ability to execute such a maneuver during a rapid advance spoke volumes about his remarkable physical control. After a few hurried breaths, Smith lowered his longsword and retreated a few paces, yielding the battlefield to the Baron, who approached with measured steps. Throughout this, the knight neither sought to contest the continuation of the fight nor questioned the Baron's decisions, simply adhering to the commands with quiet resolve. Orders were to be followed without exception. The moment Ignatius emerged onto the scene, all clamor ceased instantly, and the crowd began to tighten their encirclement around him. During the ensuing silence, no one uttered a word, and this profound stillness only intensified the pressure upon the monster hunter. As if infused with electricity, the previously disorganized bandits sprang into efficient action. Archers, armed with powerful crossbows, raised their weapons to block any potential escape routes, while some began to ascend to elevated positions, aiming to monitor the hunter's every move. The scene before Huck was unsettling. It was at this moment that he truly acknowledged the formidable nature of this bandit army. An army led by a lord stood in stark contrast to one without. They were entirely different entities. Each group possessed a soul, a linchpin figure. And it was clear that Ignatius was the reason these few hundred men continued to fight valiantly. In Huck's mind, the Baron's threat level escalated. The initial disdain he felt upon witnessing a ragtag assembly vanished completely. He stealthily shifted his footing, gradually edging closer to the precipice. "I had intended to spare your life, but you did not value it." The Baron's earlier despondency, displayed within the confines of his tent, had dissipated, replaced by a demeanor that was both menacing and sharp-eyed. He wielded his massive sword with effortless grace, executing a series of elegant flourishes that seemed to showcase his exceptional swordsmanship, while simultaneously exerting psychological pressure on his adversaries. The weighty blade appeared feather-light in his grasp, dancing like a delicate twig as it responded to the subtle movements of his wrist. "Cherish?" The hunter scoffed coldly at the Baroness' words. "At this juncture, why feign such pretenses, my lord?" He continued to retreat, seemingly apprehensive of a direct confrontation with the imposing Baron before him. "From the moment the letter was dispatched, you had no intention of allowing us to leave alive. Am I mistaken? You are currently preoccupied with the fear that I may relay information to the Nilfgaardians. I find that hard to believe. Once our task is accomplished, your worries will dissipate. Moreover, by then, we will have forged bitter enmity, which will only further torment your conscience. Thus, it appears that our demise is inevitable. From the instant you conceived of us, we have been mere specters in your eyes, have we not? Upon hearing the Witcher's lucid analysis, Ignatius paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. He turned to the steward at the front of the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "See, I have always asserted that these creatures are more cunning than one another. Your methods are futile." Sedenko suggested that allowing you to live and pen a letter would yield better results. Yet, I have consistently believed that such measures are entirely unnecessary. Your fate holds no significance. As long as I deliver your fingers to that white-haired fellow, he shall be compelled to comply. So, rest assured and embrace your demise. I shall feed your corpse to my pets." Ignatius was unwilling to delay any further. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, raised his great sword at an angle, and began to advance rapidly. "Are your pets those charred remains?" Huck retreated a step, finally positioning himself a mere 20 centimeters from the edge of the cliff. A sense of relief washed over him as he laughed heartily and pointed towards the nearby iron cage. When the Baron approached, he had not witnessed the demise of the mongrel dogs. Due to the angle and his unwavering gaze fixed on the Witcher, he had overlooked the grim fate of those vicious hounds. Now, following the direction of Huck's finger, his eyes widened in shock. "Die!" he thundered, charging forth like an enraged bull. Faced with the Baron's wrathful strike, Huck did not meet it head-on. Instead, he deftly sidestepped, evading the descending great sword. As he maneuvered, his steel blade leveled and lunged forward with ferocity. At that moment, having missed his swing, Ignatius found himself in a precarious state, caught between the remnants of his previous strength in the absence of a new surge. Yet, the nobleman appeared undeterred. He had no intention of evasion, his body remaining steadfast as he redirected his great sword towards the demon hunter's midsection. Witnessing this turn of events, Huck's heart surged with elation. He could not fathom why his adversary would take such a reckless gamble, but the opportunity before him was too precious to forsake. Without a moment's hesitation, he accelerated his thrust, piercing through the unguarded armpit of Ignatius's armor. The blade found its mark, blood gushing forth as the steel sank in at least a foot deep. A normal person, subjected to such a grievous wound, would have instantly succumbed to weakness, their capacity to fight utterly extinguished. However, to the demon hunter's astonishment, the Baron, despite being impaled, remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged, not even a furrow of his brow. Even more bewildering, the great sword in his hand swung without a hint of tremor or pause, continuing its arc with the ominous whoosh of slicing air, bearing down relentlessly. WTF? In the demon hunter's wide-eyed terror, the great sword crashed heavily against him, golden shards exploding into the air. The blade, having breached his shield, slowed but showed no sign of hesitation as it pressed onward. In a moment of dire urgency, Huck was compelled to relinquish his steel sword and retreat several paces. Under ordinary circumstances, such evasive maneuvers would have posed no issue. However, he found himself perilously close to the edge of the cliff. In his retreat, he inadvertently stepped into the void, and the demon hunter screamed as he plummeted into the abyss. Fortunately, his agility was not to be underestimated. At the last moment, he grasped the cliff's ledge. Observing Huck's disheveled state, the Baron chuckled softly as he approached, slowly extracting the steel sword embedded in his own body before the incredulous gaze of the hunter. The sword was cast aside, and the ghastly wound gushed crimson. But within moments, the injury began to seal, the blood flow ceasing abruptly. "Have you forgotten that I am the undying warlord?" the Baron sneered, brandishing his great sword as he advanced toward the hunter, who dangled precariously over the edge. As the monster drew nearer, Huck gritted his teeth and relinquished his grip. Witnessing this act of surrender, Ignatius was taken aback and hurriedly approached the cliff's edge. Peering down, he could only see a tumultuous sea of clouds, devoid of any trace of the demon hunter. In the forest camp, a profound silence enveloped the scene. At that moment, when the demon hunter resolutely let go, everyone was left in stunned disbelief. Even the smallest of creatures cling to life. How much more would a human? The demon hunters, though somewhat extraordinary, were still human, and it had never been heard that any of them were unafraid of death. The height of the cliff remained unmeasured, yet, even on a sunny day with not a cloud in sight, peering down from the summit revealed an unfathomable depth. No one could survive such a fall unless they possessed the ability to fly. But could the demon hunter fly? The answer was in the negative, leading everyone to believe that his demise was inevitable. Initially, Ignatius could not fathom that Huck would so readily take his own life. Thus he searched extensively along the cliff's edge. Below, several gnarled trees grew, but their sparse foliage made it immediately clear that there was no trace of the monster slayer. Truly dead? The Baroness' countenance darkened. This was far from the outcome he had envisioned. a stark contrast to his expectations. Without the token, how could he command the White Wolf? Having learned a lesson, the prospect of luring Geralt out again was nothing more than a fool's errand. More critically, such animosity effectively drove the monster slayer entirely into the arms of the Nilfgaardians. What to do? Without provisions, the current company could not endure. "My lord, are you troubled by the forthcoming plan?" Sodenka's voice rang in his ears, accompanied by the sound of footsteps as the steward approached, presenting a steel sword. "Perhaps you have forgotten this." Upon receiving the weapon, the Baron momentarily froze, then burst into hearty laughter. He patted the steward's shoulder vigorously, watching as Sodenka grimaced in pain, and his own gloom dissipated like mist. "You are indeed my lucky star. Once we drive away the cloaked figures, I shall bestow upon you a title and grant you a fief." At these words, the emaciated Sodenka beamed with excitement, while Smith, who stood nearby with his hands over his ears, merely scoffed dismissively. The farce of benevolence and loyalty was abruptly interrupted by a gasp. "A fire has broken out. Quick! Extinguish the flames." Hearing the desperate shouts, several individuals turned in astonishment. The fierce blaze was immediately visible, engulfing the main tent and the nearby granary. These two locations were laden with various flammable materials, ignited by an unknown source. At that moment, the flames surged, casting a crimson glow over the entire camp. Unfortunately, a gusty wind was blowing, fueling the fire's ferocity, causing the flames to spread rapidly among the adjacent tents. The elevated terrain lacked a water source. All drinking and utility water was drawn from the stream below. Although there were still several wooden barrels filled with fresh water, they could do little against the roaring inferno, serving merely as a drop in the bucket. Furthermore, the scarcity of containers to hold water left most onlookers lamenting in despair, too frightened to approach the blaze. The fire, carried by the wind, quickly consumed the main tent and the tents that stored provisions. Within a matter of minutes, these materials would be reduced to ash. Faced with this dire spectacle, all could do was watch helplessly, consumed by despair. Amidst the Baron's anguished and furious cries, the unseen figure of Huck quietly departed the camp, adhering to the notion that one must reciprocate when receiving a favor. He slipped away stealthily, taking with him a box of gold coins. As dusk fell, the sky was adorned with clouds of evening glow. The setting sun cast its warm rays upon the courtyard, bathing the entire front yard in a rosy hue. The farmers concluding their day's labor, the merchants bustling with activity, and the travelers from afar all converged at the village's sole tavern. With business thriving and the crowd swelling, the innkeeper, Elsa, found herself more at ease than ever. Before the arrival of the Nilfgaardians, the tavern was frequently the scene of brawls, compelling her to repair the tables and chairs repeatedly. However, once the men in black appeared, all unruly and defiant individuals were apprehended. Their ultimate fate remains a mystery, though one patron recounted having seen a local thug hanging from the gnarled tree just outside the village. The Nilfgaardians would occasionally grace the tavern, and most often, after indulging in fine spirits, they would depart with their drinks. Initially, Elsa was apprehensive that they might take advantage of the establishment. Yet, as time passed, she discovered that these rough and uncouth men were, in fact, quite law-abiding. Subsequently, the Nilfgaardians established a marketplace within the village, attracting people from the surrounding 100 miles to converge here, resulting in a daily bustle that surpassed any previous times. With the increase in visitors, the tavern's fortunes naturally improved. Not only were the guest rooms perpetually full, but the tavern itself was teeming with patrons, some even drinking until dawn. Consequently, she was compelled to hire several additional servers. In the past, business was sluggish, and the world was chaotic. Amidst the turmoil, she toiled in fear, earning meager profits. Now, the establishment thrived in an orderly fashion. Although still busy, she could operate with peace of mind and prosperity. Witnessing the cold and merciless punishment meted out to criminals by the men in black sometimes struck her as excessively brutal. Nevertheless, one could not deny the effectiveness of their methods, as the number of those who dared to misbehave or cause disturbances under the influence of alcohol had dwindled significantly. The proprietress found herself torn between nostalgia for her former life and gratitude for her current circumstances. One afternoon, the Nilfgaardians delivered the carcass of a great wolf, stating it was a gift for the monster hunters. This matter incited a tumult, as numerous farmers harbored grievances against these mutants. Witnessing the close proximity of the Witcher and the figures in dark garb only deepened their disdain. As soon as the Nilfgaardians departed, many began to kick and punch the corpse of the wolf, spitting upon it as if it were the loathsome mutant itself. Observing this, Elsa hastily ordered for the wolf's remains to be moved to the backyard, postponing any further actions due to her uncertainty regarding the Witcher's intentions. The tavern was bustling with patrons today, yet the innkeeper's countenance bore no trace of joy. Rather, it reflected a deep-seated worry. At a wooden table near the entrance, several farmers, intoxicated to the point of inebriation, began to speak indiscreetly. "Did you see that?" One slurred. "Those freaks are now serving the dark-clad men like dogs. They are truly despicable. These creatures are monsters and have no place in this world." Another chimed in, "Indeed, the wicked experiments have stripped them of their humanity. These abominations are no different from beasts." With a thud, a bearded man slammed down his empty ceramic cup and rose abruptly, pounding the table in fury. "These monsters. These miscreants will bring us misfortune. They ought to be hanged." "Yes, yes, hang them," echoed a chorus of red-faced, raucous revelers, who joined in the clamor, striking the wooden table in unison. Just as Elsa's thoughts began to coalesce, her gaze faltered, and her complexion drained of color. The importance of sorceresses Geralt was in a foul mood, exceedingly so. The matter concerning the daytime specter remains elusive. This afternoon, I traversed the rivers surrounding the village for hours, yet not even a trace of the buckthorn could be discerned. The buckthorn thrives solely beneath the water's surface, necessitating a dive to uncover its presence. Shallow waters were absent, and the deeper sections posed significant challenges. Not only did I have to surface periodically for air, but I also had to contend with the sudden emergence of water spirits. Unlike solid ground, evasion in deep water proves exceedingly difficult. My magical seals were rendered useless, leaving me to confront them with merely my sword or crossbow. In this aquatic realm, the combat prowess of the water spirits surged. They exhibited remarkable speed and agility, slipping away like eels. Fortunately, the number of water spirits that prefer the depths is limited. Even in groups, they seldom exceed 3 or 4. After a laborious afternoon, I found myself weary and reeking, yet empty-handed. My mood, as one can imagine, was dismal. The white wolf dismounted and handed the reins of his horse to the stableman, making his way toward the tavern's entrance. Upon pushing open the heavy door and stepping inside, a wave of warmth enveloped him, accompanied by the familiar clamor of the bustling tavern, alive with voices. The moment the monster hunter appeared at the threshold, a sudden hush fell over the establishment, the cacophony dimming in an almost eerie manner. Noticing the unusual silence, the white wolf paid it no mind. Such occurrences were not uncommon and had long since ceased to surprise him. Approaching the counter, he addressed the proprietress, requesting, "Please send my dinner to my room. I shall first take a bath." Just as Geralt prepared to head toward the wooden door leading to the courtyard, a voice rang out from behind him. "Freak, have you just crawled out of a latrine, or did you take a swim in a cesspool?" The speaker was a slightly dark-skinned, somewhat plump individual, possessing a pair of rather fierce triangular eyes. It was evident that he had indulged a bit too much in drink, as he staggered unsteadily toward the Witcher with malicious intent. Upon hearing this, the white wolf paused, tilting his head slightly, yet resolved to avoid engaging with this man. Just as he prepared to depart, a hand rested upon his shoulder. "Tell me," he sneered, "are you wretched creatures not akin to rats? Not only do you revel in the foul stench of the sewers, but you also delight in rolling amidst heaps of refuse." Before he could finish his taunt, a chorus of laughter erupted around them, emboldening the triangular-eyed man, who grew even more arrogant. The acrid scent of alcohol mixed with halitosis assaulted the Witcher's nostrils, prompting him to frown. Coldly, he brushed away the hand resting on his shoulder and turned his head. "If you wish to avoid being thrown out, I suggest you keep your distance." The palpable menace reflected in Geralt's icy gaze caused the triangular-eyed man to tremble, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Observing his cowardice, Geralt refrained from applying further pressure, instead surveying the surrounding patrons with a frigid glare before continuing toward the courtyard. "Freak die?" A ceramic mug whistled through the air from behind, which Geralt deftly dodged by tilting his head. With a resounding crash, the mug shattered against the wall, scattering fragments upon the ground. A flicker of anger flashed across the white wolf's face, yet before he could react, a familiar voice echoed at the entrance. With a thud, accompanied by a wail, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground resonated in the courtyard. Through the window, one could glimpse a rotund, jowly figure awkwardly attempting to rise from the ground. "Several of you appear to have indulged a bit too much. Would you care for me to escort you?" The young monster hunter's malevolent grin, coupled with the bloodstains on his attire, caused the previously boisterous group to wither immediately. Through the window, A few patrolling figures clad in black seemed to have noticed the commotion and were approaching. Fearful of lingering any longer, they exchanged glances and quietly rose, slinking away in haste. The squint-eyed man stood in place, somewhat bewildered, noticing the collective gaze upon him. He hastily set down the ceramic cup he held on the bar and patted his head in a fluster. After speaking, he lowered his head and swiftly passed by Huck. Darting out the door, "Let us proceed inside and converse." Huck, visibly weary, offered a wry smile before turning to Elsa. "Please bring our dinner to our room, along with a bottle of dwarven spirits." "Wait a moment, gentlemen hunters." This afternoon, the black-clad individuals delivered a gray wolf carcass. As the two turned to leave, the innkeeper suddenly recalled the earlier event and quickly called out to them. Half an hour later, within the inn's guest room, the two hunters sat together, slowly sipping their strong spirits and engaging in conversation. On the wooden table lay roasted wolf chops, a bowl of wolf meat vegetable soup, and a dish of mushrooms stewed with wolf bones. Fearing that the dogs might detect my concealed presence, I took decisive action against the mutts after our confrontation. While facing them, I feigned adjustments to my combat stance as a ruse, subtly shifting my footing to draw closer to the main tent. I then deliberately pretended to tumble over the cliff, releasing my grip and feigning a fall, and once out of their sight, I utilized my ability to teleport into the camp. By the time I completed my scavenging, they remained in disarray at the edge of the cliff. Resolute in my endeavor, I overturned a candle, igniting the tent. As I emerged from the rear of the tent, the flames had yet to catch, and my presence went unnoticed as I casually set fire to the provisions and supplies of an adjacent tent. Throughout this entire operation, I remained undetected. "So, you not only plundered several thousand gold coins, but also incinerated the Baron's tent and supplies. Surely he must be beside himself with rage?" Listening to Huck recount the events of the afternoon, Geralt nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. By the grace of the divine, now that is what one could call a vibrant life. Reflecting on his own experiences, he felt as though the entire afternoon had been in vain. Having amassed 1652 crowns, his storage space was filled to capacity. Otherwise, he would have taken it all with him. The thought of the large chests within the tent, along with the scattered gold and silver artifacts, as well as several masterpieces of oil paintings, filled him with regret. With this fire ablaze, the paintings were likely lost, but he hoped there would still be a chance to beg for the other items. Enough of greed, he thought, glancing at his lingering desire. The white wolf chuckled, saying, "So, our esteemed Baron may very well be unaware that you are still alive? If the Baron truly possesses immortality, it would spell trouble knowing that you have burned his supplies." Geralt furrowed his brow, expressing his vexation. There is no way to obtain leads from the Baron. And with Tormala and Kaer Morhen, all traces of the daytime wraith have been severed. The following morning, the monster hunters set out early. After their quest concerning the daytime wraith reached an impasse, they were compelled to pursue another task. At dawn, a commander from Nilfgaard dispatched a message indicating that a patrol squad had been attacked by a griffin, leaving no survivors. A hunter discovered the scene of the assault, and to ascertain the particulars, the two decided to seek out this hunter. They mounted their steeds and rode southward along the road after leaving the village. The hunter, Mislav, had encountered the site of the Nilfgaardian patrol's attack by the griffin. Residing in a forest cabin to the south of the village, the cabin was not far, and they found it swiftly. Outside the door, a rack was set up for drying leather, and numerous strips of smoked meat hung from the eaves. The door was locked, and the hunter was absent. Assuming he had gone hunting, the two secured their horses and followed the footprints into the woods. The ground remained damp from the rain 2 days prior, rendering the footprints vividly clear and their tracking efforts remarkably straightforward. After approximately half an hour of walking, upon entering the depths of the forest, they finally spotted their target ahead, clad in a green hunting jacket and bearing a longbow. Mislav was examining traces beneath a large tree, seemingly in pursuit of something as well. Upon hearing footsteps approaching from behind, the hunter swiftly drew his longbow, nocking an arrow and aiming at the sound behind him. "Oh, do not be alarmed." Geralt and his companion immediately halted, raising their hands to signify their benign intentions. "Who are you?" Upon discerning the identities of the newcomers, the hunter relaxed his bowstring, allowing the arrow to droop, yet his grip on the weapon remained steadfast. "We are Witchers, entrusted by Captain Peter to exterminate the griffin. We have heard it was you who discovered the scene of the patrol's ambush, and we seek your guidance to that location." "Witchers?" Mislav's gaze lingered momentarily on their dual swords and amber-hued feline eyes before he sheathed his weapon, evidently convinced. The two approached the hunter, and Hark noticed a disarray of paw prints resembling a flower on the ground. "Are you tracking wild dogs?" The hunter nodded. It was well known that witchers excelled in tracking, capable of discerning the origin of any footprint at a glance, so he was not surprised. "The site of the ambush is near the Cunning Fox Grove. I am presently occupied and cannot escort you there. Is it due to these wild dogs?" Gerald crouched to examine the tracks, looking up to inquire. "Indeed, this pack of wild dogs has been prowling this vicinity for quite some time, frequently attacking livestock and passersby." "Attacking passersby?" The white wolf rose, somewhat perplexed. "To my knowledge, wild dogs seldom approach villages. The forest is in close proximity to the village, and the presence of this pack poses a significant threat. They are even more perilous than a wolf pack." "More dangerous than a wolf pack?" Hark chuckled, finding the hunter's assertion somewhat exaggerated. "The wolf pack hunts to satiate their hunger, while these wild dogs pursue their prey purely for sport." To the two demon hunters, "I propose a deal. If you assist me in eliminating this pack of wild dogs, I shall lead you to the site of the attack." The hunters exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Upon their consent, Miss Raffles' excitement surged, and he eagerly took the lead in tracking the beasts. The scent of blood permeated the air, prompting Hark to frown and quicken his pace to follow. Navigating through a thicket, they stumbled upon the remains of a victim, a middle-aged man. The scene was horrific, his entrails laid bare, and his body riddled with wounds, much of his flesh torn away. The ground around the corpse was littered with the paw prints of wild dogs, fresh and stained with blood, indicating that the incident had transpired not long ago. Observing that these wild dogs had indeed attacked a human, it was evident from the scene that they were not driven by hunger, having only nibbled symbolically on their prey. These creatures were truly hunting for mere amusement. "Dirt?" Upon recognizing the visage of the deceased, Miss Raffle hastened toward him. It was indeed he. Miss Raffle had not anticipated such a fate for him. The hunter appeared to have known the victim well, yet his expression bore no sorrow, rather an unsettling hint of schadenfreude. "Do you know him?" "Yes, we both worked at the Lord's estate. I was a hunter, and he was a stable hand." "Wait, did you just say you worked at the estate of Baron Ignatius Villareyes?" Hark inquired, his interest piqued by the hunter's revelation. "Indeed, it has now become a stronghold for the Nilfgaardians." Mislav nodded, somewhat perplexed by the intense agitation of the young witcher. "Do you know Claire?" Upon hearing this name, the hunter's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor turning grim. "Claire, that harlot, that whore. I curse her to an untimely death." It was as if he had been provoked, for the previously cautious and courteous Mislav suddenly erupted in fury. A torrent of foul language erupted from him, his voice booming and resonating through the wilderness, an utter dissonance with his prior composure. The startled forest responded in kind, birds taking flight in chaos, and creatures scurrying in every direction, resulting in a cacophony of sounds that filled the air. The hunter's uncontrollable outburst left the two witchers taken aback, bewildered by his sudden frenzy. They exchanged sharp glances, their keen eyes drawn to the underbrush to their left, and simultaneously drew their swords. Gerald unsheathed his steel sword, while Hark, having lost his steel blade, could only wield a silver sword for the time being. Moments later, amidst the rustling sounds, a pair of glimmering, menacing eyes emerged from the knee-high grass, soon followed by a second, a third. Wild dogs slowly revealed themselves from the undergrowth, baring their sharp teeth, coldly gazing at their potential prey. The hunter, who had been howling madly just moments before, fell silent as the pack of wild dogs appeared, as if someone had grasped his throat, rendering him voiceless. Fear and tension coursed through him, causing his body to tremble. But this trepidation lasted only a few fleeting seconds before it morphed into a frenzied rage and madness. "I shall deal with you, wretched hunters." Abandoning their longbows, they brandished their knives and charged forward with fervor. The hunters' grotesque visages and frenzied actions, accompanied by shrieks that ought not to exist in this world, startled the demon slayers and instilled fear within the pack of wild dogs. The lead dog, emboldened yet terrified, let out a cry and turned to flee, soon followed by the second, the third. In mere moments, the once formidable mass of wild dogs vanished into the dense forest, retreating in a state of panic. "Cursed beasts, do not flee," the hunter bellowed as he pursued them. Yet, before he could plunge into the underbrush, a sharp pain struck the back of his head and he collapsed, rendered unconscious. Gerald, having knocked out the hunter, wore an expression of vexation, wishing to deliver a few kicks to the fallen figure. "What is wrong with this fellow?" Simultaneously, they uttered the same inquiry, exchanging bewildered glances. "An affair? What has happened to me?" Minutes later, doused with cold water, The dazed Mislav sat up in confusion. That is precisely the question we wish to ask you. What ails you? The white wolf extended a hand, helping the hunter to his feet, and then handed over his longbow and knife. As he grasped his weapons, the hunter gradually recalled the events that transpired. I apologize. I shall now lead you to the cunning fox woods. His face flushed with embarrassment as he remembered the earlier episode, wishing fervently to sink into the earth. Upon hearing his readiness to take charge, Geralt refrained from further comment and simply gestured for him to lead the way. Mislav nodded, setting off northward. Huck immediately quickened his pace to keep up with the downcast hunter. Are you all right? No worries. The hunter glanced at the demon hunter beside him, showing no inclination for conversation. Why do you harbor such animosity towards Claire? Observing his relentless pursuit, resembling someone determined to unearth every detail, Mislav felt a twinge of irritation, yet ultimately refrained from expressing it. Seeing this, Huck chose to cease his inquiries and silently trailed behind. I have known Frolian since childhood. As we matured, we developed a deep affection for one another. Even after he departed for Orsenfort, we maintained our correspondence. Just as Huck presumed he would remain silent, the hunter unexpectedly began to speak. Initially, his letters arrived with great frequency, often sharing amusing anecdotes from the academy, accompanied by expressions of longing for me. Huck shivered, only then realizing that the Mislav before him, sporting a small mustache, possessed quite an appealing charm. Frolian had always been restless, as the only son of a baron. His father ardently wished for him to embrace the noble path, yet he exhibited no interest in such pursuits. He was drawn to novelty, reveling in adventure, cherishing dreams, and yearning for freedom. In Orsenfort, he discovered the life he desired, eventually joining a poetry society, where he encountered many like-minded young individuals. Thereafter, he frequently spoke of poetry, proclaiming Master Dandrian as the most talented artist of our era. Through the verses of this master, he learned numerous tales of demon hunters and composed a particularly renowned poem for me to read. Upon hearing this, Huck stood in stunned silence, never anticipating that this gentleman's beloved was, in fact, a nobleman, the son of the owner of the White Fruit Orchard. As Mislav tenderly hummed the melody, even the stoic Geralt could not maintain his composure. His fingers grazed my scars, intertwining our fates, disregarding the starlight. He opened wounds in an attempt to heal. As dawn broke and you fled from my dreams, sweet as lilacs, bitter as black currants, I longed to dream of your raven hair and violet eyes. The exquisite lyrics and enchanting melody, when sung by the entranced man before us, did not bring enjoyment to Huck. Instead, it sent chills down his spine. The expression on the white wolf's face was peculiar, neither joy nor anger, but rather a semblance of melancholy. Both wisely refrained from interrupting the hunter, who was gradually immersing himself deeper into the song, choosing instead to listen in silence. After the final note lingered in the air, the man remained quiet for a while, seemingly lost in that beautiful reverie. A dark cloud drifted by, obscuring the sun's radiance, and the sky suddenly turned somber as white mist began to envelop the forest. Shortly thereafter, Frolian mentioned in a letter that he had met a girl, a student from the medical school and a member of the poetry society. As they walked, Mislav spoke once more. Clearly, these thoughts had weighed heavily on his heart for quite some time. Today, he found a rare opportunity to share, and with two commendable listeners beside him, he had no intention of halting. He spoke of how this girl also cherished Dandelion's poetry and, much like him, was particularly captivated by the tales of monster hunters. They often convened to discuss poetry and exchange stories. At that moment, I felt no sense of foreboding. Rather, I was delighted that he had made a friend. It was only later, as the letters dwindled and the words became increasingly perfunctory, that I realized he had embarked on an affair. The hunter's pace quickened, his voice growing increasingly cold, culminating in a near shout of the last sentence. This woman is Claire, that one creature who has stolen my love. Upon hearing him utter the woman's name with such malice and hatred, Huck shivered involuntarily. Damn, why is it so cold? In the forest, silence prevailed, the mist thickening, and the sun had completely vanished from sight. Three figures wove through the woods, their surroundings becoming hazy due to the fog, forcing the hunter to frequently pause to ascertain his direction. He halted before a pine tree, straining to listen for a moment before turning left. Not far ahead, Huck heard the gentle sound of flowing water and pressed on, soon catching sight of a small stream. We followed the brook, noting that we were nearing a bend in the water. The stream was shallow and crystal clear, revealing the fish and shrimp darting about beneath the surface. Hark cupped his hands, splashing the cool, pristine water onto his face, invigorated by its refreshing touch. What transpired next? Mishra lifted the clear stream water to his lips, taking a few sips before washing his face, gazing at his reflection in the water. He lingered in thought until Gerald urged him several times to rise. Perhaps the long-borne stress had been alleviated, for the man's demeanor seemed considerably brighter, his gaze free from the previous darkness. Later, the hunter wiped his hands a few times and continued his journey along the brook, narrating his tale as he walked. Suddenly, his spirits seemed to plummet, indicating that events had not unfolded as he had anticipated. The poison of love struck. The hunter's blade struck a small tree with force, cleaving it in two. Perhaps this act of destruction offered him a modicum of relief, as his mood appeared to improve slightly. He cast a glance at the intrigued demon hunter and resumed his narrative. However, it was not long before I heard news that the Baron was preparing a wedding for his son, with the bride being the daughter of a noble from Vijayma. Upon hearing this, I was engulfed in panic, feeling utterly powerless. It was a time when I felt I was on the brink of madness. Fortunately, Florian vehemently opposed the Lord's arrangement for him, even engaging in a fierce argument over it. Their quarrel was so loud that I could hear it clearly from outside the tower, and in that moment, I felt a surge of joy. Believing he still harbored feelings for me, I resolved to have a serious conversation with him. After the confrontation with the Lord, he mounted his horse and rode away from the estate in a fit of anger. Seizing the opportunity, I hastily followed him on horseback. He made his way to the white fruit orchard, stopping before the herbalist's cottage and then entering. I was puzzled as to his purpose there. When I stealthily approached, I was taken aback to discover him embracing the new physician. Witnessing their intimate display, the identity of the woman became painfully clear to me. The man appeared despondent, his voice imbued with an extraordinary sorrow. It was the expression of shattered hope and dreams dashed by the starkness of reality. The hunter's emotions were somewhat agitated, his hands gripping the longbow tightly against his chest, the purple heart bow creaking under the pressure of his fingers. Hark felt a twinge of concern, fearing he might snap the bow in a fit of rage. I resolved not to allow her such triumph as we approached the tower of the manor. An ingenious idea suddenly struck me. The man's voice brightened, tinged with a hint of morbid excitement. I confided this matter to the Baron, who, upon hearing the news, erupted in fury and promptly dispatched his men to expel the herbalist and her companion from the orchard. A smile graced his face, as if reveling in his victory. Florian and the Lord had yet another fierce argument, the most intense they had ever engaged in, resulting in the Baron shattering his cherished ceramic vase in a fit of rage. I understood Florian well. He would never yield so easily. Indeed, not long after, he clandestinely sought out the woman, secretly meeting with her without the Baron's knowledge. For the sake of freedom and love, he even contemplated eloping. Upon discovering this, I immediately reported it to the Baron. In a fit of wrath, the Baron imprisoned Florian and stormed out of the castle with his soldiers. At this juncture, the hunter abruptly halted, turning to Hark with a glimmer of inexplicable emotion in his eyes, a mixture of trepidation and excitement. I felt a surge of pride and exhilaration, convinced that the Baron would surely confine the woman named Claire to the dungeons. However, I had not anticipated the severity of the unfolding events. From that day forth, Florian was imprisoned within the castle, denied visitors of any kind. A few days later, I heard from the farmers that Hoover Heights was haunted, where a female demon had slain everyone in the mill. The news left me astounded, for it was at Hoover Heights that Florian had arranged to meet that woman. The man's voice trembled as he spoke, his countenance pale, clearly unprepared for the turn of events. Upon hearing this, I felt a pang of guilt. I had drifted through those days and a days, unaware of how I had passed the time, until one day the Lord unexpectedly assigned me to deliver meals to Florian. He remarked that we had grown up together, akin to brothers, and urged me to counsel him. You could never imagine the exhilaration and joy I felt upon receiving this task. In that moment, I felt utterly justified. The woman who obstructed our happiness deserved to perish. Listening to the man's sickly, sharp voice, Gerald could no longer contain himself. He briskly passed by the two and ventured ahead alone. The hunter was in an unusually fervent state, disregarding the white wolf as he continued his monologue. Florian was elated to see me, imploring me to deliver his messages. I acquiesced, yet every letter I took from the room was handed over to the Baron. Undeterred, Florian persisted in writing, day after day. Unable to bear his torment any longer, I eventually informed him a week later that Claire had vanished from the White Orchard, her whereabouts unknown. At first, he refused to believe it. It was only when I revealed that the woman had cast their cherished token, a silver lily pendant, into the river that he was compelled to confront this harsh reality. Unbeknownst to him, I had never encountered that woman, nor did I possess any knowledge of their token of affection. Yet, he perpetually clutched the half-bloomed lily pendant resting against his chest, leading me to deduce these truths. The lily pendant? At this moment, Huck recalled the half-bloomed lily pendant adorning the Baroness' chest. Subsequently, Mislav's voice softened, and a gentle expression graced his face. The heartbroken Florian gradually began to heal under my solace, and we reconciled. Observing the crimson hue on the man's face, a chill ran down Huck's spine, causing his hair to stand on end. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. Upon witnessing Florian's recovery, no longer teetering on the brink of despair, the Baron released him, refraining from immediately broaching the subject of the betrothal to avoid distressing him. In secrecy, we continued our clandestine meetings until one fateful day when our affair inadvertently caught the attention of Dilt. At the mention of this name, Huck recalled the mangled corpse in the forest. A bold hypothesis surged into his mind, sending shivers down his spine. Dilt informed the Baron of the situation, inciting the Lord's fury, leading to my expulsion from the estate. In the ensuing argument with Florian, the truth inadvertently slipped from his lips. Tears welled in the hunter's eyes as he spoke, his voice choked with emotion. Upon learning of Claire's demise, Florian shattered completely, and that very night, news of his suicide by hanging reached us. At this juncture, the striking Miss Lav was in tears. Dilt, the architect of this tragedy, did not escape unscathed either. He too was expelled from the estate the following day. Just moments ago, he paid the price for his transgressions. The hunter wiped away his tears, a chilling smile spreading across his face. The new lair of the griffin beast lay ahead as the stream meandered through the woods, taking a sharp turn near the cunning fox forest. The trio departed from the stream at the bend, venturing deeper into the woods. Noticing the hunter's emotions gradually stabilizing, Huck posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Miss Lav, you were quite close to Florian. Do you know if he ever gifted Claire anything of significance? Or perhaps an item of special meaning? Upon hearing Claire's name again, the hunter's expression, though still somewhat uneasy, lacked the initial disarray. He regarded the monster hunter with a puzzled look, seemingly perplexed by the intense interest in this woman's affairs. We have received a commission to eliminate the Banshee of Hoover Heights, thus we require insight into the matter. Upon hearing Huck's explanation, Miss Lav's demeanor softened. He did not respond immediately, furrowing his brow as he continued onward. After a brief pause, he remarked, I have not heard Florian mention anything, but I suspect it may be that lily pendant. I have long speculated that the pendant serves as their token of love. Although unconfirmed, it is likely. That pendant is a family heirloom. While not exceedingly valuable, it holds profound significance for the Viril's family. The hunter paused momentarily, gathering his thoughts before continuing. I recall that the pendant was worn around his neck since he was quite young. It is said to be an heirloom of the first Baroness of the Ginkgo Orchard. Since then, it has served as a symbol of the Lady of the Manor. Huck contemplated this for a moment and then inquired further. Do you remember whether the pendant Florian wore, adorned with a lily motif, was on the right or left side? It appears that the pendant around the Baron's neck is indeed the one left by Florian, while the other half must reside with Claire, which he has not located. Miss Lav, how much do you know about griffins? He carefully chose his words before continuing. Logically, you should be one of its prey. Why is it that you can roam the forest for so long without incident? The hunter shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Whenever I traverse the woods, I tread lightly. It cannot hear my footsteps, and with the foliage obscuring my presence, it cannot see me. Thus it remains oblivious to my existence. As they passed through a dense thicket, a clearing emerged ahead. Here we are. The patrol was attacked right in this spot. The hunter took a few swift steps, pointing to the scene where one body lay beside a stump, head severed, and another was sprawled amidst the leaves, intestines spilling forth. Seemingly reluctant to gaze upon the grim spectacle any longer, he awaited the two to draw closer before preparing to depart. I wish you good fortune, monster hunters. You will need it. Ultimately, I hope your hunt proves successful. With that, Mislav expressed his sentiments and, without a moment's hesitation, turned and strode away briskly. The scene was awash with blood, yet no corpses were in sight. Only remnants of flesh and bone indicated the presence of a beast. Fortunately, the attack had only recently transpired, and the destruction was not yet extensive. Once the hunters had vanished from view, the two began to assess their surroundings. A campfire lay nearby, suggesting a makeshift encampment. The bloodstains on the ground had darkened, and the hunter had previously pointed out where a body had once been. leaving behind only a pool of deep brown blood and drag marks extending into the forest. At the edge of the camp, Huck discovered a line of footprints. The imprints were deep, likely left by fully armed Nilfgaardians, indicating that someone had departed the camp. After surveying the area and finding no useful clues, the two followed the trail of footprints. They soon arrived at a collapsed wooden bridge. Beneath it lay an overturned cart, its contents scattered across the ground. Various boxes and cabinets opened and empty, as desolate as the wild. In a frenzy, they had fled from the griffin, rushing onto the wooden bridge, which had succumbed to decay and collapsed into the deep ravine below. After a brief examination of the ravine's floor, Geralt reached a conclusion. Griffins do not pilfer valuables. Hence, individuals had returned afterwards. Huck glanced around at the debris and remarked on the thoroughness of the looting, leaving nothing behind. Noticing the absence of Nilfgaardian corpses, they inferred that the individuals must have crossed over. The White Wolf nodded and turned his gaze toward the opposite side of the bridge. The two ascended the ravine and reached the other side, where they immediately spotted more footprints. Continuing to track the imprints, they traversed several ridges until a cliff emerged before them. "Is this the lair of the griffin you tracked just a couple of days ago?" Huck inquired, lifting his gaze towards the distant cliffs. "Not quite," the White Wolf replied, shaking his head. "The griffin is astute. Upon sensing danger, it abandons its previous lair. This must be its newly constructed nest." Beneath the cliff, they discovered several pools of blood, a discarded longsword, and a steel helmet. It appeared that even after sustaining grievous injuries, the Nilfgaardians had not relinquished their mission. Two of them had relentlessly pursued the griffin that had carried away their companion to this very place. Geralt sighed, casting a wistful glance at the towering cliffs. This time, the creature had learned its lesson. There were no wings here, and no one could ascend. The White Wolf crouched down to retrieve the steel sword from the ground, handing it over to Huck. "A standard-issue Nilfgaardian steel sword. Its quality is quite decent. You should make use of it for now." Huck accepted the long sword and performed a flourish. Its weight felt appropriate, though the balance was somewhat rearward, making it less intuitive than his original weapon. And it was still a one-handed sword. A meager substitute, but it would suffice for the time being. It seemed he would need to forge a new blade soon. Suddenly, Huck recalled that the White Orchard likely still held scattered blueprints for the feline school-esque gear. Perhaps he could find time to investigate them. The two paused beneath the cliff for a while, confirming that the griffin was indeed absent from its nest. "Let us proceed. Now that we have established its new lair, we need only to lure it to a battlefield that favors us," Geralt said, patting the young witcher's shoulder before turning back towards their path. Huck glanced around, took a few steps, and picked up the helmet from the ground. "Are you in such dire need of coin? Hadn't we just extracted a substantial sum from the Baron?" The reconstruction of the castle and the training of apprentices require considerable funds. That amount can only be considered a drop in the ocean. We must not squander it. The Northern Sword Saint, the White Wolf, after much turmoil, found the hour approaching noon, with the sun still not too fierce. Along the road, numerous cottages could be seen on either side, with wisps of smoke curling up from their chimneys. Yet, many farmers were still toiling in the fields. In the low-lying fields, green shoots had been sown, and patches of rice seedlings resembled a verdant carpet spread across the ground. The golden sunlight poured down, casting a shimmering glow upon the undulating waves of green, rising and falling in harmony. Mountains and rivers, the fragrance of straw flowers. The breathtaking scenery before one's eyes was truly invigorating, akin to stepping into a celestial paradise. It is said that the Nilfgaardians have introduced the two-season rice from the south here, allowing for the first harvest by July. As long as we can endure these few months and reach harvest time without the occurrence of large-scale warfare, the issue of food scarcity may well be resolved. Huck inhaled deeply, savoring the mingled aromas of fresh grass and earth, recounting the news he had overheard at the tavern. The men in black value order. While the Northerners place great importance on lineage, at times, I find it difficult to discern which system is superior. Geralt, having witnessed countless slaughters over the past few years, recognized that the endless disputes among humanity were the root cause of all this chaos. At times, he contemplated that perhaps, as Huck suggested, a unified and powerful empire, marked by greater inclusivity, might indeed be a more favorable choice. Chaos begets poverty, and from poverty arises malevolence. It is a perennial truth that a strong and unified nation serves as the greatest boon for the common folk. Having once experienced the blissful tranquility of peace, Huck held this conviction steadfastly. Moreover, given that we have already discerned the new lair of the griffin and are unable to locate the mouseberry, It would be prudent to set traps in proximity to its nesting site, should it not suffice? Unlike the brooding white wolf, Huck felt little sense of belonging to the northern realms and swiftly redirected the conversation back to their task. It is not so simple, Geralt remarked, casting a knowing glance at him, patiently elucidating. The griffin possesses not only acute vision but also an exceptionally keen sense of smell, coupled with remarkable cunning. The absence of the mouseberry's putrid odor makes it all too easy for it to detect the anesthetic in the bait. Most critically, without the strong scent of the mouseberry, we are relegated to laying an ambush near the lair. These creatures, once deceived, become increasingly difficult to ensnare through the same ruse in subsequent encounters. The white wolf sighed, a hint of resignation crossing his visage. We may only have one opportunity, thus we must tread cautiously. Huck furrowed his brow at this. Realizing that the only chance we possess hinges upon finding the mouseberry, the Nilfgaardian commander proposed consulting the herbalist Tamira, who might possess knowledge of its whereabouts, however. Very well. Huck lamented inwardly, once more reminiscing about the somewhat intimidating yet undeniably resourceful sorceress. Stop. Are you Geralt of Rivia? Just as the two found themselves in a quandary, a voice suddenly echoed ahead. A man brandishing a sword stood defiantly in their path. With a sense of curiosity, they simultaneously raised their gazes, only to encounter a spirited young man clad in a blue coat, his short white hair standing out remarkably. Though the white hair was somewhat uncommon, his appearance was rather ordinary. Had he not emerged so abruptly, Huck might have mistaken him for an everyday individual. The young man regarded them with an air of arrogance, his scrutinizing gaze assessing Geralt from head to toe, a hint of disdain and pride gracing his lips. I am Geralt. What do you want? Geralt responded, somewhat perplexed by the young man's direct approach. Precisely, I seek you. The young man took a step back and swiftly drew his longsword. Draw your sword. I challenge you to an honorable duel. He executed a few elegant flourishes with his blade, then, gripping the hilt with both hands, positioned the sword upright against his chest, his expression earnest and resolute. In that moment, both men understood that this was no jest. Have you recently become involved with that married woman or noble lady again? Huck inquired, glancing towards the monster hunter beside him, his brow furrowed in confusion. No, absolutely not, Geralt vehemently denied, though uncertainty crept in. Could it be something from the past? Excuse me, who are you? Why do you wish to duel him? Huck, unable to grasp the situation, directly questioned the spirited young man before them. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. The young man paused briefly, then set his long sword aside and bowed deeply. My name is of little importance. What you must remember is my identity. The two demon hunters blinked in confusion, anticipating the revelation. Clearing his throat, the young man straightened up and proclaimed loudly. I am a knight, known as the White Wolf, also referred to as the Sword Saint of the North. Upon hearing this title, Huck was taken aback, while Geralt's eyes widened in surprise. Now do you understand why I seek to duel you? The Sword Saint of the North's eyes flared with indignation, his face flushing crimson. I challenge you. The title of Sword Saint of the North is rightfully mine, as is that of the White Wolf. You may take them if you wish. Geralt replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Whether you prefer to be called the Sword Saint of the North, the Sword Saint of the South, the White Wolf, or even the Black Wolf, it bears no relevance to me. You have usurped my title, and it must be cleansed with blood. The Sword Saint of the North, feeling insulted and humiliated by Geralt's indifference, spoke with an urgent and sharp tone. I do not comprehend your meaning, Geralt replied, glancing at him with puzzlement. Now, please step aside, do not obstruct our path. Drawing his longsword, the Sword Saint of the North declared, Today, only one of us shall leave this place. Feeling belittled and humiliated, he pointed his sword directly at Geralt, showing no intention of yielding. Are you certain you want me to draw my sword? The demon hunter felt a surge of anger, his countenance darkening, and his tone exuding a chilling menace. Huck, somewhat perplexed, found it difficult to envision a confrontation between himself and the ostentatiously flamboyant swordsman before him, who appeared rather feeble and lacking in strength. He could only hope that the man would not inflict too much harm upon himself. Why use fists when we agreed to a sword duel? Lamented the Northern Sword Saint. Slumped on the ground, his expression a blend of resentment and fury, cradling his cheek which had swollen grotesquely. The duel had ended swiftly, transitioning from a state of confidence to being felled by a single blow in a mere 2 seconds. He remained in a daze, unable to comprehend how his sword had so swiftly passed into another's possession. Even more bewildering was the fact that a swordsman had opted to use his fists. Such tactics seemed more befitting a ruffian than a warrior. This sword is rather fine. I shall consider it a trophy of this duel, he mused. Ignoring the discontented young man seated on the ground, Geralt tossed the seized weapon to Hark. The young monster hunter received the longsword, weighed it in his hands, and after a few flourishes, found it much more to his liking than the standard issue from Nilfgaard. Smiling with satisfaction as he grasped it firmly, "I shall undoubtedly defeat you." A loud proclamation echoed from behind, prompting the White Wolf to helplessly rub his forehead. While Hark waved his hand dismissively, silently wishing his opponent would come equipped with better gear next time. After this brief interlude, the two continued their journey southward along the main road. Not long after, they arrived at a crossroads, where a large crowd had gathered. Judging by their attire and the tools in their hands, they appeared to be workers from a nearby lumber mill. Fear and anxiety etched upon their faces. They resembled individuals who had just endured a harrowing ordeal. The crowd was predominantly male, mostly comprising young adults, with a stout, bald man seeming to lead them. A woman knelt on the ground, desperately clutching the man's pant leg, pleading for something with tearful urgency. Not far from the gathering, a young boy sat by the roadside, weeping uncontrollably while cradling a lifeless body, surrounded by several others who wore sorrowful expressions, shaking their heads in despair. "Captain Peter, you must save Anthony. He has only just turned 18. I implore you. It's not that I wish to abandon him. As you can see, it was precisely in the effort to rescue someone that we lost Bress as well." The stout Peter cast a pained glance at the corpse the boy held, his heart heavy with helplessness. He attempted to lift the woman, yet she continued to weep, refusing to rise. "Those monsters are beyond our capability to confront. Perhaps we should report to the men in black?" "Men in black, don't hold your breath. They are currently overwhelmed by the griffin beast and have no time for our troubles." "Monster hunters." "Yes, 2 hunters have arrived at the White Fruit Orchard. We can seek their aid." "Indeed, those peculiar individuals specialize in dealing with monsters. They will do anything for the right price. However, their fees are exorbitant." Hearing the suggestions from the crowd, Captain Peter hesitated. He glanced at the still pleading woman, then at Bress's lifeless body, and finally gritted his teeth. "Very well, Wood. You shall go to the White Fruit Orchard Inn and find them." "Are you in search of monster hunters?" A youthful voice interrupted his speech, and the crowd turned in astonishment, only to discover that 2 cloaked figures had appeared before them without their notice. "Are you monster hunters?" Captain Peter asked, somewhat taken aback. He scrutinized the 2 closely, and, upon seeing the feline eyes that matched the rumors, he was convinced to a great extent. The woman had ceased her weeping, releasing her grasp, and gazed hopefully as the captain approached the hunters. Geralt exchanged a glance with Hark, then turned to the lifeless body cradled by the boy. The young hunter immediately comprehended the master's intent. The negotiation was his to handle, and he proceeded to assess the situation. "Indeed. We are the monster hunters residing at the White Orchard Inn," Hark affirmed, nodding at the stout figure approaching them. "So, gentlemen hunters, can you assist us in eradicating the beast at the sawmill?" The woman who had previously knelt in desperation before the captain exclaimed, "Please, I implore you to help us. My child is still there." Ignoring the ongoing conversation, she staggered forward in a rush upon seeing a glimmer of hope. "Wood, take Mariel aside," Captain Peter commanded. Stepping in to obstruct the woman's advance toward the hunters, a tall man immediately approached and carried the struggling woman away. "Are there still others trapped in the sawmill?" The hunters furrowed their brows as they watched the woman being forcibly removed, still sobbing and wailing. "Yes, ghouls suddenly surged from the forest. Some were slain, while others fled into the cabin. Only we managed to escape." "Ghouls?" For deep, bone-exposing lacerations marred the chest, undeniably reminiscent of wounds inflicted by a ghoul. However, ghouls seldom directly assault villages, rendering this incident peculiar. The White Wolf rose, his expression gravely contemplative as he turned to Captain Peter and inquired, "What preparations did you undertake beforehand? Were there any animal carcasses at the sawmill?" "Animal carcasses?" Upon hearing the question, the stout captain's face blanched, and he smote his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "It must be that moose that caused the trouble." Noticing the witch hunter's gaze upon him, the man hastily elaborated, "Yesterday afternoon, Hunter Yorn captured a moose, and as he passed the sawmill, old John spotted it. The greedy old fool promptly purchased it. Yorn specifically cautioned him to bury the entrails deep underground, lest wild dogs unearth them. Given the water scarcity at the sawmill, I also advised him to handle the moose by the creek in the forest to avoid attracting beasts with the scent of blood. In retrospect, that old man likely disregarded my advice and processed the prey right at his doorstep, for the first attack by the ghoul was on his wooden cabin. That old wretch. If he hadn't met such a gruesome fate, I would have relished the opportunity to whip him a few times, contemplating the lives lost due to old John's negligence. Captain Peter seethed with indignation. So, how many monsters lurk in the village? Approximately 5 or 6, the captain replied, and there is one particularly large specimen. Larger than all the others, adorned with black markings and spines along its back. The creature is exceptionally ferocious. Matthew, that Vorn and Candido all perished beneath its claws. And it seems that other monsters are compelled to obey its command. Observing their grave concern, the captain became anxious and promptly summoned 2 workers. These workers were perilously close to the monster. Had it not been for the distraction caused by others, they too would have met their demise. After listening to the 2 stammering descriptions, Huck confirmed the creature's identity as a ghoul, specifically a ghoul of the giant variety, a more formidable subspecies. This creature is essentially a significantly enhanced ghoul, surpassing the common variety in size, strength, and intellect. Its most distinguishing features are the striped patterns on its skin and the bony protrusions on its back. It is highly intelligent, typically serving as a leader, commanding other ghouls. During twilight and night, its combat prowess can at least double. If it is indeed a giant ghoul, the difficulty of this mission has escalated dramatically. With its leadership, the ghouls no longer engage in individual combat. They have transformed into a disciplined, cooperative force. 200 crowns for the giant ghoul. We will assist you in eradicating the ghouls at the sawmill. Upon seeing the 2 fingers extended by the monster hunter, Captain Peter's expression darkened. He replied with dissatisfaction. Isn't that rather expensive? I've heard that a single ghoul costs only 20 crowns. You are correct. A single ghoul indeed costs 20 crowns. However, the issue lies in the fact that, in addition to 5 ordinary ghouls, there is also 1 giant ghoul. Huck pointed at the man slain by the ghoul and remarked, if a common ghoul possesses such formidable strength, one can only imagine the might of a greater ghoul. Even so, the cost is rather exorbitant. The price for 1 exceeds that of 5. I would prefer to contend with 10 ordinary ghouls than face 5 accompanied by a greater ghoul, for the latter resembles a battalion. Sir Demon Hunter, could you possibly reduce the price? It is simply too steep. Your timber is costly. How much do you lose for a day of halted production? Consider this. The moment spent haggling with me could very well result in the demise of the workers trapped in the sawmill. What is the value of their lives? Upon reflection, do you truly find 200 crowns excessive? Captain Peter was momentarily taken aback by the hunter's words. Noticing the peculiar glances from the surrounding workers and the woman in the distance, who no longer struggled but stared intently at him. Very well, I concede. He gritted his teeth and finally spoke. 200 crowns it is. I hope that you both, esteemed hunters, can swiftly eradicate the monsters and save the trapped workers. My principle is to collect half as a deposit, Huck chuckled, feeling confident about the acceptance of his offer. 100 crowns, thank you. Captain Peter, being quite straightforward, promptly produced a pouch of gold coins and handed it over. 20 minutes later, under the captain's guidance, the hunters arrived outside the sawmill. From a safe distance atop a hillside, the 2 hunters commenced their observation of the situation within. The lumber mill, nestled deep within the forest, spans an extensive area yet possesses only a singular access road. Approaching the mill, one encounters wooden fences extending several meters on either side of the road. These barriers stretch outwards at the entrance, encircling the entire lumber mill. While they appear to offer a semblance of defense, it is evident that they are insufficient against ghouls. Why not clear the towering trees surrounding the structure, akin to the cleared land ahead? Gerald inquired, gesturing towards an area nearly 20 meters wide, before turning to the captain. This particular section lay barren, merely dotted with tree stumps, starkly contrasting the lush, verdant forest that enveloped it. Peter, who initially intended to undertake this task, offered a rueful smile, his expression tinged with resignation. I thought the forest harbored too many wild beasts and aimed to establish a safe zone. However, some felt that the treeless wooden cabins would be too stifling, so the clearing efforts were abruptly halted. Such matters likely pertain to the nobility, prompting the witchers to refrain from further inquiries. Is there a cemetery nearby? Noticing the peculiar behavior of the ghouls, Gerald observed intently for a moment before posing this question with a hint of surprise. Upon hearing the white wolf's slightly astonished tone, Huck quickly followed Gerald's gaze, and indeed, less than 20 meters from the village, he spotted several rudimentary wooden gravestones amidst a patch of wild grass. A few days ago, an unfortunate incident occurred. A wooden cabin was crushed by a large tree, resulting in the demise of 5 workers who were resting inside. We buried them nearby, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. You should have buried it shallowly. Upon hearing the captain's words, Huck swiftly clarified his thoughts. The pungent stench of the rotting corpse, unearthed by the wild dogs, was unmistakably potent, wafting through the air from 100 meters away, presenting a fatal allure to the ghouls. Thus, perhaps these uninvited guests were not originally drawn by the elk. The captain's complexion paled, a tinge of regret gnawing at his heart. He should not have acted so hastily that day. The numbers were accurate: 1 giant ghoul and 5 ghouls, perched atop a 2-meter-high boulder. White Wolf meticulously surveyed the entire sawmill before confirming the situation inside. He gracefully leapt down from the rock, landing in front of the captain. "You stay here and wait for us." After issuing his instructions, White Wolf beckoned to Huck and descended the slope, continuing along the main road toward the sawmill. Within a mere 100 meters, they abruptly stumbled upon a blood-soaked severed hand amidst the weeds in the middle of the path. The manner of the severance at the wrist indicated it had been brutally cleaved by sharp claws. Advancing further, they encountered a plethora of bloodstains and distinct drag marks on the ground, indicative of villagers fleeing in terror, only to be ruthlessly slaughtered upon being caught. As they stealthily approached the edge of a lumber processing site, the guttural roars of ghouls and the anguished sounds of flesh being torn and devoured became increasingly discernible. Everything I just shared with you pertains to the practical experience of confronting the giant ghoul. Have you committed it to memory? Hiding behind a pile of logs, Gerald carefully confirmed that the ghoul in the lumberyard was not of an unusual variety. He proceeded to elaborate to Huck on the nuances necessary for combating such a creature. Through their recent encounter with the daytime specter, he had imparted to the young witcher the distinction between theoretical knowledge and practical combat experience. Recognizing Huck's solid grasp of the theoretical aspects, the White Wolf chose to forego further theoretical discussions and instead directly shared his hard-won insights from real-world engagements. "Remember," Gerald instructed, as Huck nodded, cautiously applying the ghoul oil onto his silver sword. "I will handle the other ordinary ghouls. You take care of the massive one. Is that clear?" After applying the oil to his sword, Gerald adeptly donned the Quinn shield. He peered out to assess the distribution of the monsters, mentally reviewing his strategy before turning to Huck with a question. Upon seeing Huck also donning his shield and nodding in affirmation, Gerald stepped forward. A ghoul, encountering the human emerging from behind the structure, paused in confusion. The creature's dim-witted brain seemed perplexed, unable to comprehend why this human did not scream and flee but instead charged toward it. This moment of bewilderment lasted but a few seconds, as the overwhelming thirst for flesh dispelled its unease. The monster crouched low, its dark claws digging into the earth, its greedy gaze fixated on its prey. Its cavernous maw stretched open, revealing a mouth full of yellowed, decayed teeth. Rather than attacking immediately, it let out a roar, alerting its companions before it began to advance menacingly. Upon hearing the warning sound, the other ghouls ceased their actions, their fierce gazes turning towards the source. Similar to the previous encounter when Huck vanquished the water specters, a resounding roar emanated from the colossal ghoul, distinctly different in size and color from its monstrous kin. In unison, they abandoned their delectable feast and converged upon the demon hunter. Ah, the cunning of these creatures. The monster resembled a hunchbacked abomination, exuding a stench reminiscent of decaying flesh. Its skin, no longer the pallid gray, had morphed into a reddish brown, adorned with patches of black. Its eyes were pools of darkness, nearly devoid of pupils, filled solely with bloodlust, madness, and boundless cruelty. Compared to the average ghoul, it was at least twice their size. If it were not for its terrifying maw, its visage bore a striking resemblance to that of a human. It dashed on all fours like a beast, moving with remarkable swiftness. In appearance, it resembled a tall, hunchbacked human with bulging muscles, yet its agility was astonishing, flitting about like a flash, its movements akin to lightning. Aside from its razor-sharp black claws and a mouth full of yellowed, decaying teeth, what sent chills down one's spine were the numerous sharp bony spines covering its back, and even adorning its head. These spines varied in length but rarely exceeded 30 centimeters, about the thickness of a finger, densely packed across its back, evoking a sense of dread. When the giant ghoul fully hunched over, it transformed into a formidable spiny creature, making it difficult for adversaries to strike. Gerald utilized the Ard sign to topple the first ghoul, executing a fatal blow before the other monsters could arrive. The demise of its minion incited both fury and trepidation within the astute giant ghoul. This time, it did not charge forth as it had in the past. Instead, it commanded the remaining ghouls to engage in a frenzied assault while it prepared to seize the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. The ghouls, akin to leashed hounds, circled the lumber mill under their master's direction, while the behemoth ghoul, seeking an opportunity from the outer perimeter, swiftly approached the concealed spot where Huck lay in wait. Mysterious runes emitted a faint white glow, imprinting themselves upon the creature's dark, hollow eyes. The instant the magical seal took effect, a noticeable hesitation marred its movements. The ghoul's bloodthirsty, frenzied gaze flickered with confusion and uncertainty, as an uncharacteristic fear crept onto its grotesque visage. Now was the moment. Seizing the fleeting chance when the behemoth ghoul was ensnared by the enchantment, Huck advanced swiftly, his silver sword arcing gracefully above him, imbued with a formidable force as it hurtled towards the monster's neck. The gleam of silver darting past its eye instinctively alerted the behemoth to danger. Although it had yet to fully shake off the magical influence, it instinctively lunged forward. The silver blade struck heavily at the creature's hindquarters, carving a deep wound that gushed forth crimson blood, steam rising from the seared flesh accompanied by a hissing sound. The excruciating pain elicited an enraged roar, dispelling the momentary confusion in its eyes, replaced once more by a surge of madness and bloodlust. The creature deftly pivoted to face its adversary, its eyes ablaze with profound hatred and cruelty. Remarkably, the gaping wound seemed to have no bearing on its agility. As the monster faced the impending swift assault from the demon hunter, it did not take the blow head-on, but instead retreated several steps, beginning to circle its foe. The young demon hunter had engaged in battle with a ghoul and recognized that this particular monster's most notable characteristic was its tenacity. When inflicted with a heavy blow, unable to flee or evade attacks, it would descend into a frenzy, attacking indiscriminately anything in its path. Unless truly desperate, it preferred to circle around its prey, leveraging its remarkable regenerative abilities to swiftly mend its wounds before seizing another opportunity to strike. Ordinary individuals stood little chance against a ghoul, even seasoned knights. If unable to deliver a decisive blow, risked being outlasted and ultimately defeated. Moreover, as the most formidable among the three treasures, they often appeared in formidable packs, excelling in coordinated assaults. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Huck was still taken aback by the ghoul's astonishing agility. Indeed, no creature was to be underestimated, especially these semi-intelligent subspecies known for their exceptional difficulty and peril. After several futile attempts to land a quick strike, the demon hunter ceased his pursuit and instead retreated behind a pile of logs. The ghoul's wounds were beginning to close, and as it witnessed its prey suddenly attempting to escape, it would not allow such an opportunity to slip away, pursuing relentlessly. The sun blazed overhead, and the area around the log pile was devoid of trees to provide cover. Although mist from the nearby forest lingered, visibility remained relatively clear. Upon turning the corner of the log stack, the giant ghoul was astonished to find the area completely deserted, save for a few tall stalks of Dutch parsley swaying amidst the underbrush in the swirling fog. It sniffed the air, detecting no suspicious odors, as the despicable human had just stood downwind. The creature remained vigilant, scanning its surroundings while attentively listening to the sounds around it. Its elongated, sharp black claws dug into the ground, poised to deliver a lethal strike to its prey at any moment. Several seconds passed, yet nothing transpired. The quarry appeared to have vanished into thin air, devoid of any movement. Had it fled? The mere thought ignited a wave of fury within. The ghastly Goliath grew increasingly agitated and impulsive. No one could harm it, and then depart unscathed. No one. Driven by a bloodthirsty rage, the creature turned, ready to dispatch the first human it encountered alongside its minions. At that moment, it felt an overwhelming urge to tear something apart or risk bursting with pent-up aggression. In the instant it pivoted, an unexpected transformation occurred. A silvery light materialized abruptly in the air to the right and behind its body, coalescing into a crescent-shaped blade of light interspersed with a strange crimson glow, hurtling towards the creature's flank with blinding speed. Huck had awaited this moment for what felt like an eternity. Upon turning the corner and escaping the monster's line of sight, he swiftly became invisible and sidestepped. The monster hunter remained stationary, quietly biding his time in a plow-like stance, anticipating the ghastly Goliath to reveal a vulnerability. Positioned downwind, he felt no concern about being detected by the creature's keen sense of smell. However, the beast was highly alert, persistently searching for signs of its adversary, leaving no opportunity for engagement. Fortunately, the fog-shrouded stealth skill proved effective, as the creature remained oblivious to Huck's concealed presence. As the ghastly Goliath abandoned its search, preparing to turn away, Huck seized the moment and launched his attack with unwavering determination. The sudden assault seemed to catch the creature off guard, as the striking silver sword unerringly struck its mark, landing heavily upon its back. A resounding clash echoed, sending a wave of dread through the demon hunter, who cried out in alarm. The intense vibration felt in his hand was far from the sensation of cutting into flesh. It resembled the forceful impact against solid stone. In that fleeting moment of attack, the cunning monster appeared to possess a premonition, abruptly turning its head. Got you. Perhaps it was a trick of the mind. But for an instant, Huck discerned an oddly anthropomorphic expression on the face of the enormous ghoul. Its dark, menacing eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning, and a chilling smile lingered upon its visage. The sudden triumph was marked by an immense threat to life. When health dwindled perilously low, the wounded ghoul would plunge into a frenzied state, blindly attacking any foe before it, tearing apart everything in its path. In such circumstances, a wise demon hunter would retreat from its line of sight and strike from behind. Those who dared to confront it head-on often met their demise. Huck found himself in precisely this predicament, never imagining that the creature possessed such intelligence. Not only did it conceal its true strength, but it also feigned weakness to lure its enemies. Just as the silver sword was poised to strike, the ghoul suddenly activated its bone spines, which erupted from its body in a dense array, with one spine perfectly positioned to intercept the blade. Moreover, the assault triggered a retaliatory response from the spines. Sharp, finger-thick projectiles detached and flew forth like bolts from a crossbow, hurtling directly towards the enemy. In a cacophony of terrifying bone spines piercing the air, a dense swarm of these lethal projectiles descended upon the unsuspecting monster hunter like a dark cloud. The ghoul, reveling in its counterattack, found both the timing and distance to be impeccable. Caught off guard, and at such a close range, no one could evade the onslaught. Based on its vast experience in countless battles, the creature was certain its prey was doomed. Indeed, as it had anticipated, the astonished hunter could not escape the rapid barrage of bone spines launched at such proximity. His body shattered into countless fragments, akin to a colossal soap bubble, dissipating into the faint mist. An illusion? Upon witnessing the enemy vanish into thin air, the giant ghoul quickly realized that its assured attack had been thwarted. It abruptly pivoted and charged towards a position approximately 2 meters to its left rear, just having utilized a teleportation to evade the barrage. Huck had yet to execute his next move when he saw the creature lunging fiercely in his direction. In the heat of battle, the ghoul employed high-risk tactics, aiming to knock its opponent to the ground, allowing its allies to rend the foe into pieces. Although taken aback by the monster's swift reaction, Gerald's prior warning proved invaluable. The moment he observed the creature's muscles tense, its hind legs flexing ominously with black claws gripping the ground in preparation for a charge, the monster hunter instinctively discerned its intent. As he regained his balance, he executed a swift roll, narrowly evading the creature's ferocious assault just a split second before impact. Rolling is an artful skill, a versatile evasion maneuver in the realm of gaming, yet exceedingly rare in the tangible world. In the past, there were many demon hunters who fancied themselves masters of this technique, only to find their rolls leading them directly into the clutches of their foes. Huck rarely employed this tactic, but on this occasion, his execution was nothing short of impeccable. Both the timing and effect were truly flawless. The cunning and ruthless adversary had clearly not anticipated that their opponent could evade, and after launching a full-force assault that met only empty air, they were unable to halt their momentum, crashing headlong into a pile of logs. With a resounding thud, a massive log, teetering atop the 2-meter-high stack, tumbled down, striking the giant ghoul with tremendous force. The weight of the log was akin to that of a mountain, delivering a perfect knockout to the disoriented monster. Still reeling from the impact, and not yet fully aware of its predicament, the deafening sound of the rolling log caused the demon hunter, who had just regained his footing and was preparing to strike the creature, to halt in his tracks. What followed was an unexpected turn of events that left Huck momentarily speechless. The once arrogant and cunning foe lay beneath the log, reduced to a pitiful state. Without hesitation, he swiftly advanced and plunged his silver sword into the gaping maw of the giant ghoul. The creature, having been pierced through the skull, thrashed wildly for a brief moment before succumbing to stillness, its life extinguished. Thus, this battle concluded with a dramatic flourish. Am I truly the favored one, destined by fate? Is even the heavens conspiring to assist me? Huck scratched his head, feeling a sense of disbelief. He bent down to scrutinize the fierce and cunning adversary. only to be astonished by the sight of its wounds, which were healing autonomously. Venom extracts, monster eyes, ghoul blood, monster ears, monster hearts. Most notably, the claws of the ghoul were exceptionally hard, elongated, and sharp, making them rare materials for dagger crafting. The white wolf deliberately lured the ghoul further away, granting the young demon hunter a more expansive battleground. To be candid, although he believed Huck possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities, the formidable nature of the ghoul still left him somewhat apprehensive. After all, for demon hunters, each encounter with unfamiliar supernatural entities is a test of life and death, and no one could claim absolute certainty of success. The outcome, however, left him utterly astonished. The battle concluded much quicker than anticipated, despite certain fortuitous elements in the process. The sight of the numerous bone spikes embedded in the log made him aware of the perilous circumstances at that moment. The ghoul had exerted all its efforts, but had failed to inflict any harm upon its enemy. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Danger emanates from the unknown. Once a demon hunter becomes familiar with the attack patterns of a creature, its threat diminishes significantly. Noticing Gerald's expectant gaze, Huck smiled and, like a magician, produced a red, ordinary mutation catalyst seemingly from thin air. Upon seeing the catalyst, the white wolf's eyes brightened with evident satisfaction. Ghouls, wraiths, and water spirits, what you refer to as the three treasures, are common supernatural beings, yet obtaining mutation catalysts from these creatures is exceedingly challenging. Even if one were to obtain it, it would merely be a common mutation inducer. Only the abomination warriors possessed the rare mutation inducer. However, given the formidable nature of this subspecies, the likelihood of encountering a mutation inducer remains relatively high, and fortune favors you. Upon witnessing Huck commence the absorption of the inducer, he fell silent. It was not until the young demon hunter had completed the absorption, transforming the inducer into a fine white powder, that Gerald, with an expression of eager anticipation, inquired, "How did it go?" Strength, 0. 1. Skill points, 1. Indeed, strength had increased by 0. 1, elevating it to 2. 5. And the previously barren skill points now bore fruit. After sensing the enhancement of his strength, he turned to the monster hunter with a smile. His power had significantly improved, now equivalent to 1/10 of that of an ordinary person. The white wolf was bewildered by Huck's ability to derive such precise data in an instant. Yet he felt an overwhelming curiosity about the effects of this newfound strength. He unsheathed his steel sword, brimming with excitement, and declared, "Come now. Let me witness the prowess you have gained." Huck paused, a hint of uncertainty flickering across his face as he replied, "This place, at this moment, may not be the most suitable. There is still a large crowd awaiting us outside, and if we do not promptly address these corpses, we might soon find ourselves facing yet another horde of monsters." As he spoke, he gestured towards the monstrous remains scattered on the ground, as well as the several mangled human bodies lying in disarray throughout the lumberyard. Both men were momentarily taken aback at the sight of the human corpses, realizing that their mission also entailed saving lives. With this thought in mind, their gazes converged upon the wooden cabin that had just moments ago been besieged by several ghouls. Where the doors and windows are tightly shut, the door is covered with scratch marks, and not a sound has been heard from within. Have they fallen asleep? The ruins of the castle lie beneath a sky adorned with crimson clouds and fluffy white formations. The sunset ignites the horizon with fiery hues, occasionally shifting into various shapes, reminiscent of a painter's canvas. As he treads upon the evening glow, Huck makes his solitary way eastward, once again arriving at the crossroads south of the village situated at the foot of the mountain. Yesterday, he had entrusted his horse to a farmer in this very village before ascending into the woods. Today, he plans to leave his steed in the same place before embarking on his treasure hunt. With the crisis at the sawmill resolved, the two did not linger after collecting their reward. The workers at the sawmill were overjoyed, yet life is a tapestry woven with both joy and sorrow. The relief of resuming work after the crisis was tempered by the grief over the loss of loved ones, some of whom had been tragically mutilated, rendering the assembly of a complete body an impossibility. The monster hunter departed amidst a chorus of lamentation. For them, such scenes had become all too familiar, a recurring sorrow. The ghoul attack had claimed 8 lives, but fortunately, 6 young souls had sought refuge in a wooden cabin, emerging with injuries, yet still alive. Upon hearing that the young monster hunter placed faith in hearsay, Gerald was rendered speechless. Noticing Huck's enthusiasm, he chose not to intervene. However, being a self-proclaimed master of cunning and composure, ever vigilant and rational, he certainly would not indulge Huck in a pursuit of treasure-hunting games. Numerous legends of treasures circulate throughout the mainland, and the associated treasure maps are so commonplace that they have become almost laughable. Seldom taken seriously, except by the fervent youth just embarking on their journeys. Young individuals must endure hardships to gain wisdom. This was the genuine sentiment of the White Wolf as he beheld the swift departure of the monster hunter. Unbeknownst to Huck, Gerald's mind was preoccupied with uncertainties regarding their treasure hunt. He merely felt a twinge of anxiety and unease. Should the place etched in his memory yield no treasure, the young monster hunter would undoubtedly be disheartened, for this would signify a significant loss of the advantage gained through their journey. The ruins of the castle perched upon a steep cliff, adjacent to a vital thoroughfare, were precisely the red brick fortress glimpsed from the crossroads atop the mountain the previous day. Upon spotting the collapsed red brick remnants amidst the grass on either side of the path, the monster hunter understood that the castle lay before him. He cast a glance upward at the towering ruins of the tower on the cliff's right side and pressed onward, intent on reaching the village where he had stabled his steed the day prior. Scattered along the roadside were fragments of red bricks, remnants that had tumbled from the precipice. Some were the crumbled tops of towers, while others were entire sections of the guard walls. The landscape, adorned with red walls, white clay, wild grasses, the murmurs of insects, the songs of birds, and the charred remnants of blackened earth, enveloped the monster hunter in a profound sense of desolation intertwined with a weighty history. Just as he was captivated by the stark beauty of this desolate yet historically rich scenery, the monster hunter came to an abrupt halt, turning around a partially collapsed tower. He was met with the sight of a smoke-laden ruin. This was the very place he had stabled his horse the day before. The vibrant courtyard and wooden hut that had once thrived were now reduced to a barren wasteland. In a scene of tragic despair, the playful children lie amidst a pool of blood, while a compassionate mother kneels beside them, and the diligent father hangs lifeless from the plum tree in the courtyard. The beauty of yesterday has dissipated into mere wisps of smoke overnight, and the sight before the monster hunter ignites a fury within him, his eyes ablaze with rage. He refrains from rushing in immediately, instead employing his heightened senses to survey the surroundings. Only after confirming that no one lurks nearby does he tether his horse to a tree outside and venture inside. The courtyard is littered with footprints, indicating that many had come, aside from the family. Judging by the size and depth of the prints, it appears that robust men, likely clad in armor, were among them. The children and women have succumbed to their injuries, inflicted by crossbow bolts from behind. It seems the assailants deliberately allowed them to flee before mercilessly shooting them down for their own amusement. The male head of the household has met a grim fate, his eyes wide open in a visage of agony, presumably witnessing the slaughter of his wife and children before being hanged himself. A dagger pierces a parchment into his chest, serving as a grim warning to others. The notice reveals that the Aldo Pino family had once aided a traitorous witcher named Huck, who served the Nilfgaardians. All acts of treachery against the state are deemed unforgivable. Baron Ignatius Villarreal, the lord of the Whiteroot Orchard and its surrounding lands, has decreed the Pino family guilty. They are sentenced to death for treason, with immediate execution. Let all the people of Temeria take heed of this as a cautionary tale, to remain virtuous and refrain from aiding enemies, for such actions will be met with severe consequences. The lord of the Baigua Garden and its surrounding lands, Baron Ignatius Valerius, had placed the master down alongside his wife and children, gazing upon the 4 lifeless bodies before him. The monster hunter was consumed by a seething rage, an uncontrollable fire igniting within his chest. Huck could never have imagined that such a trivial matter as stabling horses would entangle an innocent family of 4 in such a tragedy. It seemed the Baron had truly lost his sanity. Suppressing his fury, he procured a shovel and began to dig a deep grave in the courtyard, burying the 4 corpses within. After filling the grave with earth, he stood in silence for a moment, silently offering his apologies in his heart. He refrained from erecting a tombstone, wishing for their remains to remain undisturbed. After surveying the surroundings once more, the monster hunter quietly led his horse towards the ruins of the castle. With fresh grievances added to old ones, Huck silently committed this to memory. Tethering his steed in a concealed spot beneath the cliff, he summoned the mist to activate his foggy concealment. Once hidden, Huck circled the steep cliff until he finally discovered a path upward. To be precise, it was not a true path, but rather a toppled tower leaning against the cliff, forming a sloped descent. The original passage to the castle had succumbed to a deep ravine, leaving only this narrow slope, barely 2 meters wide, for passage. From below, he could see several bandits monitoring the road from the cliff summit. Without the ability to become invisible, It would have been nearly impossible to evade the sentinels guarding the ascent, following the slope upward and navigating over the obstructing stones. He arrived at a small platform adorned with lush grass. Between the modest platform and the main edifice lies a profound chasm, necessitating the use of a wooden plank to traverse it. However, that very plank has been drawn to the opposite side. Gazing at the abyss before him, the monster hunter mused that this location indeed serves as an extraordinary hideout for the small band of rogues. After estimating the distance between the two sides, he took a deep breath, sprinted a few meters, and leaped vigorously to the other side. Huck paused for a moment, then leapt from his position, grasping the edge of the city wall. With a powerful heave of his arms, he ascended. As his feet finally touched the ground, the entirety of the castle ruins unfolded before him, akin to an unguarded maiden, awaiting the monster hunter's thorough exploration. The ruins of the Yamavite Fortress. The Yamavite Fortress is perched upon a cliff in the White Fruit Orchard, offering a commanding view of the village below. This stronghold was once utilized as a dungeon by the local lord, Ignatius Vilries, but for reasons unknown, the fortress was ultimately abandoned. After enduring years of wind and rain, only remnants of walls remain, transformed into a desolate ruin. Presently, the master of this castle relic is Finis Keeley, a native of the White Fruit Orchard. Finis once harbored fervent aspirations for his homeland and eagerly enlisted in the army of Temoria. He dreamed of becoming a hero, achieving fame on the battlefield, and returning home adorned with glory, leaving a lasting legacy. Yet, dreams can be lavish while reality can be stark. Confronted by the ruthless blades of the sinister black-clad foes, witnessing the gruesome carnage and the wails of the fallen, he succumbed to fear. Thus, he became a cowardly deserter. After the Nilfgaardian army marched northward, this group of famished deserters, with their stomachs pressed against their backs, finally dared to venture forth. At this juncture, their identities had transformed from soldiers to brigands. Amidst the chaotic circumstances, after intertwining with numerous other fugitives, Phineas began to exploit the turmoil, amassing a fortune from the war through frequent raids that yielded substantial spoils. Merely a few hours prior, they had even successfully ambushed a Nilfgaardian supply convoy, acquiring a cart laden with precious provisions. With this bounty, the emaciated leader of the brigands found his spirits lifted as he sat around the campfire, merrily drinking with several lieutenants. Today, the people from the mountain wiped out that nearby village. One of them exclaimed, "Nearby? Are you referring to the one with 2 daughters? Indeed, the entire family has perished. Not a single child spared. It is said to be because they aided some kind of witcher. Not a single one of these nobles is virtuous." Phineas, filled with rage, took a hearty bite of the roasted chicken leg in his hand, tearing off a large chunk of flesh, as though he were devouring the very flesh of the aristocrats themselves. After a moment, he cast the gnawed bone into the fire, licking the grease from his fingers, and spoke with palpable indignation. "What the hell did we die for in the past? For Temeria? Nonsense. We did it for these noble lords." He rose to his feet, walking to the precipice, gazing down at the valley where the distant village of Whiteroot had begun to emit wisps of cooking smoke. "It is for such a ridiculous reason that my father met his demise, and so did my 3 brothers. And what benefit did they gain from it? Nothing was gained, not even a proper burial." Phyllis grew increasingly agitated, her voice rising more than an octave, her words tumbling forth at an ever-accelerating pace. "My father often remarked that the wise learn lessons from the mistakes of others. Thus, I have resolved to heed his advice. I shall not perish for the sake of Temoria. Instead, I shall seek to rob and slay those who descend from Temoria. Today, I have accomplished this, marking a new beginning for us." The bandit leader turned crimson with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he addressed several of his lieutenants. "With this cart of provisions, we shall endure, continue our guerrilla warfare, and make the Nilfgaardians pay for their transgressions." Just as he was passionately articulating his thoughts, one of the lieutenants dampened the fervor with unwelcome news. "The mountain has sent another envoy, this time particularly insistent. We must either surrender the provisions or be absorbed into their ranks. The Baron seems determined, and I can't shake the feeling that this bodes ill. These fellows speak grandly, yet their actions betray a lack of substance. They have yet to even graze the hem of a Nilfgaardian's cloak. Upon seeing our supplies, they instantly sought to seize them, disregarding their own plight. I concur, for we have sufficient sustenance and need not engage with these ravenous individuals. Their provisions have been incinerated, and they are now scavenging everywhere. It is said they have clashed with the men in black multiple times, suffering significant losses. exhibiting a desperate inclination to resort to any means necessary. The bandit leader raised his hand, signaling for silence, and strained to listen intently. With a sharp click, the sound of the latch being released echoed once more. He froze momentarily and exclaimed, "Quick, there is someone inside." Without waiting for his subordinates to react, he drew his sword and rushed towards the tower, which had partially collapsed and was devoid of a roof. When the others hurriedly arrived at the tower, they discovered that the guards at the entrance had been rendered unconscious, sprawled on the ground. With a gentle push, the door swung open, revealing a scene of utter chaos within the tower. Items were strewn about haphazardly. "Geller, you and your men secure the entrance to the lower levels. No one is to enter or exit," commanded Phyllis, his eyes bloodshot. After issuing instructions to one subordinate, he immediately ordered another to guard the entrance and led his team inside. The tower was deserted. Every chest had been opened, as if someone had been searching for something. Noticing that most of the valuable silverware and treasures remained untouched, he pondered what the intruder could be after. However, that question was of little consequence at the moment. Capturing the thief would reveal everything. How audacious it was for someone to steal right under his nose. He promptly summoned all available personnel to conduct a thorough search of the entire stronghold. After observing his subordinates ransack every corner of the tower without finding any trace of the thief, Phyllis bellowed in frustration and swiftly made his way outside. "You too." He pointed at the leaders. "Ensure the granary and the tower are well guarded." He assigned them their tasks. "The rest of you, scour every inch of the place until the thief is found. George and Fort, you two take your men and follow me to the entrance." The thoughts of the bandit leader were straightforward. As long as he secured the sole entrance, he would eventually capture the elusive mouse. Moments later, the entire fortress ruins erupted into chaos, with bandits brandishing torches running about. Phyllis waited silently on the entrance platform, surrounded by a throng of bandits, their numerous torches illuminating the area brilliantly. With unwavering confidence, he believed that under the watchful eyes of all, not even a bee could escape from this place. All that remained was to await his subordinates to uncover the intruder. As time slipped by, the anticipated news of the mouse eluded him, stirring a sense of urgency within his heart. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, causing the crowd to jump. Following the sound, they beheld a bandit standing at the edge of a cliff, clutching his chest and retreating several steps before plummeting down amidst horrified cries. Just before his fall, the onlookers discerned the dark crossbow bolt embedded in his chest. "Enemy attack!" shouted a lookout in a panic. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a crossbow bolt struck him squarely in the face, sending him tumbling down from the watchtower with a chilling wail. The sound of whistling bolts filled the air, and a large number of bandits at the entrance collapsed in an instant. Cursed fate! The terrified bandits scrambled for cover, each seeking refuge. A figure clad in a black cloak deflected a powerful crossbow bolt with his sword, narrowly evading another. Then, in an astonishing twist, the figure seemed to vanish into thin air. The bandit leader rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and when he opened them again, he beheld a tall silhouette swiftly ascending the crumbling, tilted tower. Upon catching sight of the iconic double-handed sword, he instantly recognized the identity of the visitor. That despicable noble had indeed brought his forces to mount an assault. The remnants of the setting sun bled crimson, casting a sanguine hue over the fortress ruins. The clamor of battle cries, the anguished wails, and the lamentations coalesced into a singular cacophony, transforming the entire cliffside relic into a veritable hellscape. This place could no longer be deemed a battlefield. It had become a site of slaughter. No one could withstand the onslaught of that terrifying harbinger of death. Dozens of ferocious brigands fell before him like mere chaff. Ignatius wielded his colossal sword with an effortless grace, each strike inevitably claiming a life, rendering all attempts at defense futile. The exquisite blend of unparalleled speed, raw power, and masterful technique rendered the Baron's assaults unstoppable. The swift shadows of his blade wove a curtain of steel, akin to roaring waves. Anyone or anything ensnared within was mercilessly torn asunder. Hiding behind a crumbling wall, Huck stood in a daze, witnessing Ignatius, a veritable god of slaughter, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. A tumult of emotions surged within him. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until, just as he prepared to descend the mountain, he encountered the approaching Baron. Those unscrupulous individuals, upon meeting, unleashed a relentless volley of crossbow bolts without a moment's hesitation, catching the concealed demon hunter off guard, forcing him to parry the onslaught of arrows with his sword. Had it not been for his timely use of teleportation to escape, he would have nearly succumbed to a deluge of bolts. Gazing at the Baron rampaging through the fray, he seethed with suppressed rage. Both factions hailed from Temoria and shared a common adversary, making them, in essence, half-hearted allies. However, for the sake of that cart of grain, the Lord ruthlessly initiated an attack, showing no regard for any semblance of mercy. Judging by his current actions, he appeared intent on annihilating the entire group, leaving not a single survivor. The Baron advanced with a formidable force at his back, yet they did not engage in close combat. Instead, they incessantly rained arrows upon those bandits attempting to flee. As for those who fancied themselves bold and skilled enough to charge forth and fight, they had already been dispatched, their bodies severed by the Baroness' blade. The mist lingering over the cliff had yet to dissipate, and all attention was fixated on the battlefield, providing Huck with an opportunity to utilize his invisibility and escape. Yet, he felt a pang of reluctance, particularly as he observed the unguarded Baron drawing ever closer. This treasure hunt had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, leaving him unable to organize his storage space. Consequently, as he gazed upon the wealth surrounding him, he could only lament his misfortune. Apart from the blueprint for the Viper steel sword, he had managed to collect but a mere handful of gold coins. The acquisition of the blueprint for the Viper School's equipment diverged significantly from his recollections, and he was left pondering whether he had misremembered or if reality had shifted. Fortunately, both the Viper and Cat schools favored agility, and their specialized weaponry was relatively lightweight. The weapons from both schools could complement his current level 4 muscle reflexes without much distinction. The blueprint for the Viper steel sword, unique to the Viper School, had found its way here due to a hunter named Coglin, who had once been imprisoned in this very location. This innocent demon hunter, wrongfully accused of kidnapping and murdering children, had been subjected to a trial and subsequently met his end within the family tomb of the Virils. This passage is derived from an interrogation report discovered alongside the blueprint, and the Baron currently assaulting the fortress ruins is the very orchestrator of this interrogation. Confronted by the man who is wantonly wreaking havoc, Huck has long harbored murderous intent. Noticing that his presence has gone undetected, he resolves to take a calculated risk. With a total magical energy of 110, he is capable of uninterruptedly casting 2 spells. Even if his ambush fails, he can effortlessly escape using teleportation and misty concealment. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitates and grips his steel sword tightly. What happens to an immortal being when its head is severed? The desperate bandit leader has been driven to the vicinity of the tower, gazing at his dwindling followers with despair. Witnessing his comrades, who have laid down their weapons and surrendered, being ruthlessly slaughtered, the remaining bandits unite in shared enmity. With no hope of survival left, they decide to fight to the bitter end. Phyllis glances at his companions, and with a determined grit of his teeth, raises his weapon and charges forth with a shout. Seeing this, the others follow suit, surging towards the Baron. As if commanded by an unseen force, all archers cease their fire. What follows is entirely Ignatius's moment to shine. After a cacophony of clashing weapons, the battle comes to a decisive end. Bodies are strewn about, blood flowing like a river, within mere moments. The remaining 5 or 6 individuals collapse. Only the bandit leader is left, his longsword lost, drenched in blood, with the Baron's greatsword pressed against his chest. Phyllis, I offered you a chance, but you did not cherish it. The Baron was drenched in blood, resembling a ghastly figure. His face twisted in a triumphant grin as crimson liquid streamed down his features, creating an unsettling spectacle. How hypocritical you are, putting on such a fa even now. Do you not find it tiresome? Scoffed the despondent Phyllis, who suddenly spat at the Baron before him. Ignatius deftly sidestepped the spittle, though annoyance flickered within him as he thrust his greatsword forward, piercing the bandit leader's body. The wounded man, though impaled, clung desperately to the sword, erupting into maniacal laughter. His frenzied demeanor startled everyone present. What an opportune moment. Teleport. In an instant, his figure darted behind the Baron, his blade transforming into a streak of cold light aimed at the Baron's neck. The bandits were taken aback by the sudden assailant, caught off guard. Contrary to Huck's expectations, the Baron appeared to have anticipated this. He had been waiting for you. With remarkable agility, he crouched low, narrowly evading the sharp steel blade. Under Huck's incredulous gaze, the Baron swiftly twisted his wrist, lifting Phyllis, still gripping the great sword, like a flail. With remarkable speed and force, he swung the bandit leader towards the witch hunter, the impact imminent. Just as he steadied himself a few meters away, he was met with the Baroness' ferocious charge, fast as lightning. The witch hunter barely managed to evade the collision, yet was struck by the flat of the greatsword. A dazzling flash of gold erupted, scattering countless golden shards into the air, and the Quinn shield shattered instantly. Devoid of his magical prowess, Huck found himself unable to evade the colossal sword following the shattering of his shield, as he was struck down to the ground. And before he could rise, the sword's tip pressed firmly against his chest. Do not move, nor attempt to escape using teleportation skills. Trust me. The only thing that will successfully teleport is your lifeless body. As he heard the Baron's self-satisfied proclamation, Huck could not help but feel a bitter smile form within him. This statement felt achingly familiar. It was merely the protagonist who had changed. With a resounding thud, the lifeless body of the expelled bandit leader collided with the crumbling castle's rampart, instantly shattering into pieces, blood splattering in all directions. Returning to the remnants of the Yamavite fortress, flickering lights illuminated the scene where provisions had been unearthed, and the Baron's subordinates were diligently searching for valuables. It was evident that they had intentionally diminished the number of lights, merely seeking to illuminate the path. For they were not far from the White Orchard and needed to prevent any suspicions from the cloaked figures. Huck, pinned by the massive sword against his chest, found himself utterly immobilized. Though his visage remained calm, his mind raced with thoughts, contemplating how to extricate himself from this predicament. You must be quite curious about how I discovered your presence, am I right? The favorable turn of events filled Ignatius with exuberance. And as his subordinates busied themselves with the transport of provisions and the search for treasures, he seized the opportunity to engage in a conversation with the hunter before him. I was utterly astonished to learn that you were still alive. You likely possess a skill of invisibility, yet are unable to eliminate the sounds of your footsteps or the scent you leave behind. Which explains your concern regarding the hounds and also elucidates how you managed to depart so calmly. Furthermore, you must possess a form of short-range teleportation magic, akin to the portals utilized by warlocks, which accounts for your escape from the precipice and your ability to set fire to the tents and supplies right under my nose. At this juncture, the Baron's expression darkened, evidently recalling the scene from that time. Of course, the first point was only recently confirmed. Prior to witnessing you being shot by a crossbow bolt, I could not ascertain your capabilities. Now that I understand your abilities, encountering you suddenly here and then witnessing your vanishing act does not evoke the same astonishment. I must admit, your misfortune is rather striking. And I happen to be your nemesis. I am uncertain as to why you have appeared here, nor do I concern myself with it. However, the moment I laid eyes on you, I contemplated how to entice your presence, recognizing your personality as one inclined towards daring ventures, which led me to present you with a splendid opportunity. Demon Hunter, you astonish me, yet also evoke a modicum of disappointment. Your abilities transcend my expectations. Yet you so easily fell into my grasp. I must concede, I have overestimated you. The Lord paused, casting his gaze upon the Demon Hunter, hoping to discern fear or shock in his eyes. However, to his dismay, he found nothing of the sort. Huck's eyelids drooped, seemingly resigned, yet in truth, he remained vigilant, ever attentive to the Baron's every movement. Ignatius held his sword aloft, his gaze fixed intently upon it. Even as reports were delivered, he did not waver in the slightest. The heavy greatsword rested effortlessly in his hands, wielded single-handedly for so long without a hint of tremor. Initially, one might have assumed that the Baron relied on his immortality, yet his swordsmanship proved exceptionally formidable, vividly recalling the scene of his recent slaughter. When it comes to swordplay, one might argue that only Gerald could rival him. Both warriors possess their unique strengths, their prowess seemingly comparable. Observing the Baron, whose words seemed to have reached their end, with a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, Huck hastily interjected, I never anticipated your swordsmanship to be so remarkable. This has truly taken me by surprise. Upon hearing the Witcher's praise, the Baron's expression swelled with pride. In my youth, I was hailed as the champion knight of Vijima, nearly unmatched throughout all of Temeria. Just then, the towering Lord Smith approached, bloodied longsword in hand. The captain of the guards, his head bandaged, cast a venomous glare at the Witcher and whispered to the Baron, the time is nearly upon us. You must depart. Then, let this be the conclusion. The Baron nodded, his gaze lingering on the Witcher on the ground, a hint of regret in his eyes, as though he felt the encounter had not yet reached its full potential. Noticing the Baron grip the sword's hilt with his left hand as well, Huck's eyes narrowed, his amber pupils constricting into a thin line. Damn it. It's do or die. Just as he contemplated throwing the instant explosive beehive bomb he had prepared for emergencies from his storage space, a surge of magical energy rippled from behind him. The potent aura of magic captured everyone's attention, even drawing the gaze of the bandits, who possessed no magical sensitivity, toward the ripples that materialized in the air. A radiant magical portal swiftly took shape, and a brown boot stepped forth from within. The Baron gazed at the portal with surprise, his eyes landing on the woman emerging, filled with skepticism and wariness. Huck had initially intended to exploit the Baron's distraction to escape, yet he realized that the man was remarkably alert. His great sword had already pierced through the thick fabric of his hunting attire, pressing against his chest, while his peripheral vision remained fixated on Huck. The demon hunter believed that any hint of movement would result in a fatal strike. Seeing no opportunity, he abandoned his fantasies and turned his gaze backward, only to find a pair of long, slender legs stepping into his view. Ascending from the boot, he observed taut brown leather pants, then a waist pouch and belt. And finally, through a gap between the mountains, he beheld a pair of azure eyes. The woman's face was obscured by her hood, yet those large, luminous blue eyes glimmering in the darkness were strikingly familiar. Emily, what was she doing here? Just as the Baron prepared to inquire about the sudden appearance of the sorceress, she abruptly raised her hand, and with a brief yet elegant incantation, a fireball the size of a fist hurtled toward him. Caught off guard by the unprovoked attack, Ignatius instinctively raised his sword, cleaving the fireball in two, dispersing it into the air. Infuriated, he was about to speak when another fireball soared toward him. Eliminate her. She is the sorceress allied with the demon hunter. Smith, seemingly aware of Emily's presence, recognized her identity at that moment and rushed forward, shouting. The sorceress raised her other hand, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that erupted like a relentless machine gun. Her left hand directed the fiery projectiles towards the Baron and the advancing Smith, forcing the former to retreat and halting the latter in his tracks. Meanwhile, her right hand sent fireballs soaring towards the bewildered brigands struggling to ready their crossbows, igniting one enemy after another into flaming torches. The astonishing magical onslaught delivered a dual blow to the foes, both psychological and physical, plunging the scene into chaos. The Baron, struck by the terrifying power of the sorcery, found himself dodging and parrying amidst a torrent of small fireballs. Yet despite his frantic maneuvers, his clothes and hair were ignited, leaving him charred and blackened, resembling a figure of soot. Let us go. Seizing the opportunity, Huck rose and shouted to the sorceress. In an ancient tongue, he uttered a command. Emily nodded, suddenly reciting an incantation, causing the fireballs in her hands to swell dramatically. With a flourish of her arms, two explosive fireballs, each the size of a human head, hurtled forth. Amid the astonished cries of the brigands, she turned and dashed through the portal alongside Huck. As their forms vanished, the portal's energy was depleted, dissipating into the void. The Baron, sent sprawling several feet by the explosion, rose, his face smeared with soot and dirt. His expression one of furious disbelief as he glared at the place where the two had disappeared, speechless for an extended moment. My lord, we must depart swiftly. The Nilfgaardians are almost upon us, urged Smith, who, like the Baron, was grimy and tattered, his clothing riddled with smoldering holes, his tone laced with urgency. The Baron gazed upon the remnants of the fortress, now completely engulfed in flames from the recent fireball attack. In a fit of frustration, he spat on the ground and inquired about the casualties. The captain of the guards swallowed hard and replied with difficulty, the crossbowmen have been nearly annihilated, and we have lost nearly 10 more. Is it truly the case that female sorceresses are this formidable? He recalled the former court advisor, Tress, and mused that she had not been so fearsome. At least, her casting speed was not nearly as swift. A soft blush of crimson light filtered through the window, bathing the white vase upon the wooden table in a rosy hue, as the exquisite violets within bloomed vibrantly in the twilight glow. A delicate fragrance wafted through the room, accompanied by the gentle sound of the river flowing outside. When Huck finally emerged from a brief stupor, he found himself in the guest room of an inn. The demon hunter, having narrowly escaped death, felt disoriented, as though the scene before him were surreal. You continue to act recklessly, always relying on me to rescue you. Tell me, what would you do without my intervention? What would you do if I were not here? The woman's expression was frosty, her tone laced with irritation, seemingly blaming the hunter for the troubles he brought upon her. How did you know where I was? That I was in danger? She continued. Have you forgotten that my mentor can glimpse the future? Noticing the fatigue etched on the man's face, Emily's demeanor softened. As for how I found you, you have seen the locating spell, have you not? Help me to the table, she said, her voice suddenly faltering, her body instinctively leaning against Huck's. The Witcher felt the softness on his arm and was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the woman before him and her fierce independence. She would never readily seek help from others unless. The faint scent of blood wafting from her nostrils sent a jolt through the man, prompting him to quickly support the sorceress's frail body. Emily's visage appeared somewhat pallid, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, as she seemed to endure excruciating pain. "What is wrong with you?" Seeing her condition, Huck was astonished and hurriedly half-supported, half-cradled the sorceress to a wooden table, then began to assess her situation. His gaze was suddenly drawn to the crossbow bolt protruding from her back. The dark shaft of the bolt was embedded deep, a considerable portion jutting out, while crimson blood trickled down the shaft, drip, drip onto the floor. The blood had already soaked her clothing, creating a large stain at the wound site. The injury was severe. Gazing at the dark crossbow bolt visible from her body, Huck felt a surge of panic. He was not well versed in healing arts, capable only of tending to minor wounds. And in this dire circumstance, he was utterly at a loss. Just as he stood there, bewildered, the door creaked open, revealing a white-haired monster hunter at the threshold. Upon smelling the acrid scent of blood and witnessing the woman's ashen complexion, the white wolf's heart skipped a beat. He had merely come to investigate the noise, only to stumble upon such a grave situation. "Gerald, quickly, come and see. Emily is injured," Huck called out urgently to the monster hunter standing at the door, grasping at the lifeline of hope. The white wolf cast a glance at the sweat-drenched sorceress, hastening to her side. Furrowing his brow, he examined the situation before unsheathing his dagger to slice through the fabric around the wound, revealing her alabaster skin beneath. The arrow had not penetrated completely, but its presence within her body posed a considerable challenge. He utilized the white gauze handed to him by Huck to wipe away the surrounding blood, his gaze growing solemn as he assessed the location of the injury. It was perilously close to her heart. Uncertain of the extent of the damage, the woman interjected, forcing herself to endure the pain as she commanded, "We must extract the arrow swiftly. Proceed. This will be excruciating. Wouldn't it be prudent to use some anesthetic powder?" Gerald hesitated, unable to suppress his inquiry. "No need for that. Hand me the white towel." She took the towel from Huck's hands, twisting it before placing it in her mouth. "When I count to 1, pull it out." Seeing that the sorceress was prepared, Gerald offered a final caution before commencing his countdown. 3, 2. With a sharp scream from the woman, the crossbow bolt was yanked free, accompanied by a spurt of blood. "You scoundrel! Did you not say to count to 1? She spat out the towel in fury. "My apologies, I miscounted." Gerald shrugged, wiping the wound with the cloth before retrieving a vial of healing salve from his pack, only to be interrupted by the woman's exclamation. "Let him do it. Use my medicine." The white wolf chuckled softly, placing his own vial aside and conceding the position to Huck. Upon receiving the red ointment extracted by Emily, the young demon hunter swiftly wiped away the blood that surged forth with a white towel and promptly applied the salve to his wound, gritting her teeth against the pain. The sorceress intoned an incantation, and a radiant white light emanated from her fingertips, pouring into her body. The ointment began to dissolve, gradually merging with her skin, and the bleeding ceased immediately, while the wound began to scab over at a visible pace. The sorceress cast several more spells, and eventually, the scab fell away, revealing tender, slightly reddened skin beneath. The pale-faced woman then turned to command, "Send for the landlady to bring a basin of hot water." A few minutes later, 2 men stood outside the guest room, quietly awaiting Elsa to assist the sorceress in cleansing the bloodstains. "Do not worry, she is no longer in danger," the white wolf reassured after listening to Huck recount the events. Noticing his anxious demeanor, the young demon hunter remained silent, kicking at the pebbles beneath his feet, lost in thought as he gazed at the crimson clouds on the horizon. "You need not blame yourself too harshly. Often, we cannot accurately gauge the situation, let alone evade all dangers. She was injured while trying to save me." Despite the white wolf's words, Huck remained troubled. "I do not understand why she would risk her life for mine." His face displayed confusion as he turned to Gerald, asking, "Do you believe in Emily's notions of fate entanglement?" The monster hunter glanced at the door, contemplating for a moment before continuing. "Mages are particularly wary of confronting numerous adversaries at close range, especially when faced with an abundance of ranged attackers and formidable melee combatants. She appeared during your most perilous moment, indicating her acute awareness of your danger. Her audacity to venture forth into the unknown and her resolute action in the face of extreme adversity underscore her profound concern for your safety." At this point, the white wolf's gaze wandered, as if he were reminiscing about a certain past event or individual. You must understand that if the crossbow bolt had deviated even by a fraction, no one could have saved her. Huck stood in a daze, his heart awash with a multitude of emotions. He had never contemplated that the sorceress would go to such lengths for him. From the moment I beheld her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloped me, as though she were someone I had long sought. The young demon hunter hesitated before ultimately voicing his sentiments. Is this the reason you have always chosen to trust her? The white wolf smiled gently, devoid of mockery. His expression softened, as if he were recalling a cherished memory. I felt the same way when I first encountered Yennefer. At that time, Dandelion could not fathom why I was drawn to a capricious and perilous sorceress, and he fervently attempted to dissuade me from my reckless pursuit. At this juncture, Geralt chuckled, directing his gaze towards Huck. Do you not think that Dandelion back then bore a striking resemblance to my present self? A friend merely cares for you. Ultimately, the decisions and judgments rest solely with you. Had I not followed my instincts and remained steadfast, the tale between Yennefer and I would not have unfolded as it did. Huck gazed quizzically at the white-haired monster hunter, uncertainly inquiring, Am I to interpret this as encouragement from you? No. I merely wish to convey the importance of heeding the whispers of your own heart. Even if one day you must bear the consequences of your choices, it is far superior to live with eternal regret. At this juncture, the demon slayer turned to Huck, a sly expression gracing his features as he inquired. I have always wanted to ask, was that deliberate on your part? You could have easily chosen to render her unconscious, yet you opted for that method. If I were to say that it was the very act I yearned to perform the moment I laid eyes upon her, would you believe me? The voice of the female sorceress, fraught with exasperation, echoed from the guest room. Upon hearing her vigorous tone, both men exhaled in relief. In the cloud garden, sister, may we venture into the garden? 3 little girls perched atop the battlements, peering out with eager anticipation. The girl named Prada blinked her large eyes and could no longer contain her curiosity. Sister Demira said we are not permitted to go there. Vela rested her chin on her right hand, propped against the wall, gazing enviously at the vibrant garden beyond, replete with flourishing flowers and shaded trees. In spring, peonies, roses, lilacs, azaleas, and forsythias bloom. In summer, snake-eye daisies, gentians, and gomphrenias flourish. In autumn, spider lilies, asters, peacock flowers, morning glories, zinnias, and purple jasmine blossom. And in winter, rhododendrons, plum blossoms, poinsettias, clivias, and bird of paradise adorn the landscape. The garden is a tapestry of countless exquisite flowers, many of which Vela does not recognize, all vying to unveil their stunning beauty. The air is filled with the resplendent spectacle of blooming blossoms, creating an enchanting paradise that is nothing short of breathtaking. We quietly ventured forth, ensuring she remained unaware, when another girl, Amira, turned with eager anticipation and remarked, Let us just play for a while. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Look! Vela, filled with excitement, interrupted her and pointed animatedly outside. It's Brother Huck. Quick, look! The demon hunter, emerging from the treehouse, was instantly taken aback by the sight before him. The once overgrown cloud terrace had undergone a remarkable transformation. A winding cobblestone path now extended from the treehouse to the wooden door of the watchtower, with exquisitely crafted lampposts adorning either side every few meters. Most astonishingly, a small stream flowed out from the underbrush at the cliff's edge, converging behind the treehouse into a serene little lake. The area near the castle, marked by the treehouse, had evolved into a self-contained front garden, while the region beyond, separated by the stream, had transformed into an elegant back garden replete with pavilions, water features, and flourishing flora. A wooden, intricately carved railing stretched along the edge of the platform, creating a completely enclosed area. Nestled closely against the inner side of the railing stood a series of banyan trees, each about the thickness of a pot. After reaching a few meters in height, their trunks leaned outward as if reaching for the sky. The lush canopies of these trees resembled a verdant canopy, beneath which one could faintly glimpse several charming little tree houses. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Emily, observing Huck's astonished expression, felt her spirits lift, her eyebrows arching in delight, and a smile gracing her lips. How long have I been away from here? The bewildered demon hunter turned to the sorceress, asking with a hint of uncertainty. Do not inquire about such foolish matters. The sorceress shot him a glance, dismissing him entirely as she made her way to the brook, cupping her hands to drink the crystalline water. After savoring a sip, she exhaled a contented sigh. Observing her actions, Huck approached, scooping a handful of the cool liquid to his lips, relishing its refreshing sweetness that penetrated to his core. This was the spring water sourced from the mountains. As he indulged in the moment, Emily softly elucidated, "A few days ago, our mentor reached an agreement with Weissmere. In exchange for assisting in the enhancement of the trial potion, we secured the rights to the Celestial Garden, and thus it came to be. Hark, brother! Hark, brother!" A joyful shout from afar captured their attention. They lifted their gazes to see several young girls perched on the parapet, and the hunter smiled in delight. "Come, let us go see these little ones." With that, he rose swiftly and began striding toward the castle. Moments later, they passed through the wooden door of the guard tower and entered the castle. "Hark, brother, can we play in the garden?" Vera gazed longingly at the wooden door leading to the garden. Before Hark could respond, Emily affectionately tousled the little girl's lovely golden hair and replied, "Of course. Aren't you all learning to cultivate herbs? The front garden is abundant with various herbs for you to gather." "Really? That would be splendid." Vera's eyes turned to Hark, and upon seeing him nod, her face lit up with joy. "Can Sister Tamala come too?" The little girl blinked, recalling her kind-hearted herbalist. "Certainly," Emily nodded and added, "Please inform Tamala that the girls may play in the garden, but they must not carelessly damage the flowers and trees. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely," Vera replied enthusiastically, eager to dash toward the wooden gate. However, as she took a step forward, she hesitated and inquired, "There won't be any fierce fairy sisters chasing us away, will there?" "No one will chase you away," Emily chuckled softly, patting her adorable head. "Off you go, but do be cautious not to venture into the back garden. That area is off limits." "Understood." The three girls replied in unison, giggling and frolicking toward the cherished cloud garden. Watching the girls laugh as they passed through the wooden gate, Hark smiled, feeling a twinge of envy for their carefree spirits. The two of them traversed the inner garden and paused briefly in front of the hall to admire the distant, undulating mountains before pushing open the grand doors of the hall. Inside, the hall was quiet, save for the herbalist in a red dress seated at the conference table, engrossed in her reading. Upon hearing footsteps, Tamala turned to see the two of them. "Oh," exclaimed a burly bald man as he rose from behind the weapon rack. An hour later, in the conference area, several individuals from the castle gathered, with the exception of Morris. After listening to Tamala recount the events that had transpired in the castle over the past few days, Hark broached the matter at hand. "Tamala," he said, gazing at the herbalist, "I require your assistance. I need to understand Claire's situation, for we have received a mission to address the matter of the wraiths in Hoover Heights." "Claire?" A sudden chill gripped Tamira's heart, her complexion paling slightly as she seemed reluctant to discuss her dear friend. Yet, upon meeting the eager gaze of the demon hunter, she found the resolve to speak. "The first time I laid eyes upon Claire was a year ago, when she entered my chamber, infused with the fragrance of daisies, bringing with her the vibrancy of youth and the melody of laughter. It was a sunlit day following a prolonged stretch of dreary rain. She studied medicine at Ozenfort, while my knowledge was acquired from the temple. We exchanged ideas and worked together, akin to sisters. Claire approached her work with fervor and embraced life with boundless aspirations. Wherever she went, joy blossomed like a vibrant sea. Everyone adored her, affectionately nicknamed her Lark Claire, for she had an innate ability to infuse happiness and laughter into the lives of those around her. Perhaps recalling those blissful days softened Tamira's expression considerably. If only the subsequent events had not transpired. What followed, you ask? Strangely, the usually benevolent Lord abruptly ordered us to be forcefully expelled from the village of White Fruit Orchard. I was furious at the time and sought to confront the Baron for justice, but the soldiers barred my entry to the manor's gates. Are you unaware of the reason? Tamira's countenance bore a hint of distress, as if this matter weighed heavily on her heart. In the great hall of Castle Kaer Morhen, the conversation continued. Observing Tamira's expression, Hark felt a sense of unease, sensing that Claire had concealed much from her friend, fervently hoping that the herbalist possessed some crucial information. Upon reflecting on this, he continued to inquire, after being expelled from the village of Ginkgo Grove, did Claire not share anything with you? A boyfriend? At the time, I did not give it much thought, believing it to be merely a lover's quarrel that would soon be reconciled. The herbalist's eyes revealed a hint of remorse, as if blaming himself for not being more attentive to his friend. Though I felt reluctant to part with her, I was genuinely pleased for her to find happiness. A few days later, one bright morning, Claire cheerfully packed her belongings and bid me farewell before stepping out. From that moment onward, I never saw her again. Tamira's expression darkened, and her voice took on an unusually sorrowful tone. How did you later learn of her death? The day after Claire's departure, I heard news that a tragedy had struck Hoover Heights, where a banshee had emerged, slaughtering everyone in the mill. Upon hearing this news, I sensed something was amiss. For Hoover was precisely the location where Claire and her companions had arranged to meet. Subsequently, through various channels, I confirmed that Claire had entered Hoover but never exited. And prior to the incident, only the Baron had ventured there with a large contingent of soldiers. Witnesses reported seeing them leave in the dead of night, covered in blood. And the following day, rumors of the banshee began to circulate. The herbalist's tone grew urgent, laced with an uncontrollable fury. Did you not go to the heights to investigate? I did, but the soldiers would not allow anyone to approach. As the situation with the banshee escalated, those who dared to draw near met with fatal ends. And I was too fearful to return. Seeing her face awash with tears, unable to speak, the monster hunter sighed and offered a few words of comfort. Once she had calmed down, he continued to inquire, "Do you know who Claire's boyfriend is?" "I don't know. She refuses to tell me. Whenever they meet, they go straight to her room, and I haven't had the chance to utter a single word." As she spoke, a look of perplexity crossed the woman's face, as if she had been pondering this matter for quite some time. "Have you encountered the Lord's son, Florian?" After a moment's hesitation, the monster hunter pressed on for clarity. "What is his connection to Claire?" Pausing briefly, the herbalist finally voiced her lingering curiosity. "He is quite likely Claire's boyfriend," the monster hunter disclosed without reservation. Ignoring the woman's astonished gaze, he continued, "Does your friend possess any items of particular value to her? Perhaps jewelry or gifts?" "Items of value?" Tamala seemed somewhat distracted. Upon discovering the truth, she suddenly had an epiphany. "What kind of pendant?" The monster hunter's interest was piqued, and he eagerly pressed for more details. "A silver lily pendant on a silver chain, but only half of it. If I am not mistaken, her boyfriend also has one around his neck. It should be the other half." "Indeed." Hark, still somewhat uneasy, sought further confirmation. "Think again. Besides this pendant, is there anything else?" Seeing his earnest demeanor, the herbalist took a moment to reflect deeply before responding. "Claire is a very unpretentious girl with minimal material desires. That pendant is the only jewelry that truly belongs to her, and she rarely parts with it. I cannot think of anything else." Upon receiving the answer, the Witcher felt a surge of anxiety and posed the most pressing question. "Do you know where the pendant is? Where can I find it?" Tomira paused for a moment. Yet this time she did not hesitate. "The last time I saw it was on the day Claire departed. She wore it around her neck." "Very well. There is another matter. Do you know where in the white fruit orchard I might find some buckthorn?" "Of course." After discussing the essential matters, Tomira then brought up the formula for the improved tonic provided by Ada Eamon, which was designed to enhance physical constitution. Upon hearing that the children had already begun to consume this new mushroom broth and that it had yielded excellent results without any side effects, a great weight was lifted from the Witcher's heart. They could either succumb to heart or liver failure or lose their sanity. Additionally, some individuals displayed extreme violent tendencies psychologically. Ada Eamon's improved formula addressed the critical issue of the tonic side effects, while the training and psychological matters were indeed the concern of Vesemir. "What kind of person do you think Ada Eamon is?" Reflecting on how this sage had resolved a dilemma that had plagued the Witcher community for centuries, the Witcher cast a contemplative glance at the sorceress beside him. Remarkably, she had remained silent throughout their conversation, listening intently without interjecting a single word. Emily's wounds had healed, yet curiously, since the day of her recovery. She had grown notably more reticent, as though some troubling matter weighed heavily upon her. "What do you think our teacher is like?" The sorceress appeared intrigued by the question. Her gaze fixed upon him with keen interest. "I am uncertain, yet I believe she is typically sparing with her words, embodying an air of haughtiness, cold as ice, and distant from strangers, often regarding the world with a disdainful gaze." Just as the monster hunter was lost in the recollection of a certain elementary school teacher's visage, he suddenly witnessed Emily rise in anger and storm away, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Oh, please don't leave. Is she truly the person I have described?" As the final rays of the setting sun vanished from the pinnacle of the castle's main tower, Vesemir, accompanied by a dozen children, crossed the suspension bridge and entered the castle's gate tower. Each child was laden with various items, their spirits buoyed as they playfully teased one another about their new garments. The promise of a hopeful new life infused the children with boundless energy. Despite a day filled with activity, they appeared utterly unwearied. The thought of carrying both exquisite clothing and delectable food brought forth their radiant smiles. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted Vera approaching with two girls and the youngest child in tow. as they pushed open the grand hall's doors. The old monster hunter was immediately astounded by the transformation that lay before him. The once dilapidated hall had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Many of the crumbling walls had been not merely repaired, but restored to their former glory. From the entrance, the most striking sight was the complete absence of the heap of stones that had nearly obstructed the entire hall, situated near the enormous fireplace by the dining room. The once open expanse at the top of the hall, which allowed for stargazing, has entirely vanished. The ceiling has been thoroughly repaired, rendering the previous collapse unrecognizable. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, he followed the sounds through the communal dining area, arriving at the wooden door leading to the guard tower at the rear right. He overheard a conversation between a man and a woman, but hesitated to enter immediately. "I can't do this anymore. I'm exhausted," came the weary voice of the sorceress, Emily. "This castle is in such disrepair. There are so many areas that require restoration. It's utterly draining." "Then take a break. Meditate for a while, and then resume the work," replied Huck, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. "This basement used to be a laboratory. There are countless treasures buried within." "You scoundrel, do you think I'm a mule? Don't you realize I'm an injured party? Weren't you just claiming to be fully healed? Well, I need to take care of something. Suit yourself." The wooden door swung open abruptly, and the stern-faced sorceress exited hastily, passing by Weissmere without a word. As she left the dining area, the old master of demon hunting had grown accustomed to the capricious nature of the sorceresses, so he paid little heed to her abruptness and instead entered the guard tower. The left and right guard towers flanking the rear of Kaer Morhen had once served as residences for the fortress's sorceresses, with basements that housed their laboratories. The ground floor of the guard tower was impressively lofty, dominated by a colossal square stone pillar, the base of which was crafted from pure white marble. The surface of the pedestal is adorned with exquisite floral patterns, their beauty marred by the passage of time, yet the remnants still whisper tales of its former grandeur. The spiraling stone staircase encircles a supporting column, leading to the expansive basement, which has since been entirely sealed off with stone. Another staircase hugs the stone wall, winding upwards to the upper levels of the guard tower. Nestled deep within the Blue Mountains, the main hall lacks windows, illuminated only by a few dim oil lamps that barely cast light upon the surroundings. Fortunately, the Witcher's keen senses allow him to discern everything within. The young Witcher gazes despondently at the buried staircase, seemingly regretful for his failure to entice the sorceress into opening the passage. "What are you looking at?" Vesemir inquired, approaching with curiosity, puzzled by the pile of stones that seemed to hold little significance. "I recall that this passage was collapsed during the invasion of the Fire Lizard Gang. No one has ventured into the basement since," Huck responded, his expression oddly melancholic. "Is something amiss?" Vesemir, noticing Huck's demeanor, could not help but ask, "Have you forgotten? It was down there that I completed the trial of grasses," Huck remarked, turning his gaze towards Vesemir, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "Indeed, it has been nearly 10 years. Vesemir replied, casting a proud glance at the young Witcher. "You have grown into a true Witcher. Unfortunately, compared to you all, I still have much to learn." Reflecting on the journey thus far, Huck felt he was still a considerable distance from the esteemed monster hunters. "How old are we? How old are you?" Vesemir chuckled, patting Huck on the shoulder. "When I was your age, I was merely an apprentice. You are far more capable than I was." Observing the gradual uplift in his apprentice's spirits, the old monster hunter inquired with genuine interest, "How did you manage to persuade Emily to assist in the restoration of the castle? There are not many sorceresses adept in earth magic, and her mentor is among the finest. If we could enlist Ada Eminen's help, the castle's restoration would pose no issue." Upon hearing Vesemir's words, Huck offered a wry smile and replied with resignation, "You are overestimating the situation. You are well aware of the temperaments of these sorceresses. When they're in good spirits and intrigued, they are amenable to anything. However, once they are displeased, do not expect them to assist you with anything." Reflecting on Emily's earlier demeanor, the old monster hunter nodded, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. "Let us proceed," he beckoned to Huck, ascending the spiraling stone staircase. "So, your current dilemma is that you do not know where to find the tree that confines the daytime specters?" Minutes later, reclining comfortably in an armchair, Vesemir drained his glass of beer and set it down. "Since we have no leads, why not inquire directly with her?" "Inquire directly with her?" Huck was taken aback, gazing at the old monster hunter with a look of bewilderment. "I am aware of a secret method that one might consider trying upon hearing the techniques described by Vesemir." Huck felt a surge of excitement, eager to embark on his own experimentation. The seasoned monster hunter, noticing Huck's enthusiasm, could not resist offering another word of caution. I believe I may have a notion, Huck mused, conjuring an image of the herbalist who favored crimson garments. Farewell, daytime spirits. Why the haste? In the front garden of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Emily gingerly plucked a red rowan berry from its branch, stowing it in her waist pouch. Before turning to regard Huck with curiosity. Several days have been wasted. Gerald is quite anxious. Who cares about his anxiety? The sorceress interjected, her expression frosty. Clearly displeased with the monster hunter's remarks. Huck recognized that she still harbored resentment over the incident days prior, in which she had been threatened with a sword, and thus opted for a different approach. Vesemir has just imparted to me a method that may restore reason to the spirits. I am eager to put it to the test. Oh, upon hearing this, the sorceress's interest was piqued. This was indeed something to anticipate. As Emily spoke, she turned towards the great banyan tree, with Huck hastily following in her wake. The treehouse within the banyan held a teleportation array, ensuring that the magical energies emanating from the portal would not harm the surrounding flora. As Huck quickened his pace, he seized the moment to express his gratitude. Thank you for disregarding your own peril and coming to my rescue in a timely manner. Who disregarded their own safety? The sorceress shot him a sidelong glance, her tone laced with irritation. Had I known I would be injured, I would have refrained from taking the risk. Moreover, I have grown accustomed to it. This is not the first time I have rescued you. The demon hunter paused, momentarily taken aback, before inquiring with curiosity, when have you ever saved me before? Have you forgotten that in the second year at Kaer Morhen, on a night when the bright moon hung high in the sky, you secretly ran off to practice with the pendulum machine? Are you referring to the incident when I accidentally fell from the wooden post after being struck by the pendulum? I rolled off the platform, believing I was doomed. You were aware that you could die? I truly wonder what thoughts occupy your mind. Your audacity is astonishing. Had I not used levitation magic to catch you, you would have plummeted off the cliff to your demise. Sigh, had I known. Perhaps it would have been better to let you fall and spare myself the subsequent worries. Emily cast a disdainful glance at the demon hunter, as if to say, do try to be more mindful. Upon hearing her words, a tempest of emotions surged within Huck, and countless puzzling moments from years past flooded his mind. I recall an occasion when Leo and I stealthily ventured downstream along the Whitestone River, where we discovered a Cholt monster in a cave by the riverbank. That encounter was exceedingly perilous. That was also me. Otherwise, do you think the two of you younglings could have escaped? And you have been so close to me all this time, yet I remained utterly unaware. Huck gasped in astonishment, filled with bewilderment as he asked, Why? Why are you so interested in me? If it were merely a matter of research, you could have easily captured me and then. Bah. Do you really think all sorcerers are so twisted? The sorceress halted her steps, her slender fingers forcefully prodding the man's chest as she exclaimed with irritation. I shall reiterate, my study of you is solely to ascertain the effects of elder blood upon you. Why is my fate entwined with yours? And what does this foreknowledge truly signify? Do you suppose I would harbor any interest in a simpleton? Huck, momentarily taken aback, pondered aloud. So it is the power of destiny. No wonder I felt an inexplicable affinity upon first seeing you, sensing that you would not bring me harm. Is that why you dared to act in such a manner? Suddenly reminded of the events that transpired in the inn, Emily's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and an indignant flame ignited within her. As a fireball, no larger than a ping-pong ball, swiftly took shape in the woman's hand, the monster hunter sensed impending danger. He sprinted forward with urgency, rapidly donning a quinch shield. The fireball was unleashed, pursuing him closely. Whether by design or coincidence, the fireball's speed was not alarming. Yet it maneuvered with agility, trailing behind him in a relentless dance, impossible to shake off yet not immediately threatening. Hey, you shouldn't go too far, he shouted. Now you realize you've crossed the line? Why didn't you think of that sooner? Meanwhile, atop the castle's guard wall, three little ones gazed with eager fascination at the chaotic scene unfolding in the garden. Brother Huck is truly excessive. Why trample the chamomile? I had intended to pick some today, but couldn't bring myself to do so. Vela wrinkled her adorable little nose, denouncing the frantic antics of the monster hunter. Sister, is it true that Sister Emily is far more formidable than Brother Huck, which is why he dares not retaliate and merely runs away? You are too young to comprehend. Vera gently patted the head of the girl beside her and said earnestly, This is simply the nature of interactions between men and women. What do you mean by nature? Fool, you do not even grasp the concept of it. The moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by a myriad of twinkling stars. Though the night had deepened, The Hoover Heights remained exceptionally luminous under the silvery moonlight, resembling daylight. 3 figures approached the base of the heights, making their way along the main road towards the entrance. The immense windmill, with its 20-meter-long blades, continued to rotate slowly in the breeze, the creaking sound of the turning arms echoing in the tranquil night, sending shivers down one's spine. The scattered corpses of the Nilfgaardians nearby had vanished after the brief victory over the daytime specters. The accompanying soldiers had spirited away the remains of their fallen comrades. Arriving at the dilapidated entrance of the crumbling gate, the trio came to a halt. "Hark! You should enter first and defeat her. Her power is significantly diminished at night, so it should pose no challenge for you." The young witcher nodded, unsheathing his silver sword and beginning to apply the sword oil. The green specter oil gradually enveloped the silver blade, and under the pure white moonlight, the gleaming silver sword shimmered with hints of eerie green. The sorceress, with a curious expression, surveyed the derelict mill before her. Upon noticing the well in the center of the small village, she was about to step closer for a better look when Geralt abruptly seized her arm. "Do not enter. It is perilous. Wait for me to finish, then you may enter. This village is the territory of daytime spirits. Any living being that intrudes will be subjected to their attacks." After briefly explaining this to the woman, Huck strode confidently inside, accompanied by anguished wails. A daytime spirit clad in tattered white garments materialized, drifting toward the demon hunter like a gust of wind. As it drew near, it suddenly opened its mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying roar, with visible shockwaves surging forth, yet failing to strike its target. The same tactic had lost its potency against the seasoned hunter. Familiar with this variant ability, Huck swiftly teleported to evade the spirit's sonic assault, positioning himself behind it. As he pressed his palm down, a runic array glowing with white light instantly appeared beneath him. Bound by the restraining enchantment, the daytime spirit's speed diminished, rendering it unable to shift into an ethereal form, thus becoming a lamb for the slaughter. The adept hunter dispatched the spirit in less than 2 minutes, watching it dissipate into the air. Once the spirit vanished, Geralt and the sorceress cautiously entered the village. Upon reuniting, the trio proceeded directly toward the pile of bones resting on the grass beside the well. "What should we do now?" Claire inquired, her curiosity piqued as she observed the 2 men delicately transferring Claire's remains onto an unfolded canvas, subsequently wrapping them with care. Once Huck secured the remains, he rose and surveyed his surroundings, quickly locating what he sought. The first step was to properly inter her remains. The demon hunter lifted the canvas bundle containing the bones and made his way toward the village's wall, where a small garden awaited. He approached a cluster of daisies and set down the canvas bag. Spring had passed, and autumn was in full bloom. Most of the daisy flowers had withered, leaving only a few stubbornly clinging to their stems. The golden yellow centers resembled radiant discs, surrounded by neatly arranged, dense white petal tongues, evoking the image of a resplendent sun. Full of vitality, innocent and exuberant, the fiery daisies were the beloved flowers of the beautiful maiden. With a shovel he had found, he began to dig in a nearby garden, not far from the daisies. Tamala had mentioned that Claire adored daisies, so they decided to lay her remains to rest beside them. As Hark explained his actions, his hands continued their work, swiftly unearthing a long, narrow grave. He placed the canvas bag into the pit and then retrieved a bracelet. The exquisite silver bracelet was inscribed on its inner surface with the words, "Gifted by Claire to her dear friend Tamala." One must admit, the arcane arts inherited by the monster hunters were indeed astonishing. While their study of souls may not have been thoroughly systematic, it was undeniably simple and effective. This time, it was Emily who spoke, her voice a whisper of realization, her excitement palpable at the sight before her. After interring the remains, Geralt inserted a freshly carved, elongated wooden plank at the head of the new grave. "Regardless of the suffering endured in life, may you still remember the happiness and joy of days gone by. May your soul find peace." After murmuring a few quiet prayers, Geralt rose to his feet. Hark knelt down, placing a lit white candle before the grave. The orange flame flickered gently, illuminating the gravestone before them. The tomb of Claire the Lark. In her lifetime, she was innocent and exuberant, radiating warmth and joy. Now she rests here in eternal silence. Yet her voice and visage remain etched in the memories of those who knew her. A gentle breeze caressed the meadow, causing the tall grass to sway, while the surrounding trees whispered softly. The flame of the candle, however, remained undisturbed, unwavering in its glow. The hunter rose, gazing at the candle with a glimmer of hope. If she wished to see us, she would surely appear before the candle extinguished. But what if she does not appear? If she remains absent, it signifies her unwillingness to meet us, rendering our efforts futile. It was Geralt who responded to the sorceress, unfurling a canvas upon the ground before settling down upon it. It might take a while. We can meditate and rest for a spell. Initially, the sorceress misunderstood the notion of a while, for she believed that the slender candle, no thicker than a finger and barely a foot long, would burn for no more than 2 hours. However, an hour later, she relinquished that thought. The candle proved remarkably resilient, shielded by an unseen energy field that kept the rustling leaves at bay. I shall rest for a while, she declared, realizing that a while was not mere idle talk. She produced a tent and pitched it on the grass nearby. Then, without further ado, she entered it alone. The pale green tent, fashioned from an unfamiliar material, appeared modest, resembling a single soldier's shelter from a military encampment. From the outside, it seemed exceptionally flimsy and rudimentary, leaving one to wonder how the sorceress could find solace within such a humble abode. As Geralt chuckled at Hark's astonished expression, he nostalgically remarked, I have encountered Yennefer's magical tent. Its interior resembles a standard-sized room, complete with alchemical apparatus, a telescope, and an exquisitely comfortable grand bed. The young witcher was momentarily taken aback, sensing a peculiar emphasis in Geralt's voice when he mentioned the grand bed. What of it, Hark? Step inside. Hark, initially startled, felt a spark of excitement. He had long coveted the sorceress's magical tent and yearned to explore it. A few minutes later, he emerged from the tent, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Upon meeting Geralt's inquisitive gaze, he incredulously stated, I believe that was not merely a room, but a palace. This wait extended for a full 12 hours, from midnight until noon the following day, the sun blazing high in the sky, while the candle burned down halfway. Just as Hark thought he would have to continue waiting, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Green fireflies suddenly materialized beside the grave, and soul energy swiftly coalesced, revealing a spectral figure of a woman before the onlookers. The witchers opened their eyes simultaneously and rose to their feet, only exhaling in relief upon realizing the apparition was not the terrifying visage of a daytime specter. Before them stood a youthful woman, clad in a travel ensemble, adorned with a healer's emblem upon her chest. She floated to the gravestone, gazing at the inscription for a considerable time before gently speaking. It appears you have invested much effort in uncovering my past, even bringing along Tomira's bracelet. How is she faring? Is she well? The voice of the spirit sounded ethereal, reminiscent of the sweet melody of a lark, while her long, braided hair playfully swayed with her movements and words. As she turned around, Hark finally discerned that on her left wrist, she wore an illusory bracelet, and around her neck, a pendant shaped like a half-bloomed lily. The flower was incomplete, revealing only its left half. She had taken the children to Kaer Morhen, a place devoid of war and hunger, where safety and beauty abound. Indeed, there were the children. The spirit listened to the demon hunter's words, deep in thought, as she circled around him, seemingly assessing the veracity of his claims. Your soul is tranquil, devoid of deceit, Claire's ethereal form stated, coming to a halt before the demon hunter, visibly relieved. Tomira has long yearned for a serene refuge, far removed from the ravages of war and persecution. It appears she has found it. I am grateful that you have interred my remains and brought tidings of Tomira. Now, may I inquire what it is that you seek from me? She paused for a moment, reflecting, before continuing. As you can see, I am merely an ordinary girl, possessing neither wealth nor treasures, making it difficult for me to offer any substantial reward. However, I trust you are already well acquainted with my past, so please, tell me what you desire. At this juncture, the spirit abruptly turned, her gaze fixated on the sorceress emerging from the tent, her eyes brimming with caution. We merely wish to assist you, not to extract anything from you. The words of the witcher drew Claire's gaze back to him, and the ethereal entity circled around him once more with curiosity. You do not speak falsely, yet I fail to comprehend what assistance you require from us. The spirit's voice was hauntingly melodic, laced with confusion as she turned her gaze to Hark, seeking answers from him. We can aid you in escaping this confinement, granting your soul the peace it seeks. Confinement? Claire shook her head. Nothing binds me here. I am merely awaiting him. We agreed to meet here, and he will undoubtedly come. No, he shall not arrive. If the one you await is Verolian, I regret to inform you that he has taken his own life. He is deceased. Before Hark could gather his thoughts to speak, Geralt interjected, unflinchingly stating the truth in an attempt to sever the spirit's fixation. Suicide? Verolian is dead? Upon hearing the White Wolf's words, the spirit momentarily froze, murmuring to herself before suddenly lifting her head, her gaze turning frigid. No, he cannot be dead. He promised he would come for me. With a furious wail, the temperature around them escalated, and Claire, now transformed into her grotesque daytime spirit form, charged toward the monster hunter, unleashing a tempestuous roar. An observable gust of energy surged forth, akin to a violent storm. The white wolf's flowing hair danced wildly in the wind, his garments billowed, creating a cacophony, while the tall grass around them swayed violently, bending in unison. Though Claire was incensed, she refrained from employing her intimidation powers, clearly still in control of her faculties. Geralt stood resolutely in place, utterly motionless, his eyes not even fluttering. He quietly observed the enraged spirit, enduring the piercing howls and the biting winds. So he truly is gone. The ethereal voice grew somber, imbued with profound sorrow. He had promised to come and take me away. He would surely honor his word. I know him. He would never take his own life. The spirit's voice was filled with unbearable grief, evoking an involuntary sting in the noses of those present. In that moment, everyone could sense her anguish and despair emanating from the depths of her soul. Claire, you need not continue to endure such torment. Tell me, where is your pendant? We can assist you in breaking the chains that bind you. How did he perish? She lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears, fixed upon the white wolf. No, he would not commit suicide. Floralian had promised to drape me in a pure white wedding gown at the castle in the orchard, to wed me as his bride. He would not break his vow. Leave, Claire exclaimed passionately before suddenly turning and drifting away from the group, arriving at her grave. This time, I shall not harm you. But do not return. Claire, awaken. He cannot come back. Tell us where the pendant is. Allow us to help you. Geralt noted that there was no room for negotiation in the spirit's tone, prompting a sense of urgency within him. Upon hearing his words, Claire visibly grew agitated. Her ethereal form began to fade further into nothingness, her body trembling as she struggled to master her emotions. Come on, I can barely contain myself. The voice of the spirit implored, though it carried a chilling resonance as the temperature around them continued to rise. If we fulfill your wish, will you divulge the whereabouts of the pendant? Sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Huck shouted urgently. You truly wish to assist me? She floated closer, nearly face to face with him. A frigid breath brushed against him, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to plummet in temperature. The legends were not entirely unfounded. A spirit in its normal state was indeed unsettlingly cold. The demon hunter inwardly grumbled, gazing at the specter almost pressed against his face, silently lamenting his predicament. At this juncture, he had no choice but to muster his courage and act bravely. I shall assist you, Claire declared. Then let us make a pact. If you can uncover the truth behind his death and ensure he fulfills his promise, I shall reveal to you the location of the pendant and forever remember your kindness. As she spoke, she glided towards her grave, her form becoming increasingly ethereal. Wait, is the promise you mentioned about marrying you at the castle of Whitefruit Orchard? Huck called out just before she vanished. Yes, in the beautiful castle of Whitefruit Orchard, adorned in a pure white wedding gown, becoming his bride. This time, the white wolf savored the long-forgotten Towsent wine, his expression nostalgic. Do you truly possess the means to aid Claire? Geralt inquired, setting down his crystal goblet, voicing a question that had weighed heavily on his mind. Certainly not. With your vast experience, how could you not know what to do? Where would I find a solution? Yet you remain so resolute, exuding an air of confidence. What else can we do? We must retain a glimmer of hope. It is far better than resorting to violence upon our next encounter. The sorceress chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she remarked. It appears you have not spent much time with Geralt. He has certainly influenced you. I have never seen you so composed, lying with a straight face, devoid of any blush or hesitation. Geralt paused, contemplating that he would not accept blame for this, yet recognizing that the lady did not seem inclined to reason. He wisely refrained from retorting. Given that this task had reached an impasse, he suggested, why don't we first tackle the griffin? After some reflection, he decided to shift the conversation and redirect everyone's focus onto another task. Tamira mentioned that not far to the east of Hovel Heights, there lies a substantial lake, where the waters run deep, and at its greatest depth, we can find the mouse leaf herb we require. Since it is too late to venture there today, how about we divide our responsibilities? Tomorrow morning, we can each prepare and reconvene at the inn by noon, aiming to deal with the griffin in the afternoon. How shall we divide the tasks? Huck inquired, glancing towards the white wolf. We need to prepare two things. One is to ready the bait, and the other is to locate a suitable ambush site, alongside gathering the necessary combat supplies. Here is what I propose. Huck, You will seek the mouse leaf herb tomorrow morning, while I will concoct 2 vials of high-grade beast oil and scout the ambush location. Emily, I will require the alchemical tools from your magical tent, and I would appreciate your assistance." Upon hearing the request for assistance, the sorceress curled her lips in protest. However, upon catching Huck's gaze, she unconsciously nodded in acquiescence, only to later realize her compliance and shoot a fierce glare at the young monster hunter. Very well. Geralt rose to his feet and made his way towards the door, noting that it was late and that rest was in order, for tomorrow promised to be busy. "Wait a moment, I have something to ask you," the sorceress called out as Huck also stood to leave. "I am curious, since you are aware of the Baron's hideout, why did you not directly inform the men in black?" After Huck resumed his seat, Emily leaned forward, fixating her gaze on the monster hunter as she continued to inquire. "Furthermore, you possess the ability to remain unseen and could have eliminated those bandits from a distance. Why risk close combat?" Hearing the sorceress's questions, the young monster hunter offered a wry smile. Although the Baron's faction currently engages in banditry, they are publicly known as the Tamarian Apple Orchard Resistance. Their influence remains substantial both locally and across the north. I can aid the Nilfgaardians in hunting monsters, but assisting them in vanquishing the northern forces is an entirely different matter. Moreover, my enmity lies with the Baron. It is a personal vendetta that does not concern the foot soldiers. You remain as naively straightforward as ever. Emily blinked, her lovely lashes fluttering, and a smile danced in the depths of her autumn-like eyes. "Fortunately, I am here. Otherwise, what would you do? Is your reference to my simplicity intended as an insult?" Guess. 73. Ambush Tomira spoke of a lake situated to the northeast of the Hoover Highlands. After traversing approximately a mile along the village road, one can behold this expansive body of water. Standing at the fork leading to the lake, one gazes downhill to discover a thatched-roof wooden cabin, partially concealed by the verdant canopy of trees. Today is overcast, with a brisk wind stirring the lush foliage around the path, causing the thatch and trees to sway and emit a mournful sound. As one descends from the main road and follows the narrow path, it does not take long to arrive at the rear of the cabin. The path hugs the right side of the cabin, leading directly to the small courtyard in front of the main entrance, while also bringing one alongside the lake. At the water's edge, a sturdy pier extends several meters into the lake, beside which lies a fishing boat, sunken and forlorn. Upon the drying rack in front of the cabin, fishing nets dangle, and the ground is strewn with floats and numerous fish baskets. Nearby, a clothesline leans precariously, threatening to collapse. A rustic path of logs leads from the dock to the cabin's entrance, where one can still observe many empty wooden barrels and dilapidated crates. The monster hunter, intending to enter the cabin to inquire about the situation, quickly deduces that he may find no one present as he steps into the small courtyard. Both the hanging fishing nets and the baskets on the ground are coated in dust, and the damp, muddy earth bears no footprints. This humble abode has evidently been uninhabited for an extended period and seems to have been abandoned long ago. After a moment's hesitation, he resolves to venture inside. The cabin's door hangs askew on its hinges, battered and broken, with the latch severed in two, suggesting it had been forcefully kicked open. Upon entering the threshold, one is immediately greeted by the sight of a floor strewn with mud and sand, interspersed with flourishing wild grasses. Directly opposite the entrance stands a robust wooden table, its craftsmanship evident, now enshrouded in a layer of moss. To the left, a stone fireplace, simple yet elegant in design, is draped in creeping vines, suggesting it has remained and used since its creation, with scarcely a trace of soot to be found. As the gaze shifts to the right, a sudden chill grips Huck's heart as he beholds the swaying skeletal remains, a sight that stirs the monster hunter's spirit. The deceased hangs from the highest beam of the wooden cabin, adorned with a hood. The tattered garments suggest he was a fisherman, likely the owner of this abode. His hands are bound behind him, the knot resembling those used to secure laborers in the highlands. The Baron, indeed, has not spared even the fishermen near the cliffs. The interior shows clear signs of having been ransacked, leaving behind little of value. The furniture, ravaged by time, has succumbed to decay, finding nothing of use. The monster hunter conducted a cursory inspection before stepping outside, making his way to the pier. Beneath the adjacent fishing vessel lies a gaping hole, evidently a result of human malice, possibly inflicted by the Baron's minions. With no time for lamentation, he reached the end of the pier and plunged into the water. Currently capable of holding his breath for approximately 5 minutes, Huck activated his heightened senses to enhance his efficiency. While aquatic herbs are scarce, an abundance of weeds proliferates. compelling him to discern them by the color and shape of the buckthorn. Mere moments after submerging, he found himself surrounded by several water wraiths with blue skin, prompting the monster hunter to draw his crossbow and unsheath his silver sword. The water wraiths moved swiftly through the depths, yet they could not evade the deadly bolts. The silver sword of the monster hunter posed a lethal threat to them, and within moments, the assailing wraiths met their demise, their lifeless bodies drifting to the surface. Huck paid no heed to these corpses. He continued his descent in search of the elusive buckthorn. Finally, after several breaths, the hunter discovered the sought-after herb at the lake's deepest point. Once removed from the water, this herb emitted a repugnant stench reminiscent of decaying flesh. To preserve its potency, he carefully placed the buckthorn into a pre-prepared water pouch. Having secured the herb, Huck wasted no time in ascending, locating his steed, and hastening towards the inn. The return journey would take approximately an hour, and he had spent less than 3 hours on this venture. Indeed, information equates to time and wealth. Prior to acquiring accurate intelligence, they had squandered several days in a futile search for this herb. The required anesthetic had long been prepared, with a dosage sufficient to incapacitate an elephant. As griffins do not consume carrion, the enticing lamb intended as bait had to remain alert and vigorous. Thus, the potion could only be applied at the ambush site. The bait, infused with buckthorn, exuded an intensely pungent aroma, detectable by griffins from 10 miles away, necessitating that the potion be applied at the last moment. At midday, the white wolf finally returned. After a brief lunch, the trio set forth. For the safety of their mounts, they refrained from riding. Huck cradled the bleeding lamb, destined to lure the griffin. Geralt chose an ambush site in a remote field, far from the village. This location was particularly flat, with a small grove not far away. A gentle breeze caressed the landscape, causing the green sea of wheat seedlings to undulate like waves. Here it was. The white wolf halted, stopping in the midst of the rice paddy near the grove, an area seldom trodden by human feet, devoid of any significant terrain variation, and sufficiently distant from its lair. Once the spot was selected, Geralt buried the wooden stakes he had prepared in advance and then tethered a sheep to one of them. He swiftly crushed the buckthorn leaves extracted from his water skin, blending the juice with an anesthetic, and then coated the entire bait with the concoction. The desiccated buckthorn emitted a foul, fishy odor, reminiscent of decay, its repugnant scent intensifying the longer it was exposed to the air. Upon their preparations, they quickly concealed themselves in the adjacent grove, utilizing the branches for cover as they silently awaited their quarry. An hour passed without the sight of the griffin. Would their efforts fail to entice the creature? The sorceress, her fiery red hair tied back, idly sat on the ground with a clump of foxtail grass in her mouth, her impatience growing as the prey remained elusive. Casting doubt on the efficacy of their plan, Geralt cast her a sidelong glance, patiently elucidating, "We are positioned upwind of the griffin's new nest. As long as it is nearby, it is bound to come." Pausing briefly, he further reminded her, the griffin's primary method of attack is a dive. Once it has locked onto its target, it will soar high into the sky before launching a swift descent upon its prey. Their robust physiques, coupled with their swift dives, often enable them to deliver a fatal blow to their prey. Should the prey miraculously survive, they will immediately launch into a frenzied assault upon landing. Their sharp beaks and keen claws inflict grievous wounds, causing a torrential flow of blood. During the ensuing battle, we must be vigilant to evade their strikes. Before Bai Lang could finish his sentence, Huck suddenly whispered urgently and swiftly unsheathed his silver sword. The lethal fireball. Griffins once inhabited only the lofty mountains, where they preyed upon marmots and goats. Eventually, they discovered a more abundant and easily hunted quarry: cattle, sheep, and their caretakers. This hybrid creature, part eagle and part feline, transformed from a rare species into the foremost pest among northern farmers within a mere few years, with the royal griffin and the great griffin being the most loathed subspecies. Huck and his companions were on the hunt for an adult royal griffin, which at that moment was soaring through the skies like a dark cloud. The piercing cry of the eagle, initially perceived as distant, quickly approached overhead, resonating clearly from the clouds. The once tranquil sheep, grazing on tender shoots, were startled by the eagle's cry and, upon recognizing their formidable foe, became frantic. The plump sheep trembled violently, emitting terrified bleats as they desperately tugged at the rope tied around their necks, striving to escape their grim fate. One end of the hemp rope was securely fastened to a wooden stake driven deep into the ground. Although it was pulled taut by the panicking sheep, it dutifully fulfilled its role, firmly restraining the bait within the stake's vicinity. Dark clouds began to swirl ominously above, and moments later, accompanied by a long, piercing shriek reminiscent of a fighter jet entering an attack dive, a formidable creature descended rapidly. As the sovereign of the skies, the griffin possessed its own sense of pride. Before it swooped down to seize its prey, it would emit a shrill, elongated cry as a warning, allowing its victim a moment to brace for the impending assault. The sheep, utterly terrified, frantically circled around the stake, desperately struggling for survival. Yet, no matter how fiercely it fought, it could not escape the fetters of its fate. Remaining hopelessly confined within the stake's reach, the encroaching darkness advanced with a howling rush, swift and relentless. As the griffin neared, Huck finally discerned the full extent of this monstrous being. It possessed the body of a lion in its rear half, while its front half bore the head and wings of an eagle. Measuring nearly 3 meters in length, the lion-like hindquarters were cloaked in tawny fur, trailing a slender tail, with robust hind limbs equipped with sharp claws and powerful paws. Its fierce, wild eyes seemed to blaze with an inner fire, flashing with vibrant colors, exuding a terrifying ferocity. The combination of its muscular form and rapid descent rendered the approaching beast akin to a falling star, hurtling down with an unstoppable force, instilling a sense of despair that left one feeling utterly helpless, awaiting an inevitable demise. The tempestuous hurricane swept up the surrounding verdant seedlings and wild grasses, even stirring the trees several meters away with its fierce gusts. The sheep, serving as bait, lay prostrate on the ground, rendered immobile. A resounding thud echoed as powerful paws descended heavily upon the sheep, and sharp claws swiftly punctured the creature's skull, delivering a fatal blow to the prey. Amidst the howling winds, dust swirled, and mud splattered as the griffin landed heavily after its successful strike. The pungent aroma emanating from the sheep seemed to exert an extraordinary allure over the beast. It could scarcely contain its eagerness to feast, its sharp beak lunging at the prize before it had fully come to rest. Blood gushed forth, flesh tore open, as the predator's beak proved sharper than any blade, effortlessly ripping into the sheep's abdomen. With the aid of its claws, it swiftly eviscerated its prey. In mere moments, the sheep's innards were consumed, followed by a frenzied tearing and swallowing, as the 200-pound sheep, skin and all, was devoured entirely. Initially, Huck had harbored concerns upon witnessing the griffin consume only the entrails, but his worries dissipated when he observed it devour the entire sheep. Attack! Gerald commanded in a low voice, as 2 crossbow bolts accompanied by an explosive fireball soared forth. Emily's spellcasting speed had ascended to a new level. Even before White Wolf had finished speaking, her fireball had already been unleashed, outpacing the crossbow bolts. The demon hunters realized they had underestimated her magic, having assumed that fireballs traveled at a leisurely pace, only to discover now that they could indeed move with remarkable swiftness. Just as the griffin sensed the anomaly and turned its head, a fireball, the size of a human head, detonated at the base of its left wing. Flames engulfed its entire body, and the impact of the magic explosion caused it to lurch violently. 2 successive crossbow bolts hurtled toward its head. It gritted its teeth against the pain and swiftly swung its head, managing to deflect one bolt with its sharp beak. The other bolt grazed past its head, achieving nothing. The monster hunters held no illusions that the feeble crossbow bolts could harm the griffin. Their sole aim was to provoke the creature, preventing it from recklessly taking flight. This task was effortlessly accomplished by the sorceress. The griffin emitted a piercing screech, its fierce gaze fixated intently on the woman who had unleashed the fireball. It beat its wings fiercely, summoning a tempest that extinguished the flames enveloping it. As Huck rushed forward, the violent winds rendered him unable to approach. Spotting the creature preparing to ascend, he hastily flung a beehive bomb with all his strength. Simultaneously, he retreated swiftly while issuing a loud warning. Nearby, Gerald, upon hearing the shout, immediately crouched down. With a resounding boom, a burst of fire illuminated the area, scattering silver-infused shrapnel in every direction, while smoke and shockwaves engulfed the beast. Within the blast radius, the griffin, about to take flight, was struck by all the debris, and the ensuing cloud of smoke and shockwaves caused it to stagger, losing its balance and crashing to the ground. Another explosion erupted as a fireball struck the base of its left wing, sending feathers and flesh flying. Having already lost its equilibrium, the creature attempted to rise using its left wing for support, only to tumble down once more. Before it could regain its composure, a sudden flash of silver illuminated the smoke. Gerald's silver sword, wielded with utmost force. The argent gleam traced a graceful arc, culminating at the base of the left wing, accompanied by the griffin's piercing shriek. The robust feathers at the wing's root had already been consumed by flames, and the keen silver blade sliced through skin, tearing flesh and even injuring bones. The grievously wounded creature finally sensed the peril, its elongated beak lunging violently at the nearby human. As the human evaded, the beast surged upright. Upon standing, the griffin began to flap its wings frantically, creating a tempest that sent the two humans nearby tumbling away. Once it had pushed its foes back, it hesitated no longer, propelling itself upward with powerful strokes of its legs and wings, taking to the sky. The griffin harbored no fear of attacking armed humans. In fact, it relished such prey, for triumphing over fully armed foes instilled a profound sense of pride. Yet, its belligerence did not equate to folly. The human capable of casting fireballs posed a lethal threat. The other two humans similarly incited its unease. From the moment of the ambush, it felt ensnared, as its once invincible claws and beak now seemed futile. It needed to ascend, to escape the ground before that wretched human unleashed another fireball. Shrouded in intense fear, the griffin, upon taking flight, forsook any thought of retaliation, hastily fleeing toward its lair. With flames licking at its hindquarters, the griffin beat its wings desperately, striving to ascend higher and faster. What had once been a simple maneuver now proved excruciatingly arduous. The fire seared its flesh, and each flap of its injured left wing sent waves of agony coursing through its being. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, his eyelids battling to stay open, and his strength seemed to dissipate, rendering him nearly incapable of flapping his wings. With a resounding thud, the griffin, having flown erratically for several miles, finally succumbed to fatigue, crashing heavily onto the hillside. "Quick, just ahead!" Gerald, pursuing closely behind, exclaimed in delight upon witnessing the creature's fall, urging himself to quicken his pace. "Run faster, run faster!" Huffing and panting, Huck followed closely, desperately sprinting, while above him, a beautiful goldfinch flitted joyfully, occasionally chirping. The young monster hunter had to concede that, in comparison to the white wolf, he still lacked experience. In just a few short miles, the disparity in their capabilities was glaringly apparent. By the time Huck reached the slope where the griffin had fallen, the sounds of the creature's screeches and the white wolf's furious roars echoed from above, indicating that the two had already engaged in combat. The tranquilizer had taken effect, and the injured griffin felt utterly drained. Yet, it refused to surrender easily, striving to maintain its consciousness while ferociously attacking the human before it. The royal griffin, seasoned in battle, was clearly no stranger to clashes with humans. Each of its lunges and bites was executed with remarkable ferocity, catching opponents off guard. However, it was unfortunate for the creature that it faced a master of monster hunting. Gerald had ample experience dealing with such formidable beasts. He did not confront the creature head-on. Instead, he skillfully maneuvered with remarkable agility and speed, evading the griffin's lunges and claw strikes, leaving behind a trail of wounds upon its body. The alder seal proved remarkably effective against such formidable beasts. Whenever the griffin prepared to unleash a ferocious assault, the white wolf seized the opportunity, casting a seal to disrupt its movements, plunging it momentarily into a state of daze. Taking advantage of this fleeting moment, the sharp silver sword would deliver a heavy strike upon the monster, carving a deep gash into its flesh. Driven by desperation, the creature became increasingly vicious and frenzied, disregarding the pain inflicted by the silver blade. As long as the strikes did not threaten its vital points, it exhibited no intention of blocking or evading. To avoid mutual destruction, the white wolf was compelled to relinquish countless chances of imminent victory. This passive stalemate was soon shattered when fireballs, each the size of a fist, soared from a distance and rained down mercilessly upon the griffin, igniting its feathers once more. Notably, several fireballs struck precisely at the wounded base of the griffin's left wing, inflicting devastating damage that utterly severed its wings, obliterating any hope of escape. The arrival of Huck hastened the griffin's demise. The duo alternated in casting the alder seal, thwarting all attempts at retaliation. The encroaching drowsiness dulled its senses, quickly numbing its awareness of pain, let alone the ability to flap its wings to extinguish the flames consuming it. Once a formidable and imperious sovereign of the skies, the creature began to sway unsteadily. Akin to a drunken reveler, perceiving the world around it as spinning, the surroundings becoming blurred and filled with phantoms. The defiant creature struggled for an extended period before finally collapsing to the ground, rendered motionless. The enchanted arrow struck its target, leaving a gaping hole the size of an egg in the left wing of the griffin. Blood spattered as flesh was torn apart. The loss of its protective feathers significantly diminished the defense of its meaty wing, rendering it incapable of withstanding further magical onslaughts. Although the sorceress's probing did not reveal any anomalies, the monster hunters remained vigilant, casting several alders before confirming that the creature before them had lost all capacity for retaliation. Without a trace of compassion or hesitation, Huck swiftly advanced, and empowered by his striking skill, he swung his silver sword down upon the griffin's neck. The charred and singed neck emitted a foul odor as the silver blade carved a deep gash, causing blood to surge forth violently, splattering the hunter. Unfazed by the acrid blood staining his body, Huck swung his silver sword again, delivering a fatal blow to the royal griffin. The massive head detached from its body, and under the pressure within, blood erupted from the neck like a fountain, spraying several meters away. After vanquishing the beast, the exhausted Huck plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily. Among those present, he appeared to be the most fatigued. Geralt seemed to have some energy left, while the sorceress remained utterly unperturbed. Emily, disregarding the astonished hunters around her, donned rubber gloves and retrieved a vial to collect the griffin's blood, urging Huck to hasten in preparing the quarry. Large magical creatures are exceedingly rare and challenging to defeat, and the alchemical materials derived from them are all the more precious. In order to preserve the efficacy of these materials, the weary monster hunter had no choice but to rise immediately and embark on an intense gathering endeavor. The unblemished feathers of the griffin were meticulously plucked one by one, followed by its blood and claws, along with the heart and eyes of the creature. After several minutes, Huck suddenly halted his actions, his face alight with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Griffin mutation catalyst." Upon seeing the green organic fragment he had extracted, the other two quickly gathered around him. "Hurry, absorb it." Before the white wolf could speak, the sorceress eagerly urged him on. Noticing Geralt's nod of approval, Huck wasted no time and began the absorption process. First absorption of Griffin mutation catalyst, extracting monster abilities as follows. Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye allows your vision to become as sharp as that of a hawk, enabling you to discern targets from a kilometer away. Skill usage consumes 2 mana points per second. A warm current flowed from his hands, radiating throughout his body, with a portion directed towards his eyes. A sharp pain surged through them, accompanied by a tingling sensation surrounding his eye sockets, causing tears to well up. "Hey, why are you crying?" came the astonished voice of the sorceress beside him. Ignoring her surprise, Huck focused on the text that appeared before his eyes. Constitution 0, 1, skill points 1. Acquired skill, Eagle Eye. Upon opening his profession panel, his constitution had increased to 2. 4, skill points had risen to 2. And a new skill had been added to his active skills, Eagle Eye. Raising his head and meeting the eager gazes of the two individuals, Huck smiled and remarked, "I can see as far as an eagle." In the white fruit garden, beneath the Bridge of Lament, a sum of 20 copper coins lay in wait. After inspecting the merchant's wares, the bald sergeant called out to his companion. Upon hearing the shout, the traveling merchant, leading his pack horse, hurriedly placed the tax he had prepared beforehand into the outstretched palm of the Nilfgaardian soldier. The soldier tossed the coins lightly, counting them with a casual precision before discarding them into the wooden box behind him. The melodious clink of the metal coins resonated delightfully, prompting him to squint with pleasure. Seemingly entranced by the enchanting sound, noticing the merchant standing before him with a placating expression, he immediately waved his hand, signaling the man to hasten on and clear the way. The sergeant, overseeing the inspection of goods, furrowed his brow at the lengthy queue. The increasing number of merchants arriving at the white fruit garden suggested a growing influx of tasks, an unwelcome development for the soldiers on duty. More people meant more complications, and the burden of guarding would inevitably increase. No one wished to toil from dawn till dusk without a moment's respite. The rhythmic sound of approaching hoofbeats captured the sergeant's attention. He lifted his gaze over the crowd and spotted 2 swift steeds galloping toward him. With the watchtower prepared, he felt a sense of relief and resumed his examination of the merchant's goods at the checkpoint. The hoofbeats drew nearer, gradually slowing their pace, capturing the attention of all present. The riders appeared disinclined to adhere to the orderly queue, instead making their way directly toward the bridge's head. The crowd began to stir, their voices rising in a crescendo of excitement. Initially perplexed, the sergeant was taken aback upon recognizing the object dangling from the side of the saddlebag. It was a colossal head, swathed in a large piece of canvas, resembling that of an eagle but on a much grander scale. There was no mistaking it. Positioned above the sharp beak of the griffin was a distinctive white mark, a feature he would never forget. It was this creature that had abducted the previous squad leader. paving the way for his own ascent. The terrified cries of the wealthy scion from the city of Kinta echoed in his mind, haunting him even now. A shiver coursed through him, and he instinctively took a step back, subconsciously wishing to distance himself from the beast. At that moment, two riders lifted their hoods, revealing their identities. The sergeant immediately recognized them as the two demon hunters. "Have you slain this griffin?" He could not help but inquire, despite the severed head before him. "Indeed, you need not worry about it any longer." A group of particularly curious onlookers and soldiers leaned in to gaze at the grotesque head, which was now a gruesome mess, emitting a foul stench that assaulted their nostrils. Though the monster was vanquished, its lingering menace was palpable. As they beheld the severed head, a collective gasp escaped the crowd, and a few timid souls, pale-faced, retreated several steps before managing to steady themselves. The soldiers, however, displayed greater fortitude, celebrating with laughter, relieved that they no longer had to fear this creature. Upon confirming the demise of the monstrous creature, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Those who had been unable to witness the spectacle pushed and clamored to draw nearer, creating instant chaos. "We must depart swiftly." Seeing the disorder behind, the sergeant hastily urged, leading his men to advance and firmly barricade the throng several meters away. The two riders did not linger. They urged their steeds onward, swiftly crossing the stone bridge. As they vanished from sight, the crowd gradually calmed, ceasing its relentless press. After a prolonged silence, a voice rose from the assembly. "Thanks be to the goddess Maritalis. The beast is finally vanquished." Huck and Geralt arrived at the inn's forecourt, dismounting and handing the reins to the stableman. "Provide them with some grain and water. But do not remove the saddles. We shall rest briefly before setting off," Geralt instructed loudly, gesturing towards the parcel attached to the saddlebag, cautioning against any tampering. The stableman, taken aback by the blood-soaked, darkened bundle that continued to drip crimson, nodded, albeit somewhat hesitantly. "Look, it is that accursed griffin." A woman, just stepping out of the tavern, caught sight of the spoils hanging from the saddle and gasped in astonishment. "There, over there." Hearing her exclamation, patrons inside the tavern rushed to the windows, craning their necks to gaze skyward, yet saw nothing amiss. "This is it," she exclaimed, pointing at the severed head of the griffin beast. "That vile creature is finally dead." The woman called out loudly as she gestured towards the horse being dragged into the stable. The crowd, at last, comprehended the situation and surged forth in a frenzy. Startled by the throng, Huck and his companion quickly stepped aside, waiting for the excited individuals to pour out of the tavern before they approached the entrance. "Mr. Monster Hunter, here is a letter for you." A young boy suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. "Is it you again?" Huck exclaimed, astonished to see the familiar face, the very child who had previously delivered a letter from the Baron. "Yes, sir, I cannot believe you remember me." The boy's face lit up with delight. "This time, it is a letter from a gentleman in a yellow coat." "Oh," Huck replied, surprised as he accepted the letter. "Where is he?" "He is not here." The boy shook his head and continued. "The gentleman handed me the letter and then left. He asked me to tell you that it is a greeting from an old friend." After placing a handful of coins into the boy's hand and thanking him, Huck watched as the child swiftly dashed out of the courtyard. Only then did Huck examine the letter he held. The paper, folded several times, bore no markings. Save for one phrase, "Florian did not die by suicide." Upon reading the message, both men exchanged astonished glances. It is evident that the individuals leaving messages seem acutely aware of their recent movements, even possessing insight into their potential next course of action. Who could this possibly be? The two exchanged a glance, perceiving the shared confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Unable to ascertain an answer for the time being, they chose not to dwell on it. Instead, they tucked away the letter and continued towards the entrance. "Mr. Monster Hunter, did you slay the griffin?" exclaimed Elsa, the innkeeper, with palpable excitement as she stood at the doorway, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. The Nilfgaardian forces are stationed at the original Lord's castle in the White Orchard area, which lies on the southern bank of the Pontar River, to the north of the entire region. The castle is perched atop a high ridge, flanked by swamps to the south and the expansive, rushing Pontar River to the north. To be precise, this ridge resembles a steep cliff, devoid of pathways on all sides, save for a narrow wooden staircase that clings to the cliffside, winding its way upward. This site once served as a significant strategic stronghold for Temeria, boasting a large ferry crossing and a grand bridge spanning north and south. The bridge leads directly to the castle gates and is a vital commercial route connecting the northern and southern banks of the river, generating tax revenue that serves as a stable income for the Varelris family. The Lord of White Orchard's annual income, aside from the sale of premium fruits and fine timber, is predominantly derived from the taxes accrued from this bridge. Additionally, a portion of the revenue is sourced from the ferry crossing located below the castle ridge. There are 2 roads leading to the castle, 1 grand thoroughfare and 1 smaller path. The 2 chose the broad avenue, paved with stones, wide enough to accommodate 4 horse-drawn carriages side by side. The edges of the road were bordered by stones, raised several inches above the surface. The Baron had invested heavily in this thoroughfare to facilitate trade, and throughout the journey, one could hardly discern any significant potholes. Following the stone path to the riverbank, they continued alongside the great river, and after crossing a wooden bridge, they arrived at the foot of the high ground. The first sight to greet them was the grand red brick bridge spanning the river. It stood tall, level with the elevation, but was now shattered into several segments, completely destroyed. It was said that during the Nilfgaardian assault on the castle, some of the retreating soldiers from the northern bank had demolished the bridge to thwart the black-clad pursuers. At the riverbank below the high ground, there was a ferry station. Although the dock remained mostly intact, all the ferries had been incinerated, and along the riverside, one could still see numerous remnants of the burnt vessels. The Nilfgaardians seemed to have received orders, as they merely inquired a few questions upon the entrance of the 2, and promptly allowed them passage. Upon seeing the enormous monster's head, soldiers from the camp emerged, their faces filled with curiosity as they pointed from a distance. The patrolling squad they encountered cast a glance at the 2, their attention immediately drawn to the blood-soaked monster's head protruding from the saddlebag. It was evident that they were both intrigued and excited, yet none approached to inquire further. They simply lingered a moment longer on the Witchers and their trophy as they passed by, leaving their horses in the stables of the camp. The 2 Witchers hoisted the griffin's head and descended the wooden ladder leading to the high ground. Upon reaching the castle gate, the station soldiers halted their advance. "What lies within?" A tall guard pointed at a blood-stained package and inquired loudly. The guard cast a glance at him before shifting his gaze towards Huck. This monster hunter was unfamiliar to him. "He is my companion, the one specifically requested by Captain Peter," Gerald interjected, weaving a small deception. The guard hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded, granting them passage. 2 soldiers swung open the castle gates while the others stepped aside, allowing the monster hunter to proceed. As Captain Peter awaited them in the tower, they stepped through the entrance, pondering where to locate the stationed officer when the guard's voice resonated behind them, directing their path. Huck examined the castle with curiosity, contrasting it with the depiction he had seen in the Baron's tent. The castle, having borne the scars of war, had undergone significant transformation. The former grandeur was now a memory, yet remnants of its former elegance lingered in the shadows of the paintings. As the Baron had stated, the once majestic castle had crumbled into ruins, with scarcely a few intact chambers. From a distance, the once imposing tower now lay fractured, its lower hull still relatively intact, bearing marks of destruction reminiscent of a catapult's assault. Most of the military structures within the castle had been reduced to rubble, with surrounding buildings suffering a similar fate. The Nilfgaardians, having hastily cleared the debris, erected tents upon the ruins. Tents emblazoned with the golden sun motif sprawled across the entire castle, occupying nearly every visible patch of ground. Navigating through the labyrinthine array of tents, the 2 finally arrived before the half-collapsed tower. A throng of soldiers surrounded the tower, where stood a young peasant, trembling in his tattered garments. A formidable man clad in ornate armor bent down to inspect several sacks of rye piled against the wall, his expression dark and brooding. This was Captain Peter, evidently preoccupied with matters at hand, prompting us to wait a moment longer. Gerald subtly gestured towards the rugged man with his chin, murmuring softly. The 2 did not approach immediately. Instead, they lingered near a nearby tent, patiently awaiting the conclusion of events unfolding before them. At a distance of approximately 10 to 20 meters from the cluster of individuals, the Witcher Execute sensory perception allowed Huck to discern Captain Peter's features with relative clarity. After contemplating, he decided to employ his eagle eye ability. This skill, acquired after vanquishing the royal griffin, granted him vision akin to that of a hawk. As he activated eagle eye, Huck felt an immediate clarity in his sight. The world around him sharpened into vivid detail. The inquisitive Witcher directed his gaze towards the gate, where a few crossbowmen stood atop the remnants of a guard wall, seemingly adjusting their weapons. One soldier struggled to remove a somewhat darkened bowstring from his crossbow, the tension proving too great for him to manage alone. Frustrated, he muttered a few curses before scanning the area for something to assist him. The material, appearing brown and slightly darkened, resembled rawhide rather than the sinew the Witcher had initially assumed. Captain Peter appeared to be in his early 30s, his hair impeccably groomed and gleaming. The most striking feature being his lavish black plate armor. The exquisite full-body plate armor exudes an air of nobility and grace, with each piece edged in gold, creating a resplendent spectacle. At the center of the breastplate lies a golden sun, and from the neck hangs a semicircular pendant suspended by a thick golden chain. This pendant, adorned with a golden border, features an intricately carved miniature sun, embodying elegance and opulence. Where the shoulder plates meet the breastplate, two rectangular pieces conceal the gaps, their edges painted in a striking red, embellished with a pattern of red towers. It is evident that the Nilfgaardian officer takes great pride in his lineage, as the collar of his undergarment is embroidered with two black tower motifs. This flamboyant attire unmistakably signifies one thing: he is a true Nilfgaardian, often referred to as the genuine Nilfgaardian. The northern folk refer to all inhabitants within the realm of the Nilfgaardian Empire as Nilfgaardians. This territory represents the earliest boundaries of the Nilfgaardian Empire, whereas regions conquered later, such as Vicovaro, do not self-identify as Nilfgaardians. Undoubtedly, the officer before us hails from the illustrious core of the Nilfgaardian Empire, a genuine Nilfgaardian.